The lunar exploration spacecraft of the space station is preparing to return, but when the return plan is initiated, everyone is stunned. The blue Earth has completely transformed into an ocean planet, with land almost entirely vanished, and ground command signals mysteriously lost. On the vast and boundless sea surface, a small bamboo raft drifts with the waves. Lying on it is a handsome young man. Hiss. Sukin woke up, his mind blank. What's going on? Why am I in the sea? He stared in shock at the small bamboo raft beneath him and the surrounding floating debris. On the raft were a few items, a yellowed parchment book and a small fishing rod made of bamboo. Hurriedly opening the parchment book, the first thing that caught his eye was a line of text. Remember, never lose this book. Next, he saw a prompt. Start with a fishing rod. All resources depend on fishing. Quickly use the fishing rod to gather resources from the sea. Sukin picked up the fishing rod and examined it carefully. The rope and hook seemed quite sturdy. The resources mentioned in the book were probably the drifting trash in front of him. Not far away, there were some discarded wood, bottles, and some unidentifiable debris. He continued flipping through the parchment book, and the next page read, "The raft is an essential initial base, and the fishing rod is a crucial tool for obtaining resources. Be sure to protect your base and never lose your tools. The trash on the sea is all valuable resources, never underestimate it. To survive better, make full use of the resources around you. You are not alone on the sea. With patience, you will find companions. A turbulent sea is relatively safer. Surprises and dangers are right in front of you. Good luck." Special reminder, the ocean is full of hidden dangers. At that moment, a sudden splash of water interrupted his thoughts. Near the bamboo raft, several black fins darted swiftly across the surface of the sea like sides. Sharks? Sukan's lips twitched slightly, and his heart tightened. In the ocean, he was like a lamb to the slaughter, with almost no chance of winning against sharks. He knew very well that panic was the last thing he could afford. Only by staying calm could he increase his chances of survival. He quickly flipped to the second page, hoping the book might contain a method to deal with sharks. After crossing into this world, he had to figure out its rules, as panic at this moment would only hasten his demise. The second page displayed 7 large characters, Ocean Survivor Public Screen. At that moment, Sukin fully understood the situation in this world. Suddenly, a line of text appeared on the public screen mentioned in the book. "Can anyone tell me what's going on? I woke up on a small bamboo raft. There's no one around, and there are sharks swimming nearby." After the text appeared, several lines of information emerged on the parchment. "What's going on? This lousy book talks about ocean survivors. Who's behind this prank? Starting with a broken fishing rod, and you want me to fish for trash? Mom, I'm so scared. Can someone come and save me?" Sukin silently looked at the words on the parchment book. The continuously appearing chat content made him realize that he was not the only one on this sea. These people could communicate through the parchment book, and everyone initially had the same equipment, a small bamboo raft and a fishing rod. Now, he roughly understood the rules of this world. This was a world where one needed to survive on the ocean, with opportunities and risks coexisting. The sea breeze brushed against his face, stirring a trace of anticipation in his heart. He did not rush to collect resources but continued quietly flipping through the book. As the saying goes, there is a house of gold in books. He needed to fully understand the rules of survival before beginning his journey. As he turned the pages, the next one displayed the words Survivors Mall. As the name suggested, survivors could use this page to exchange resources and conduct transactions. The mall appeared empty, clearly indicating that everyone was still in the exploration phase, with not much available for trade. As Sukan was pondering, the marketplace suddenly displayed an item for trade, one fishing rod, requesting to exchange for a bottle of mineral water. Additional note, I'm about to dehydrate. Can someone save me? Clearly, no one would make a trade out of sympathy. Food can be skipped, but water is absolutely essential. Seawater is undrinkable, and freshwater resources are extremely precious. It now seems that water and food are the items he needs most urgently. His mouth began to feel a bit dry. On the bamboo raft, he was given a bag of bread and a bottle of mineral water. The person who put their fishing rod up for sale in the store was probably too desperate and didn't check carefully, which led them to easily give up their most important supplies. Sukan ate and drank while flipping through the parchment book. Despite his inner anxiety, he had to maintain his physical condition to stay as calm as possible. The title of the next page is Crafting Supplies. This page lists the crafting requirements for many items. Requirements for crafting a water purifier: wood 010, plastic bottles 05, palm leaves 05. Requirements for crafting a water basin: wood 05, rope 03, palm leaves 02. Requirements for crafting a basic fire rack: wood 08, iron 02, rope 03. This page helps survivors craft survival items, but he currently has nothing. No wonder the book says the trash on the sea surface is all resources. This must be the reason. This world is no different from a game world. All survivors can craft and trade items through the parchment book. Looking at the fishing rod in his hand and the vast ocean, Sukan felt a surge of anticipation in his heart. He swung the fishing rod in his hand and cast it into the distance, but the resources were too far away. He could only helplessly wait for the waves to bring them a little closer. Sukan reluctantly picked up the book in his hand, wanting to see what was in the later sections, but to his frustration, the pages seemed to be stuck together, and no matter what he did, he couldn't open the next chapter. Perhaps he didn't have the permission yet, or maybe there were only a few pages. If it were the latter, then what was the point of making this parchment book so thick? Ding! The check-in system has successfully bound to the host. The system has been activated. A cold mechanical voice sounded in his ear. System? Sukan instantly felt a surge of excitement. A system is a must-have artifact for a transmigrator. No wonder he felt like something was missing. System, what functions do you have? System prompt, daily check-ins can earn rewards, with luxurious rewards for monthly and yearly check-ins. System prompt, would the host like to check in today? Yes. Sukan did not hesitate and immediately chose to sign in. At this moment, a transparent and fair fishing rod appeared in front of him. Jiang Taigong Professional Fishing Rod. Level, Diamond. System prompt, the Jiang Taigong Professional Fishing Rod does not require any bait, simply cast the hook into the sea. Sukan carefully reviewed the instructions according to the system prompts and discovered that unused supplies could be stored in the system inventory. Even the used fishing rod could be put away, so that even if he encountered other survivors, he wouldn't have to worry about exposing his supplies. By the way, system, why are there levels? Sukan asked with some confusion. System prompt, resource levels are divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, transcendent, divine, and super divine. It seemed that the fishing rod's level was quite decent. Just as he was worrying about the scarcity of food and water, it now appeared that food was no longer an issue. Moreover, with this fishing rod, obtaining resources shouldn't be a problem. He could even place surplus food in the parchment shop to exchange for items he needed. To survive in this vast ocean, the primary task is to obtain food and water. While food is important, water is even more essential for the human body. People can endure hunger temporarily, but without water, they will quickly face life-threatening danger. Especially on the sea, the salty sea breeze combined with the scorching sunlight soon leads to a parched throat. Fortunately, the system provided the survivor with initial food and water, allowing him to hold on for a few hours. The food problem is now resolved, but the most urgent issue at hand is obtaining drinking water. Gazing at the supplies in the distance, Sukan dared not delay any longer. As the waves pushed them closer, he swiftly cast out the fishing hook in his hand. Luck was on his side, and he managed to reel in some wood. He piled the wood onto the bamboo raft, planning to see later if he could exchange these for supplies using the sheepskin book. Casting the fishing hook repeatedly, Sukan became increasingly adept at controlling the strength of his throws. Several pieces of wood, palm leaves, and some plastic bottles gradually accumulated on the small bamboo raft. At this moment, he looked curiously at the distant sea and unexpectedly spotted several large iron barrels, which appeared to be used for brewing alcohol. But brewing barrels are typically wooden. What's the deal with these iron barrels? Could this iron barrel be exchanged for the sheepskin book to get more iron materials? No matter, let's fish it up first. Among the resources visible on the sea surface, these iron barrels are the rarest. Moreover, the fact that iron objects can float on the sea indicates they are well sealed inside, perhaps containing some important supplies. Sukan aimed at an iron barrel, took a deep breath, and forcefully cast the fishing hook. Lucky shot! He hit it on the first try. He desperately pulled the fishing rod back, as if dragging a fish weighing dozens of pounds, and finally managed to haul the iron barrel back step by step. Phew! Sukan let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the small bamboo raft. He lifted the iron barrel with both hands and found it to be tightly sealed. He pulled open the lid using the pull tab on top. Bang! The sound of the iron barrel lid popping open echoed. Sukan looked inside the barrel and found some wood, plastic bottles, and a few cans of sealed food. He opened one of the cans and took a sniff. Thankfully, it hadn't spoiled. He quickly devoured the meat from the canned fish. Ding! System notification. Obtained materials for crafting a high-quality seawater purifier. Sukan was a bit surprised. What is this? He quickly opened the parchment book and found that a new crafting project had been added to Chapter 3. High-quality seawater purifier crafting requirements. Wood 59, plastic bottles 36, glass 03. System notification. The purification efficiency of the high-quality seawater purifier is 10 times that of an ordinary purifier. This thing seems pretty good. Sukan stroked the parchment book, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. However, the required materials were a bit troublesome. At the moment, there was no glass visible on the sea surface. And even if there was glass in the distance, he couldn't retrieve it with a fishing hook. Sukan hesitated as he turned to the second page, wanting to see how others were doing. Survivor public screen. This lousy hook is completely useless. I've been fishing for ages and only caught some water plants. It's nothing. That's it. I'm parched and can barely hold on. This crappy fishing rod is way too hard to use. Clearly, others were also puzzled by this fishing rod. Not everyone had abundant resources around them. Some could only try to cast the rod farther, but that reduced the hit rate, making it difficult to obtain the necessary supplies. Don't worry about what you can hook, just try to grab some nearby supplies. If it doesn't work, take them to the store and trade with others. Some people managed to hook quite a few items and quickly reminded others. After all, something useless to you might be exactly what someone else desperately needs. The supplies in Sukan's hands couldn't be used for trading, so he could only close the book and continue hooking supplies. Although he had gathered more materials now, there was no guarantee they wouldn't be needed in the future. On this vast ocean, aside from food and water, these supplies were clearly extremely valuable. Surviving was something Sukan could already manage, but the key was how to survive better on this ocean. He ate some bread and canned fish, so he wouldn't feel hungry for the time being. He also hadn't finished the bottle of mineral water, with about half of it left, enough to last a few more hours. As for communicating with others through the parchment book, Sukan had no intention of wasting time. No one would sympathize with you in such a desperate situation. He believed he was doing fairly well at the moment and wouldn't fall into despair over food and water. In the distance among the supplies, Sukan once again set his sights on the next metal barrel. This barrel had brought him quite a few benefits. If the next barrel was also rich in resources, then the days ahead would be much easier. He began to speculate that these barrels might be like blind boxes, always containing some good stuff. Perhaps the materials he needed for a high-quality seawater purifier could be found in one of these barrels. Gazing at the distant barrel, Sukan did not hesitate this time. He gave up on hooking the nearby wood and instead aimed his fishing rod at the barrel 5 meters away. Although it was a bit of a distance, he had to give it a try. He cast the hook with force, but unfortunately, it missed the barrel by just a few dozen centimeters. Calming his mind, his eyes focused solely on the barrel. Time and again, Sukan cast the fishing rod, always falling just a little short. He decided to stop wasting energy and instead fully utilize the physics knowledge he had learned in his previous life, calculating the angle and force needed to cast the rod so that the hook could catch the edge of the barrel. He kept paddling on the small bamboo raft, calculating the wind direction, wind speed, his own strength, and angle. Once everything was calculated, Sukan's lips curled into a smile. He stood up and forcefully cast out the fishing hook in his hand. Sukan felt the heavy drag on the fishing rod in his hand and was overjoyed. He had finally hooked the second iron barrel. He exerted all his strength to slowly drag the barrel back. Although the reverse waves of the sea made it difficult to pull the barrel up, the fishing line was sturdy, and with some time, he would be able to reel it in. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and excitedly dragged the iron barrel onto the small bamboo raft. Opening the lid, his heart was filled with anticipation, as if opening a blind box. Wood X4, plastic X5, iron X2, palm leaves X5. Although he didn't find any special materials or receive a system notification, these resources were still quite decent. On this vast ocean, iron was considered a highly valuable material. After all, while palm leaves could be used to make rope, they couldn't produce iron. With oars and machinery absent on the raft, it was simply impossible. The current resources were already sufficient to craft a basic water purifier, but Sukan didn't immediately choose to make one. He wasn't feeling thirsty, and the half bottle of water he had could last for quite some time. His goal was to collect glass and create a high-quality water purifier. He aimed to make the most of his resources without wasting them, crafting something as good as possible. He glanced at the small storage room: wood X11, plastic X10, iron X2, palm leaves X6. The supplies were decent, but he didn't want to waste these resources on crafting useless items. Right now, he needed some tools. Food and water could be obtained, but the key was figuring out how to survive more safely. He opened the synthesis shop in the parchment book and started checking from the cheapest item to craft. After careful observation, it seemed the cheapest option was to make a hammer. Don't underestimate the hammer's usefulness. On this small bamboo raft, a hammer could help him craft many things and was absolutely essential. Moreover, it was very economical, requiring only one piece of wood. The key was small wooden hammer tip. If you want to craft building materials, the small wooden hammer is indispensable. Without hesitation, Sukan chose to craft the hammer. Within 2 seconds, a small wooden hammer appeared on the bamboo raft. Following the instructions in the parchment book, wood could be exchanged for bamboo raft floor tiles, and construction with the small wooden hammer could expand the raft. Looking at the shaky bamboo raft, he decisively chose to expand it. After all, such a small raft couldn't hold much in terms of supplies, and once it was full, there wouldn't even be space to sleep. There is now a way to solve the issues of water and food. The priority is figuring out how to make life safer and more comfortable. After all, this small bamboo raft is precariously swaying on the ocean and is far from safe. Even if it holds supplies, it can easily be overturned by the waves. Don't forget there are sharks swimming around nearby. If the raft is attacked by sharks, such a small bamboo raft wouldn't even have time for repairs and would be instantly damaged. Time to get to work. One piece of wood plus one piece of material can be exchanged for 1 square meter of bamboo raft flooring. Sukan immediately exchanged all the remaining wood and plastic and expanded his small bamboo raft. Since he didn't have enough materials, he had to build while simultaneously fishing for more from the sea. Moments later, the small bamboo raft had transformed into a 4-meter wide, 6-meter long small bamboo boat. The little fishing boat now looked much much safer. To make himself more comfortable and shield himself from the scorching sun, he specially built a small sunshade and a chair at the stern, specifically for fishing and other activities. Having temporarily made his home a bit safer, Sukun could finally breathe a small sigh of relief. Next, he needed to prepare food and water, but he wasn't in a hurry. He planned to lie down and rest for a while, and at the same time, see if anyone else had obtained any valuable supplies. Opening the parchment shop, Sukun saw wood exchanged for food, plastic exchanged for bread, palm leaves exchanged for wood. Clearly, these survivors had already started acquiring survival supplies. The shop was no longer empty, and the resources were becoming more abundant. Unfortunately, he couldn't find what he needed. What he needed now were relatively scarce materials. Turning back to the survivors' public screen, although there were still plenty of complaints and grievances, they had noticeably decreased compared to the beginning. Survivors were gradually realizing that no one would come to rescue them, and survival depended on their own efforts. More and more people were joining in salvaging supplies and studying how to use fishing rods. Just as Suken was about to close the parchment book, a message suddenly caught his attention. "It's over. My boat was bitten by a shark. The raft at the stern has been chewed up. I don't want to die." Clearly, these people were already encountering crises. With the appearance of this message, more survivors facing similar situations began to wail. "I'm about to lose it. Your raft was bitten too? That shark is still circling around me non-stop. What should I do now? I've already prepared myself to be devoured by sharks, feeling utterly hopeless. It's just a pity that I haven't spent all my millions yet. My boat has also been bitten by sharks. I still need to go to Cannes for a runway show, boo-hoo, and I don't even have a boyfriend yet." The screen was filled with survivors facing the same predicament, beginning to wail in anguish, as if their despair could be vividly imagined. Whether they were stunning celebrities or wealthy tycoons, everyone was equal in the vast ocean. No one's status was superior to another's. Survival was the only priority. In the eyes of the sharks, they were nothing more than food. "You can use the parchment to exchange for raft components and repair the boat with a small wooden hammer." Suken spoke for the first time in the survivors' public chat. After saying this, he ignored the matter and tossed the parchment aside. Sukan's words seemed to ignite a spark of hope among the survivors. They quickly discovered how powerful the functions on the parchment were and hurried to verify his suggestions. A moment later, countless words of gratitude flooded the public chat of the survivors on the parchment. But for Sukan, these expressions of thanks held no real significance. In this desperate situation on the vast ocean, such gratitude brought no tangible benefits. Sukan's gaze fell on the sharks swimming back and forth not far away, and he hesitated. How should he deal with these creatures? Resting his chin in thought, he had initially believed that sharks were not aggressive unless there was blood. However, he hadn't expected the sharks in this world to attack small bamboo rafts. This was certainly not good news. Now he began to worry that the small bamboo raft he had painstakingly built might be destroyed by these sharks. On the bamboo raft, there might still be ways to fend off the sharks, but if he fell into the sea, survival would be impossible except for being eaten by the sharks. Fortunately, these sharks were still relatively far away from him for the time being and couldn't approach immediately. He still had time to figure out a way to deal with them. At this point, it seemed he urgently needed a weapon to counter the sharks, at least something like a harpoon. Suken opened the parchment book and found the crafting list for the harpoon. Harpoon crafting requirements: wood 0.5, iron 24, palm rope 30. Palm rope can be made from palm leaves, and wood is easy to salvage, but iron is not so easy to obtain. It seems that resources must be gathered quickly. He was still in relatively good health and could hold on for a few more hours without issue. However, obtaining food and water was the most urgent task. Although a high-quality seawater purifier couldn't be made immediately, he needed to at least craft a basic water purifier for now, and fortunately, the materials for it were relatively easy to gather. As for food, while fishing was simple, he couldn't just eat the fish raw after catching them. Eating sashimi was an option, but with the seawater being so dirty, it was better to eat cooked food. He needed to quickly build a fire rack. Looking at a few drifting iron barrels in the distance, he decided to retrieve them first. There might just be something he needed inside those barrels. In the visible distance, there were 3 or 4 iron barrels floating on the water, and he had to get them all. By now, it was already afternoon, and the sun was about to set. He had to retrieve all those iron barrels before nightfall. After all, once it got dark, he wouldn't be able to see them, and by morning, who knew where they would have drifted to? Moreover, he had to craft a fire rack by nightfall. Otherwise, when the sea breeze blew at night and the temperature plummeted, he might freeze to death. Suken immediately cast out the fishing rod in his hand. Fortunately, before nightfall, all 5 iron barrels were finally retrieved. The barrels contained quite a lot of supplies, but unfortunately, there still wasn't enough glass, only 2 pieces, still 1 short. However, the other supplies were fairly decent. The current inventory in the small warehouse included wood 30, plastic 20, iron 4, palm leaves 16, canned fruit 1, glass 2. Suken finally let out a sigh of relief and lay back on the chair to rest for a moment. Gazing at the surging waves, listening to the howling wind, and watching the sunset glow on the horizon, he realized it was almost nighttime. He decided not to continue collecting supplies, as the materials in the warehouse were enough to sustain him through the night. There were still plenty of supplies floating on the sea's surface, but at a glance, they all seemed too ordinary and not worth the effort to gather. Besides, after all this work, Suken was feeling a bit hungry and parched. Holding the can of fruit in his hands, he stared at it in a daze. Should he eat it himself or take it to the parchment shop to sell? Neither option felt quite right. On this vast ocean, fruit was an extremely rare treasure, but eating it would only serve to fill his stomach a little and replenish some vitamins. Selling it at the shop might fetch some valuable supplies in return. Just as Suken was debating whether to eat it, he suddenly heard a loud bang. Snapping back to his senses, he saw that the front end of the small bamboo raft had made a cracking sound as part of the raft's planks splintered. Turning his head, he spotted a jet-black shark with its massive, blood-red mouth wide open. Its sharp, crimson teeth bit fiercely into the raft's planks, tearing off a large chunk in just 2 bites. Suken instead squatted down and silently watched the shark, without taking any defensive measures. After observing for a while, he noticed that the shark would only bite off one bamboo raft plank at a time, then create a huge splash, wag its tail, and disappear. The bitten bamboo raft plank also vanished. If that was the case, Suken could actually feel relieved. After all, a bamboo raft plank was nothing more than a piece of wood combined with some plastic. As long as he accumulated more supplies in the future, even if several sharks attacked simultaneously, he could repair faster than the sharks could bite. When I have tools, I'll make sure to eat you all. Suken angrily shouted a harsh threat at the distant sharks. Then he turned around, picked up a wooden plank, took out a small wooden hammer from the storage, and quickly repaired the broken bamboo raft plank. Requirements for crafting a basic fire rack: wood 88, iron 82, hemp rope 33. He went to the middle of the boat, confirmed that the spot wouldn't burn his shelter, and began crafting. The materials in front of him disappeared after being taken out, and soon a fire rack with 3 intersecting wooden stakes was erected. After the fire rack was made, the system prompted that 3 more pieces of wood were needed to start a fire. Suken took out 3 pieces of wood again. Bang! Flames rose directly from the fire rack, illuminating the bamboo boat with bright light. TSK, I thought I'd have to use a fire drill to start a fire. Suken shook his head, chuckled self-deprecatingly, and set aside the tinder he had prepared. Out here on the vast sea, who would carry a lighter with them? If starting a fire really required drilling wood, those pampered young ladies and wealthy elites back home would probably be in despair. Without fire, they'd likely freeze by the next morning, grow increasingly hopeless, and it wouldn't take long before many of them succumbed. Of course, this thought was fleeting. The life and death of others had nothing to do with him. He only hoped there were still other people in this world, otherwise, he would feel exceptionally lonely. Although he couldn't see them for now, he believed he would encounter them sooner or later. After warming himself by the fire, he moved the small reclining chair closer to the flames and retrieved the professional fishing rod of Jiang Taigong from the warehouse. A smile appeared on Sukan's lips. It was time to get some food. It had been a long time since he'd had grilled fish, and this was pure, authentic outdoor barbecue, far more atmospheric than fishing and grilling by a suburban river. Casually tossing the fishhook into the sea, he continued flipping through the parchment scroll to pass the time. On the Survivor public chat, has anyone made a water purifier yet? Can I trade for some drinking water? Do you have extra food? I have plenty of wood to trade. I think my hook has a mind of its own. I can't find any iron. It's so cold, I'm about to freeze to death. I want to go home. Suken sighed. Although iron is relatively hard to find, it's not impossible. The initial fishing rod can not only hook supplies but also be used for fishing. The bread provided at the start isn't just for survivors to eat. Some must be saved for fishing. Otherwise, you'll have to rely on luck, which would truly be like Jiang Taigong fishing. There are plenty of fish in the sea, and some survivors managed to catch fish even without bait, giving those on the verge of collapse a glimmer of hope. As for the water purifier, the required materials are very simple. With some effort in gathering supplies, anyone can obtain them. At that moment, Suken saw the float suddenly sink sharply, and the fishing rod bent under the pressure. Clearly, a fish had taken the bait. He quickly grabbed the rod and pulled back with all his strength. The force was considerable. This was clearly no small fish. When it surfaced, Suken realized it wasn't a fish at all. It was a sealed purple iron barrel. Unlike those previous black broken iron barrels, this iron barrel emitted a purple glow all over. Suken looked at the light refracted by the purple barrel with some surprise and quickly dragged it up. Upon opening it, he was delighted to find 10 neatly packed boxes of canned fruit and a piece of transparent glass panel inside. Acquired 10 boxes of canned fruit, glass +1. The system notification sounded. This made Suken slightly excited. Could this be a more advanced iron barrel? The system indicated that the purple iron barrel was of diamond grade, which meant that resources also had levels, and this wasn't the highest. Now that the glass materials were fully collected, he had initially planned to make a simple water purifier to get by, but now he could directly create a high-quality seawater purifier. After selecting a location, Suken brought out the materials. High-quality seawater purifier crafting requirements: wood 99, plastic bottles 66, glass 33. 3. He began crafting. The moment the materials disappeared, a funnel-shaped seawater purifier with a glass panel appeared in its place. All he needed to do was pour water into it, and it would quickly filter and purify. However, after purifying the water, a container is still needed to hold it. Sukan focused on the water basin and began extracting materials. Conditions for crafting a water basin: wood 05, hemp rope 03, palm leaves 02. He started crafting. A large water basin appeared beneath the high-quality seawater purifier. Then, using a piece of wood, he crafted a water ladle and began scooping water into the basin. He thought he would have to wait a long time, but as soon as the seawater entered the purifier, the funnel below started dripping rapidly. The speed was impressive. Within a few minutes, there was already half a bottle of mineral water. It seems the high-quality seawater purifier is truly remarkable. He scooped out a ladleful and tasted it. The flavor was indistinguishable from mineral water. Taking a few big gulps, the feeling of thirst finally disappeared. The water problem was solved. Now it was time to address the food issue. He casually tossed the fishing hook back into the sea, lay on the chair by the fire, and ate some canned fruit. Since there were plenty of cans, he decided to eat one to fill his stomach a bit. The canned fruit contained a variety of types and tasted quite good. He casually flipped open the parchment book and accessed the survivor's public screen. What kind of lousy water purifier is this? The water drips down one drop at a time. I've waited half a day and only got half a cup. I'm really thirsty too, and the water coming out of this purifier is still very murky. Who has more water? I can trade supplies for it. I have plenty of iron and wood. Sukan looked at the content on the sheepskin book without saying a word. He had an abundant supply of food and water, but those survivors seemed to still be stuck in the initial stage. At this moment, they were still troubled by these issues, which meant he could play the role of a small merchant. It seems he had found a path to wealth. Thinking about this, Sukan felt a bit excited. The fish and water he caught could be exchanged for supplies. As for the canned fruit, it would be great if he could trade it with some down-and-out beauties. He could gain their favor and receive rewards in return. Of course, the sheepskin book didn't have the ability to see through others' appearances, so this idea was just wishful thinking for now. He'd wait for an opportunity in the future. Just as he finished eating the canned fruit, the fishing rod suddenly bent sharply. He had caught a fish. Sukan quickly tossed aside the empty can and grabbed the fishing rod. Splash! A plump sea fish struggled as it was pulled out of the water. What a catch! It looked to weigh 2 or 3 pounds. He stepped forward and stunned the fish with a kick, cleaned it up, and threw it onto the fire rack to roast. Soon, the aroma of fish filled the air, spreading everywhere. Since seawater already contained salt, there was no need for seasoning. The fresh fish tasted even better. Once the fish was cooked, Sukan tore off a large piece with his hands and put it into his mouth. The day's hard work suddenly felt worthwhile. He realized that perhaps this kind of life wasn't so bad after all. Casually, he cast the fishing hook back into the sea again, and before long, another sea fish was caught. This time, Sukan didn't roast it but tossed it directly into the storage. After catching several more fish, he didn't find any more purple iron barrels. It seemed these barrels weren't so easy to come by. After taking out the palm leaves, he dried them with fire and casually wove a mat and bedding. Although there was no cotton, the thick grass quilt could still block the wind and keep him warm, and it was quite comfortable. Fishing while enjoying the sea breeze, he took big bites of fish meat and followed it up with some fruit. After eating and drinking his fill, Sukan let out a satisfied burp, lay back on his chair, and stared blankly at the vast, boundless ocean in the distance. It seemed that, at this moment, he was living the most comfortable life on the entire ocean. Looking at the 6 plump sea fish left in the small storage, Sukan thought for a moment and then took out the sheepskin book. After opening the shop, he kept 1 fish and put the rest on the shop list. He hoped each fish could be exchanged for 20 pieces of iron or 10 pieces of glass. If that didn't work, exchanging them for a large amount of wood and plastic would also be acceptable. At least 100 pieces of wood and 100 plastic materials. Of course, rare materials could also be used for exchange, but those would require bidding, and only items that caught Sukan's eye would be considered. He wasn't expecting to quickly trade for what he wanted. After all, survival had only just begun, and everyone's resources were still scarce. Waiting for the right price was the best choice. Sukan didn't put the canned fruit into the shop. On the ocean, the most lacking thing was vitamins, and prolonged fruit deficiency could lead to scurvy. Therefore, unless it was a special resource, he wouldn't trade it. Looking up at the star-filled sky, Sukan covered himself with a grass blanket and closed his eyes to sleep. Perhaps this world seemed fraught with crises and survival was difficult. But for Sukan, who had a system, none of this was a challenge. He was determined to conquer this vast ocean. For other survivors, this was a hellish and grueling first night. Almost no one slept. The sea, shrouded in black mist and devoid of any light, echoed with the sound of sharks tearing through the water as they swam by. Survivors were either consumed by the fear of darkness or lost in confusion about their future. The sharks swimming back and forth nearby made them even more afraid to sleep. The temperature dropped significantly at night, and without a fire, they could at least huddle with palm leaves for warmth against the wind. But without food and water, the night became unbearable. Many were already on the verge of collapse. collapse. In contrast, Sukan, after eating and drinking his fill, lay on a chair by the fire, wrapped in a grass blanket, and slept soundly. If any other survivors saw him, they would surely question their reality. Was this really not a vacation world? After Sukan fell asleep, the survivor chat exploded. Goodness, which guy brought all the fish to the store for trading? How rich is this guy? Doesn't he know how important food is? Can this stuff even be sold? But the price he's asking is outrageous. I do have some relatively rare resources on hand. I'll leave a message and give it a try. On the first day, almost no one could gather a large amount of resources, and Sukan had already considered this issue before listing his items. After all, not everyone could be as lucky as him. Sukan was now far ahead of everyone else, living a relatively comfortable life in the ocean survival world. Therefore, he proposed exchanging rare resources. For those survivors, nothing could compare to the importance of food, so he wasn't in a hurry to sell it. What if some lucky person found rare resources that weren't very useful to him? After all, no matter how precious the resources are, they only matter if people are alive to use them. Since he had come to this ocean survival world, he had to live better and stay ahead. When Sukan woke up, he stretched lazily, and the cool breeze blowing in refreshed him. After washing his face, he prepared the fish, roasted it over the fire, wrapped it in leaves, and started eating. Ding! System notification. Host daily check-in. Check-in. Check-in successful. Reward pet. 1 diamond grade treasure hunting polar bear. Upgradable. What the heck? A polar bear? Sukan was a bit dumbfounded. Could it be that he was in the Arctic now? After thinking it over, he felt relieved. In this world, all the glaciers had melted, and these polar creatures had adapted to the current environment. But he never expected that the sign-in system would deliver this thing to him the next day. While other survivors were still struggling to find food, he was already starting to raise a pet? Just as Sukan was in shock. Swish, swish, swish. A fluffy little creature was swiftly swimming toward him from the distant sea. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a miniature polar bear, seemingly a cub. A nearby shark was immediately alerted, opening its blood-red mouth and chasing after it. Clearly, the little polar bear wasn't as fast as the shark. The shark leaped forward, aiming to bite the little polar bear. Just as it was about to sink its teeth into the cub, the little polar bear suddenly shot out of the water, stepped on the shark's head, and used the momentum to leap directly onto the small bamboo raft. After getting on the small bamboo raft, the little polar bear looked terrified, clinging to Sukan's leg pitifully. Sukan squatted down and rubbed its small head. This fluffy little guy was quite adorable. Seeing it trembling with fear, he scooped it up into his arms. If this thing grows up, its combat power and intimidation would be no joke. The little polar bear licked Sukan's hand and face in a fawning manner. Definitely a licking bear. Here, calm yourself down. Sukan smiled and handed half of the grilled fish to it. The little polar bear's eyes lit up, and with its 2 small paws, it grabbed the fish and quickly stuffed it into its mouth. Its little mouth was stuffed full, and watching it eat so enthusiastically, it finished and then stared at Sukan with longing eyes, clearly wanting more. This thing sure can eat. Sukan's face darkened. Could it be that he was gifted a foodie? The little polar bear glanced at the remaining half of the fish in Sukan's hand, then seemed a bit embarrassed as it scratched its little bare head and held back its drool. It was probably the first time it had seen grilled fish and found it quite novel. Sukan didn't hold back with it either. If it got spoiled in the future, he wouldn't be able to afford to keep it. Hey, little guy, how much can you eat in a day? Sukan asked with a cheerful smile. Roar, 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 roar. The little polar bear excitedly bounced around, waving its tiny bare paws. 4 fish? Sukan looked at its mischievous yet adorable demeanor and couldn't help but laugh. The little polar bear immediately nodded, then pointed at the grilled fish in Sukan's hand and at the fire rack. Do you still want to eat grilled fish? Sukan smiled in surprise. It seemed this little guy had developed a taste for cooked food. It looked like he would have to take on the role of chef for this little polar bear in the future. However, having a companion on this vast ocean didn't seem too bad. Through the system's introduction, Sukan roughly understood the role of the little polar bear. It could help survivors salvage materials and actively search for resources. The little polar bear patted its small belly and leapt up excitedly, seemingly wanting to jump into the sea, feeling it shouldn't eat for free and wanting to bring something back. Sukan grabbed the little polar bear mid-air and pulled it back down. Don't rush, you're still so small. It's not safe for you to go into the sea to salvage materials right now. Just assist me for now. Sukan patted its little head, stopping its eagerness to prove itself. If it stayed nearby, it might be fine, but if it ventured too far and encountered a shark, that would be disastrous. He couldn't let his newly acquired adorable pet meet such an untimely end. Sukan told the little polar bear that it could step in when he salvaged materials and came across items like iron barrels. Seeing the little polar bear clinging to his leg with a confused expression, he said, "Come on, help me fish." Sukan mischievously handed the fishing rod to the bear and taught it how to fish. The little polar bear excitedly held the fishing rod with its small paws, squatting by the edge of the boat and patiently fishing. To be fair, this little guy was quite clever and turned out to be a great helper. Before long, the fishing rod suddenly dipped. The little polar polar bear quickly lifted the rod, pulling a lively, wriggling sea fish out of the water. After tossing it onto the small bamboo raft, it swiftly pinned it down with its furry little feet, then proudly carried the fish in its tiny paws over to Sukan, eagerly seeking praise. Sukan crafted a small net cage that could be dropped into the water. This way, the fish caught by the little polar bear could be thrown directly into the net, ensuring they stayed alive. Otherwise, if they were tossed into the warehouse, they would die. Although the warehouse prevented spoilage, fresh fish always tasted better. Sitting in his chair, Sukan picked up the parchment book and opened the store section, wanting to see if anyone could meet his requirements and trade for his fish. However, upon checking, he found that none of the 5 sea fish had been exchanged. After thinking about it, he realized it made sense finding someone who could meet his demands on the first day was nearly impossible. Yet, the message board was filled with people eager to trade for his sea fish, each offering their items for him to choose from. "Boss, I have over a dozen pieces of iron and dozens of pieces of wood. I'll give you all of them, please. Just give me a fish to eat. I'm so hungry. I've caught a few pearls here. Can I trade them for a fish? If I don't eat something soon, I won't make it. I've caught a pair of shoes. Want them?" Sukan shook his head helplessly, clearly uninterested in these items. Pearls and shoes were of no use to him. As for showing compassion, this was a survival world, brutally harsh. To be fair, these survivors had indeed fished up quite a few peculiar items: shark teeth, chopsticks, kettles. But none of these things were of any use. Sukan merely glanced at them. The next second, he actually spotted something that piqued his interest. In the list, there is a wooden flower pot made from a trash can filled with soil. On this vast ocean, soil suitable for planting is extremely scarce. Of course, it's not entirely impossible to find, as this ocean does have some land. However, according to the hints in the parchment, the land seems to be very dangerous, making soil all the more precious. Sukan took a closer look and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Wow, this isn't just ordinary soil. It turned out to be golden grade soil. Although there are no seeds to plant at the moment, soil of this grade must be acquired. Just as Sukan was feeling excited, he inadvertently glanced downward and happened to see the next item on the list: seeds. And not just any seeds, but platinum grade pear seeds. Such a precious item could actually be exchanged? Wait, Sukan suddenly remembered that not everyone on this vast ocean could see the item grades. In other words, only he knew how valuable this soil and pear seeds were. Moreover, in his hands, these two items could perfectly complement each other. Perhaps only he could obtain both and begin the planting phase. That soil seemed to be in abundant supply, and he could easily make a water-holding basin specifically for planting pears. Thinking of this, Sukan did not hesitate any longer and immediately chose to redeem it. There was no reason not to exchange for such items. If he could get his hands on these two things, he would no longer have to worry about vitamins in the future. On the ocean, fruits were already extremely precious. Now that he had soil and seeds, it would be easy for him to obtain them. In the parchment book store, the 2 fish he had listed were already gone. On the small bamboo boat, there was now a small flower pot and a bag of pear seeds. According to the parchment book store, as long as a survivor chose to exchange for an item, it meant the price had been finalized. Once he made the exchange, he could directly acquire the items. Gold grade soil, it contains dozens of times the nutrients of ordinary soil. Even dying plants have a chance of survival when planted in it. Even with ordinary seeds, the nutrients of the mature crops far surpass those of similar agricultural products. Platinum grade pear seeds requires soil with high nutrient content and is quite picky about the soil, needing at least silver grade soil to grow. With sufficiently high grade soil, its growth rate is dozens of times faster than that of ordinary pear tree seeds. The fruit not only quenches thirst but can also serve as a substitute for food to satisfy hunger. Sukan smirked with satisfaction. If those 2 survivors who exchanged the seeds and soil knew their importance, they probably wouldn't have traded them, even if it meant going hungry. Even if they truly needed food, they wouldn't have sold them for just a single fish. But this was a matter of mutual consent, like finding a bargain. Once the deal is made, there's no room for regret. Sukan squatted down to carefully examine the soil. It was black and dense, with a texture that looked excellent at first glance. Moreover, it seemed to carry a faint fragrance, like a mix of floral and fruity scents, which was refreshing and incredibly pleasant. The little polar bear also caught a whiff of the fragrance and immediately dropped its fishing rod, bouncing over excitedly. Holding the small flower pot with its 2 little paws, it was about to stick its head in to see if there was anything tasty inside. However, after rummaging around for a while, it found nothing edible and looked utterly disappointed, as if saying, "What a letdown." Sukan stifled a laugh and didn't stop it. The little polar bear glanced up at Sukan and, seeing him laughing at its expense, its face instantly darkened. It looked quite puzzled, as if wondering, what's so great about this dirt? Little one, you're not even human. How could you understand the importance of soil? Once the pears are grown, you can eat as much fish as you want every day. Roar, 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 oh, oh, roar. The little polar bear's eyes immediately lit up, and it started bouncing excitedly in place. Although it didn't understand what was so great about the soil, it did understand that it could eat as much fish as it wanted. Sukan learned from the little polar polar bear's information that in order for it to grow and level up, it had to eat its fill every day. However, this little cub didn't eat much for now, but once it grew up, a few fish wouldn't be enough to satisfy it. If it were another survivor, this creature would probably end up starving to skin and bones, having to find food on its own. The bond between a survivor and their pet is established through food as a means of taming. Although Sukin wasn't worried about the little polar bear betraying him, hunger might make it too lazy to do anything. Therefore, to raise this little one, his own resources had to be substantial enough. This young polar bear, once fully matured, could even tear apart several sharks around it with its bare hands. Sukin reopened the parchment book store and listed water for trade, hoping to exchange it for some wood, plastic, and iron. After all, the water basin was almost full, and if he didn't sell it, it would go to waste. With his current wealth, he didn't need to search for resources himself, he only needed to trade some surplus items. Soon, he exchanged for 100 pieces of wood, 100 pieces of plastic, and a dozen pieces of iron. Although most survivors now had water purifiers, their ordinary purifiers couldn't meet the daily water needs of survivors. Moreover, the water was relatively murky, unlike the clean and clear water purified by Sukan. Thus, trading for resources was relatively easy. Through the survivor public screen on the parchment book, he roughly understood that the resources survivors collected daily seemed to be limited, with almost no one gathering more than 100 items. Even if someone did, it was usually obtained through barrels. The resources near each survivor in the ocean were predetermined, ensuring their survival, but the supplies provided were just enough to sustain life. At this moment, Sukan was undoubtedly a tycoon among survivors. After constructing the water basin, Sukan planted fruit pears and watered them with fresh water according to the soil's needs. Fortunately, the soil didn't require much fresh water daily, about 500 milliliters was sufficient. The extra water each day can be used to exchange for supplies or to irrigate the soil. After planting, the system indicated that the fruit pear only takes 5 days to grow from sprouting to maturity. The fruit can be harvested once every half month, making the process incredibly fast. In other words, it won't be long before he can use a large quantity of fruit to maintain his health. He and the little polar bear only need a small amount of fruit to ensure they get enough vitamins, and the surplus is pure wealth. If this were taken to the store for exchange, he might end up with a huge haul again. It's practically a treasure trove. At that moment, a shark suddenly approached the side of the small bamboo boat, revealing a row of sharp teeth and opening its gaping mouth toward the boat. The little polar bear seemed to sense this unwelcome guest. Watching the shark gnawing on its boat, it angrily jumped up and roared "Oh, whoa, whoa" at the shark. Being young, it could only vent its frustration, as its small frame wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between the shark's teeth. "Little guy, can you outrun it in the sea?" Sukan recalled that when the little polar bear escaped, its speed didn't seem any slower than a shark's. Roar, roar, roar. The little polar bear put its paws on its hips, looking completely unconcerned, as if to say, "I'm not afraid of you." "Wow, I didn't expect that, little guy, you've got some skills." Sukan laughed in surprise, grabbing a roasted sea fish from the fire rack and stuffing it haphazardly into the little guy's mouth. The little polar bear immediately fell silent, its mouth stuffed full, and could only stand there with its paws on its hips, glaring at the shark. After swallowing the fish bones, the little polar bear immediately leapt into the sea, truly a little white bear of the waves. The shark glared angrily at the little polar bear. Was this a provocation? It immediately chased after the little polar bear, but the small white figure swam at an incredible speed, leaving the shark spinning in circles. Sukan watched this scene, dumbfounded. He never expected the little polar bear to be so agile. A moment later, the little polar bear quickly returned to the small bamboo boat, licking Sukan's hand proudly with a smug expression. Sukan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and silently grilled a fish for it. "Little guy, how's your combat ability?" Sukan grew increasingly curious about it. This was truly a great little helper. The little polar bear propped its small paw under its chin, seemingly deep in thought. Then it glanced at the remaining flower pots, pointed at them, as if seeking Sukan's opinion. "Not needed anymore." Sukan sat on the chair, watching it with great interest. The little polar bear picked up the flower pot, hesitated for a moment, then glanced at the shark in the distance and threw it without hesitation. The flower pot flew dozens of meters and smashed hard onto the shark's forehead. The shark roared in pain, leaping out of the water and searching for what dared to provoke it. When it saw it was a flower pot, it bit down on it furiously to vent its anger. A large gash appeared on its forehead, and the seawater was stained with a wide patch of shark blood. "Not bad, little guy." Sukan rubbed the little polar bear's head. The strength of this little one was truly terrifying. He hadn't expected a polar bear cub to have such power, which made him even more excited to see how it would grow in the future. Wouldn't this man and bear duo become the great overlords, stirring up trouble in the ocean? "Oh, whoa." The little polar bear let out a low growl, shrinking its head as if it greatly enjoyed Sukan's affection. "Little guy, from now on, I'll call you a woo cub." This little one kept going "oh whoa, oh whoa" all day long, so it probably liked the name. The little polar bear seemed somewhat dissatisfied, rolling on the ground a few times, but ultimately submitted obediently. Sukan let it play on its own and then glanced at his small bamboo raft. It seemed expansion was necessary. It was fine when he was alone, but now with the little guy plus the water purifier and the fire pit, the raft was getting a bit crowded. Sukin took out a small wooden hammer and gathered some wood and plastic materials. Moments later, the small bamboo raft was expanded into a medium-sized bamboo raft measuring 5 meters by 10 meters. The little polar bear seemed to sense the expansion of its territory and excitedly ran back and forth. The man and the bear devoured the freshly caught fish. Sukin lounged in a chair, basking in the sun, while the little rascal lay on the deck, patting its small belly. At this moment, the sea surged and then calmed down, revealing refreshed resources in the distance. Several iron barrels appeared again, counting them. There were 7 in total, even more than yesterday. However, these iron barrels seemed to be farther away than yesterday, with the nearest one about 10 meters away. If he waited for them to drift closer, it might be dark by then. Once night fell, visibility would be gone, making it impossible to hook them. After calculating carefully, Sukin figured he could confidently hook 4 barrels, while the remaining 3 were indeed a bit too far. Arrogant cub, it's your turn to step up. Sukin patted the little polar bear lying on the floor in a daze. The little polar bear jumped up with some dissatisfaction, seemingly protesting the name, feeling it was unworthy of its dignified polar bear identity, but it still obediently waited for Sukin's instructions. Arrogant cub, do you see those metal barrels? Rawr, I can handle the ones nearby myself. Can you take care of those 3 farther away? Ow. The little cub struck a pose, waving its tiny bare paws to indicate it was up to the task. The white bear cub darted into the water in a flash, causing a violent splash as it headed straight for the metal barrel. Once in the sea, the small, chubby white figure moved with remarkable agility, completely defying its plump appearance. At that moment, Sukin noticed a shark suddenly emerging in the distance, heading straight for the little cub. Sukin's heart skipped a beat. After all, this was the first time he was letting the little polar bear take action, and he had to ensure its safety. Having witnessed the little polar bear's potential, Sukin had grown increasingly fond of the little creature and absolutely couldn't let anything happen to it. He immediately pulled out Jung Taigon's professional fishing rod. To be on the safe side, he hooked a fish onto the line, slashed several large cuts into the fish's body to let blood cover it, and then forcefully flung it in the opposite direction of the little cub. The moment the sharks smelled the blood, their eyes turned blood red, and they stopped chasing the cub. They immediately turned around and swam toward the fish. The few sharks that had been preparing to surround the cub were all drawn to the bait. The effect of the fish blood was indeed remarkable. In the ocean, sharks have an incredibly keen sense of smell and can detect the scent of blood from kilometers away. The allure of blood to sharks is irreplaceable. Sukin smiled faintly and cast the fishing rod even farther. At this moment, there was no danger at all around the little cub. The little cub moved as fast as lightning. Watching the waves in the sea, it was clear that it was far faster than the sharks by a significant margin. It seemed Sukin had been overthinking. Even without these measures, the sharks wouldn't have been able to catch the cub. Truly worthy of being a diamond-grade polar bear. Sukin couldn't help but wonder how terrifying this creature would be if it grew to a super god level. Sukin swung the fishing rod back and forth, occasionally tossing the bait into the air, causing several sharks to leap up and down, splashing large waves of water. The intelligence of these creatures was truly questionable. Their minds seemed to be filled with nothing but thoughts of food. The little cub was now close to the metal bucket, clutching it with its tiny paws, and immediately ran back. Sukin watched the cub with a twitching corner of his mouth. This guy seemed to be even faster, returning with the bucket, splashing water all along the way. Goodness, it was like wielding a kitchen knife to chop electrical wires, sparks flying everywhere. The little cub forcefully tossed the metal bucket onto the boat with its bare paws. Once on board, it excitedly patted the bucket, as if asking whether there was something tasty inside. Sukin patted its little head and took out the freshly grilled fish to reward it. After all, this was its first time out at sea, so some comfort was in order. The little cub's mouth was stuffed full, and it stood with its hands on its hips, looking smug. After tasting success, Sukin once again pulled out a fish from the net bag, gutted it to draw blood, hooked it onto the fishing line, and flung it out forcefully. The sharks in the sea, which had just calmed down, instantly became frenzied again. These sharks seemed to have no brains, immediately rushing toward the spot with blood. They only remembered the lesson from the first time they were tricked, but after that, they completely lost their vigilance. The little cub saw that the sharks had been lured away and seemed a bit displeased, pouting as if to say, "I'm not afraid of them at all." With the little cub's help, retrieving the iron barrels became very smooth, and in no time, 3 iron barrels were piled up on the boat. Sukin personally retrieved the remaining 4 barrels. Although it was a bit strenuous strenuous, it was just a matter of time. The little cub hopped around on the side, calling out "oh whoa whoa" as if cheering him on. Finally, all 7 iron barrels were hauled up. Opening them all at once was indeed satisfying. The little cub helped pry open the lids of the barrels and immediately stuck its head inside, seemingly searching for something tasty. However, the little cub looked utterly disappointed. Inside the barrels were only wood, plastic, iron, and other materials. Ding! System notification. Fire rack upgrade list obtained. Required crafting materials: wood 30, iron 10, palm leaves 20. The fire rack can actually be upgraded? Ding! After upgrading the fire rack to platinum level, you can create top-tier cuisine even without seasonings. If upgraded to diamond level, it will have unexpected features. Can delicious food be made without seasonings? According to the system's description, the platinum level fire rack can not only grill fish but also fry, boil, and prepare fish in a variety of ways, each method bringing out different flavors in the food. Su-ken was worrying about what to do if he got tired of eating fish every day. After all, no matter how fresh and delicious fish tastes, it always carries the flavor of seawater and fish meat. Now, with this magical tool, wouldn't it be possible to prepare fish in all kinds of flavors? He had already experienced the power of diamond-level items. Jung Taigong's professional fishing rod was a prime example. Not only could it catch fish without bait, but it could also reel in resources like purple iron barrels. At this moment, Ao Zizi was lazily lying on the floor, patting its little belly, its face full of melancholy. Clearly, it was hungry again. Little guy, craving fish again? Su-ken pulled a fish out of the net to tempt it. The little cub instantly perked up, jumping to its feet. Its fluffy white bare paw pointed at the fire rack, clearly meaning, "I want grilled fish." It seemed that this little guy had exhausted all its energy earlier, which was why it had been so sluggish. "Don't worry, I'll make you something even tastier." Su-ken first took the excess water to the shop to sell, exchanging it for wood and iron. Although he still had plenty of materials, it was better to save where he could, as these resources would be needed later to expand the small boat. Next time, he wanted to expand it even larger. After all, this was his base of operations, and on the ocean, the bigger the foothold, the better. This would help avoid the threats of waves and sharks. After taking out the wood, Su-ken met the conditions for starting a fire. The upgraded fire rack immediately burst into flames. These flames were noticeably fiercer than before. Previously, the red flames from burning wood would flicker unsteadily in the wind, but now they resembled a large flamethrower, with the fire becoming more solid and concentrated. Upon closer inspection, the flame was dark red and extremely hot. The chill from the sea breeze brushing against the skin was instantly dispelled by the warmth of the fire. Unlike ordinary polar bears that enjoy the cold, Aozai preferred warmth. It had been very close to the fire rack, but the moment the flames leapt up, it was so startled that it quickly pulled back its little paws and retreated far away, afraid the fire might burn its fur. Using the remaining bits of iron, a barbecue plate, an iron pot, and a frying pan were crafted based on the sheepskin book. Looking at the few kitchen tools laid out in front of him, Su-ken felt secretly pleased. Since there were no fish left, he cast the fishing hook into the sea and had Aozai start fishing. Moments later, 3 plump sea fish were caught. The little one immediately wanted to throw the fish onto the fire to roast, but Su-ken quickly stopped it. "Don't rush, let me make you something delicious," Su-ken said with a smile, ruffling the little one's head. Under its confused and puzzled gaze, Su-ken swiftly cleaned and prepared the 3 fish. Then, he placed the frying pan on the fire rack, tossed the fish in, and began frying them, flipping them with 2 small twigs. The aroma of the fish quickly wafted through the air. The little cub crouched beside the frying pan, sniffing the enticing aroma and spinning around in excitement. Once the fish was cooked, Su-ken removed the frying pan from the fire rack. The platinum-grade fire rack was indeed extraordinary. Even without oil in the pan, it could control the temperature perfectly. Moreover, the fish came out golden on both sides, exuding a fresh and fragrant aroma. Su-ken divided the fish into 2 halves and used chopsticks he had crafted from small twigs to pick up a piece of fish to taste. The little cub looked at Su-ken's chopsticks in confusion, clearly not knowing what they were. It decided to imitate him and made its own pair of chopsticks. With its clumsy little bare paws, it struggled to pick up a piece of fish. After much effort, it finally managed to lift a small piece, and when it placed it in its mouth, its little eyes practically lit up with delight. If it could speak human language, it would surely shout, "This is insanely delicious." The little cub's learning ability was remarkable. It quickly mastered the use of chopsticks and became quite adept at picking up fish. Clearly, 1 fish was far from enough. After experiencing the benefits of the frying pan, the little cub excitedly eyed the other tools on the ground, eagerly anticipating even more delicious food. "You're getting spoiled, huh? Fine, I'll let you try something even better," Su-ken said as he placed a wok on the fire. This time, after adding the fish, he poured in some water and began to slowly stew the sea fish. The little cub looked puzzled. This thing was already in the water, so why put it back in the water again? Could it be that roasting it wasn't as tasty as throwing it into the water? It seemed that eating it directly in the sea would be more convenient in the future. However, when the aroma of the fish soup wafted out, carried by the sea breeze, the little cub's tiny nose sniffed laughed hard, almost diving into the pot. This time, Sukin had crafted 2 wooden bowls, not just for eating meat but for drinking fish soup. The fragrance of the fish soup was so enticing that even Sukin couldn't help but praise it. Even the most delicious fish soup he had tasted in restaurants in his previous life couldn't compare to even a tenth of this. The fish used in restaurants were mostly frozen sea fish, indistinguishable among dead fish, and often cheap varieties. This pot, however, was made with freshly caught sea fish, plump and fresh. Moreover, the upgraded fire rack enhanced the flavor of the fish soup. No one could resist this enticing aroma. "Little guy, this fish soup needs to simmer slowly. If you want to eat more, go catch some more fish," Sukin said with an amused smile, assigning it a task. After all, this was a great helper he had found just eating without working wouldn't do. Ow ow ow. The little cub not only showed no dissatisfaction but seemed as if it had been injected with adrenaline. It flipped up from the deck and eagerly ran off to fish, occasionally turning its head to look at the fire rack, eagerly anticipating the fish soup to be ready soon. Sukin, on the other hand, lounged comfortably in his chair, enjoying the gentle breeze on his face, feeling great. Now that he had a companion by his side, he wouldn't feel bored on the vast ocean anymore. Life felt almost divine. After opening the parchment book, Sukin noticed that complaints on the world chat screen were becoming fewer and fewer. "I've already expanded my little bamboo raft. It's now over a meter longer. How are you all doing? I found bread in the iron barrel I hooked up, so it looks like I won't go hungry today. You're so lucky? Why did I only find cigarettes? Is there any big brother who likes smoking willing to trade food for them?" The survivors seemed to have realized the benefits of supplies and were now actively scavenging for resources, striving to improve their chances of survival. Through their conversations, Sukin also learned about their progress. Most survivors now had access to drinking water, at least ensuring they could stay alive. Many had also built fire racks, and some were sharing their fishing experiences. However, even the lucky ones who managed to catch fish could only stretch a single fish over 3 days. The disparity was reminiscent of refugees versus those already enjoying food. Sukin remained silent, mainly because he didn't want to discourage the other survivors. He couldn't exactly share his experiences of grilling and stewing fish, could he? After some thought, he closed the sheepskin book. After experiencing an unprecedented delicacy, the little cub was brimming with enthusiasm, staring unblinkingly at the sea. Gradually, it managed to catch nearly 10 sea fish. Its fishing speed was quite impressive, even making Sukin marvel at its incredible luck. The aroma of the fish in the pot grew richer, and the little cub once again hopped over to the pot, drooling incessantly. By this time, the fish soup in the pot had turned a milky white, glistening and bubbling continuously. Just about ready. Sukin picked up a wooden bowl, served 2 bowls of fish soup and fish meat, and handed one to the little cub. The little cub carefully held the bowl with its tiny bare paws, took a small sip, and then eagerly began gulping it down. The little cub licked the bottom of the bowl clean, waving the small bowl with its bare paws, indicating it wanted more. "Wow, you really think I'm your personal chef? Go serve yourself." Sukin rolled his eyes at it in mock annoyance. The reason he made it go through the process was to teach it these basic tasks, so that all the cooking duties could be handed over to it in the future. The little cub didn't mind, hopping around as it picked up a small wooden spoon and scooped a big bowl of fish soup. Sukin tasted a sip of the fish soup and found it even more delicious than it smelled. In the art and pursuit of eating, humans are clearly ahead of animals. However, when it comes to eating quickly and having a big appetite, animals are obviously superior. Sukin hadn't even finished his first bowl, and the little cub had already downed 3. Even so, the little cub still found the bowl too small, seemingly wishing for a basin or even to eat straight from the pot. "Foodie bear, foodie soul, foodie bear needs a basin to eat." Sukin couldn't help but shake his head in tease. Afterward, he actually made a special eating basin for it, so that in the future, if it got hungry, it could knock on the basin, and he would understand it wanted food. After finishing off a big pot of fish soup, Sukin once again demonstrated to the little cub how to fry, grill, and steam fish. Out of 10 fish, 3 were set aside for trading, and the rest were all cooked. A man and a bear sat face to face, starting their meal. It was only then that Sukin realized the fish he cooked also had different grades. For instance, the most basic grilled fish he used to make was only at the bronze level, but now, with the upgraded fire rack, the grilled fish could reach the gold level. As for the deliciousness rating of this pot of fish soup, it had even achieved diamond level. Any of these dishes, taken out casually, could easily outshine 5-star restaurants. This was truly bringing out the ultimate flavor of the ingredients. If these grilled fish and other dishes could be traded, they would surely fetch better supplies. However, this would only work with survivors who had developed well and started to care about the quality of life. After all, ordinary survivors would be overjoyed just to trade for a single fish to eat. Moreover, to build a reputation, it would still be necessary to target a more stable consumer group to establish a long-term business. Sukin had already begun to imagine himself becoming a top chef on this vast ocean. After eating and drinking their fill, both the man and the bear felt utterly lazy, lying separately at the bow and stern of the boat. The little bear cub had a piece of seaweed in its mouth, crossed its legs, and gazed up at the sky. Sukan planned to stay up late tonight because he intended to put the remaining fish up for trade. Today was the second day, and although the survivors were actively searching for supplies, not many managed to find food. Since it wasn't dark yet, putting the fish up too early wouldn't yield good results. After all, some people were still holding on to hope and reluctant to part with their rare resources, preferring to spend more time searching for supplies. But by midnight, when these people could no longer scavenge for resources, hunger and cold would make rare items seem much less valuable. As for the wood and plastic floating in the distance, Sukan didn't bother to retrieve them. It would take several hours of effort, which wasn't as worthwhile as trading for 500 milliliters of water. As night fell, Sukan and the little cub leaned against the fire rack and fell asleep. It wasn't until midnight that Sukan got up, hung the fish in the marketplace, and waited patiently for someone destined to find them. When Sukan woke up, he found that the little cub had squeezed onto the lounge chair. This little guy was probably chilled by the wind in the middle of the night and snuggled into his grass blanket to shelter from the wind, clutching his leg tightly with its two little bare paws. A dignified polar bear afraid of the cold. Its sleeping posture was somewhat unseemly, with its 2 feet almost kicking Sukan's face. The white bear fur fluttered in the wind, resembling the fluff of reeds in a reed field. Although this little guy was small, it was quite heavy. No wonder Sukan was woken up by the pressure. It turned out to be this little troublemaker's doing. He pushed it aside and got up, waiting quietly for the shop's material exchange. This time, he increased the requirements for wood and other materials by 1/3 compared to before, believing that someone would come to trade. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the exchange conditions for wood and plastic were met, and 2 fish were traded away. Originally, he planned to see if there were any rare materials available at night, but unfortunately, after watching for a long time, he didn't find anything worthwhile. It seemed that these survivors either didn't know what rare materials were or simply hadn't managed to obtain any. The sky quickly brightened. This marked the 3rd day of survival at sea. Ding! Daily check-in system notification. Check-in. System reward. Obtained a diamond-level special tool. A toolbox appeared in front of him, and upon opening it, there was a white iron rod inside. According to the system's prompt, this white iron rod could transform into any tool needed. Sukan held it in his hand, thinking of turning it into the shape of a hammer. The white stick immediately transformed into the shape of a hammer. In other words, he no longer needed to build any tools in the future. Aozai looked at the shape-shifting stick, his curious eyes sparkling brightly. Sukan handed the stick to him, and Aozai immediately started playing with it, though the scene looked a bit peculiar. After Aozai got tired of playing, he stored the golden cudgel in the warehouse. Sukan exchanged all the remaining fish, and now his wood and plastic resources were both around 200, while his iron reserves were sufficient to build some small items. Currently, he still had 2 diamond-grade materials and a platinum-grade sapling. After a night, the pot had already sprouted a pear tree seedling, with vibrant green buds that looked very fresh. It would still take some time for the fruit to grow, so he decided to wait patiently. Aozai had already started fishing, as all the stock had been eaten up, leaving no choice but to catch more. His serious and focused demeanor was betrayed by the expression on his face. Before the fish was even caught, drool was already dripping from his mouth. This little guy was probably thinking about which cooking method to use later. Sukan opened the parchment book, and the survivors' complaints on the public screen continued. Although most of them had built filters and fire pits, food remained a source of worry for them. According to the survivors' accounts, the seaweed on the surface of the water was edible, and with some luck, they could catch a few shrimp. Although catching fish was rare, it was at least enough to ensure survival. However, some people had lost all hope of survival, despairingly complaining and calling for help. With no land in sight on the ocean, there was no thought of survival. Forever drifting on the sea, hunger and cold constantly attacked their willpower. Many survivors stood at the edge of their boats, even contemplating jumping directly into the water. Rather than struggling daily with no way out, some felt it would be better to end it all. Yet, more survivors were striving to fight against nature. They tried their best to gather any usable resources around them. No one complained about unfairness, as everyone was facing the same situation. If others could survive, why couldn't they? Sukan sighed and closed the sheepskin book. After all, not everyone could be as lucky as him, turning survival into an improvement in the quality of life. It seemed he had already far outpaced others. Just as Sukan was about to widen and lengthen the small boat, he suddenly noticed the fishing rod in Aozai's paw sinking. It was clear a fish had been caught. Yet, Aozai stood dazed by the edge of the boat. Aozai, what's wrong with you? Sukan walked over to it and patted its little bare head. Ao. Aozai suddenly started bouncing excitedly and pointed into the distance, seemingly anxious to tell Sukan something. Following its gaze, Sukan was stunned to discover a black object in the distance. As the small boat approached, it became clear that the black object was gradually turning green. Was it plant green? The object grew larger and larger, and as it came into view, it turned out to be a small island. After drifting on the sea for 3 days, they finally saw land. Even Sukan felt extremely excited. Although he had been living well on the sea, he was still a man of the land, and he missed the feeling of having his feet firmly firmly on the ground. The lush green plants became increasingly distinct, and he could see coconut trees on the island and golden beaches along the coast. Sukan's heart skipped a beat, and instinctively he thought, if this small island had not yet been discovered, then all the wealth on the island would be his. However, a small island like this was certainly not a place to stay for long. Not to mention the potential dangers on the island. If other survivors landed and discovered him, they might covet his possessions. Thus, the sea was the safest place. But if there was no one on the island, he could quickly loot all the resources he could carry, like a treasure hunt. Just the thought of it made Sukan excited. No matter what, the priority was to get ashore quickly. Alright, little guy, it's your turn. Sukan rubbed its little head. Roar, roar, roar. The little cub seemed to be saying, no problem, watch me. It ran to the stern, its two small feet spinning like wind firewheels, rapidly propelling the small boat forward. Sukan pulled out the golden staff and transformed it into a paddle, continuously rowing to control the direction. The small boat sped toward the island. The outline of the island became increasingly clear, and they could even see a wild goat darting through the forest. Upon reaching the shore, Sukan did not stop immediately. He cautiously had the little cub continue pushing the boat, circling the island for half a day. Only after confirming there were no signs of human presence did he feel at ease. No matter what, it's always better to be cautious. Humans are even more dangerous than the sharks in the sea. Sharks lack intelligence, but you can never truly know a person's heart. However, Sukan now faced a new problem: how to keep the boat from drifting away. He definitely needed to bring Aozai ashore. The small boat would inevitably be blown away by the wind and waves, which would be a big problem for him. Sukan opened the parchment and looked at the crafting page to see if he could make an anchor. The anchor was extremely expensive, requiring not only 30 pieces of iron but also 100 ropes. Although he had enough materials to craft it, when he saw that the anchor could only be used once, Sukan decisively gave up. It had taken him a lot of effort to accumulate some iron and supplies, and using them like this would be a huge waste. He tried to think of a way to save materials while also preventing the boat from drifting away. At that moment, his gaze fell on the palm leaves on the chair. Couldn't these be exchanged for ropes? Looking at the coconut trees not far from the shore, couldn't he just tie the rope to a tree? Sukan immediately chose to exchange for dozens of ropes, each 1 meter long. These dozens of meters of rope were more than enough. He tied the rope to the stern of the boat and had Aozai grab the other end and swim toward the shore. Aozai understood Sukan's intention, bit the rope, and jumped straight into the sea. The little cub swam at an incredible speed, stirring up a splash of waves, and in a flash, it reached the shore. Sukan continued steering the small boat as close to the shore as possible, otherwise, he would have to swim back and forth. After tying the rope to a coconut tree, the boat was only about 7 or 8 meters from the shore. Sukan jumped directly into the sea and walked toward the shore. He thought he would have to swim a bit further, but as soon as he jumped in, Sukan shivered and found himself leaping straight over the shallow water and landing on solid ground. Could it be that his physique had been enhanced by the system? But the system hadn't given any notification about that. The little cub stood on the shore, hopping around as it waited for Sukan. When it saw Sukan leap right in front of it, it was momentarily stunned. But there was no time to dwell on that. The priority was to gather resources from this island. If they didn't thoroughly scavenge the island, it would feel like a waste of its existence. Let's go, time to work. After getting ashore, Sukan rubbed the little cub's head and took out the golden cudgel. Having discovered a new land this time, the shape-shifting golden cudgel would prove to be incredibly useful. With it, gathering resources would be much easier. Sukan transformed the golden hoop rod into the shape of a large machete and tossed it to Aozai. Aozai was clearly enamored with the weapon and went under a palm tree, swinging the machete forcefully. This little guy's strength was truly impressive. With one chop, wood chips flew everywhere, and the blade sank deep into the tree. After a few swings back and forth, the palm tree was felled. When the palm tree was cut down, Sukan gained 10 palm leaves, 10 wood. The harvest was quite decent, considering this was just a relatively slender palm tree with a diameter of about 20 centimeters. A small tree. Sukan glanced at a nearby palm tree with a diameter of over 40 centimeters and couldn't help but direct the little guy to it. Aozai, immersed in the sharpness of the weapon, charged forward and began hacking away furiously. This tree was much sturdier, and even Aozai had to exert considerable effort. Harvested 30 palm leaves, harvested 30 wood. This was an unexpected surprise. Sukan had thought getting 20 would be enough, but it turned out that the robust tree wasn't a simple 1 + 1 equation. Bang, bang, bang. Aozai seemed addicted to chopping and rushed toward another tree, hacking away wildly. Sukan, who was reaping the rewards of wood and palm leaves, naturally felt delighted. This was practically training Aozai's strength. Well done, little Ao. Sukan generously praised it a few times and rubbed its little head. Ao, Ao, Ao. Little Ao expressed that it could chop down 10 more trees. Sukan did not stop the excited little Ao but instead walked over to the coconut tree. He found a dry branch and poked down a few coconuts from the tree. Carrying the coconuts, he came to little Ao, who looked exhausted but showed no intention of stopping. Sukan forcefully smashed a coconut against a rock, causing causing it to crack. Little Ao, come and try this. Sukan knew little Ao couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food, so he used the coconut to lure it. Only then did little Ao put down the golden staff in its hand, happily running over, grabbing the coconut, and pouring the coconut juice into its mouth. The water inside this coconut wasn't much, but the taste was sweet and fragrant, with a hint of creaminess. This kind of wild coconut tasted amazing, and if something like this were put up for sale in the marketplace, it would surely fetch a good price. However, Sukan didn't do so. For survivors, fish held greater value. Moreover, Sukan had no intention of cultivating coconuts. Coconut trees were too large, and just one would almost take up his entire boat. If even fish couldn't be traded for rare resources, let alone coconuts. Due to the low water content of coconuts, they couldn't be used as drinking water, and the coconut meat inside couldn't serve as food. So, this kind of thing could only be sold as a luxury item. Aozai used the golden cudgel to poke down 7 or 8 coconuts, drank to his heart's content, and then ran off to continue working. Sukan went to the seaside to see if he could gather some seafood. Arriving at a rocky pit, the seawater was crystal clear, and on the rocks lay a few dark, spiny, ugly sea cucumbers, along with some oysters, abalones, and a variety of fish and shrimp. These sea cucumbers and abalones were highly nutritious. If these things were traded in his previous life, they would be incredibly expensive. Sukan brought them back, planning to nourish himself in the evening. Meanwhile, Aozai had already chopped down more than a dozen small trees. Sukan collected the wood Aozai had cut and let him rest for a while. Don't wander too far. Aozai was happily roaming around nearby. Since the island was deserted, Sukan just let him be. Roar, roar, roar. Before long, the little cub came running back, holding a watermelon in its 2 small bare paws that was even bigger than its tiny belly. A watermelon? Sukan hadn't expected that in the short time the cub had been gone, it would manage to bring back a watermelon. What mattered wasn't the fruit itself, but the seeds inside. Well done, little cub, Sukan said as he took the watermelon and split it in half, sharing it so each had a portion to quench their thirst. Watermelons were a rare and valuable item in the marketplace, and if they could be cultivated in large quantities, they would be even more popular than pears. For the little cub, who could eat fish without spitting out the bones, Sukan specifically instructed it to make sure to save the watermelon seeds. This made the cub nibble at the watermelon in tiny bites, afraid of swallowing all the seeds and unable to enjoy a big feast, which left it feeling frustrated. Once the watermelon seeds were collected, Sukan was surprised to discover that the seeds actually had levels. The large pile of watermelon seeds in front of him suddenly disappeared, leaving only 2 seeds behind. Platinum-grade watermelon seeds. What an unexpected surprise. It seemed that these fruits didn't require manually collecting the seeds. As long as the fruit was harvested and eaten, the seeds would naturally appear. But to be honest, even Sukan felt completely satisfied with such high-grade watermelon seeds. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened, and only 7 or 8 palm trees remained on this island. Standing by the shore, gazing at the boundless sea, Sukan was filled with emotion. After drifting at sea for several days, he had finally returned to land. However, he did not plan to spend the night on the island. Instead, he intended to harvest the remaining palm trees and then return to the ship to rest. He was still unclear about the situation on the island. If there were venomous snakes or fierce beasts, it would be troublesome. Although his physique had inexplicably improved, it's always better to be cautious, better safe than sorry. After collecting the last few palm trees, Sukan and Aozai came to the seaside, lying on the rocks with coconuts in hand, watching the sunset. Although he could also lie on the ship and watch the sunset, the feeling of being on land was ultimately different. The sky was still early, so he decided to stay on land a little longer while he could. Taking advantage of the beautiful sunset scenery, Sukan leapt back onto the boat, retrieved a small bundle of flames and a few fish, and returned to the shore. He sent Aozai to gather some dry wood and temporarily set up a fire rack. He placed the collected sea cucumbers, abalones, and sea fish into a pot, then went to pick the last remaining coconut from an unharvested coconut tree. Although the seafood cooked on the makeshift fire rack on land wasn't as delicious as on the bamboo raft, the original flavors of the seafood were perfectly brought out, pure and unadulterated. One man and one bear enjoyed the sea breeze while savoring the seafood, gazing at the coastal scenery, and exclaiming how delightful it was. Sukan glanced at his small warehouse, and the inventory was truly impressive. Wood, 270, plastic, 150, rope, 30, iron, 30, palm leaves, 200. If it weren't for the significant amount of palm leaves used to tie the boat earlier, the stock would have been nearly overwhelming. He originally planned to store more supplies and use the wood to expand the small boat, but now he realized the plastic was severely lacking. He could only trade fish for it, as he couldn't let the balance between wood and plastic be disrupted. Sukan took out the parchment book, opened the system store, where 2 fish were still listed but hadn't been sold yet. He glanced over and saw someone taking out rare materials, but they really weren't very appealing. The best items were just blueprints for crafting materials, but unfortunately, the crafted items were of too low a level. After adjusting the required items, sure enough, someone quickly came to make an exchange again. Many people had already already collected over 100 pieces of wood, bringing them all out in hopes of trading with Sukan for fish. Workers with a worker's soul, ultimately reduced to being food enthusiasts. Being able to have a full meal after a hard day's work was enough to satisfy them now. The real nightmare would be working hard all day and still not having anything to eat. That would be the worst. So they were willing to trade these materials for food. Of course, there were also those who would rather endure hunger to expand their fishing boats. They had discovered that after expanding their boats, the resources around them became more abundant. Although they could only stave off hunger with seaweed and random scraps, going a bit hungry was a sacrifice for a better life. Perhaps this is the difference between those with the courage to invest and those who seek immediate comfort. Wood, 470, plastic, 470, rope, 30, iron, 30, palm leaves, 200. At this moment, his warehouse was practically a treasure trove. Looking across the vast ocean, his stockpile could crush everyone else's. Let's go, Aozai. Time to head back to the ship. Sukan extinguished the flames, buried them with sand, and led Aozai back to the ship. Returning to the ship felt like coming home. Perhaps he had already grown accustomed to life on the ocean. Apart from dangerous creatures like sharks, the ocean was vast and empty, making it relatively safe. However, the emptiness sometimes brought an inexplicable sense of loneliness, especially at night. The silent ocean, with visibility limited to just a few meters around, was the easiest place to feel overwhelmed. Fortunately, having the little companion Aozai around added a lot of joy to life. Lying on a chair and watching the sky gradually darken, Sukan took out a professional fishing rod, the kind used by Jiang Taigong, and tossed it to Aozai, letting it fish for fun nearby. He pulled out a parchment and opened the survivors' public screen. He needed to understand the current situation of other survivors to grasp business opportunities and track his own progress. I used to think not being able to afford a house was tragic, but now I just feel lucky to have a rented place to stay. Oh, to return to my rental and enjoy a steaming bowl of instant noodles. It's so hot during the day on the sea that the water in my body evaporates quickly. I even built 2 water purifiers, but it's still not enough to drink. I have enough water, but I'm so hungry. Every day I can only eat some grass to survive, and now I'm so starved that I'm seeing stars. By the way, have you heard about that tough guy out here on the sea? He puts fish and water up for sale every day. I even traded some supplies for a fish today. This guy is ridiculously rich. Sukan skimmed through some of the more important chat messages and roughly understood their situation. Among these people, some had already started working hard, expanding their base camps to gather resources. Those who were surviving better had managed to solve their water issues, but food remained a significant challenge for them. Those struggling to survive don't even need to be mentioned. They're still crying and complaining about the world. It seems he's already far ahead of them without even realizing it. The little bear cub was hopping around, pulling the fish back. Before long, it tossed the fish onto the boat. With a swift paw, the cub smacked the flopping fish unconscious. After swallowing a gulp of saliva, it eagerly ran off again to fish. The reason for fishing so late at night was partly to prepare breakfast for the next morning and partly because they simply wanted a snack. Perhaps this is the extravagance of a nouveau riche. Although there was plenty to eat by the seaside, both the man and the bear had recently become particularly picky, so they hadn't actually eaten much. They had a small outdoor fish stew purely for the atmosphere. Sukan also needed to prepare the seeds he brought back for planting. The sooner the watermelons were planted, the better. While other survivors were still struggling to solve their food problems, the food in his hands was nothing short of a fortune. After all, the usefulness of wood and plastic has already been recognized by other survivors. With just these 2 materials, one can expand and acquire resources. In the store, these 2 have become hard currency, almost like money. The more you save, the more advantageous it becomes. Wood and plastic will never depreciate in value, but things like fish and watermelons can only fetch high prices when you're ahead of others. Once other survivors also obtain food supplies and master planting techniques, these items will become very cheap. He wouldn't let this island go easily. He had just entered the outskirts of the island and already obtained platinum-grade watermelon seeds. Surely, there must be surprising discoveries deeper inside. Oh, the little guy caught another one. No time to think too much. Sukan quickly started cleaning the fish. First, he needed to fill his stomach. Tomorrow morning, he still had to salvage iron barrels, and if he slept late, he wouldn't be able to get up in time. The early bird catches the worm. The taste of the mundane world is full of the essence of daily life, and perhaps it is the ordinary that brings the most peace of mind. How many people living an ordinary life can manage to eat their fill on the vast ocean? After experiencing the flavors of food cooked on a platinum-grade fire rack, both the man and the bear found it hard to go back to regular food. While fishing, the little bear kept glancing back at the grilled fish on the fire rack. No one could resist the tempting aroma of such delicious food. However, after obtaining the fire rack, Sukan didn't pay much attention to it. As for the surprises that might come with upgrades, they didn't seem necessary to Sukan for the time being. The platinum-grade fire rack was already capable of satisfying all their culinary cravings. They could think about upgrades once they grew tired of these flavors. After flipping to the crafting page of the parchment book, Sukan replaced the iron with nails, took out some wood, and crafted a large wooden basin. Carefully examining the description of the soil under the apple tree, Sukan discovered that this gold-grade soil could actually be blended with regular soil. This meant a portion could be allocated to ensure the growth of the pear tree. However, at most, only 3 portions could be divided. Any more would compromise the nutritional supply for a single seed. After Sukan created the square wooden basin over a meter wide, he used the golden hoop rod to transform it into a shovel, distributing soil into the basin. He placed watermelon seeds inside, watered them thoroughly, and could then simply wait for the fruits to mature. Platinum-grade watermelon. The fruit can help survivors alleviate hunger and also address minor health issues. Unexpectedly, these watermelons also had a certain degree of healing effect. Although they were only effective for minor ailments like colds, having such a remedy on the ocean was practically a miracle drug. The soil in the wooden basin was sufficient for now, but once the fruit trees and watermelon seedlings matured, the soil would definitely not be enough. Therefore, some ordinary soil would need to be added to cover the roots and so on. After coming ashore, Sukan collected a bit of soil and was about to return when a sudden idea flashed through his mind. This soil was an extremely precious resource. If he could take it to the store for trade, wouldn't he strike it rich? After all, there was an entire island in front of him, with as much soil as he could possibly need. Just as he was excitedly preparing to dig up the soil, he suddenly saw Aozai watering the basin. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he dismissed the idea. Other survivors had just complained in the sheepskin book about not even having enough water to drink. Even if he gave them soil, what use would it be? They were already struggling with scarce water resources. How could they possibly spare water to grow fruit? The gap between people suddenly became apparent, and he realized that not everyone could live like him. However, it wasn't that he couldn't sell anything, he could sell some water along with it. Although the price might not be high, any profit was better than none. Like a true small-time merchant, he was already calculating what price would be appropriate. Back on the small boat, he placed the soil he had brought back into the pots and watered the watermelon seeds and apple saplings generously. If other survivors saw this, they would definitely fight Sukan to the death. What a waste of resources. Others couldn't even afford to drink water, and here he was using it to water soil. But so what? What did other people's opinions matter to him? If he didn't water them and the seeds died, would they compensate him? After finishing the seed cultivation, the little cub couldn't wait any longer. It ran to the fire rack, grabbed a fishtail, and stuffed it directly into its mouth. The result? The little guy burned its paws so badly that they curled up, and it kept spitting and swallowing the fish while facing the sky. Damn, you really are something else. Sukan couldn't help but slap his forehead, his face full of black lines. This little guy was the epitome of not learning from its mistakes. This wasn't the first time it had burned its little paws, but Sukan knew the little guy's resilience well. Once, it even put its paw on a red-hot iron plate, yelping in pain and jumping straight into the sea. Yet when it got back on the boat, its paw was completely fine. This little guy has thick skin and strong resistance, with quite astonishing defense capabilities. However, it's still young and more sensitive to pain. Sukan shook his head helplessly, mocking the little guy while reaching out to pick up the fish. But as soon as he realized what he had done, he almost threw the fish away. What was going on? He had been so focused on mocking the little guy that he forgot he hadn't used chopsticks and had grabbed the fish directly with his hand. Yet, the fish in his hand felt surprisingly warm and comfortable. Sukan frowned and gently touched the reddened iron plate with his hand. Nothing happened? Sukan seriously suspected that he might have lost his sense of pain. When he placed his entire hand on the iron plate, he felt warmth, as if he were touching a hand warmer. Could it be that my physique has truly improved? Sukan pondered, resting his chin in thought. Looking closely at the iron plate, there was a blazing fire rack underneath it, and even the fish on the iron plate was cooked. It couldn't possibly be a problem with heat conduction. To prove whether this was just his illusion, Sukan mischievously glanced at the little rascal and tricked it into coming back. The little cub finally managed to place the fish into the bowl and was just about to start enjoying it when, reluctantly, it came over. Little guy, let's test your defense. Under the cub's confused gaze, Sukan pointed to the red-hot iron plate. Before the cub could react, its little bare paw was suddenly grabbed and pressed directly onto the iron plate. The cub's mind was filled with question marks, and its pupils gradually widened. Ow, 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 ow. The cub let out a childish wail of pain, its 2 little feet hopping around frantically, the whole bear looking utterly miserable. Why are you crying? There's nothing wrong, is there? Sukan knocked on its little head and grabbed its paw to show it. Tears swirled in the cub's eyes, making Sukan feel a bit guilty. It looked at Sukan with an expression that said, "You abused me. I may not be human, but you are definitely a dog." It watched as Sukan pressed his own hand onto the iron plate, then lifted it to show the cub completely unharmed. Under the same circumstances, neither the man nor the bear seemed to fear the heat. If it were the cub, it would make sense, as it was a diamond-level pet with high physical resistance. However, Sukan hadn't received any system notification about resistance enhancement. Could it be that the cub's physical resistance was bound to him, allowing its abilities to be shared with him? If that were truly truly the case, Sukan's speed and strength would improve both in the sea and on land. But on the ship, he had no way to test it, and speed couldn't be measured either. As for strength, it's not like he could flip the ship over, right? The best option would be to jump directly into the sea. But in the middle of the night, visibility was poor, and what if he encountered a shark? Forget it, testing could wait until morning. After finishing his fish, Sukan lay back in his chair, covered himself with a grass blanket, and prepared for a good night's sleep. Seeing Sukan asleep, the cub burrowed into the blanket and curled up in his arms. This little guy really didn't realize how heavy it was. The cub tucked its exposed feet back in and, seeing that Sukan didn't react, finally settled on his chest and fell asleep peacefully. Once the cub's body warmed up, its fur felt quite comfortable to the touch, and its body was soft and cuddly. In his sleep, Sukan couldn't resist hugging the cub and giving it a few gentle squeezes. The cub woke up, looking utterly exasperated, but upon seeing Sukan still sound asleep, it could only protest silently. Unknowingly, it was already the fourth day of survival at sea. The sun rose from the eastern horizon, shining on Sukan's face as he slightly opened his heavy eyelids. Upon waking, Sukan felt a weight on his chest. No wonder he had a dream about being pinned down by a ghost last night, leaving him with a suffocating sensation. Aozai's entire furry body was sprawled on top of him. It was like having a bearskin blanket. Previously, Aozai would only half lay on him, simply seeking some warmth. But now, it seemed they had grown closer, as the entire bear had shamelessly climbed on top. Especially with Aozai still emitting low, rumbling snores, Sukan couldn't help but feel exasperated. Of course, this wasn't even the worst part. Aozai's bare nose was producing a massive snot bubble, slowly shrinking and expanding. It was truly disgusting. First thing in the morning. Bang! Sukan watched helplessly as the snot bubble grew to the size of an egg before bursting directly. Forget it, forget it. Sukan forced himself to suppress his nausea and wiped off the snot that had splattered onto his face. Pushing the little cub aside, he walked to the edge of the boat and washed his face to clear his mind. In the reflection of the water, he could see that his demeanor and appearance had matured significantly, no longer resembling the purely youthful look he once had. With the constant exposure to wind and sun every day, it was hard not to mature. Standing before the fruits of his labor, he noticed the apple saplings had grown sturdier, now as thick as a pinky finger. The watermelon seedlings had also broken through the soil, with two small green leaves swaying in the wind. Sukan felt very satisfied with this. The purification water in the wooden basin was overflowing, so he scooped some out to water the seeds and drank a small bowl himself. The excess water was taken to the shop for sale. After completing his morning tasks, Sukan clapped his hands and smiled as he looked up at the sky. Ah, a low bear growl sounded, and the little cub woke up from its sleep. It rubbed its face with its tiny bare paws, scrambled to its feet, and waddled over to cling to Sukan's leg, acting spoiled. Hey, don't wipe your snot on me, go wash up. Sukan disdainfully patted its little head. The little cub let go of the thigh and jumped straight into the sea, playing with the seagulls. After returning to the small fishing boat, it shook off the water vigorously. Under the sunlight, its bare fur quickly became fluffy and clean, and the white fur made people especially want to grab a handful. Ding, sign-in system prompt. Sign in. System reward. Acquired the skin characteristics of a great white shark, as well as its attributes. The host's swimming speed in the ocean can increase several times, along with enhanced water affinity and extended breath-holding time. Did he actually gain physical abilities? This was the first time Sukan received a system reward that granted the host's own capabilities. Previously, it was always items, but now it was directly applied to the host's body. The blood in his veins seemed to flow rapidly, and his skin tingled with a peculiar itch, as if his entire body was being gently stroked. The sensation was quite strange. Phew, I'm fine now. Sukan sat on the deck, panting heavily, and after a moment, glanced at his own body. On the surface, there wasn't much of a change, except that his skin appeared exceptionally smooth and tender, even slightly reflective. After surviving on the ocean for several days, his skin had become rough and darkened significantly. But now, it was fair with a rosy glow, moist and supple, with a faint hint of blue. The blue hue was subtle and hard to notice unless closely observed. His hair had also turned a watery blue. From a distance, looking at Sukan gave off a sacred aura, as if he were a child of the ocean. Gently touching his own skin, it felt incredibly smooth and truly comfortable to the touch. Ah whoa. The little cub, seeing Sukan suddenly change, curled up its small feet in fear. Don't worry. Sukan got up to comfort it. We're getting ready to retrieve those iron barrels. Your speed is even faster than a shark's. In a moment, just lure them away and play with them for a bit. Ah whoa. The little cub, excited at the thought of teasing those fierce fools in the sea, patted its small chest and bared its teeth at the sharks in the water, letting out two loud cries. Let's go. We'll head to the island first. Just as the little cub was about to jump into the sea and swim across, Sukan grabbed it by the scruff of its neck with one hand and took a few steps back. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly pushed off the ground, sprinted forward a couple of steps, and leapt forcefully toward the beach 7 or 8 meters away. In the air, Sukan's body rotated 360 degrees, causing Aozai to feel as if the world was spinning. The arc was exceptionally graceful, slicing through through the sky like a parabolic curve. If the national sports team from his previous life saw this, they would undoubtedly invite him to join. Whoosh! Sukin put Ao's eye down. As soon as it landed, it couldn't even stand properly, its eyes spinning with stars as it collapsed to the ground. Looking at the coconut tree 100 meters away, Sukin crouched slightly and suddenly dashed toward the tree. Ao's eye hurriedly tried to get up, but just as it managed to stand, Sukin had already reached the coconut tree. With a powerful leap, he plucked 2 coconuts. By the time Ao's eye came to its senses, the coconuts were already being handed to it. This speed not only left Ao's eye stunned but also made Sukin himself feel a bit shocked. This physical enhancement is way too strong. If he were to participate in a sprint competition, he could easily win the championship. Seeing Ao's eye's admiring little eyes, Sukin rubbed its head and smiled. Your speed is just like mine. No need to envy. When you grow up, you'll be even faster. The little cub stomped excitedly, testing its speed. As expected, Sukan's enhanced physical abilities were related to the little guy. Their speeds were almost identical. This further confirmed the source of Sukan's strength. However, there was one ability the little cub didn't have. Sukin had an affinity for water, along with the great white shark attributes granted by the system. His strength and speed were already superior to a shark's, and now he had additional attributes. A bold idea suddenly popped into his mind. Should he go kill a shark? Do it! Sukin immediately grabbed the golden cudgel, ready to take down a shark. Sukin transformed the golden cudgel directly into the shape of a steel fork. Holding the steel fork aimed at the shark, its sharp spearhead gleamed under the sunlight. Little guy, do you see that lone shark in the distance? Don't go head to head with it later. Sukin planned to let Ao's eye distract the shark for a while. Through his observations, he discovered that the nearby sharks lacked patience. At most, they would swim 2 laps chasing prey, and if they couldn't catch it, they would stop to rest. This was also why these sharks could only damage one plank of the boat. Nature had designed them with limited stamina. This world is relatively friendly to survivors. If it weren't, a single shark could wipe out all survivors on the ocean. Ao's eye excitedly nodded its bare head and dove straight into the sea. Although its entry was somewhat clumsy, once it was in the water, its speed immediately increased. It was practically a little white bear in the waves, rapidly approaching the shark. The shark, which had been quietly swimming on the surface in the distance, instantly sensed a living creature approaching. How could it tolerate this? Its ferocity erupted in an instant. As the ruler of the ocean, it would never allow any intruder to trespass on its territory. Sukin didn't hesitate. Taking advantage of the time the little white bear was buying him, he also dove into the sea. The moment he entered the water, he felt no resistance at all, as if he was born to thrive in the water, moving effortlessly like a fish. Sukin immediately swam around to the other side of the shark. One person and one bear rushed swiftly toward the shark. Sure enough, the little cub hadn't lied to him. Its speed was far faster than the shark's. 2 white splashes streaked across the water's surface as the shark desperately chased the little cub, but it always fell just short of biting it. The mischievous cub would pull away a bit, then leap high out of the water and slap its little bottom in mid-air, as if to say, "Come and get me." The shark was completely enraged by the little cub, its eyes red as it furiously pursued it. However, it wasn't long before the shark's stamina began to wane, and it ultimately chose to give up. It glared angrily at the nearby sea surface, where the little cub was gleefully jumping around, making faces and slapping its little bottom, taunting it wildly. At this moment, Sukin was swimming toward the shark in the sea at an astonishing speed. His speed was several times faster than the little cub's. Without any resistance, Sukin dove directly into the water. Once underwater, he tried diving a few meters deeper and surprisingly felt no pressure from the water. This was the attribute brought by the shark's skin, as well as the benefits of his body being enhanced and modified. Sukin moved extremely fast in the sea, closing in on the shark. As he approached, the shark sensed a hint of danger and quickly looked down into the water, only to discover a human rapidly closing in on it. But sharks, as creatures, have no brains. It only knows that this provocation is even more outrageous than the little polar bears, and this human seems to want to do something to it. The shark hadn't yet recovered its strength, but it immediately plunged into the water and charged toward Sukin. Although it couldn't chase very far, as the tyrant of the ocean, when had it ever suffered such humiliation? This pride was etched into its very genes. As Sukin approached the shark, he suddenly burst out of the water. Watching the shark charge toward him, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Sukin's mouth. He immediately swam backward, deliberately slowing down a bit. He wasn't afraid of the shark catching up, only worried it wouldn't. He intentionally kept a slight distance. However, after chasing for a while, the shark felt the water getting shallower and shallower, and its strength was once again depleted. Its instincts told it not to go ashore, or it would would get stranded. But at this moment, Sukan also stopped. He picked up the steel spear in his hand and lightly pricked his fingertip, causing a few drops of bright red blood to emerge. The scent of human blood is an irresistible lure for sharks, a temptation strong enough to drive them mad. Sharks are not intelligent to begin with, and at this moment, it was completely enraged. It let out a furious roar and charged rapidly towards Sukan. The little cub had already made it ashore and was hopping around on the bank, cheering loudly for Sukan. Sukan paddled swiftly with one hand, blood spreading in the water. Such a small wound was like a needle prick to Sukan and would heal in no time. Using a few drops of blood to attract a shark, this deal was worth it. After all, this was the first time doing something like this, and Sukan wasn't entirely confident. Next time, he'd have to use fish or the blood of other animals. Sukan exerted all his strength to speed up, suddenly surging onto the shore with a powerful leap. Because the distance was so close, the shark's eyes were fixed solely on Sukan, to the point that it forgot it had already reached the coastline. The shark also gave its all, leaping into the air with its massive jaws wide open, aiming to bite Sukan. But its attempt failed, as it couldn't jump as high or as far as Sukan. After landing on the shore, Sukan turned around to look, only to see the great white shark writhing its body incessantly on the beach. Its massive jaws opened and closed repeatedly, the blood-red, razor-sharp teeth grinding against each other. Its bloodshot eyes stared intently at Sukan. Even on land, it hadn't given up on the idea of sinking its teeth into this human. Sukan shook his head helplessly and tossed the steel fork to Aozai. Aozai excitedly ran toward the shark after catching the steel fork, his playful side fully unleashed. He poked the shark with the fork and wiggled his little butt in front of it. This provocation made the shark feel humiliated. It twisted its body as much as it could, trying to get close to the little white bear and take a fierce bite. However, Aozai wasn't about to give it the chance. With one thrust of the steel fork, he pierced the shark clean through. Blood spread everywhere, soaking all the surrounding sand, but the shark's vitality was astonishingly strong. Even with a fatal wound, the shark continued to struggle and survive for quite a while. Moments later, its blood was completely drained, and it finally lay motionless on the beach. Aozai affectionately rubbed against Sukan's leg as if to claim credit, seemingly saying, "See how awesome I am. Well done." Sukan rubbed its little head, then walked over to the shark to examine it. He thought to himself that if he could skin the shark, perhaps its hide could be used to make some protective gear. Sukan picked up the steel fork, approached the great white shark, and first cut off its two fins before moving on to divide its body. This shark was enormous. It wasn't as noticeable in the water, but once ashore, it turned out to be a full 5 or 6 meters long. If he were to drag this thing back to the boat, there probably wouldn't even be room for people to stand. Moreover, the boat was already loaded with supplies, and there was no space for the shark. The only option was to dismember it. Fortunately, his strength had increased, so cutting up the shark was relatively easy. The shark was quickly dismembered, and all its parts were stored in the warehouse. Hey, little guy, ever had shark fin soup? This stuff is both delicious and highly nutritious. Sukan took out the pair of fins and waved them around. The little guy shook his head in confusion and walked over, opening his mouth to take a bite. "Are you dumb? Who eats it raw?" Sukan knocked him on the head in exasperation, then took out a stew pot and placed it on the fire rack. If this were taken to a store to sell, it would definitely fetch an astronomical price. In this vast ocean, there were no shortage of people who had once been wealthy, and coming to the sea, they would surely miss this delicacy. Even in his previous life, shark fins were incredibly rare. Even if those people were to offer their entire fortunes in exchange, they would probably agree. But with the limited resources of these survivors, they might only be able to trade for a single fish. The chances of selling these shark fins were almost non-existent. Might as well eat it ourselves, treating it as a way to nourish the body. Although Sukan's body was very healthy and not lacking in nutrition, didn't he just lose a few drops of blood earlier? Good things must be enjoyed personally. Aozai crouched by the pot, drooling as the aroma of the shark fin soup wafted out. The fish broth was crystal clear and thick, looking incredibly tempting. Moments later, the shark fin soup was ready. Sukan served 2 bowls and handed one to Aozai. The two of them devoured it in big bites. The taste was delicious, and the shark fin melted in their mouths. Among all the survivors scattered across the vast ocean, who could afford the luxury of having shark fin soup for breakfast? After eating and drinking their fill, the man and the bear lay on the deck of the boat, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, patting their bellies in unison, and exclaiming in satisfaction. Once they had rested, Sukan took Aozai to scavenge for supplies on the island. Adhering to the principle of not taking a single needle or thread from the island except for needles and thread, they frantically searched for resources. They chopped down palm trees when they saw them, picked coconuts when they found them, ate whatever was edible, and took away whatever wasn't. Wood, 570, plastic, 470, rope, 30, iron, 30, palm leaves, 300. Sukan looked at his little warehouse with satisfaction, having added a huge haul to his inventory. Exchanged water for 100 pieces of plastic to avoid an imbalance between wood and plastic. Wood, 570, plastic, 570, rope, 30, iron, 30, palm leaves, 300. The inventory started to skyrocket pocket again. Sukin vaguely felt that the potential of the small island had not yet been fully tapped. So far, they had only found relatively common resources, and Sukin had a hunch that even greater surprises awaited him ahead. Let's go, we'll head deeper into the island. Sukin led Aozai toward the depths of the island. Initially, Sukin was hesitant about venturing deeper, worried about the potential dangers lurking within. However, after his physical enhancements, Sukin decisively chose to explore. Now, his body was immune to toxins and resistant to injuries, and with Aozai by his side to alert him, he had no more concerns. Sukin held the golden cudgel in his hand and noticed that Aozai was empty-handed. He wondered if he should make a weapon for it as protection. After some thought, he decided to craft a spear for it using a tree trunk. Aozai immediately understood Sukin's intention and, with a single swipe of its paw, split a small tree with a diameter of 10 centimeters. Harvested 10 wood. Sukin suddenly wondered if he had misunderstood something. Isn't a bear's best weapon its paws? Why bother with a bicycle? It seemed like giving it weapons before was a complete waste. This guy didn't need any weapons at all. Its little bare paws could easily tear a tree apart with bare hands. Forget it, just use your bare paws to smack anything dangerous you encounter. Sukin helplessly patted his forehead, abandoning the idea of making weapons for it. The man and the bear hadn't walked far when a wild deer suddenly darted out from the nearby bushes. Go, cub! Catch it! Cub dashed out like a flash. In the forest, a white figure and a brown figure chased each other. Sukin immediately followed, flanking the wild deer from both sides. The wild deer was incredibly fast in the jungle, usually without any natural predators. After all, there were no leopards or tigers on this island, and even encountering a bear posed little danger. But today, this wild deer seemed utterly panicked and flustered. If it had intelligence, it would definitely curse out loud. Who the hell is human and bear? Of course, it was merely supplies and couldn't possibly possess such wisdom, at most experiencing some strange sensations. Cub rushed in front of the wild deer, came to a screeching halt, and clung tightly to its head with its little bare paws. The wild deer struggled desperately, trying to escape. Just as Sukin was about to step forward to help, he saw Cub suddenly leap up, its small feet directly kicking the deer unconscious. Whether it was dead or not was unclear. Indeed, a bear's best weapons are still its limbs. Sukin stepped forward, skillfully bled the deer, skinned it, and stored the meat in the warehouse. Collecting more deer hides could be useful for making coats to ward off the cold, as a campfire setup couldn't always be carried around. Just as Sukin finished tidying up, he saw Cub bouncing out from a nearby bush. On its little head was a flower crown, looking adorably cute. It even deliberately ran up to Sukin, acting all cutesy to curry favor. Sukin was just about to tease it when he suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly took the flower wreath off Aozai's head to examine it. Aozai tilted its head in confusion, pouting and looking at Sukin curiously. Flower? Sukin was quite surprised. The flowers on the wreath were very similar to blue enchantresses, just a bit smaller in size. Any colored flower could be used to extract pigments. The sheepskin book also mentioned tools for making dyes, but of course, the rarest part was always the materials. These materials weren't for crafting but were resources from which colors could be extracted. Aozai, where did you get this flower wreath? Sukin snapped back to reality. On the way here, he hadn't seen any flowers at all. After all, this was an island, and apart from coconut trees and shells on the beach, there was nothing else. Even venturing into the island's jungle, he hadn't seen any flowers. If it were other survivors, even if they encountered colorful flowers, they probably wouldn't dare to touch them. The law of the jungle: the brighter the color, the more toxic it is. Whether it's animals or plants, the deeper the color, the greater the toxicity. Of course, for Sukin, this was simply child's play after all. He was resistant to toxins. Aozai stretched out its little paw, pointing to the right. When Sukin arrived at the spot where Aozai had found the flowers, he saw a large open area ahead, filled with a cluster of blooming blue flowers. Harvest 50 blue enchantress flowers, 5 seeds. Sukin was somewhat surprised it really was the blue enchantress, though it seemed to be a variant and not the pure breed. When I'm out at sea in the future, if someone wants to hold a wedding, I'll sell them flowers. This was just a joke, of course. Sukin originally planned to use the flowers to make dye, but that wasn't the priority right now. Being on an island, the most pressing task was to venture deeper into its interior. It was already nearing noon, and time was ticking away. Having traveled this far, quite a bit of time had been lost. Sukin took out the grilled fish and water he had prepared earlier, ate and drank his fill, and then continued heading deeper. Sukin and Aozai had now completely reached the island's interior. At that moment, Sukin glanced at a spot not far away, where there was a small rocky hill. The hill's color was noticeably different from other minerals, appearing much darker and forming a stark contrast. After arriving at the foot of the mountain, Sukin discovered a small cave ahead, just big enough to accommodate them. The mine resembled a karst cave, and upon closer inspection, Sukin was surprised to find that it was constructed of metal. The elements contained here were abundant gold, silver, copper, and iron were likely all present. Previously, Sukin had been worried that items made of iron were easily corroded by sea winds. If he could obtain this type of ore, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. Sukan transformed the golden cudgel into a chisel and swung it forcefully at the small mountain. Several black stones fell to the ground and instantly disappeared. Obtained, metal ore X2. Metal ore can be used to replace any items made of metal. He hadn't expected the ore to be so versatile, no longer limited to requirements for iron or copper. It was practically a universal stone. Bear Cub, help me mine. Mining alone was far too slow, so he decided to let Bear Cub join in. And so, Bear Cub, a dignified polar bear, was sent to mine. It happily trotted around, completely unaware that its status had been downgraded. One man and one bear worked quickly, and the amount of metal ore they collected steadily increased. However, Sukan realized a problem. The ore from this mine wasn't counted by uniform size but rather by chance. For example, Sukan collected a fist-sized piece, and along with more than a dozen other pieces, it only counted as 2 units. In other words, although this metal mine appeared large, the actual amount of ore that could be collected wasn't much. The man and the bear were drenched in sweat from exhaustion, and in the end, they only managed to collect 10 pieces of metal ore. Well, it wasn't too little. The entire metal mine had been flattened by their digging. It was only because the two of them were so strong that they could work at such a fast pace. If it had been other survivors, they might have worked themselves to death without managing to dig out even a few pieces. After all, they didn't even have tools, whereas Sukan had tools, and Aozai had bare paws, making the process so convenient and efficient. Seeing that they had collected almost everything, Sukan sat on the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, a squirrel suddenly darted past. Aozai picked up a small stone and threw it at a squirrel perched on a distant treetop. The squirrel was agile and immediately dodged and ran away. The small stone, however, bounced off the tree and nearly hit Sukan. Sukan's face darkened, and just as he was about to scold the little rascal, sunlight filtered through the treetops and landed on a small stone. Sukan quickly picked it up and saw that the stone was incredibly pure, with sharp edges. Could this small stone actually be quartz? Quartz is an essential material for making glass. Glass is extremely difficult to collect on the sea, and despite searching for a long time, Sukan had only managed to find 3 pieces. After all, with glass, he could create high-level water purifiers. Sukan had experienced the benefits of high-level water purifiers firsthand. The water from ordinary purifiers was barely enough to drink, but with the advanced ones, he could even use water for irrigation. Sukan hurriedly searched the area for quartz and eventually gathered almost all the quartz stones nearby. After calculating, he estimated that he could produce 15 pieces of glass, which would be enough to craft 5 high-level seawater purifiers. This really is my lucky spot. Just as Sukan was feeling excited about collecting glass, he absent-mindedly noticed something while cleaning the dirt from under his nails. It was clay. Clay is a material that can be used to make cups, bowls, and other household items, but if combined with sand, it can be used to produce tiles and bricks. This discovery made Sukan even more excited. He hurriedly asked Aozai to help him dig the soil. Aozai's pure white fur became filthy, covered in dirt from mining and digging. It grumbled in dissatisfaction, but seeing Sukan immersed in joy, it understood that something good had been found. Reluctantly, it joined in the digging. As everyone knows, houses were initially built with soil before upgrading to brick structures, making bricks extremely important. After digging up a pile of clay, Sukan obtained clay X3. It seemed that clay was also useful in this world. Sukan flipped through the sheepskin book he carried, but there was no mention of bricks. Could it be that bricks haven't been developed in this world yet? Or perhaps clay is more valuable than bricks here? Regardless, since his warehouse could store and display item data, it must be useful. He decided to research it further after returning. For now, his goal was to scour the island clean. Just like shearing wool, if you don't shear it completely, you're not a qualified wool gatherer. After tallying up the resources, Sukan found that he had collected 15 units of clay. Since he had gathered clay, he couldn't leave sand behind. The two returned to the beach and frantically looted sand, collecting 15 units as well. Sukan nodded in satisfaction and took stock of his supplies. Wood, 570, plastic, 570, rope 30, iron 30, palm leaves, 300, clay 15, sand 15, quartz 15, metal ore 10. The resources he had gathered left him very pleased. What a truly bountiful little island. Sukan marveled at the wealth of resources the island had provided him. Before leaving, he made sure to search one last time, smugly exclaiming how fortunate he was to have done so, as he found 3 more palm trees. Chop them down, chop them down. Wasting nature's gifts is shameful. Sukan and Aozai, like 2 bandits, thoroughly looted the deserted island before leaving. If any other survivors were to come across this island in the future, they would surely lament, what a godforsaken island. There's nothing left here. Back on the small boat, Sukan's first thought was naturally about expanding his base. Now that wood was in abundant supply, he thought, if others can't even afford food but are still expanding their fishing boats, why shouldn't I build mine? This feeling was oddly reminiscent of his past life, where people couldn't afford to eat but still took out loans to buy houses. Sukan pondered how large he should expand his little fishing boat this time. Although the bamboo boat is not small compared to other survivors, it is is still insufficient for Sukan, especially since Aozai's size is growing every day. When it matures, it could easily reach 3 to 4 meters in length. By then, at night, Sukan might have to either sleep on top of this creature or curl up in a corner. Moreover, there are many supplies on the boat, and this shark cannot fit on it either, so it had to be cut up. Fortunately, his strength has increased, making the task of cutting up the shark quite easy. The shark was quickly dismembered, and all its parts were stored in the warehouse. Aozai, have you ever had shark fin soup? This stuff is both delicious and highly nutritious, Sukan said, shaking the pair of fins. Aozai shook its head in confusion and walked over, opening its mouth to bite. Are you stupid? Who eats it raw? Sukan knocked its head in exasperation, then took out a stew pot and placed it on the fire rack. If this were taken to a shop to sell, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. On this vast ocean, there are undoubtedly some people who were once wealthy and would surely miss this delicacy. Shark fins were incredibly rare even in the previous world. Even if those people had to trade their entire fortunes for it, they would agree. However, for the survivors, the resources they could exchange for would only amount to a single fish, making the possibility of selling these shark fins almost non-existent. Might as well eat it himself and treat it as a way to replenish his body. Although Sukan's body was very healthy and not lacking in nutrition, hadn't he just lost a few drops of blood earlier? Good things must be enjoyed by oneself. Aozai crouched by the pot, drooling as the aroma of the shark fin soup wafted out. The fish soup was crystal clear and thick, looking incredibly tempting. A moment later, the shark fin soup was ready. Sukan served 2 bowls, handing one to Aozai. The two of them devoured it in big mouthfuls. The flavor was delicious, and the shark fin melted in their mouths. Among all the survivors scattered across the vast ocean, who else could afford the luxury of having shark fin soup for breakfast? After eating and drinking their fill, the man and the bear lay on the deck of the boat, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds. They patted their bellies in unison, exclaiming how satisfying it was. After resting, Sukan took Aozai to scavenge for supplies on the island. Following the principle of taking everything except the needle and thread, they went on a frenzied search for resources. They chopped down palm trees when they saw them, picked coconuts when they found them, ate whatever was edible, and took away whatever wasn't. Wood, 570, plastic, 470, rope, 30, iron, 30, palm leaves, 300. Sukan looked at his little warehouse with satisfaction, pleased with the huge haul he had just added. Casually exchanged water for 100 pieces of plastic to avoid an imbalance between wood and plastic. Wood, 570, plastic, 570, rope, 30, iron, 30, palm leaves, 300. The inventory started to skyrocket again. Sukan vaguely felt that the potential of the island had yet to be fully tapped. So far, they had only found relatively common items, and Sukan always felt that even greater surprises awaited him ahead. Let's go, we'll head to a deeper part of the island. Sukan led Aozai toward the island's interior. Initially, Sukan was worried about whether to venture deeper into the island, as it could be troublesome if there were any dangers. However, after discovering his improved physical condition, Sukan decisively chose to explore. Now, his body was completely immune to toxins and impervious to harm, and with Aozai by his side to alert him, he naturally had no more concerns. Sukan held the golden cudgel in his hand and looked at Aozai, who was empty-handed. He wondered whether he should make a weapon for it for self-defense. After some thought, he decided to craft a spear for it using a tree trunk. Aozai immediately understood Sukan's intention and, with one bare paw, split a small tree with a diameter of 10 centimeters in half. Harvested 10 wood. Sukan suddenly wondered if he had misunderstood something. Isn't a bear's best weapon its paws? Why bother with anything else? It seemed like giving it weapons before was a complete waste. This guy didn't need any weapons at all. Its little bare paws could easily tear a tree apart with bare hands. Forget it, just use your bare paws to smack anything dangerous you encounter. Sukan helplessly slapped his forehead, abandoning the idea of making weapons for it. Not long after, as the man and bear walked on, a wild deer suddenly darted out from the nearby bushes. Go, cub, catch it. Cub bolted forward in a flash. In the forest, a white figure and a brown figure chased each other. Sukan immediately followed, flanking the wild deer from both sides. Wild deer in the jungle are incredibly fast and have no natural predators. After all, there are no leopards or tigers on this island, and even encountering a bear poses little danger. However, today this wild deer appeared extremely panicked. If it had intelligence, it would surely curse, "Who the hell is human and bear?" Of course, it is merely supplies and couldn't possibly possess such wisdom, at most experiencing a strange sensation. Aozai charged in front of the wild deer, came to a sudden stop, and clung tightly to its head with two small bare paws. The wild deer struggled desperately, trying to escape. Ao. Just as Sukan was about to step forward to help, Aozai suddenly leaped up and kicked the deer unconscious with its small feet. Whether it was dead or not remained unclear. Indeed, a bear's best weapon is still its limbs. Sukan stepped forward, swiftly bled the deer, skinned it, and stored the meat in the warehouse. Accumulating more deer hides could be used to make coats to ward off the cold, as a portable fire rack couldn't always be carried around. When Sukan had just finished tidying up, he saw Aozai Aozai suddenly hopping out from the nearby bushes. On its little head was a flower crown, looking adorable and cute. It even deliberately ran up to Sukan and acted playfully to please him. Just as Sukan was about to tease it, he suddenly snapped back to his senses and hurriedly took the flower crown off Aozai's head to examine it closely. Aozai tilted its head up in confusion, pouting and looking at Sukan curiously. Flower? Sukan was quite surprised. The flowers on the crown looked very similar to blue roses, just a bit smaller in size. Any flower with color could be used to extract pigments. The sheepskin book also mentioned tools for making dyes, but of course, the rarest part was always the materials. These materials weren't for crafting but were resources for extracting colors. Aozai, where did you get this flower crown? Sukan came back to his senses. On the way here, he hadn't seen any flowers at all. After all, this was an island, and apart from coconut trees and shells on the beach, there was nothing else. Even when venturing into the island's jungle, no flowers were seen. If it were other survivors, even if they encountered colorful flowers, they probably wouldn't dare to touch them. Jungle rule: the brighter the color, the more toxic it is. Whether it's animals or plants, the deeper the color, the greater the toxicity. Of course, for Sukan, this was child's play after all. He was immune to poison. Awo the little cub stretched out its tiny paw, pointing to the right. When Sukan arrived at the spot where the cub had found the flowers, he saw a large patch of open ground ahead, covered with a cluster of blooming blue flowers. Awo the little cub grumbled twice in dissatisfaction but obediently returned to the sea to fetch the iron barrel. A working bear, a working soul. This truly was a working bear is the bear among bears. A few sharks, attracted by the cub, tried to surround and attack it. The cub didn't take them seriously at all. Instead, it toyed with them in the sea until the sharks were too exhausted to chase anymore, and only then did it go to retrieve the iron barrel. Soon, the second iron barrel was tossed onto the boat. Sukan sat by the edge of the boat, not in a hurry to open the barrel. It's much more satisfying to open all the barrels at once. Watching the cub play with the sharks in the sea was also a form of entertainment, like watching an ocean trainer at an aquarium training marine creatures. The little cub got carried away a few times while playing, deliberately letting a shark catch up to him, and simply rode on its back, speeding across the ocean as the shark carried him along. To be honest, Sukan thought this way of playing was pretty cool. He even wanted to give it a try himself. Riding a shark and having fun in the sea. If other survivors saw this, wouldn't their eyes pop out in shock? It had only been a few days since arriving in this ocean world, but Sukan was becoming increasingly accustomed to life on the sea and even found joy in it. This was far more interesting than his dull life in his previous world. The little cub quickly fished all the iron barrels out of the water and tossed them onto the boat. Once on board, it shook its bare fur and made a funny face at the sharks growling by the side of the boat. For the moment, it had really given those sharks a hard time. The sharks held a grudge and swam back and forth around the fishing boat for half a day. In the end, they vented their anger on the boat, biting through 5 of Sukan's planks. If it weren't for the fact that the shark in Sukan's storage was still unfinished, he would have gone down there and dealt with them for good. You'd better get lost. If you weren't so unappetizing, I'd wipe you out today. Sukan gritted his teeth, pulled out a small wooden hammer, and reluctantly began repairing his boat. After fixing the boat, it was finally time for the daily ritual of opening the iron barrels. Every time this moment came, Sukan felt like he was scratching off a lottery ticket. What he could get all depended on luck. He hoped to find something good today. The little cub also seemed very interested in the treasure. It hugged Sukan's leg, stood up, and looked toward the barrel, waiting patiently for the treasure to be revealed. Although it didn't know what counted as a good item, seeing Sukan happy was enough for it to know there must be treasure. Bang bang bang. Sukan pried open the iron barrel lid with the golden hoop rod. Obtained wood X45, obtained plastic X45, obtained metal X10, obtained palm leaves X20, obtained platinum grade furnace blueprint. What a pleasant surprise. Forget the other materials for now. Getting a platinum grade blueprint was truly unexpected. Sukan knew in his heart that the benefits of resources at this level were irreplaceable. No matter what the item was, it wouldn't be bad. He had originally planned to craft a furnace, but now he had a quality blueprint handed to him directly. Sukan quickly checked the crafting requirements, only to end up with a dark expression. Couldn't they provide a blueprint with lower requirements? As expected, crafting good items isn't simple. Platinum grade furnace, bricks X10, metal or X8, iron X30. Sukan exclaimed, goodness gracious, this blueprint was probably only useful to him. If it were given to other survivors, wouldn't they just use it to wipe their hands or toss it away? Anyway, this is a good thing. If others start to accumulate resources, this blueprint would be something rare and hard to come by. Take bricks, for example. They must be made by mixing clay and sand. However, the conditions for making bricks seem a bit stringent. They require a furnace to be made, and a furnace, in turn, requires bricks to be built. Doesn't that mean one would have to wait for someone else to construct a furnace first? This seems like a deadlock. Sukan thought for a moment and decided to make bricks by hand. As long as he had clay and sand, he could produce bricks without a furnace. After all, he had a platinum grade fire rack for baking. Taking out a piece of clay and some sand, he added water water and tentatively made a brick. He placed the brick on the fire rack to bake it. Once it was baked, he stored it in the warehouse, and sure enough, it was labeled as an unbaked brick. Phew, it worked. Sukun quickly took the brick out. This thing definitely couldn't be used without being properly fired. Although he didn't have a professional furnace, with the fire rack, at least he could bake the bricks into dry bricks. Sukun thought about it and decided to go ahead and make all the bricks needed for the platinum grade requirements. He took out the necessary clay and sand and started crafting bricks. Although the bricks he made were a bit ugly and not perfectly shaped, once completed, they would automatically transform into neatly shaped bricks during the crafting process. I have to say, this is indeed very convenient. Otherwise, people with OCD would go crazy. Through the water purifier incident, Sukun realized that if you're going to do something, you should do it well, absolutely no cutting corners. After finishing all 10 bricks, he placed them next to the fire rack to bake. Hey, little rascal, don't touch these things, got it? Or I'll break your legs. The little rascal unhappily put its hands on its hips, still wanting to test the boundaries, stretching out a small paw to probe at the bricks. But as soon as it saw a stick waving in the air, it quickly retracted its little foot. The little rascal was actually quite obedient, just a bit mischievous. It knew what it could touch and what it couldn't. It was just playing around with Sukun. At this moment, Sukun remembered that he hadn't found anything this good in the iron barrels recently. Could it be that the little rascal had better luck? Oh, right, the little rascal seemed to have the ability to help its owner find treasures. Did this mean it could increase the chances of treasure hunting? Sukun then recalled that earlier on the island, it was the little rascal who had found that flower. Although the quartz stone was discovered by sheer luck, it was also the little rascal who stumbled upon it. This little guy seemed to have much better luck in its role. No matter what, the little rascal's arrival had brought him a lot of joy, helped him out quite a bit, and even improved his luck all thanks to it. Others are treasure hunting dogs, but this one is a treasure hunting bear, and the kind that grows up to be ferocious. Little guy, from now on, this iron barrel will rely on you to salvage. With your luck, whatever you pull up will definitely be good stuff, Sukun said to it earnestly. It felt like handing over the imperial seal to it, and the little guy was so happy that it kept bouncing around, howling non-stop. Taking advantage of its joy, Sukun had it remove the sea fish, so it wouldn't have to eat shark meat in the middle of the night if it got hungry. Thinking of shark meat, Sukun decided to check out the marketplace first to see what he could trade the shark meat for. Opened the store after flipping through the sheepskin book. Inside the store, the items most in demand among the survivors remain food and water, which are still in short supply. There are also some blueprints for crafting items, but their levels are quite low and of little use to Sukun. As expected, there have been some price fluctuations in the market. After a few days of survival, most of those still alive have managed to set up water purifiers, so the price of water has dropped. However, food is still something money can scarcely buy. Sukun roughly understood the pricing before hanging the shark meat in the shop. Sukun's demands were actually quite modest. 20 pieces of shark meat were only exchanged for 100 units of wood or plastic, or alternatively 20 units of metal. Of course, having rare materials would be even better. This requirement is very much in line with market prices. Shark meat has another advantage. Although its price is the same as regular fish, its quantity far exceeds that of ordinary fish. These 20 pieces of shark can sustain a survivor for many days. The main issue is that it's just too bad tasting, barely qualifying as a piece of meat to fill the stomach. Even something like this is not something everyone can afford. At the very least, it has to be a survivor living relatively well who wants to store some food for themselves to consider buying shark meat. Sukun originally intended to raise the price a bit, but after some thought decided against it. As long as the shark meat doesn't end up stuck in his hands, it's better to sell it quickly. After all, its taste is simply too awful. After throwing all the shark meat into the store, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sukun lay back in his chair, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds with a sense of nostalgia, recalling the time when he first arrived on this ocean with nothing to his name. Now, he can truly be considered free from worries about food and clothing, especially with the upgrade from a small bamboo raft that could barely fit one person to a ship big enough for Aozai to run wildly across. Watching Aozai seemingly hook a big fish, pulling it back onto the boat, reeling in the line, and wrestling with the fish's strength. This did surprise Sukun a bit. Usually, the sea fish they catch are not small either, but Aozai can pull them out of the water with one hand. It seems that the fish caught this time must be a big one. Seeing Aozai covered in sweat, glancing up at the blazing sun, this won't do. The sea surface at noon during this season is extremely hot, but at night it becomes very cool, even a bit cold. When the small boat hadn't been expanded yet, Sukun had set up a canopy for fishing. However, the canopy is no longer sufficient now. It's time to expand it as well. Moreover, staying outside every night isn't practical. The night sea breeze is strong, and if exposed for too long, it might affect one's health. After some thought, Sukun took out the wood and exchanged it for wooden planks. The ship had now been expanded enough to build a house, so at the very least, putting together a small cabin to shelter from the wind was necessary. A moment later, a small cabin measuring 2 meters by 3 meters was erected. Although it was a bit small, it was sufficient for sleeping. The roof was made of palm leaves, giving it a look somewhat resembling a small hut. A large shed was built on the open space of the ship, taking up half of the ship's area. Yay! The little cub was endlessly excited to see the new structure built on the ship, but it didn't forget to continue its struggle with the fish in the sea. This made Sukan even more curious. Despite the house being built, the little cub still hadn't pulled the fish out of the water. The door of the small wooden cabin was constructed, and the windows were also made of wooden strips without wasting any glass. This small wooden cabin is only a temporary structure, serving as a sheltered resting place for sleep. There's no need to make it overly luxurious. The fire rack was moved inside the cabin, and a small bed was set up in the corner, thickly padded with palm leaves for softness. A small dining table and 2 small stools were placed next to the fire rack. Although it consumed 100 pieces of wood and plastic, life has become more comfortable. At this moment, Aozizi was outside howling incessantly. Sukan quickly ran out to check. Wow! On the deck, Aozizi was lying on top of a sea fish over a meter long. The posture looked a bit strange. Sukan hurriedly rubbed his eyes. Damn, this seems to be a bluefin tuna. No wonder Aozi put so much effort into it. Aozi's entire bear-like body was lying on top of the fish, and even so, it nearly failed to hold it down. The fish flung Aozi's small bear-like body around, bouncing back and forth on the deck, which was quite amusing. The little cub rolled its eyes in frustration but couldn't do anything about it. Sukan quickly ran over, knocked the fish unconscious, and carefully examined it. It turned out to really be a bluefin tuna. This is considered the aristocrat of fish, a true delicacy. Sukan clearly remembered the value of this type of fish. It's sold by the gram, and such a large one would definitely be worth several million. Unexpectedly, coming to the sea brings such a delightful taste. Good job, little Yowler. You've got a treat today. Little Yowler scratched at Sukan's lower leg with its tiny paws, affectionately rubbing against him. Sukan's first thought was definitely not to sell it. Considering the price of such fish and the current situation of these survivors, they probably couldn't afford even a gram. Such a delicacy was definitely meant for him to enjoy. Even Sukan felt a bit excited. After all, before his transmigration, he couldn't afford such an expensive fish. Tuna is an excellent ingredient for making sashimi, with tender, pink flesh that melts in your mouth. The fish meat has distinct fatty marbling and a fragrant aroma. The fat content in bluefin tuna can reach 15%, making it highly nutritious. The fish meat contains more unsaturated fatty acids than any other fish and is rich in multiple amino acids, including the 8 essential amino acids required by the human body. Rich in vitamins, iron, calcium, iodine, and various minerals and trace elements. Bluefin tuna meat can also enhance memory, effectively prevent Alzheimer's disease, and has special effects in preventing and treating cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. Its rich nutrition alone already demonstrates its value. Sukan quickly and carefully divided the fish meat into small pieces. The pup had already set the pot on the fire rack, drooling as he waited for Sukan to finish cutting. Such a good fish would be a real waste if we just stew it. Sukan glanced at the big iron pot, then picked up a small frying pan and a grill. Sukan placed the fish on the grill, sautéing its surface until it gave off a fragrant aroma and was ready to eat. With this divine fire-lit grill and such top-quality ingredients, only then was its flavor brought to perfection. I believe that even the most discerning gourmets internationally would drool at the scent of this fish. The little cub hurriedly grabbed a piece and was about to stuff it into its mouth, but seeing Sukan savoring the aroma of the fish in small bites, it restrained its impulse to feast and began tasting it in small bites as well. When the little bear cub took the first bite, its entire fur fluffed up, and its small eyes sparkled with excitement. This taste is simply too delicious, far better than any fish I've had before. Little cub excitedly spun around in circles on the spot. It finally understood why Sukan savored it in small bites. Such a delicious fish can only be truly appreciated by enjoying it slowly. This is absolutely amazing. Sukan also began to sigh, suddenly realizing how wonderful life on the sea could be. Aozi directly lay on Sukan's lap, shaking its little bare feet, squinting its small eyes as it slowly and carefully savored the tuna. If only there were a glass of red wine, that would be even better. Of course, red wine was definitely out of reach, but substituting it with coconut juice wasn't bad either. Sukan went out to the deck under the awning, basking in the sun while drinking coconut juice and savoring tuna meat. Aozi also brought out a small stool, sitting side by side with Sukan, eating, drinking, and fishing at the same time. The life of this man and bear was simply too idyllic. If others saw it, they would undoubtedly be green with envy. Without comparison, there's no pain. At this moment, other survivors still had to grit their teeth just to get by. Some people are still troubled over water, barely managing to have enough for one meal and uncertain about the next. Even so, they remain unmotivated, too lazy to gather supplies, and solely relying on the hope that someone will come to rescue them. For those who have already given up on themselves, who can you expect to save you? Their small bamboo raft was damaged by sharks, forcing them to curl their bodies smaller and quickly find a way to fish for someone to repair it. They wouldn't act unless absolutely forced. Just as they had painstakingly patched it up, the shark conveniently arrived again and bit through the planks of their small bamboo raft. Sukin opened the survivor public screen of the sheepskin book. As long as someone can give me something to eat, I will surely reward them with a great sum of money in the future. I really can't take it anymore. I never thought there would be a day like this for me. President Wang. In the past, whenever I was thirsty, my secretary would hastily buy me coffee, but now I can't even get a sip of purified water. I miss my secretary every single moment. At least you're still alive. My boat is almost completely devoured by sharks, and I'm about to fall into their mouths too. Is there really no rescue personnel? We've been stranded at sea for so many days, not a single rescue helicopter has shown up. Are those rescue teams just useless? Quite a few survivors had already begun venting their frustrations wildly. It's practically the last revelry. Since life is already facing despair, might as well curse the heavens aloud for a cathartic release. Those desperate survivors sat on the small fishing boat, gazed at the sky, and sighed, their mouths dry and their stomachs hungry. When the thirst became unbearable, they leaned over the edge of the boat, plunging their heads into the seawater and gulping it down. But after raising their heads, they started vomiting incessantly out of nausea. Anyone who has tasted seawater even once knows its flavor is hard to stomach, overwhelmingly salty and nauseating. One of the survivors, after barely drinking some seawater and eating a bit of seaweed to maintain a hint of vitality, lay hopelessly on the small bamboo raft, staring at the sky. But suddenly, he caught a whiff of the fragrance of soil and hurriedly got up to look ahead. An island. It was actually an island. The survivor froze for 2 seconds before frantically paddling the raft with his hands, and shouted excitedly in the survivor's public chat, I finally found an island. I won't have to starve anymore. You selfish bastards, I asked you for a sip of water and you wouldn't even give it to me. When I get to the shore, there'll be endless food and water for me to enjoy. By then, even if you beg me, I won't give you a bit. I want to watch you despair. Ha ha. He mustered all his strength to stand up and stumbled towards the shore. The dawn of hope is right ahead. Once ashore, everything will be attained. However, the moment he stepped off the small bamboo raft, he didn't feel the ground beneath him. His whole body plunged into the ocean. A bloody, gaping maw suddenly lunged toward him, and after a wretched scream, blood spread across a wide expanse of water. The island was merely an illusion brought on by his extreme physical weakness, or perhaps a mirage. But no one cared about what he actually encountered. In any case, he had already been eliminated. Sukin glanced at the survivor's public screen, and seeing that the person hadn't spoken again, he speculated about what might have happened. If he had really found land, with that kind of personality, he would surely have boasted about what he had gained. But he never said another word, not because he was keeping a low profile, but surely because he was dead. The remaining survivors also began speculating, but at most, they only expressed sympathy verbally. However, when encountering people who lack supplies and are unable to survive, they still would not offer any help. No one would ever complain about having too much food or too much water. On this vast ocean, anyone who has managed to survive up to now knows the challenges they face to keep living. Displays of naive compassion have long since sunk into the sea to feed the sharks. Of course, the shark wouldn't thank her either. At most it would burp and then leave a pile of poop behind. It might even complain that she's too skinny, not even enough to get stuck between its teeth. Even the most resourceful person can only help others a few times. Perhaps only Sukin could save a few more people, but with so many unfortunate souls adrift on this vast ocean, could they all be saved? What they need is not for others to save them, but to save themselves. Sukin took out 2 boxes of canned fruit, handed one to Aozai, and quietly lay there watching Aozai fish. Aozai started getting smarter too. It placed a weight on the fish hook and then ran into the sea to tease the sharks. This is truly a very interesting thing. For Aozai, provoking sharks brought him immense joy, and at some point he began loving the idea of playing with sharks as toys. In this vast ocean, finding pleasure in taunting sharks, well, it seems only he could pull off such a thing. Within seconds, the sea erupted into chaos as a white figure continuously darted out from the surface, followed closely by a massive black creature furiously chasing the white figure. Sukin wasn't worried about Aozai being in danger. This little guy's speed surpassed that of the shark by far. The shark, exhausted from the chase, stopped at the sea surface to rest, while the cub returned to dance arrogantly on its face, leaving the shark utterly fatigued and compelled to give chase. Whenever the shark grew tired and didn't want to pursue, the cub would always run in front of it to provoke it wildly. Until the shark realized the cub was merely toying with it and that it could never catch up, it finally stopped and remained motionless. Anyway, the little white-haired bear in front of it couldn't hurt it. The cub poked its nose and kicked its backside, but the shark remained completely motionless. This left the cub rather exasperated, howling as if to say, "What's wrong with you? You're a shark. How are you so useless?" The cub simply climbed onto the shark's back, lazily crossed one leg over the other, and basked in the sun. "Hey kiddo, don't mess it up." Sukan's face was full of black lines, and he couldn't help but give a word of advice. Although the little cub could toy with the shark as if it were nothing, how can one walk by the river and never get their shoes wet? With a joyful howl as a response, the little cub patted the shark's rear, provoking it to madly dash around the entire sea with the cub in tow. Sure enough, it didn't take take long before the little cub went overboard. The shark's companions arrived and surrounded Ao cub, scaring it into quickly jumping into the sea and swimming rapidly back toward the ship. Sukin hurriedly wanted to go down to rescue it, but Ao cub still had some skills and managed to escape from the jaws of several sharks. Fortunately, despite the danger almost falling into the shark's mouth several times, it safely returned to the ship. Ooh! The little cub looked utterly frightened, clutching Sukan's leg tightly with its tiny bare paws, whining pitifully. Let's see if you'll still misbehave in the future. Sukan couldn't help but knock on its head lightly, and the little cub raised its head and let out a pitiful cry, as if saying, I'm already like this, and you still hit me. Seeing the fishing rod bending downward, the little cub hurriedly ran to reel in the rod as a way to make up for its mistake, continuing its fishing endeavor. Looking at the sharks darting around everywhere, the little cub defiantly roared at them. Watching the little cub still itching to jump into the sea and cause trouble for those sharks, Sukan felt speechless. Fortunately, the little cub still had some sense of awareness. Sukan glanced at its angry stance, tightly clenching its tiny paws and roaring furiously at the sharks, then leaned back in the chair and shook his head helplessly. With this little guy around, life has become much more interesting. The radiant sunlight streamed onto the small boat, landing on the little creature. Its thick fur danced in the wind. Sukan knew why it suddenly became so mischievous. It was all because it had eaten that bluefin tuna. It was only after eating it that Sukan realized the bluefin tuna actually had quality. It was of golden grade. Moreover, it has the effect of helping survivors enhance their excitement and restore physical strength and health. Even Sukan felt full of energy, with the urge to tear apart a great white shark with his bare hands. However, the difference between humans and animals lies in the fact that humans can restrain their impulses. Tearing apart a great white shark is a bit too far-fetched. After all, the ocean is the domain of sharks. The little cub quickly caught a few fish, and as it was getting close to nightfall, he excitedly ran up to him with the small fish net. Sukan took the fish net and glanced inside. In no time, the little cub had caught 6 fish. And this time, they weren't just ordinary sea fish, they were 6 bluefin tuna. Although they were all very small, catching 6 in a row was still quite impressive. This luck is just too good. Could it be that the area is full of tuna? Sukan glanced at their quality: 6 bluefin tuna, all silver grade, and each capable of restoring stamina, health, and mental condition. Ah! The little cub jumped around noisily, demanding to eat the fish. Sukan picked up the fish and started to clean them. Fortunately, the grade of this tuna wasn't very high. Otherwise, if the little cub ate tuna again this late at night, there would be no sleep. It would have to fight with a shark all night long. Fish of this quality couldn't possibly be taken out for trade. At least for now, Sukan wasn't wealthy enough to afford such extravagance. Placing all the grilled fish on the fire rack, the little cub stood upright nearby, staring blankly at the grilled fish while drooling. As night fell, a man and a bear kept each other company by the fire rack on the small boat. Ah! The little cub suddenly dropped the fish in its mouth, stood up straight, curling its small paws and roaring incessantly toward the distance. The little cub was clearly in an excited and thrilled state. Sukan lifted his head and looked into the distance. The western sky was dazzlingly brilliant, blending multiple colors and appearing exceptionally beautiful. It was actually the aurora, and this was the first time seeing such a beautiful sight. Immersed in the scenery, Sukan's heart faintly grew restless, and the motion of tearing the fish in his hands slowed down. To see the aurora over the sea was certainly not a good sign. There is a saying that the appearance of the aurora indicates impending disaster, symbolizing misfortune. If this statement had been made in the past world, Sukan definitely wouldn't have believed it. Surely, there would have been many places where auroras often appeared, but out here on the vast ocean, it inevitably carries a bit of credibility. However, Sukan looked at his little boat. Even if a dozen sharks came to attack at the same time, he wouldn't be fazed at all. After finishing the fish, Sukan took out 2 cans of fruit from the storage and tossed one to the little cub. The little cub looked at the canned fruit and felt a bit troubled. He was really full from eating today, but based on his principle of not wasting food, he still opened the canned fruit. Whether he could finish it or not was one thing, whether he could keep eating was another. The little cub thought he could manage a little more, but when he truly couldn't eat anymore, he stared at the remaining half box of canned fruit. This little guy was quite a tough bear, closing his eyes, opening his mouth wide, and simply pouring the canned fruit straight into his mouth. Sukan was speechless for a moment, thinking this little guy might spit it out again, especially when he saw the little guy spit out the fish from his stomach only to swallow it back down. Sukan completely lost his appetite, exclaiming that this guy was just too disgusting. Could you consider the feelings of the person next to you? Brr! Owl cub let out a full burp, patted its little belly, and lay on the floor with satisfaction. It looks like a useless bear now, motionless, basking in the moonlight, looking at the small boat bathed in moonlight. But this boat is really too big, and the firelight from the fire rack cannot cover the entire boat. On the vast sea, the most feared things are the loneliness of the night, the cold, and the absence of light. Now that the boat has been expanded to this size, it's time to create some things that can emit get light. Of course, it's impossible to build another fire rack. The fire rack consumes an excessive amount of wood. We should figure out how to create something else that provides light. The crafting shop on the sheepskin book was opened. If possible, Sukin would naturally want to make a few light bulbs, but this is a vast ocean. Right now, everyone is still using fire racks for warmth, and some people don't even have access to fire racks. If a light bulb could be made now, that would truly be cutting-edge technology. This is equivalent to the primitive era, still far from entering the electrical age, not to mention whether a light bulb could even be made. Just talking about the tools for generating electricity is troublesome enough. Where on the vast sea could you find tools for power generation? You can't possibly use seawater to generate electricity, and even if you could, he probably doesn't have the materials to make it now. Gave up the idea of modern urban life and thought of the lanterns that used to hang on the city gates. This kind of thing just needs candles to be made. Looking at the construction requirements for making lanterns in the crafting shop, shark fat 1, wood 1, the requirements are really quite low. Sukin had just hunted a shark earlier, so there was definitely plenty of fat. Sukin had been wondering what use shark fat could be, and now it was just the right time to come in handy. Looking at his inventory, he found he had as many as 15 pieces of shark fat. As for wood, he had even more of that. Without hesitation, Sukin took out the shark fat and wood and immediately began crafting. Moments later, the materials disappeared, leaving 4 large red lanterns in their place. Although these lanterns didn't appear to be of the best quality, the system explained that they wouldn't go out even if water got inside. Each lantern could last a week, until its materials were fully exhausted. Judging by the remaining materials, they could last for nearly a month, ensuring that the nights during this time would remain free of darkness. The little cub looked at the lanterns with great joy, circling around them and poking them with his tiny paws. Sukin hung the lanterns on the 4 corners of the small boat, lighting up the entire vessel, with the glow from the fire rack at its center. The surrounding area within a dozen meters was illuminated. The reason Sukin created these lanterns wasn't just on a whim but because he felt they were extremely necessary. Especially after seeing the aurora, Sukin became even more determined to light up the darkness, at least around the small boat. If sharks indeed came to attack at night, Sukin would be able to immediately spot how many were around and prepare for defense. To prevent any accidents, Sukin deliberately pulled out over a dozen pieces of wood and plastic and piled them on the small boat. After confirming that nothing seemed likely to happen, Sukin finally breathed a sigh of relief, though he still felt a little uneasy inside. As for what will happen, leave it to fate. All he could do was prepare everything. Sukin lay on the chair by the fire, rubbing his overly full stomach, casually picking up the parchment book. Aozai immediately leapt onto the chair. The whole little bear sprawled over Sukin, with its 2 small paws tightly hugging him. The bear cub's head moved closer to the parchment book and it began to read along with Sukin. Although it couldn't understand, its current appearance really made it look like a bear cub that loves to learn. If you put a pair of glasses on it, it would look just like an expert. Of course, this isn't meant to insult anyone. Sukin opened the survivor's public chat screen and watched others' conversations. Although no one can be seen on this vast ocean, being able to read what others are saying makes one feel less lonely. Now I finally don't have to worry about water, and the food taken from the surrounding barrels is enough to sustain me. It's all thanks to my decision to expand the ship even on an empty stomach. The resources around me have indeed become more abundant. You're living so comfortably? I've just started expanding my ship, and it's already 6 meters long. How about yours? Mine is just average in length, about 8 meters long and 5 meters wide. I'll go. Your supplies are way too rich. If I had known, I would have expanded first too. My supplies were all traded for food and water, and the little I have left is barely enough to fix the planks bitten by sharks. Sukin couldn't be bothered to look any further. He closed the parchment book without saying a word. The atmosphere here had clearly changed. Some people, living just a little better, started to flaunt their lives just like the social media circles in his past life. But Sukin didn't think this kind of showing off had any meaning. Nobody knew each other, nobody could see each other. To outsiders, it would seem like they were bragging to ghosts. There is almost someone talking on the parchment book every single moment. It's like a spiritual solace for those survivors, much like those glued to their phones, chatting non-stop. Out here in this vast ocean, if one were truly alone, survival might indeed be impossible, no hope in sight. Although their chatting, in Sukin's view, is nothing but a waste of time that could be better spent searching for supplies to live more comfortably. But apart from Sukin owning a pet, where would others get their pets? Of course, it's not entirely impossible. From the parchment scroll, Sukin remembered that a girl had raised a fish and a whole bunch of earthworms. Sukin breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the distant ocean. When would he finally meet other survivors? Hey, brat, what if you meet other survivors in the future, especially pretty girls? Before Sukin could finish speaking, the little cub immediately jumped off him, hands on hips, looking visibly displeased. Geez, forgot you're a female bear, but you're not human anyway. Sukin muttered speechlessly, patting its little head. Although Sukin hoped to meet other survivors, deep inside he felt a strong sense of resistance. The desire to meet people is human nature, but even even if he truly encountered others, Sukin would certainly not engage with them too deeply. As for them wanting to come aboard his ship, that would be even more impossible. Even if it were a stunningly beautiful girl, Sukin would still have to consider carefully. Anyone able to survive on this vast ocean must surely possess great perseverance and an exceptionally resolute mind. So it's impossible to talk about any delicate girl. Such people would have been shark food long ago. People's hearts are hard to know. Sukin would never believe that someone with such determination could be all kind and virtuous. Originally planning to go back to his room to sleep, Sukan, who was overly full, ended up falling asleep in the chair. Moreover, he wanted to stay outside tonight as well, so he could quickly react if anything happened. The little cub saw Sukan sleeping with his head tilted and tiptoed back to the room to fetch a palm blanket, draping it over him. After crawling in from the edge, it hugged Sukan tightly. Seeing no reaction from him, it also fell asleep. The night breeze was a bit chilly, and waves on the sea continuously splashed, while the small bamboo boat drifted up and down on the sea's surface. The seawater splashed onto the boat and then receded. Sukan was sleeping soundly in his dream when he suddenly felt something slippery on his face, as though something was licking him. Opening his eyes, he saw the cub in his arms looking very uneasy. Ow, ow, ow. The little bear's two paws clung tightly to his clothes, its whole body trembling, frantically licking the corner of his face. The little one had a nightmare? Sukan rubbed his eyes and then saw the young cub looking anxiously into the distance with a panicked expression. Hurriedly lifting the palm mat, he looked toward the distance. Oh, the height of the surging sea in the distance seemed like towering buildings, continuously approaching in his direction. Tsunami? Sukan felt somewhat shocked in his heart. It seemed that the appearance of the aurora was indeed not a coincidence, which also validated his unease. In the distant sky, there were even more flashes of lightning and thunder, illuminating a vast section of the heavens with continuous flickers of blue and white light. As the thunderclouds drew closer, the rain fell like beans, relentlessly pounding down onto the ship. The thunder clapped loudly and frighteningly, causing the cub to cling entirely onto Sukan, trembling all over and too scared to open its eyes. Bang! A massive bolt of lightning suddenly struck the nearby sea surface, instantly causing the water to erupt. There is nothing more terrifying on the vast sea than tsunamis and thunderstorms. Sukan's expression gradually became serious. He immediately stored everything on the small boat that could be put away into his own warehouse. Only after putting away the firewood rack, seawater purifier, lantern, chair, and wooden basin did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Just as Sukan finished storing all these items, amidst the flashes of lightning and claps of thunder, an inadvertent glance. In the far distance, it seemed an immensely massive dark shadow swept past beneath the sea, making it impossible to estimate its true size. A hurried glance could only roughly make out that it seemed to be an enormous aircraft carrier. After the lightning disappeared, a deafening splash of seawater unexpectedly echoed from the direction of the shadow. Sukan felt a sense of gravity in his heart. What was that? After gathering his belongings, Sukan looked at the small boat beneath his feet and even considered putting the boat away when the tsunami arrived. He certainly didn't want to lose anything because of a tsunami, but in that case, he would have to jump into the sea with the cub. Although he could survive in the sea, it was too risky. With such a massive tsunami, it would be better to wait and assess the situation later. There were still a few minutes before the tsunami arrived. It wouldn't reach him immediately. As he watched the seawater surge toward him, he pulled out the parchment book. Sukan wanted to figure out whether this was a localized issue or a global disaster. Otherwise, wouldn't it mean the world was targeting him? My God, there's even a tsunami. How are we supposed to survive? What a loud thunder. I'm so scared. The supplies I worked so hard to gather. Sob, sob, sob. My ship is about to be capsized. Is there anyone to save me? I'm not willing to accept this. My 8-meter ship has been smashed in half by the seawater. The ship I worked so hard to build. Sukan put away the parchment. It seemed this was a worldwide disaster. Unexpectedly, this world is so cruel. This is also to let those survivors know that crises are everywhere and unpredictable. As long as resources are plentiful and the ship is built large enough, at most, some losses may occur, but it won't be life-threatening. However, for those who usually only wish to live a peaceful life, this is a colossal disaster. It's likely that among the survivors whose ships haven't been expanded, only 1/10 will make it through this. In the face of such calamity, everyone is in danger. Waiting for rescue is no different from waiting for death. Some survivors quickly took out all their resources during the tsunami's arrival to expand their fishing boats. Sharpening your spear at the last moment is still better than losing your life. A vast expanse of dark clouds, accompanied by lightning, thunder, and a tsunami, was rapidly approaching Sukan. Sukan confirmed one last time that there were no more supplies on the ship. The only small wooden cabin couldn't be stored in the warehouse unless it was dismantled. He quickly calculated in his mind what to do. He had to fight this disaster to the very end. How can one fight against natural disasters when it is already difficult to contend with sharks in the vast ocean? The cub lay on him, whimpering softly, its tiny eyes darting back and forth, terrified of being swallowed by the tsunami. Is this how we wait quietly for the tsunami to arrive? When the tsunami comes, the small bamboo raft and his wooden wooden house will surely be washed away and disappear. Even though he could survive even if he was washed into the sea, how could he endure this humiliation and hope to survive in the wilderness? The small bamboo boat represented a considerable amount of timber, and even Sukan felt distressed about it. Sukan felt deeply unwilling, but all he could do was stand on the boat and stare at the tsunami from afar. The tsunami caused the incoming waves to rise higher and higher. The small boat was lifted and thrown multiple times by the rushing seawater, and Sukan clung tightly to the boat to avoid falling off. The wind grew stronger and caused Sukan's clothes to emit a whistling sound. The fur on Aozai's body stood on end from the gusts, and in the distance, a few sharks could be seen rapidly fleeing toward the other side. At that moment, a thick bolt of lightning seemed to tear through space, erupting violently in the sky in the distance. In that instant, the entire sky appeared ignited, illuminating the world in a flash. A massive wave surged forward in an instant, and the small bamboo boat suddenly flew up. Sukan held onto the small boat as it hovered midair, his eyes narrowing as he gazed into the distance. In that moment, he seemed to catch sight of an island far away. Could it be that he was mistaken? The thunder and lightning in the sky became even more intense, illuminating the entire sea and sky. Unfortunately, the waves were simply too large, blocking Sukan's view and making it impossible to see beyond them. Watching as another wave rolled in, he could once again use the little bamboo boat to get launched into the air, allowing him to clearly observe the island from above. He instructed Aozai to hold tight to his waist. He needed to make the most of the crest of this wave to get a clear view. Only by determining whether this island can provide shelter and the direction of this tsunami can a path be found. As the wave approached, Sukan crouched down slightly, holding tightly onto the small bamboo boat, his eyes narrowing as he stared in that direction. The moment the wave surged, it lifted the small boat over 10 meters high. It was thanks to Sukan and Aozai's strong physique, otherwise, the fall alone could have been fatal. The moment the small boat soared into the air, Sukan looked gravely in the direction of the island and the tsunami. Amid the flickering lightning, the island's distinct appearance could be clearly seen. This also confirmed that he hadn't been mistaken, it was indeed an island, even larger than the one he had landed on before. The tsunami surged from the west toward the east, while the island was located to the south. According to the direction of the tsunami's approach, this island happens to be able to avoid the calamity's impact. The moment the small boat landed, Sukan's heart stirred. There was hope. Sukan had also grasped the rules of tsunamis in this world. They seem primarily targeted at the ocean. This is probably to eliminate the drifters living in the ocean of this world. Although it is quite cruel, it can be considered as cutting short the pain, helping those poor survivors alleviate their suffering. Thinking this way might make it feel a little better. After all, it is the rule of this world. It seems that the land is indeed the only place where he can escape natural disasters. Sukan hesitated no more. He immediately called Aozai to prepare the boat, ready to fight against the natural disaster. Since you've come to this world, it's already a kind of defiance against fate. Even after being stranded in the desolate depths of the ocean, you can still live well. If a single natural disaster were to defeat you, how could you ever conquer the sea? Ah, the little wolf leapt off him. Seeing Sukan's serious and resolute expression, it no longer felt scared and readied itself for battle. After taking the golden cudgel from Sukan's hand, it had already transformed into a rowing paddle. However, just one rowing paddle is not enough. Sukan immediately opened the parchment book and found the crafting conditions for the rowing paddle. It requires 2 pieces of wood to craft a rowing paddle. Without the slightest hesitation, it was immediately crafted into a rowing paddle. If necessary, Sukan would even jump into the sea with the little cub, dragging the small bamboo boat toward the island. Although Sukan and Aozai's swimming is very fast, making it highly likely for them to escape the tsunami, but their strength is also considerable, and their rowing speed is not slow either. The little cub seemed to be shouting charge, 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 as one person and one bear rowed rapidly toward the island, bouncing up and down on the waves. Going with the flow has never been Sukan's style. Pushing against the current, dawn will eventually break. This was a contest between man and nature. The waves surged back against the small bamboo boat, making it nearly impossible to move forward. The tsunami was drawing closer and closer, moving at an incredible speed. The surging waves rushed toward the small bamboo boat, and if they were swept away by the tsunami, they would lose this chance to reach land. If not for the early detection of this tsunami, it would have been impossible to overcome it. As we all know, the speed of a tsunami is nearly equivalent to the speed of an airplane. Finally, just before the tsunami arrived, the small bamboo raft rushed onto the island. After landing, the man and the bear quickly dragged the bamboo raft onto the beach. Just as they reached the shore, the tsunami immediately surged into the spot where they had just left. Exactly as Sukan had predicted, the tsunami targeted everything on the sea's surface. The land seemed to be a safe haven, completely isolated. The seawater along the coastline still maintained its normal rhythm, as if the tsunami in this location were separated by a boundary. It seemed the decision to make for the island was the right one. Gazing at the tsunami wreaking havoc in the distance, massive waves rose sky high, blocking out the sun and moon as they surged toward the horizon, ruthlessly sweeping away everything on the sea's surface. miles. Amid the roaring sea winds, one could almost catch a glimpse of a small bamboo raft being swept away by the waters. Needless to say, the owner of this small bamboo raft must have already been swallowed by the sea. This was the first time encountering another person's bamboo raft, though it was unexpected to see it in such a condition. The cruelty of natural disasters weighed heavily on Sukan's heart, yet it also filled him with greater determination and confidence. This was his destiny upon arriving in this world and something he had to fight against, battling nature and resisting natural disasters. Ow! The little cub hid behind Sukan's legs, poking its small head out to look at the terrifying tsunami. It let out a low howl in fear, its entire bear-like appearance seeming wilted, trembling uncontrollably. Holding it in his arms, he took out a fire rack and sat by the beach, draping clothes over the stones to dry. Gazing at the brutal tsunami surging past for a long while, he sighed a few words. Natural disasters are indeed merciless. Waiting quietly for the clothes to be dried and comfortable, then putting on them, he took out 2 tuna fish. Just having gone through the stormy waves, his body was inevitably affected and a large amount of physical energy consumed. These tuna fish came in handy. He placed the small tuna on the grill and took 2 pieces of fish meat cut from the big tuna, using them to make soup. With these fish, his health and strength could quickly be restored. Sukan gazed at the tsunami surging toward the east, not toward the island, and finally felt relieved. The fire rack was moved into the wooden cabin within the boat, and the warmth inside the cabin quickly spread, driving away the chill brought by the storm. Eating a piece of fish and drinking a mouthful of fish soup finally restored strength to the 2 aching arms. The feeling of exhaustion from the body vanished completely. This is the special effect brought by bluefin tuna. The little cub curled up tiredly in Sukan's arms, completely worn out just now. After all, the constructed boat was quite large, and it had fought against the tsunami, rushing upstream to the island. Once its burst of energy subsided, all that was left was fatigue. It didn't even have the strength to eat, looking somewhat feeble and listless. Holding it, after it had recovered a bit, he fed it some fish soup and fish meat. Its bare fur immediately became fluffy and soft, even faintly glowing with a white light. This must be the benefit of the fish meat's enhancement. Once the little cub could move, it picked up the fish soup on its own and started drinking, stuffing its small mouth with large bites of fish meat. After the little cub returned to normal, its eyes sparkled with light once again, and it began bouncing around energetically. Sukan also breathed a sigh of relief. This disaster had finally been avoided. Although they had survived this natural disaster, it was not an easy feat. Other survivors were currently facing life-threatening situations, enduring the greatest crisis since reaching the ocean's surface. Collapse, frustration, and despair were relentlessly eroding their hearts. Sukan had not experienced the tsunami firsthand, so he did not know the full power of tsunamis in this world. However, he believed the rules of this world had certain limits. This boundary is presumably determined based on the area of the boat. The larger the area of the bamboo boat, the greater the chance of survival. After observing the tsunami upon landing on the island, he discovered 4 or 5 small bamboo rafts. However, he didn't see any large bamboo rafts. This kind of tsunami seems to cleanse poorly developed human survivors, but it certainly cannot eliminate everyone, otherwise, the existence of this world would lose its meaning. It's just unclear what the exact rules of the tsunami are. He can only wait for the tsunami to pass and then search for the answers in the parchment. At this moment, the tsunami was at its peak. The last message from the survivors on the Goatskin Book's public screen was from a few minutes ago, filled with despairing final words. Sukan wouldn't feel sympathy for anyone. At most, he'd merely lament the merciless rules of this world. If even the world itself is devoid of compassion, how could he be expected to feel any? After regaining his strength, Sukan took the little cub to the beach. He looked toward the distance where the tsunami had roared past. By now, its force had diminished significantly, almost disappearing. This disaster and purge of survivors worldwide came swiftly and ended just as quickly, which further confirmed Sukan's hypothesis. It really was aimed at eliminating those who hadn't developed well. Anyone with decent development could rely on their boats to withstand this wave of tsunami. The storm gradually turned into drizzle and then disappeared altogether. The raging lightning in the sky calmed down, the dark clouds faded, and the moon emerged as if nothing had ever happened. The sea surface gradually returned to calm. After eating the bluefin tuna, there was no need for sleep to maintain energy, so Sukan simply went to the beach's reefs, gazing into the distance and reflecting on the experience of this tsunami. Sukan also began to ponder. If the tsunami was specifically targeting the ocean, then logically the land should be the safest. Yet now he started to have doubts. After all, the parchment had warned that survival on land is highly dangerous. Surely, there must be natural disasters more brutal than tsunamis, specifically targeting the land. Thinking of this, Sukan immediately pushed the little bamboo boat into the sea. He decided not to spend the night on the island. After pulling Ao Zizi aboard, he finally felt some relief. They didn't stray too far from the island. Sukan wanted to figure out the rules of this world, as only by doing so could he survive better. Aside from eliminating lazy and poorly developed survivors on the ocean, there must also be disasters on the islands to weed out those who survive by cunning and shortcuts, making survivors understand that compared to land, the ocean is relatively safer. Although this was just Sukan's suspicion, caution is always beneficial, and being careful is his habit. Sure enough, not long after Sukan boarded the boat with Aozai, Aozai pointed at the sky and started jumping, leaning against the edge of the boat and howling incessantly toward the island. Wavy gray, orange, white, and reddish-orange clouds appeared in the sky. These were clearly earthquake clouds. Phew, it seems that natural disasters come with certain visual warnings, which also serve to help survivors take precautions. Sukan raised his head and silently pondered as he looked at the sky. The aurora was accompanied by the tsunami, and the earthquake clouds naturally came with an earthquake. This could be considered a hint for the survivors, but if they missed it, they could only consider themselves unlucky. It goes without saying that something is about to happen to the island. The coconut trees on the island swayed continuously, the seawater at the beach surged violently, and the entire island was faintly trembling. Sukan hurriedly paddled the boat with Aozai, trying to maintain some distance from the island. The natural disaster on the island had indeed arrived. The earthquake grew increasingly intense, massive cracks appeared on the island, and the whole island wobbled, emitting deafening sounds of the ground splitting apart. The seawater near the island was especially tumultuous. Fortunately, they had left the island in advance, otherwise, the bamboo boat they used to escape would certainly have been smashed apart. Sukan couldn't help but admit that the rules he had deduced were indeed accurate. It seems that the warnings about the dangers of the land written in the parchment book were not exaggerated. Sukan felt fortunate that it wasn't a simultaneous disaster on both land and sea, otherwise, taking Awo to the island wouldn't have been seeking refuge, it would have been courting death. Compared to earthquakes, Sukan clearly preferred tsunamis. He had an affinity for the ocean. Even if he lost his bamboo raft, he could still survive in the seawater, at most encountering some wind and waves. But if he were on land during a catastrophic landslide or ground fracture, he wouldn't have the ability to survive being buried. On the island, countless pitch-black cracks were visible to the naked eye, and there was even magma surging from beneath. The entire island was unrecognizable, with billowing black smoke rising skyward, turning the surrounding sky completely black. Ah! The little cub tugged at Sukan's leg, using its tiny paw to mimic Sukan, wiping away non-existent sweat, as if saying it was lucky they left the island early, otherwise, it would have turned into a roasted bear by now. Sukan was also aware that in the future, even if they went to the island, they would need to constantly monitor the weather. At the first sign of trouble, they would have to leave immediately. Unless it was to gather supplies, they should avoid staying on the island for too long. Those survivors who thought they had found refuge on the island were probably facing utter despair at this moment. Several survivors were on the island, opening the parchment and mocking those unlucky fools, while feeling fortunate about their own luck in avoiding the tsunami. However, they realized as the earthquake struck that the crisis had fallen upon them. At this point, they could no longer laugh but were instead gripped by fear and tried to flee the island. However, their small bamboo raft was instantly destroyed, leaving them unable to escape. What they had considered a blissful haven turned into a deadly death trap in the blink of an eye. The shaking ground caused them to collapse to the ground, staring at the massive cracks that had appeared and were quickly spreading toward them. Unable to outrun the speed at which the earth was splitting, they could only watch the island in despair. Surprises and unexpected events, you never know which will come first, nor can you predict which will arrive. Enjoy the benefits of the island. After living lazily for so long, it's time to learn contentment. The island provided them with improved survival conditions so they could better endure life on the ocean, but it was never meant to make them dependent and abandon ocean survival entirely. These two natural disasters finally awakened the survivors completely. They thought the only challenges they faced were cold, thirst, and hunger. It wasn't until the natural disaster struck that they realized surviving on this island required giving their all, and those without strong willpower were mostly eliminated after this catastrophe. Perhaps many lucky survivors managed to live through it, but if they dodged this one, how could they avoid the next? When dawn broke and the sun rose, Sukan stretched lazily and smiled. He took out all his supplies, not a single item on the boat was missing. He should be the only ocean survivor in the world who overcame this disaster with zero losses. Moreover, he escaped unscathed, precisely avoiding two natural catastrophes during his flight. Not even a piece of wood was lost, the ship didn't suffer damage to a single bamboo plank, and he survived the ordeal at full strength. Only disasters can make people stronger. This is the tool survivors use to hone themselves and grow more powerful. Refusing to yield to anything is what defines a true strongman. Ah! The cub suddenly let out a long howl toward the sky. Sukan was startled, thinking the disaster wasn't over yet. This time, however, the cub's voice carried no trace of fear. Instead, it was filled with excitement and joy. Looking towards the distance following its gaze, a rainbow appeared above the island. After the storm passed, the sky that had endured the tempest finally displayed a gigantic seven-colored arc. This rainbow seemed to be telling the survivors that all hardships had ended and they had finally welcomed the dawn of hope. Earlier, Sukan hadn't noticed the sky above the island, but now, as he gazed at the rainbow, he let out a long sigh of relief. The rainbow was indeed stunning and dazzling. breathtaking. In the eyes of the survivors, it was much more beautiful than any aurora, even though the aurora's colors were more exquisite. But just like encountering those colorful plants and animals in the jungle of survival, what lies hidden behind them might be poison and danger. Sukin did not immerse himself in the beauty of the rainbow for long. He and Aozai still had many things to do. From a distance, the island's appearance seems to have completely recovered, with lush green forests and calm waves, as if nothing had ever happened. Could it be that, after a natural disaster, the island can somehow automatically reset and restore itself? If that's truly the case, then this so-called natural disaster would undoubtedly serve to eliminate underdeveloped survivors. In the future, survivors' lives gradually improve. Will the power of natural disasters increase? If the power of natural disasters truly increases, that would indeed be the most terrifying situation. Sukan, however, believes this possibility is rather unlikely. Natural disasters shouldn't continuously eliminate people. They are likely just initial warnings. Even if natural disasters occur again later, their power should be no different from this time. Otherwise, it would become a competition like forced destruction of some individuals. In that case, the rules of this world would be more than just cruel. Thus, Sukan believes this possibility is merely something to ponder. No natural disaster can surpass tsunamis and devastating earthquakes in power. Sukan and Aozai quickly paddled their small boat and landed on the island once more. After pushing the boat onto the beach, the two headed toward the island to see if there were any unexpected surprises. Scavenging the island is a pleasure for Sukan, especially after experiencing the benefits from the previous trip. The size of this island is not small. After reaching the island, it was discovered that all the resources on the island had completely returned to their original state. The island seemed to have not experienced any earthquake at all, with the ground showing no traces whatsoever. In other words, those survivors who met their end on the island ultimately left nothing behind. The magma flames caused by the earthquake burned everything to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Sukan sighed but also felt fortunate. If he hadn't stayed on the beach last night, observing the potential aftermath of the disaster and predicting in advance that a natural calamity might strike the island, he might have been caught in misfortune himself. Even though his physique had been enhanced and he might have survived, it would have come at a heavy cost. At the very least, his small bamboo raft would certainly have been lost. This is the harsh reality in the face of natural disasters. Sukan arrived on the island and observed everything around him. This island is no different from the previous one they landed on, with many coconut trees growing plentifully on the beach. As for these coconuts, Sukan certainly wouldn't let them go to waste. Although one cannot savor delicious wine on the sea, coconuts are also a rare and precious treat. The task was simply handed to Aozai Z, who passed Aozai Z the bamboo rod after transforming the golden staff into one. Aozai happily smiled after taking the bamboo pole. He kept poking at the coconuts on the tree, gathering them into small piles, and then called Sukan to store all of these coconuts in the warehouse. Although Aozai didn't know where Sukan took all the coconuts, he was certain Sukan would bring them out for him to taste. Even Aozai couldn't resist the delicious flavor of the coconuts. While Aozai was busy knocking down coconuts, Sukan took advantage of the moment to climb onto a reef, bask in the sun, and bring out the parchment book. He needed to understand the situation of other survivors in this world. This natural disaster must have caused severe losses to other survivors. They're lucky just to be alive now. I spent many days building my bamboo raft, making it 8 meters long, and now it's completely destroyed. The tsunami scattered my boat, and now only 2 meters of it remain. My bamboo raft is the same, it only has its initial length left. This disaster also destroyed all my supplies, and my water purifiers were completely washed away by the sea. My fish and worms that I raised are all gone. I'm so sad and heartbroken. Why is heaven so cruel to me? I barely managed to survive, and now I have nothing left. Sukan roughly understood the current situation of these survivors. It can be said that they exchanged their supplies to save their own lives, but they don't think about how fortunate they are. Instead, they focus on calculating their losses without feeling grateful that they're still alive. Those who have already sunk into the ocean naturally can't speak anymore. Moreover, some survivors begged to borrow resources like water, food, and wood, promising to repay with interest, but no one is willing to lend resources. At this point, which survivor isn't heartbroken over the loss of their resources? If there are still kind-hearted people now, then Sukan would be completely speechless. Don't be fooled by how miserable they look now. These people were once flaunting their wealth. When they were living well, when did they ever help others? Now relying on others to help them is nothing short of a joke. The way of heaven has its cycles, and fortunes change in turn. This is probably the reasoning behind it. The public chat screen in the world of the sheepskin book was still flooded with messages. Some people were rejoicing at surviving the calamity, while others continued to complain and blame the heavens. The chat messages kept scrolling rapidly. This natural disaster gave everyone some insights and made them yearn even more for life and for a better existence. Sukan paid them no attention and instead opened the shop. The shark meat hanging in the store has not yet been sold, and he immediately raised the price of the fish by 50%. Besides needing 150 pieces of wood or plastic, rare materials could still be used for exchange. After setting it up, he put away the sheepskin book. Although it feels a bit like taking advantage of the situation, survivors should also realize the importance of resources after this disaster, especially given the sharp depletion of wood and plastic, making resources in the market even scarcer. At this point, shark meat naturally became a sought-after commodity. Every survivor who managed to stay alive longed for survival, as only by surviving could they gather resources. This night left them utterly exhausted, and as long as there was something to eat, they were willing to exchange all their supplies for it. Suken was not about to play the role of a benevolent person. People who managed to survive at this stage wouldn't be grateful for your generosity. Once they became wealthy again, they would revert to their true nature. And why would their miserable lives have anything to do with me? If they were doing well, would they give me supplies for free? This is the cruel survival rule of nature. If you're unhappy, you can put away your supplies and refuse to exchange. No one will force you to do anything you don't want to do. Suken told Aozai to push the small bamboo raft into the sea first and tie it to the coconut tree on the beach with a rope. In a while, when the weather heats up, the beach will become very dry, and getting the raft into the sea will be a lot more difficult. Aozai hopped over to the small bamboo raft, but the sand on the shore had already dried out, and after a night of wind and rain, the bamboo raft had become very wet and heavy. Aozai struggled for a long time just to move it a little. The little cub looked pitifully at Suken, with eyes pleading as if saying, "I really can't manage this." When landing, the waves helped, and they didn't get stranded far away. Suken hadn't figured out the tide schedule of this island, and unexpectedly, shortly after landing, the tide receded. Now, to get the boat back into the sea, they would need to drag it at least 10 meters. But the sand is so dry now that it seems determined to exhaust them to death. Suken pondered that after these natural disasters, there probably wouldn't be another one anytime soon. If natural disasters kept occurring one after another, even Suken would feel that there was no point in continuing to survive in this world. He might as well just give up. Since that was the case, it would be possible to stay on the island for a short while. Considering that he would frequently encounter islands in the future and docking the boat each time would be quite inconvenient, Suken decided to build something that would make docking easier. Although tying the small boat with a rope can prevent it from being blown away, this still poses certain risks. If other survivors discover his boat and steal it while he is searching for supplies, it would be troublesome. If the boat is dragged ashore, such a heavy boat, Suken is confident that apart from him and the little cub, no other survivor could possibly get it back into the water. Moreover, the coastline has shallow waters and long shores, making it very laborious to drag the boat to the waterline. For instance, the situation they are currently facing is quite awkward. We still need to construct a tool that can quickly launch the ship into the sea. Took out the parchment book, opened the construction page, and found a track for launching a ship into the sea. It requires a full 22 pieces of wood and plastic to build. The track has 10-meter-long wooden poles on both sides, and 2 wooden wheels in the middle, which can carry the ship along the track. This tool is quite convenient and practical. Drag the ship onto the shore. When leaving, you only need to remove the track, place the ship on it, and give it a gentle push to launch it back into the sea. Once he decided to build, Suken immediately took out his 40 pieces of wood. The small warehouse still had a relatively abundant supply of wood. He wasn't concerned about the consumption of wood. After all, he had fish listed for sale in the store, and he was currently on an island, which could fully replenish his resources. After taking out the wood, he immediately chose to craft the tracks. After selecting the location, a track was built, measuring a full 15 meters in length and 8 meters in width. This track looked like a train track, except it had an additional wooden board with gears on top. This board could drag a boat onto it, sliding it ashore, and could also help it quickly launch into the water. It was still very convenient and practical. The little cub curiously ran over, looking around here and there. Suken explained to it how this thing was used. The little cub nodded to indicate that he understood, then ran to the end of the track and used all his strength to drag one end of the boat onto the plank. Afterward, he ran to one side, pushing the boat in an attempt to get it onto the plank. However, the plank was movable, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get the boat up. Suken noticed this issue as well, so he tied a rope to the bow of the boat and suggested the cub try pulling it. Suken made a small switch similar to a gate mechanism. As long as the switch remained closed, the plank would not budge. It's actually just using a rope to make a hook. Aozai gripped the rope tightly, squatted down, and prepared to use all its strength, but it found that it didn't need to exert much force to get the boat onto the wooden board. The boat actually wasn't very heavy, it just had a small wooden cabin on top. However, due to its large surface area, the friction on the sand made it seem heavier. If it was just pulling the boat onto the wooden board tracks, Aozai could do it single-handedly. After dragging the boat onto the wooden plank, he removed the hook and easily slid the plank along the track up to the shore. Suken was quite satisfied with this tool and put the track away. His 30-meter-long boat wasn't something just anyone could move. Although there was only a wooden cabin on the boat, without the track, even he and Aozai would be utterly exhausted. If someone really had the skill to steal it, he might as well give it to them. Those who can build a track attacked to steal others' ships probably wouldn't be short of a little wood. What's more, Sukin has not encountered a single survivor up to now, which is almost impossible luck. The purpose of building this track was simply to make things easier for himself. After solving the issue of where to dock his ship, the next thing to do is, of course, to loot this island. His current wood storage has plummeted drastically, not even reaching triple digits. It's necessary to rely on this island to replenish resources. On this island, there are many palm trees visible, and naturally, this kind of hard labor is handed over to Aozai. Anyway, it's full of energy and was just howling to go after sharks, so it's perfect to find something for it to do. Aozai quickly collected 15 coconuts. Once again, it's possible to sit by the seaside, eating grilled fish, drinking coconut juice, basking in the sun, and enjoying life. Feeling a bit bored, he directly sent Aozai to chop down trees, leaving the task of collecting coconuts for himself. Aozai was bursting with energy, letting out sharp cries as it charged toward a palm tree. Swinging wildly, wood chips quickly flew in all directions, and a 20-centimeter wide palm tree crashed to the ground. Then it set its sights on another tree nearby, picking up the axe and hacking away once more. Sukin admired its enthusiasm. It seemed that in the future, whenever it had no other outlets, he'd just bring it here to chop down trees. While collecting coconuts, also go gather the wood chopped down by the little cub. Harvest, wood X20. Harvest, wood X30. Keep it up, little rascal. I'll roast 2 more fish for you tonight. Sukin didn't forget to give it some encouragement. The little guy had done an excellent job. Ah woo woo. The little rascal excitedly swung its tiny axe even harder, turning back to stick out its tongue and extending its little paw to show it could chop down another 10,000 trees. All the visible palm trees on the island have been completely chopped down by Aozai. However, there weren't actually that many trees. A total of 300 units of wood were collected, along with 300 palm leaves. The materials in the small warehouse finally became plentiful again, and Sukin felt quite satisfied. The island has no shortage of trees. The forested area is incredibly dense with trees, resembling a pristine rainforest, complete with swamps and small hills. However, Sukin discovered that aside from palm trees, other trees would immediately disappear upon being cut down, yielding no wood. Those trees seemed to merely serve as decorative embellishments. So there weren't that many palm trees, just about 10 or so, but the amount of wood obtained wasn't small. Although these 10 or so palm trees seem pitifully few compared to the size of the vast island, this scarcity highlights the preciousness of the wood, ensuring its status as a hard currency. Otherwise, if a survivor happened upon the island and casually collected thousands of pieces of wood, they could easily get rich just by chopping trees. The conditions for survivors to obtain resources in this world are still relatively challenging. After collecting the palm trees, Sukin immediately took Aozai to gather flowers and fruits. But unfortunately, after searching for several hours, not even a single hair was found. It seems that just because the island is big doesn't necessarily mean you can find valuable resources. It still depends on luck. Not only couldn't a rotten fruit be seen, but even a single flower was nowhere in sight. Sukin even suspected whether last night's earthquake had burned all those precious resources away. Forget it, since nothing growing out of the soil can be found, why not try looking for something in the soil instead? Still decided to venture deep into the island. Perhaps rare mineral resources or precious soil resources could be found. Little Ha had finally exhausted most of its energy and was now holding a small water bag, gulping down water. After it had rested, it was then called to head into the depths of the island. Sukin also held a trace of hope in his heart. Perhaps he could find fruits deep in the island. After all, deep mountains always hide treasures, so it was worth trying his luck. Sukin took out 2 coconuts, handed one to Aozai, and roasted 2 fish to replenish their strength. After eating, their strength was restored, and they headed into the mountains for looting. It's time to clean out the island. Entering the jungle always requires great caution. Sukin specifically reminded Aozai a few times, if you see particularly brightly colored flowers or small animals, you must resist your curiosity and avoid touching them. Although Aozai has a very strong constitution, and his own physique has also been enhanced, there has been no verification regarding resistance to potent toxins. Sukin wasn't sure whether their bodies could withstand poisons, so in the absence of medication, extreme caution was absolutely necessary. It is precisely this caution that allows one to live longer. However, caution can sometimes lead to accidents. He accidentally brushed against a type of plant and immediately recognized it. The plant's poisonous thorns, once entering the human body, would quickly cause blood coagulation, leading to death in a short time. Looking at the blood flowing from his arm and a small wound, Sukin did not feel any discomfort, and the wound quickly healed. His current physique was indeed extraordinary, and Aozai was certainly not afraid of these deadly poisons either. Knowing he had a toxin-resistant physique, he now feared nothing. The little cub saw him staring at the brightly colored plant and the wound, then glanced at it a few more times, making it misunderstand. The little cub even thought he wanted it to try as well, so it broke off the flower and stabbed it into its own arm. Sukin hurriedly tried to stop it from taking the risk, but it was already too late. However, after seeing the result, Sukin was speechless and his face face darkened. Because although the plant's thorns were incredibly sharp, they simply couldn't pierce the cub's bare hide. Its bare hide was so thick that even a knife couldn't cut through it. The plant's thorns were softened and couldn't penetrate at all. Indeed, the differences between animals are truly significant. Without wasting any more time, upon entering the depths of the island, it became clear that the interior of this island was noticeably different from the depths of the previous one. The forest deep within this island is even denser, with soil that is very dark in color, even faintly shimmering with silver. The deeper you go, the denser the forest becomes, and the more fertile the soil. In such a fertile place, it would truly be unbelievable not to find a single fruit. At this moment, Ao's eye suddenly darted toward a spot not far ahead, swiftly disappearing into the forest. A few seconds later, he returned holding a large bunch of purple objects in his hands, proudly presenting them to Su-kan. Well done. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a bunch of grapes, platinum quality. Although they have the same effect as watermelon, the results are even stronger. Indeed, this is where the cub's abilities truly shine. Treasure hunting bear lives up to its name. He had guessed that this lush forest would surely yield some rare resources, and finally, he found a treasure. Quick, take me to see. The little cub immediately led the way to a small grove. This small grove was different from other places. The trees were particularly sparse, leaving a small clearing. The soil in that small clearing seemed to be sprinkled with silver sand, and in the center grew a cluster of grapevines, clinging to a young sapling of a palm tree. There are still a few bunches of grapes on the vine. Pick them all off. Harvested grapes X4. Harvested grape seeds X1. A total of 4 bunches of grapes were harvested. These days, the food consumed is either rich dishes of fish and meat, sweet canned fruits, or overly sweet apples and watermelons. Being able to eat these sweet and tangy grapes that whet the appetite is simply delightful to think about. Unable to resist, I plucked one and popped it into my mouth. As the plump, juicy grape burst open, the sweet and tangy flavor was an absolute treat for the taste buds. Even the little cub tried one and squealed with joy. It seems there's now another type of fruit I can grow myself. Unfortunately, the grapevine cannot be transplanted. As soon as the seeds are harvested, the grapevine vanishes without a trace. After collecting all the grapes and seeds into the warehouse, Su-kan set his sights on the soil on the ground. This silver-colored soil was something he was seeing for the first time. Could it be some kind of rare soil? After digging up a small piece, harvest, bronze-grade soil X1, Su-kan was a bit disappointed. He had thought the soil's grade would be much higher. This level of soil was of no help to him at all. Perhaps the grapevine improved the surrounding soil. No matter how poor its grade was, adhering to the principle of never letting anything go, he still collected the silver soil here. However, after gathering only 3 pieces, the surrounding soil instantly reverted to its ordinary color. Although this soil wasn't of much use to him, he could trade it later if needed. Even a mosquito is still meat, after all. After scavenging the soil, 2 palm trees were found nearby and mercilessly chopped down. Wood harvested X20. These 2 pieces of wood were clearly underdeveloped, probably because the grapes had taken all the nutrients. The island's deepest area was just ahead. He didn't expect to find any more fruit but hoped to discover some mineral resources, as he was currently in great need of them. Upon venturing deep into the island, rare minerals were finally discovered. A pitch-black small hill, identical to the metallic mine found last time. Go, Little Howler, go. Little Howler immediately dashed forward excitedly, like a giant bear pouncing on a rabbit, rushing up and slapping around wildly. Obtain metal or X1. Obtain metal or X1. Su-kan also transformed the golden cudgel into a chisel and quickly started digging. This small mine was quickly hollowed out. The possibility of finding clay near the mine was very high, so Su-kan dug around randomly. The surrounding land was pitted with holes, and finally, clay resources were discovered. Phew! Su-kan wiped the sweat from his forehead and began collecting clay. Clay X1 obtained. Clay X1 obtained. Clay X1 obtained. After all the clay had been searched, the search for quartz began in the forest. Quartz X1 obtained. Quartz X1 obtained. Obtained quartz X1. As expected, treasures are abundant in the deep mountains. Although no rare resources were found again, fortunately, a few palm trees were discovered. After collecting all the wood, he searched around thoroughly to confirm that the resources on this island that could be taken had been completely emptied, and only then did he leave with satisfaction. Currently, his resources have become abundant again, earning him a fortune. The small warehouses wood stock has finally returned to over 3 digits, making him a small wealthy man once more. Wood 455, plastic 35, rope 30, iron 10, palm leaves 770, clay 20, sand 20, quartz 25, metal or 20. This trip to the island yielded tremendous rewards. Not only did they replenish a large batch of timber and rare minerals, but they also obtained a string of platinum-grade grape seeds. Su-kan immediately took Ao's eye back to the small boat, deciding to plant the grapes first. Taking out the grape seeds, he noticed a large empty space in the watermelon pot and dug a small hole nearby to plant the grape seeds. These 2 fruits don't take up much space, so there's no need to make an additional wooden pot for the grapes. Watered the grape seeds with purified water, quietly waiting for them to grow into grapevines. lines. Sukan contentedly patted the dust off his hands. If he hadn't dared to claim himself as the world's richest person before, now, after surviving the natural disaster and replenishing such a massive wave of resources, no one could compare to his wealth. At this point, not only did he have no worries about food and drink, but he could also use a large amount of purified water to irrigate the saplings. After watering all the saplings, he lay down on a chair to rest, took out 2 bunches of grapes, tossed one to the little cub, and then brought out 2 coconuts, leisurely gazing at the sea while enjoying his food. The little cub alternated between a grape and a sip of coconut juice, enjoying himself with his little feet crossed. Sukan took out Zhang Taigong's professional fishing rod, leisurely fishing, and savoring the joys of a simple life. For the other survivors, the most urgent task at the moment was undoubtedly to secure drinking water to ensure they wouldn't die of thirst. But to drink water, they first had to gather supplies and build a water purifier. Everything seemed to return to the starting point, but this time no one would choose laziness, as laziness equaled death. The survivors, now experienced, knew what needed to be done first. These survivors endured hunger and thirst, patiently fishing for supplies. Some survivors even faced additional hardships. After surviving a disaster, their territory was already reduced to its initial state, only to have 2 more pieces bitten off by sharks, forcing them to quickly gather wood to restore their territory. Only by solving the water and supplies problem can one think of ways to obtain food from the barrel. They were nothing like Sukan, whose supplies were so abundant it was as if nothing had happened, and he was even living better than before. Moreover, Sukan didn't take sharks seriously. Before the sharks could cause trouble, as soon as any shark dared to approach him, Aozai would be the first to rush out and give the shark a beating, allowing him to calmly gather the surrounding supplies. Looking at Aozai collecting supplies, Sukan always felt like he had forgotten to do something. After rubbing his temples, he suddenly remembered, damn it, I forgot to check in today. After experiencing the tsunami and earthquake, he had been too busy escaping and scavenging supplies from the sea, almost forgetting this most important task. Daily check-ins are the key to obtaining rare supplies. Check-in system prompt. Check in. Sukan heard the prompt on the island, but at that time he was too busy mining. Reward, diamond level sale. Diamond level? Sukan felt a surge of joy. Anything at the diamond level of resources was never subpar. At the very least, the only 2 types of resources of this level he possessed were both extremely beneficial and indispensable to him. The Zhang Taigong professional fishing rod ensured he could catch food in the ocean without bait, and as for the golden cudgel, it went without saying it not only helped him exploit mineral resources but also proved invaluable when escaping a tsunami. Then Sukan felt a wave of doubt in his heart. Where's the sale? Why can't it be claimed? Then, looking at the conditions for claiming the sale, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Although the sale was a direct reward, in reality, it was no different from being given a blueprint. The crafting requirements were extremely high, even to the point of being somewhat ridiculous. Conditions for crafting a diamond grade sale: 200 pieces of wood, 400 palm leaves, 80 pieces of metal. Goodness, Sukan couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of diamond grade materials, the resources required for crafting are truly staggering. This is the first time seeing such a high demand for materials. Although he could provide the wood and had a huge stock of palm leaves, he didn't have as much metal. Even the surplus grain from the landlord's house wasn't that abundant. It was only Sukan who could possibly gather so many supplies. If it were any other survivor, they would probably sell this useless map right away. Even his 2 diamond level supplies were directly given away. However, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. As the saying goes, effort always brings rewards. A sale crafted with such high standards is bound to be extraordinary. Sukan glanced at the sales description, deciding to first check its features. If it turned out to be useless, he wouldn't bother with the blueprint. But a diamond grade item shouldn't be disappointing. Diamond grade sail features ensures reduced wave resistance during ocean navigation, making the vessel safer and more stable, while increasing its speed several times. This is indeed a good item. His ship happens to be lacking a sail. A diamond grade sail can surely enhance speed and provide stability to the ship. The only question is whether the stability and speed brought by this sail can help him break through a tsunami. But there's no way to verify that now. He'll have to wait until the sail is built to see its effect. If he can escape the tsunami, he will be able to easily avoid similar natural disasters in the future. However, he cannot build it for now, as he is short on metal. Even after searching an island, he only has 20 units in stock. Still, Sukan is not worried about the material issue. While he doesn't have enough, other survivors do. As long as they have it, they will definitely bring it out to trade with me for survival. At this moment, Sukan discovered that the diamond grade sail actually had special requirements. Special requirements. The speed of the diamond grade sail cannot be borne by an ordinary bamboo boat. It requires a boat built with high-grade bamboo materials. Sukan was slightly surprised. Originally, he was worried that the speed provided by the sail might be mediocre. However, it remained completely intact even amidst the massive waves. If the sail speed couldn't be endured, it would indicate that the boost provided by the sail was significant, and it would also mean that this speed was enough to tear his ship apart. Sukan opened the construction page of the parchment. Perhaps he could find a way to modify the ship's bamboo planks, but the construction page displayed a prompt: no advanced bamboo planks matching this ship. It seems this small boat is indeed too fragile to be upgraded. After some hesitation, Sukan found the manufacturing page for sails to see if he could build an ordinary sail and test its effectiveness. The result: damn! Sukan speechlessly discovered that his boat couldn't even use a regular sail. In other words, his boat wasn't even qualified to use a sail. Unworthy. Is it really that weak? Sukan suddenly felt a bit doubtful about life on this boat. Just as Sukan was feeling a bit annoyed, Aozai suddenly dropped the fishing rod in his hand and dove into the sea like a bear. Went to catch fish? Sukan arrived at its entry point into the water, watching as the bear cub plunged into the sea and quickly swam toward the ocean floor. Its speed was exceptionally fast, and in the blink of an eye, its bare figure was no longer visible. This was the first time the bear cub had run off without even saying a word. No one knew what was going on with it. Sukan wasn't worried about it. Maybe it would come back later carrying a big fish. Sure enough, within a few seconds, the bear cub's head quickly surfaced from the water. It grinned at Sukan with a playful expression, its big bare mouth revealing two neat rows of teeth holding a bluefin tuna. Went fishing? Sukan speechlessly took the fish from its mouth. However, the little cub showed no intention of getting on the boat. Instead, it kept splashing around on the sea surface, pointing its bare paw toward the ocean below as if trying to convey something. But when it saw that Sukan couldn't understand its meaning, it became so anxious that it flailed its arms and legs. It kept trying to explain its meaning, its two little bare paws gesturing incessantly, then pointing at his boat. Are you saying there's a sunken ship under the ocean? A wooden chest on the ship that you can't move? The little Ao kept leaping out of the water, seemingly excitedly saying, that's right, let's go, take me to have a look. Sukan took off his outerwear, approached the side of the boat, and leapt into the water, arriving beside the little Ao. The chubby bear-like body of Aozai appeared particularly agile in the sea, hurriedly leading Sukan toward the seabed. Sukan's speed in the ocean was even faster than Aozai's, so there was no worry about losing track of it. Moreover, being away for just a short while, there was no concern about the boat being carried away by the waves. As long as they didn't encounter a tsunami, with their speed, even if the boat drifted some distance, they could easily follow the direction of the waves to find it. After entering the seawater, Aozai led him continuously diving toward the seabed. It was estimated that they had conservatively dived down dozens of meters, but this was likely still the shallow water area. The ocean itself is unfathomable, and with the affinity for seawater, one can see things clearly underwater. However, perhaps the distance was too great. Sukan couldn't see anything on the seabed. He could only see a deep blue-black expanse below the deep sea. If an ordinary person were to reach this area, they wouldn't even be able to withstand the water pressure unless they were particularly skilled at swimming. The further Sukan went downstream, the more intrigued he became. He was also amazed by Aozai's abilities. Being able to sense treasures in such deep waters truly lived up to its reputation as a diamond-level treasure hunting bear. Even if Sukan knew there were treasures under the sea, it would still be incredibly difficult for him to find them. Aozai continued diving deeper, bypassing several underwater reefs, and after descending a few hundred meters, finally reached the seabed. After arriving at the seabed, I could finally see the surrounding scenery clearly. There were many beautifully colored corals under the sea, schools of fish swimming back and forth, and some oddly shaped marine creatures wandering around the seabed. The underwater world appeared to be rich and colorful, far more beautiful than the monotonous and boundless scene on the sea surface. No wonder so many enthusiasts love ocean diving. However, he had no mind to enjoy the scenery. At this moment, Sukan's head was filled with thoughts of treasure hunting. Finally, the little cub stopped. Looking ahead at a dilapidated shipwreck over 100 meters long, the shipwreck was covered in green algae and rust, stranded on the seabed, unable to move. From the state of this stranded shipwreck, it could roughly be inferred that this area must have once been a shallow shoal. This ship did not sink to the bottom of the sea. It was originally docked here. Perhaps due to the tsunami, the ship never had the chance to set sail and was completely wrecked, remaining docked here. This also indicates that people once lived on this island. Judging by the size of the ship, there must have been quite a few inhabitants. Unfortunately, time has passed, and this place has already turned into the seabed. As for the people who once lived on the island, they must have already encountered a shipwreck by now. The sea is just that merciless and cruel. But none of this has anything to do with him. At most, he would shout a quick thanks to the old pal for leaving behind the supplies. Approaching the massive wrecked ship, he tried to knock off a piece of the iron plate, but unfortunately, he couldn't take it for himself. These iron plates have already rotted, the sails are riddled with countless holes, and the mast is broken, with a claw mark still left on it. The claw mark was clearly left by the little cub. It seems the little cub shares the same mindset as him upon seeing something good. The first thought is always whether it can be taken away. Obviously, the idea of taking this mast can be dismissed. After searching around the edge of the ship, it was confirmed that there were no usable supplies to take away. Almost everything worth considering had been been severely corroded by seawater. The only hope now was that the box mentioned by Aoziz contained some treasure. Aoziz quickly swam toward the ship's deck, where many wooden barrels were piled up. Sukin tried opening one, and red liquid spilled out. It turned out to be red wine. Despite the initial excitement, it was frustrating to discover that all the red wine had gone bad. The wooden barrels had been infiltrated by seawater, rendering everything completely ruined. Otherwise, these leftover red wines would definitely be a huge fortune. Sukin just wanted to howl at the sky. It was simply too wasteful. But he forgot that he was in the sea, so he could only helplessly blow a couple of bubbles. Finally, he confirmed that there was nothing on this ship that could be used. Had no choice but to look for that wooden box. The little creature arrived at the end of the ship, where there was a huge hole that seemed to have been clawed open by it. Through this hole, it entered the cabin. In front was a burglar-proof iron door, whose lock had also been violently destroyed by the little creature. Inside, on the ground, lay a massive wooden box, over a meter long. Sukin almost strained his arm trying to lift it in the past. Even with the buoyancy in the water, using all his strength could only barely move it. The cub helped lift it from the other side, and only then could they manage to raise the wooden box. Letting it down first, Sukin was very curious about what was inside. Could it be a huge block of iron? Carefully examining the wooden box, it was discovered that its outer shell could be easily pried open. Sure enough, there was something hidden inside. The golden cudgel was taken out and transformed into a small hammer, used to tap the four corners of the wooden box. The shell of the wooden box was instantly shattered. Inside was a waterproof sealed metal box, but it was unclear how well it was sealed. Hopefully, no water had gotten inside. It was definitely impossible to open the treasure chest underwater. Sukin pointed upward to Aozi and lifted one side of the box. Aozi immediately understood his intention, tightly gripping the box with its little claws, and together they carried the box back to the boat. Although it took quite a bit of effort, the heavy box was finally dragged back onto the ship. After returning to the ship, Sukin plopped down to rest and began inspecting the iron box. There was a rotatable dial on the box, which seemed to be the mechanism for opening it. "Alright, kid, it's up to you." It's not that he couldn't open it. Since the little cub was able to find this treasure chest, it shows that its treasure hunting luck is very good. It's more prudent to let it open the chest. The little cub was shaking off the seawater from its bare fur, hesitating as it circled around the box. It patted the iron box with its little paws. The box emitted a muffled sound, and following Sukin's instructions, it finally stood upright. Its two little paws grabbed the wheel separately, turning it forcefully. Bang! The iron box emitted the sound of the seal lid opening, allowing air to enter. This also indicated that the seal inside was excellent. With no seawater seeping in, this was good news. Now it was time to see what treasure was hidden inside such a tightly sealed iron box. After the iron box was opened, the inside was completely different, with a piece of sheepskin lying flat, adorned with patterns. Before Sukin could examine the patterns, the sheepskin instantly vanished. Obtained, diamond-grade wooden plank blueprint. Could his luck really be this incredible? No wonder it's a diamond-level treasure hunting bear. Although the little cub's luck doesn't affect his check-in, but when it comes to treasure hunting, it's absolutely an unrivaled little expert, a lucky mythical beast. Just when he was looking for high-level wooden plank blueprints in the crafting shop, they were found. It was simply effortless, a dream come true. The little cub felt a bit disappointed when the sheepskin in the box disappeared, thinking it might have opened it the wrong way. But seeing Sukin's face filled with excitement and joy, it also started hopping around, grinning with its bare mouth and smiling foolishly. Sukin opened the crafting page of the sheepskin book. Sure enough, there was an additional item: the crafting conditions for diamond-grade planks, requiring 30 pieces of wood and 1 piece of iron to construct a single diamond-grade plank. Sukin couldn't help but wipe off a cold sweat. Good heavens, this demand is ridiculously outrageous. He had thought the requirements for the sale were already absurd, but the platinum-grade plank requirements were even more preposterous. By comparison, the sales requirements seemed like child's play. A diamond-grade plank requires 30 times the resources needed to craft an ordinary bamboo plank. This demand is simply too terrifying. All the wood he has on hand is only enough to craft a dozen or so diamond-grade planks. Moreover, his current stock of iron is insufficient, allowing him to construct at most 10 planks. Took a quick look at the diamond-grade wooden planks features. The requirements are so high, it can't just be about making the ship sturdier, right? However, after reading through, it really is just about making the ship sturdier, though not just ordinarily sturdy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's like a ship made of diamonds. Diamond-grade plank. Ships built with this plank can easily sail against the wind and waves. Even during tsunamis and typhoons, it ensures minimal wear on the ship's wood. It is also an essential material for crafting advanced ships. Phew! Indeed, the plank crafted with a significant amount of resources lives up to the materials spent on it. After all, out on the ocean, materials mean little. One tsunami can leave you with nothing. The ship is the foundation for human survival, an essential item. Moreover, only by building such a sturdy ship can one proceed to construct platinum-grade sails. sails. A sturdy ship combined with sails that can accelerate will allow for truly worry-free navigation on the sea. Even if a tsunami is encountered again, it will be possible to withstand the impact and break through the encirclement. Sukin put away the parchment and suppressed his excitement and shock. Try to calm yourself down. Imagining is indeed beautiful, but achieving the result is not that simple. Carefully calculated, if you want to build a high-grade ship with the same area as now, just the materials alone would require 14,400 pieces of wood and 480 pieces of iron. Sukan's head was buzzing. The materials needed were just too terrifying. Where could he possibly get so much wood? How about raising the price of fish again? Forget it. It's not that he's kind, but if he raises it any further, the survivors really won't be able to afford it. The market price being raised too high may not necessarily be a good thing. The current price is already quite high, yet there are still some survivors who, despite the pain, can manage to scrape together enough. But if it becomes excessively unreasonable, those survivors might be forced to endure hunger while scavenging for supplies. It's still necessary to think of other solutions. There are still a few cans of fruit on hand, but this thing wouldn't sell for much even if I tried to sell it. I still need to think of another way. In the end, I'm just too poor. It wasn't until faced with this level of expense that I finally realized how insignificant my savings were. I took out the brick that got wet in the rain yesterday and left it on the boat to dry some more. Let the little cub continue fishing. Now, not only must there be enough to eat, but also enough to sell. After experiencing this tsunami, the demand for food at night will surely increase. Those people have almost gathered their supplies, and there will always be someone who can't resist hunger and will come to trade food with him. He also took out the remaining 2 bunches of grapes and handed one to the little cub. Then, sitting next to the little cub, holding the sheepskin book to accompany it while fishing, so it wouldn't get bored. Sukin opened the Survivor World public chat and was somewhat surprised to find that the survivors were actually discussing the shark meat he had put up for sale. It seems someone was already tempted. My goodness, who is this fierce guy? Where on earth did he get so much shark meat? Could it be that this dude killed a shark? That's just terrifying. This shark meat is quite filling, and the price isn't too high. 150 pieces of wood for half a month's worth of food is still pretty reasonable. It might have been reasonable before the tsunami, but now, who can come up with that much wood? I've already submitted the wood and am waiting for the seller's approval. I guess they haven't seen it yet. What the heck? You actually have 150 pieces of wood? How did you avoid the tsunami? Rich guy, I bow to you. Survivors on the public chat mostly talk about topics revolving around sharks. From their conversation, it's already clear that quite a few people managed to perfectly avoid the tsunami and preserve their supplies, with some being rather lucky. But Sukin still just silently watched. The main reason is that there's really no need to chat with them. It's not like he can say, I need over 10,000 pieces of wood. Can anyone lend me some? It is estimated that other survivors would consider him a lunatic. At this moment, the little cub just happened to lift the fishing rod, pulling the fish onto the boat. Then, he dropped the rod and eagerly ran over to press the fish, skillfully giving it a slap to knock it unconscious. Generally, fish knocked unconscious like this quickly suffer from oxygen deprivation. Even if placed in a net bag in seawater, they struggle to survive and soon die, losing their freshness. So the best way to handle it, of course, is to eat it quickly. Sukin took out the remaining 4 small bluefin tuna and placed them on the fire rack, grilling 2 and stewing the other 2 for soup. Later, when Aozai catches more, they can continue eating and grilling at the same time. The 4 fish were divided into 2 each. Not to mention Aozai not getting enough to eat, even Sukin found it insufficient. After his physique improved, Sukin noticed his appetite had also increased significantly, which was normal. The aroma of grilled fish quickly spread. Every mealtime is the most exciting moment for Aozai, just like a little bird eagerly waiting to be fed. After Aozai caught another sea fish, he quickly carried it to the fire rack. Sukin prepared the fish, flipped the grilled fish, and started eating once it was cooked. One person held a coconut, stuffing fish meat into their mouth, exclaiming with enjoyment. At this moment, the wooden barrel supplies in the distance had already refreshed. Hey, kid, after you're done eating, go fetch them back. Once you bring them back, you open them. Sukin decisively chose to assign this task to the kid, especially after witnessing its ability to open treasures. The resources it gets from an ordinary wooden barrel are definitely better than what I can manage. Sukin also wanted to test just how good Aozai's luck really was. When the barrels are hauled back later, he and Aozai would open them at the same time to see the difference. Aozai hauled all 10 iron barrels ashore. It's time to open treasures again. Let's each open 5. Without comparison, there's no harm. This is also to test the difference in luck between himself and Aozai. Sukin went all in with 5 iron barrels. Obtained 20 wood, 2 iron, 10 palm leaves, 1 earthworm. This all-in move left him dumbfounded. It was simply the lowest barrel opening in history. Could it be any less? This kind of luck made Sukin give up the idea of opening iron barrels ever again. Bang bang bang. Aozai also opened 5 iron barrels. Obtained 200 wood, 100 iron, 10 canned fruits, and a ship anchor blueprint. What does does it mean to have incredible luck? The gap is truly not just a little bit. Humans compared to bears can be so frustrating. Although everything belongs to him, this inexplicable gap always makes Sukin feel somewhat uncomfortable. Roar! The little cub propped up its chin and stared at Sukin. Seeing his dark expression and silent demeanor, it thought he was unhappy. Well done, nicely done. Sukin sighed softly and rubbed its little head. Although his own luck was a bit poor, he also received some good news. Aozai's luck was indeed good enough. Not only did it yield a large amount of supplies, but it even produced a blueprint. The little cub saw Sukin finally show a hint of a smile and excitedly started bouncing around. It can now be confirmed that the little cub is truly a treasure-hunting pet. It can help its owner obtain more resources. You can even actively seek treasures, such as this sunken ship at the bottom of the sea. If it weren't for the little cub discovering this sunken ship and unlocking the diamond-level wooden plank blueprint, upgrading the ship would still be a big problem for Sukin, and the blueprint for the oars would have been useless. This little guy definitely deserves a reward. Come on, I'll grill some fish for you. Sukin decided to grill 2 more fish for the little guy. Once he's full, he might have more energy to find better treasures for him. The grilled fish, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, emitted a tantalizing aroma. After placing them on the table, he also brought out 2 cans of fruit. The little cub sat on a small stool, staring eagerly. Its 2 tiny paws clutched the cans, turning them over and over but unable to open them. Because it knew there was something delicious inside, it didn't dare to tear it open violently. Oh, I forgot, your paws aren't that nimble. Sukin took the can and helped it lift the lid. He even specially got it a small wooden spoon to prevent it from always getting the can stuck on its face, leaving bear fur covered everywhere. While tasting the fish, Sukin sighed, truly wondering how other survivors were managing. If it weren't for the fire rack enhancing the flavor, he feared he would have already grown sick of eating fish. After eating, Sukin patiently began fishing. On the vast ocean, perhaps fishing was the only way to pass the time. This can also greatly cultivate a person's patience. For the monotonous and dull life at sea, patience is extremely important, otherwise, one might face mental issues and completely break down. The sky gradually approached the horizon. Under the sunset glow, a fishing boat drifted quietly on the sea. On the boat, there was 1 person, 1 bear, and 1 fishing rod, peacefully fishing. A beautiful scene, a setting full of poetic charm. Sukin sat there motionless, eyes closed in contemplation. Across the sea, the sound of wind and waves roared past, and the fishing rod swayed gently with the breeze. By the count of days, today should be New Year's Eve. Sukin opened his eyes and gazed at the sky. On this night, no one should sleep. Some miss their hometown, while others quietly savor solitude. The fishing rod sank, the rod was lifted, the fish was flung onto the deck, and the rod was cast back into the sea, tirelessly repeating the actions. Aozai ran over to knock the fish unconscious. It had already learned how to handle the fish and eagerly cleaned them up. The moon revealed its bright moonlight, and the gentle white light spilled over the surface of the sea. By the end of the afternoon, 8 fish had been caught. 6 of them would be used to prepare a full fish feast for New Year's Eve dinner tonight, while Sukin planned to hang the remaining 2 in the shop. Originally, I planned to raise the price of these 2 fish, but thinking about how these survivors have just endured a natural disaster and are now facing a lonely holiday, I couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. So, I decided to sell them at the original price, 150 pieces of wood in exchange. After thoroughly cleaning the fish, I took out various pots, intending to prepare each fish with a different flavor. The aroma of the fish drifted across the sea, blending with the moonlight. Red lanterns were hung on the 4 corners of the boat. 8 fish were served on the table. The little cub was already lying on the table, drooling in anticipation. Smiling, he took out 2 cans of fruit, gazed at the beautiful scenery on the sea, and began to enjoy the New Year's Eve dinner. The meal lasted until late at night. The little cub seemed to notice that Sukin was feeling very down, so it ran to the side, holding a grilled fish, swaying its bear-like body, and dancing to cheer him up. Little one, it's so good to have you here. Sukin was genuinely grateful and walked over to teach it how to dance. 1 person and 1 bear frolicked and played on the sea, carefree and fully enjoying the moment. After playing to exhaustion and eating and drinking his fill, Sukin lay on the chair, enjoying the sea breeze and resting. He also planned to sell the fish from the shop, as many survivors without food were waiting to trade supplies for a fish to avoid going hungry on New Year's Eve. After some hesitation, Sukin decided to open the survivors' public screen first. It was quite nice to see others chatting, but Sukin also understood that this parchment book was akin to a group chat, and it was impossible for all the survivors on the sea to be in the same group. Otherwise, the group on this parchment book would be exploding every minute, making it nearly impossible to chat. But what is certain is that even if they are not in the same group, natural disasters appear equally for all survivors, and no one can escape them. At this moment, all survivors are facing similar opportunities. Perhaps things will change in the future, but at least for now, this world is still relatively fair. Today is New Year's Eve. That guy selling shark meat must have plenty of food and is probably enjoying his New Year's dinner. I just hope he remembers he has fish listed in the store. I guess that tough guy has probably forgotten. Although the tsunami caused caused me to lose a lot of supplies. Thankfully my fire rack and water purifier survived. Even though I have no food, at least I can still stave off hunger with water and seaweed. I can't believe it, boss. How big did you expand your boat? Didn't the tsunami wash away your supplies? Not that big, just 10 meters by 6 meters. When the tsunami hit, I happened to be fishing. I quickly exchanged palm leaves for ropes to secure the supplies in the center of the boat. Although I lost 2/3 of the boat, I managed to save some things. Still, I'm nowhere near that guy who sells shark meat. Sigh, I was too busy lazing around before. If I'd known, I would have worked hard to expand my boat too. This time, I guess I paid the price and learned my lesson. The survivors were all complaining, some regretting, some feeling fortunate, and others hoping Suken would quickly go to the store to sell the shark meat so that their New Year's Eve dinner would be secured. Through the experience sharing of these survivors who managed to preserve their supplies, they became even more curious about just how lucky Suken was to have gone through a tsunami and still be able to bring out food to sell. Suken was somewhat surprised. It turned out that those lucky survivors didn't rely purely on luck. Even when faced with a crisis like a tsunami, they could remain calm and come up with such a good solution. This was indeed a pretty good idea. At worst, only the edge planks would be lost. No more delays, it's time to take the shark meat out for trade. After experiencing the tsunami, Suken didn't hold out much hope of exchanging for rare supplies. Survivors who managed to gather rare supplies within this short day had already realized the importance of resources. Rather choose to go hungry but absolutely ensure one's stockpile of supplies, in case the needed materials cannot be obtained and can be exchanged instead. Food and water remain the most precious items in the store, but smart survivors prefer to use hard currency for exchange rather than depleting their own reserves. Previously, obtaining precious soil and seeds was simply because survivors lacked such awareness at the time. Now encountering such opportunities is as difficult as climbing the heavens. Suken had just opened his trading section when he saw many survivors had placed 150 pieces of wood or plastic under his fish meat, waiting for his exchange confirmation. Suken was astonished to discover that his shark meat, which originally required only 20 pieces of iron for exchange, was now being offered 30 pieces of iron by someone waiting to trade. He hadn't expected that simply arriving a bit late would lead other survivors to mistakenly think he was raising the price, something he hadn't anticipated. Suken even noticed that some relatively precious supplies for other survivors were also listed beneath his shark meat. Blueprint, exquisite fishing rod. Blueprint, grass cloak. Blueprint, straw sandals. Although they were all blueprints, unfortunately, they were too insignificant for Suken, with almost none catching his eye. Of course, there were some items that were fairly decent, such as the blueprint, harpoon, and so on. But for Suken, their practicality was still too limited. Even for relatively cherished items, Suken already had better ones. Suken even saw a sail blueprint, which was of silver grade, and he was quite surprised that such a good item was being offered for exchange. If he didn't already have a platinum grade one, he would definitely have taken this blueprint. Forget it, it's still better to exchange for hard currency. Suken still chose to exchange for wood. Even though the guy offering iron provided a large quantity, he still decided not to trade for iron. Currently, his storage of iron is quite sufficient, but the troubling issue is the severe shortage of wood. Even a small amount of wood is necessary. 20 pieces of fish meat were exchanged for 150 units of wood each, along with 2 sea fish, totaling 3,300 units of wood. Looking at the wood in his small warehouse, he was finally a bit closer to his goal. Currently, nearly half of the wood is still missing to replace all the planks on the ship with diamond-grade ones. The revolution is still far away, and much effort is needed. Suken prefers to collect one type of material completely before moving on to another. The value of iron is not highly regarded by other survivors, it's simply rare. Otherwise, survivors wouldn't offer so much iron while being unwilling to part with wood. Let's wait until the wood is fully collected before dealing with the iron. Moreover, even with the planks and iron, a furnace to melt the iron into nails is still needed to construct the ship with these materials. After building the ship, sails and anchors still need to be constructed. The amount of materials needed for this upgrade is simply terrifying. If it were any other survivor, they would probably be left speechless and despondent. Only under his circumstances could he still manage to keep going. After all, even Suken found the demand overwhelming, but the thought of a better life gave him motivation and hope. Suken casually glanced at some of the remarks, all of which were curious comments from the survivors about him. Bro, how did you manage to kill the shark? Can you teach me? I can give you half of the shark meat. Boss, how did you survive the tsunami? Do you have any tips? Please teach me so I can avoid it next time. I'd be eternally grateful. Boss, how much food do you actually have to be able to squander it like this for sale? What's your motive? Most survivors want to use the opportunity of buying resources to subtly probe and see if they can obtain any information beneficial to them. As for these messages, Suken has no obligation to answer them. If he teaches them everything, then the resources wouldn't be so valuable. Besides, even if he wanted to teach them how to deal with sharks, they wouldn't have the capability. First, they don't have pets to attract sharks sharks, and second, they want to lure sharks to shallow waters, which is almost impossible given the current survival environment. Sukan exchanged all the fish meat and then returned to the global public chat. The chat was abuzz with heated discussions, clearly all about the sale of shark meat. That guy selling shark meat has sold all of it. I just bought a piece, and finally, tonight's New Year's Eve dinner is sorted. Wow, you're pretty impressive too, having so many supplies after the tsunami. Do you think the guy who killed the shark might have just been lucky and stumbled upon one? Or maybe it was killed by the tsunami, and he happened to find it? I think that's quite likely. Who can kill a shark in the ocean? Since he can offer a whole shark for sale, he must have more than one. Looks like he's the real winner of this tsunami. The survivors were speculating whether a tsunami had killed a few sharks, allowing Sukan to take advantage of the situation. However, this possibility was quickly dismissed, as sharks swept up and killed by a tsunami would soon sink into the ocean, and after the tsunami, the sharks would respawn. At least, no survivor claimed to have had such luck. Just as Sukan was feeling bored and was about to close the parchment, suddenly, a piece of news stirred up a storm, instantly shifting the topic about the parchment. My goodness, am I seeing things? It seems like there's an island not far from me. Could I be witnessing a mirage? What? Wait, I see it too. It can't be that everyone is seeing a mirage, right? There's actually an island in front of me as well. Sukan was somewhat surprised. How could so many survivors discover the island at the same time? Could it be that this is a reward given to survivors after the tsunami? But many people were complaining, saying it must be a mirage, as they hadn't seen it themselves. At this moment, a strange thought suddenly emerged in Sukan's mind. Let some people get rich first? Discovering the islands was indeed a stroke of good luck. After Sukan found 2 islands, his supplies were replenished significantly, although he wasn't surprised that others had also discovered islands. They didn't discover it early, as many survivors had already been pleasantly surprised to find the island. However, this time, a large number of people discovered the island simultaneously, which seemed a bit unusual. It felt like some special reward given after the disaster, or perhaps the odds of winning had slightly increased. But this was just speculation. Maybe it was simply that they were lucky and almost all encountered the island at the same time. This possibility was also quite high. Sukan took a sip of coconut juice and continued to observe. He needed to understand the current situation of these survivors. The little cub nestled in his arms, poking out its tiny head and staring with wide, confused eyes. It also adopted a scholarly demeanor, pretending to read the book. But even though it was a diamond-level pet, it couldn't recognize a single word. After all, it was just a treasure-hunting pet. However, Sukan became playful and decided to try teaching it to read. The little cub softly followed along, but it could only make the sound ah. However, it was clearly very smart, as it actually managed to learn. Sukan could now understand the meaning of its ah sounds and, through its expressions, grasp what it was trying to say. He discovered that after learning the meaning of words, it could truly comprehend them and learn at an impressive speed. It seemed that this little guy might really become the first knowledgeable bear in the world, a discovery that filled Sukan with great surprise. Although direct conversation is impossible, just like communicating with a deaf-mute person, normal interaction can still be achieved through their sounds and movements. Little guy, let me test you. Sukan, feeling playful, picked up a small wooden stick, dipped it in the charcoal ash left by the flames, and began drawing and writing on the ship's deck. After testing it with a few characters, it actually managed to write them out. The little cub, hands on its hips, was full of pride, immediately demanding praise, spinning around in circles with glee before leaping into Sukan's arms. Indeed impressive. From now on, I'll teach you to recognize characters every day. Now, let's see how those survivors are doing. Sukan set aside his playful mood and resumed reading the parchment book. The little cub also darted into his arms, earnestly staring at the messages on the survivor's public screen, resembling a studious child who loves reading. It occasionally let out a few ah sounds, as if it were reading along. This left Sukan both amused and helpless, shaking his head as he continued to read. After the tsunami, I discovered an island in front of me. I thought all of you would have found one after the tsunami. This time, many people encountered islands. Maybe some were less lucky and found them later. I'm getting ready to go ashore and take a look. I discovered a lake and even caught a fish. The resources on this island are incredibly abundant. Sukan closed the sheepskin book. It seemed that the discovery of islands this time was not an isolated case, but rather many survivors had simultaneously encountered islands. The prices of supplies would certainly fluctuate in the near future, but Sukan was not worried. Through his 2 island explorations, he had also discovered one issue: the resources on the islands were not inexhaustible. It's just that some islands are relatively rich in resources, while others are even quite barren. For example, the island he visited, if other survivors landed there, they might feel like crying. Sukan didn't completely strip it clean, though. For instance, the freshwater lake and the fish inside, as well as some unpalatable wild fruits, he left untouched. If someone really landed there, they'd probably shed tears and say thank you, wouldn't they? The main reason is that he couldn't exactly dig up the lake, and catching the fish inside was quite quite troublesome. It was more worthwhile to chop wood and search for valuable resources. As for those wild fruits, forget it, they were bitter, astringent, and hard to swallow. The resources on the island being discovered will inevitably lead to a recent sharp drop in resource prices, but it will only last for a short period unless they are incredibly lucky and keep discovering islands. This is a good thing for Sukan, as he can take advantage of this time to purchase resources in large quantities. He was just worrying about how terrifyingly high his resource needs were. The resources on the island are still very abundant. Once this group of people lands on the island, many will likely find fruits, and the prices will surely drop. Sukan glanced at his small warehouse but ultimately gave up on the idea of selling canned fruit. If it couldn't be sold, he might as well keep it for himself, after all, he needed it too. Hull Cub, come and have some more bluefin tuna. Sukan squinted slightly, grinning mischievously as he looked at Hull Cub, then took out the last remaining fish meat. This was the meat from that big bluefin tuna. Luckily, there was still some left. He immediately placed the fish meat on the fire rack and began roasting it. Cub lowered its head to look at its little belly, giving it a gentle pat, as if patting a small basketball. It was obvious it had eaten its fill just now, but after glancing at the fish meat on the fire rack, it couldn't help but drool. In order to keep eating, a cub decisively cheered happily on the deck and began exercising its body, digesting the food in its little belly. It even ran into the sea, grabbed a sleeping shark, and messed around with it for half a day. Only after returning did it sit obediently on the floor, stuffing large chunks of fish into its mouth. The little cub, who was originally about to go to sleep, was forced to work after finishing the fish. Once the little cub's energy was fully restored, a fishing rod was stuffed into its small paws, and it ran to the side of the boat to start fishing. In the next few days, food prices are bound to drop, so it's necessary to stock some food on the shelves early before these survivors realize the availability of food. This is also why he urged the kid to get up quickly and go fishing. After all, the number of people who discovered the island this time is quite large. If they find a significant amount of food, the prices in the shops will definitely be affected. But for now, having just experienced a tsunami, food prices are still very stable. Instead of worrying, Sukan is actually somewhat looking forward to it. Perhaps this time he can acquire a large amount of supplies from others. But for some survivors at sea who were fortunate enough to retain many supplies, this news left them feeling quite upset, as they had not discovered any islands. After painstakingly accumulating supplies over so many days, they thought they were well off, only to find that someone else, with a stroke of luck, could easily surpass them at any moment. Feelings of envy and jealousy brought out all the well-developed but silent survivors, who began asking and discussing how those who had landed on the islands were doing. "Go for it, little rascal, you're the fattest." Sukan encouraged Aozai on the side, acting like a salesperson, brainwashing, and cheering Aozai on. Although Aozai couldn't understand what it meant, it could roughly sense that its owner was praising it. Excitedly, it kept fishing with its rod, even wanting to dive into the sea to catch fish with its own paws. Well, it seems even bears need some mental encouragement. Sukan nodded with satisfaction, watching a fat sea fish being thrown onto the deck, then directly hanging the fish up in the shop. As more and more fish were hung in the shop, the survivor public screen on the parchment exploded once again, filled with exclamations in shock. "Isn't this the guy who sells shark meat? He keeps putting up a fish every now and then. This is insane, he's almost at 10 fish already. This guy must have found a very resource-rich island. That shark meat was probably picked up on the beach, that's the only way to explain it. And he even lowered the price, one fish only costs 140 wood or plastic. A lot of people are going to have a great New Year's tonight. 20 pieces of fish meat plus a sea fish, and he's still selling fish meat non-stop. I'm even starting to suspect this guy is an NPC, here to hand out benefits for New Year's Eve." Sukan closed the sheepskin book and continued encouraging Aozai to fish. At this time, quite a few people landed on the island and obtained food. It's normal to lower the material requirements a bit to sell resources faster. When Aozai caught 10 fish, it was still excited, but Sukan couldn't resist the urge to sleep. He ate some bluefin tuna meat to recover his energy. Humans are still relatively prone to sleepiness. Even though he felt energetic, he always wanted to lie down and nap for a while. However, Sukan was still planning to make a good harvest tonight on New Year's Eve. Thanks to New Year's Eve, the survivors were quite generous tonight. Even though Sukan lowered the price, people still came in an endless stream to make exchanges. Some were still willing to trade 150 pieces of wood for a sea fish to celebrate the new year, which pleasantly surprised Sukan. Since others were generous, Sukan was naturally happy to enjoy the benefits. 10 sea fish were exchanged for a total of 1,500 pieces of wood, bringing his stockpile of wood to 5,475 pieces. "I believe that in a few days, we will be able to gather that massive amount of wood. As long as we are a bit more diligent, resources will always be available." The enthusiasm of the little cub gradually faded. Its originally excited and fluffy bear fur now seemed a bit droopy. It lay in Sukan's arms, muttering a couple of sounds at him. The little cub actually asked him to sing and lull it to sleep. Sukan's face turned dark with embarrassment, so he had no choice but to howl twice twice while holding it. Those two howls almost scared the little cub away, as it stared at him with wide eyes, growling in dissatisfaction. When it comes to singing, Sukin really isn't skilled. After proving it, he was even more certain he couldn't even impress a bear. The little cub gradually fell asleep in his arms. Sukin held the fluffy little cub, his hands buried in its fur, feeling as if he were holding a large hand warmer, or perhaps a stuffed toy. It's just that this doll is a bit heavy, and it's really a bear. Sukin was also considering whether to raise something else to make the ship livelier, but as soon as he thought about how much the cub could eat, he immediately dismissed the idea. Right now, he could only manage the cub's meals. If he added more pets, he would truly become an animal caretaker, spending all his time looking after them. Moreover, ordinary pets were of no use to him. If it was purely for fun, then forget it. At the very least, it had to be on the same level as the cub. If possible, it would be best to raise one that can fly, the kind that can help him catch fish and scout, or one that can dive into the sea and carry him, ideally one that can also provide for its own food. The idea seems a bit too idealistic. After all, any pet capable of diving into the sea and taking him on adventures would have to be at least extra large, and it might even eat more than the little cub. Although the little cub initially mentioned the minimum food requirements for survival, ever since it started following Sukan, the amount of food it eats daily has become countless. Sukan didn't want to wrong it either. Whatever he ate, it ate too. Over the past few days, he clearly felt it had grown chubbier and whiter. Unlike typical polar bears, it was becoming increasingly adorable and clumsy looking, especially when it grinned. It looked just like a silly goof. He decided to think about this matter later when he had more resources to spare. Tonight, he could finally return to his room to sleep. Hugging the little cub, Sukin was just about to head back to his room to rest. Suddenly, countless tiny points of light flickered in Sukan's pupils. Suddenly turned his head to look at the distant deep sea surface. The sea surface was turbulent, waves surged and rolled up into massive swells. In the instant the spray combed, countless clusters of light resembling red lanterns could be clearly seen, densely packed. These red lantern-like objects, numbering in the hundreds, were rapidly swimming toward his small bamboo raft. They seemed like countless scattered red eyeballs of a giant sea monster, or perhaps countless glowing red lanterns. This was the first time Sukin had seen a glowing object in the seawater since arriving at the ocean. What exactly was this thing? Sukin was deeply shocked and immediately woke up Aozai. Aozai let out a somewhat dissatisfied whimper, but when it opened its eyes and wiped them with its little paws in a human-like manner, it saw its master staring solemnly into the distance. The little cub immediately jumped out of his arms. When the little cub saw the dense cluster of glowing objects in the distance, it was so frightened that it immediately clung to Sukan's leg, hiding behind him. Roar! The little cub, having just woken up and been startled, peeked out cautiously. Upon realizing the terrifying number of those glowing objects, it suddenly dashed out from behind Sukan. Ow! Roar! The little cub roared at the approaching glowing objects, standing upright and pounding its small chest. It was unclear whether it was trying to muster courage or scare off those glowing objects. Seeing such a dense cluster of things in the ocean would terrify anyone, and these things even glowed. No one could tell what they actually were. At this moment, a scene suddenly flashed through Sukan's mind. On the day of the tsunami, he saw a colossal creature swimming through the depths of the ocean, accompanied by the terrifying sound of water exploding. Thinking of this, his heart raced a few beats. He immediately took out the golden cudgel. No matter what it or they were, if they were coming for his boat, he would dive into the sea and kill it without hesitation. On the fishing boat, Sukan couldn't make a move against it or them, but once in the sea, Sukan and Aozai could truly unleash their full strength. Hull Cub, move back. Watching those red lanterns getting closer, Sukan cautiously pulled Hull Cub back to the center of the fishing boat, his gaze heavy as he stared at those objects. Transforming the golden cudgel into a harpoon, he held the harpoon tightly, staring solemnly at the sea. Hull Cub retreated to the center of the boat and didn't dare to make a sound, cautiously watching the sea as well. Its two small bare paws rubbed against the ground, emitting a low, muffled growl. A person and a bear face off in the vast ocean against countless red lanterns. Countless red lanterns approached faster and faster, drifting closer to the small boat with the vast ocean waves. The thing Sukan had been worried about did not happen. For instance, a sea monster with countless red eyes suddenly appearing. Those red lanterns seemed to quietly drift with the current, floating past beneath the small boat. Something's a bit strange. Hey, kid, come down with me and take a look. Sukan felt that if he didn't figure out what these things were, he wouldn't be at ease. He probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight without understanding what kind of threats lay in the ocean. Ow! The little owl couldn't wait to dive into the sea to take a look. Sukan plunged into the sea, diving several meters before reaching the glowing objects. Standing in the seawater, the little owl curiously observed the things in front of them beside him. It was not a giant sea monster, but countless glowing fish. However, these fish had no eyes, resembling enlarged dolphins while also being as transparent as jellyfish. If they were to be called something, Sukin felt they were more like fish eggs of a certain species. So, those ghost-like things seen earlier turned out to be these creatures? Sukin scratched his head in confusion. These fish emitted a red glow from within, some even flickering like fireflies. I don't know what this thing is called, so let's call it the red lantern fish. Aozai gently lifted a basketball-sized one with its little paws, letting it float lightly on them, then gave it a gentle poke. The red lantern fish was sent flying a great distance. Then, with a bang, it exploded. A small vacuum area was created around it. As for whether it had any destructive power, that was unclear. Sukin quickly took Aozai onto the ship. Since these things are just passing by, it's best to have as little contact as possible. After returning to the ship, they saw those red lanterns gradually drifting into the distance. Time to sleep. Sukan and Aozai returned to the room. Aozai yawned, rested his little feet on him, and continued to sleep soundly. Sukin had just closed his eyes while lying on the boat. Suddenly, he felt the small boat shake violently, as if a torpedo had exploded in the sea. But it was only a fleeting sensation. Aozai, however, felt nothing and continued sleeping. Sukin keenly analyzed the situation. The direction of the vibration seemed to come from the spot where those red lanterns had disappeared. But if those red lanterns had exploded, could they really have such power? Never mind all that, he couldn't control it anyway. Humans have always known little about the ocean. To this day, people haven't even fully understood the land, let alone the vast and boundless sea, with its countless strange and peculiar creatures and unknown mysterious phenomena. As long as there was no threat to him, Sukin closed his eyes and fell asleep in the warm glow of the fire. The night was far from peaceful. Many survivors landed on the island, but having just endured a tsunami, they had no wood left. Unable to set up a fire pit in time, they could only sleep in trees or find random spots to rest. The survivors on the ocean, even those with a bit of wealth, exchanged it for food, and few could manage to make a fire rack. Even if they had a fire rack, they had to seize the opportunity to warm themselves and sleep while the wood burned sufficiently. After all, not everyone was as wealthy as Sukan, able to keep the fire rack burning continuously. The warmth provided by the fire rack throughout the night was enough for them to expand their small boat by 2 square meters. Some survivors only dared to use it briefly before quickly extinguishing it, as it was still extremely precious to them. The issue of nighttime cold doesn't necessarily require a fire rack. Most survivors would rather use the saved wood to make a 2 square meter wooden fence, then cover it with palm leaves to create a simple windproof wooden hut. Some even went as far as using palm leaves to make a cage-like sleeping bag, crawling inside to sleep for wind protection and warmth. However, the consequence of this was that, in the face of danger, they couldn't escape in time. On the night of the tsunami, countless sleeping bag owners realized too late and couldn't crawl out, being swept directly into the waves. That night was relatively better for some, with fish exchanged for a New Year's Eve dinner. Amid the firelight, they felt the joy of surviving a disaster and gained a clearer understanding of their future life. The night gradually faded, and sunlight streamed through the window, falling on Sukan's face. Aozai had already gotten up, stretched lazily, and let out 2 loud howls toward the sky. Shut up! Half asleep, Sukin slapped its bare face directly, forcibly pulling it into his arms and giving it a good rub. The little cub looked utterly speechless and dissatisfied, but couldn't break free from this demon king, so he could only quietly enjoy being held in his arms. Sukin found himself prone to drowsiness in the mornings and sought a better way to wake up. With one hand, he carried the little cub out of the wooden cabin and directly tossed him into the sea. The little cub's face instantly turned into a series of question marks. Was this something a human would do? Sukin dove into the sea, and after taking a seawater bath, he instantly felt much more awake. This method was quite effective, washing his face and bathing all at once. After splashing around and playing for a while, he got back on the boat to dry off by the fire rack. Sign in system prompt. Sign in. Reward, a big gift package. A big gift package? Previously, the reward was always a single item, but this time it's directly a gift package. It's time to open resources again. A large wooden box appeared in front, measuring about 1 to 2 meters in length. Upon opening it, inside was a neatly folded set of clothes that resembled Jungle Field special combat attire, along with a pair of high-top special combat boots. Sukin noticed that the clothes even came with a quality description. Special item. This outfit takes the form of combat gear on land, capable of resisting sharp objects from cutting the skin and preventing attacks from wild beasts. When submerged, it transforms into a diving combat suit, automatically adapting into a sharkskin wetsuit to reduce friction with seawater, significantly enhancing swimming speed and also resisting bites from ferocious fish. This outfit is incredible. Not only does it look stylish, but it also has combat functionality, making it safer to be on the ocean in the future. Coincidentally, he was still bare-chested, so he put it on directly to see the effect. The outfit seemed tailor-made, fitting perfectly. Reflected in the seawater, the combat suit complemented Sukan's strong physique, making him look exceptionally handsome and striking. Aozai seemed to have spotted a dashing bear, its 2 bare eyes gleaming as it circled around several times, sniffing and tightly hugging Sukan's leg. Hey, you're a she-bear. You're making me afraid to sleep with you in the future. Sukan looked speechlessly at the excited little cub. With that love-struck expression, he definitely didn't want to see a bear-human love story unfold. The little bear affectionately rubbed its face against Sukan's thigh. After surviving on the vast ocean, his skin was no longer fair but had taken on a sun-kissed wheatish tone. Paired with his cool and stylish outfit, he looked just like a war god. Sukan arrived at the seaside, noticing his beard had grown quite long and his hair was rather messy. He casually took out a knife and began grooming himself. Ao Zai looked at him in confusion. With its strong ability to mimic, it immediately picked up a fish-cutting knife, ready to shave the fur off its own face. Sukan's face darkened as he hurriedly stopped it. A perfectly good coat of bear fur. If it ended up patchy or missing pieces, wouldn't it look absolutely ridiculous? The fluffy snow-white bear fur is the best and most beautiful clothing for a polar bear. Sukan, however, also wished his battlesuit could be made of snow-white fur. But he couldn't possibly slaughter the little cub, could he? Besides, with his current complexion, wearing a black battlesuit made his figure and appearance look even cooler and more handsome. As for his combat functionality, it was rather superfluous. With his physique, even if he encountered danger in the jungle, he wouldn't suffer any harm. But the combat form in the sea did pique Sukan's interest. The ability to automatically change forms is quite impressive, much better than Sukan having to agonize over whether to take off his clothes every time he goes into the sea. Every time he comes out, he's soaking wet and very uncomfortable. Sukan had long wanted to get a diving suit, but since the crafting shop didn't have this item, he had to give up. Now, this outfit is just perfect. He immediately jumped into the sea, and the clothes on him gradually began to change, almost simultaneously as the water touched him. Once in the seawater, the clothes fit snugly, preventing water from seeping through the seams, and they felt very lightweight without any sense of burden. Testing movements in the seawater, it was indeed noticeable that the friction between the body and the water seemed to vanish, as if moving one's arms through the air. The shoes directly transformed into diving fins. The swimming speed increased significantly. On the ship in the sea, this outfit is like a little shark. When moving, the surrounding water barely stirs. Especially when Sukan silently swam toward a shark, the shark didn't even notice. In the past, no matter how quiet he was, the shark would always detect him. This outfit is truly a combat artifact in the ocean. Although he was tempted to test whether the shark could bite through the outfit, he decided against it after some thought. There's no need to take such a risk after all. As the saying goes, if you don't court disaster, disaster won't come. Not only is it practical, but most importantly, it looks great. It's practically a chick magnet. Even though there are no girls, Sukan propped his hands on the edge of the boat and leapt aboard with a strong push. The water on his body slid off instantly, and his clothes returned to their original state in a flash. If this outfit were in the real world, I bet people would pay millions for it. Sukan was very fond of this outfit, especially for someone who often went into the water. This clothing was simply the ultimate treasure. If taken to a store for trade, the survivors would surely be willing to exchange anything for it, but selling it was definitely out of the question. Looking at the other items in the box, he casually rummaged through it and found several well-sealed bags containing lamb legs. A total of 6 lamb legs, along with 3 sea fish. The sea fish was directly thrown up for sale by him. The market conditions were pretty good at the moment, so for things like fish, it was better to sell them if possible. As for the lamb leg, it definitely couldn't be sold. It had been so long since he had eaten meat from a land animal, and just thinking about roasted lamb leg made Sukan's mouth water. After all, Sukan hadn't lived in a coastal city before, and eating fish every day was a bit much for him. It was only thanks to the fire rack that he could make the fish into various flavors. Otherwise, he would have been sick of it by now. He put the lamb leg away, took out a can of fruit and tossed it to the little cub, treating it as breakfast. He would roast the lamb leg later. Now it's time to check how the bricks are firing. The furnace still needs to be made quickly, and preparations for upgrading the ship should be completed as soon as possible. Looking at the bricks beside the fire rack, they have already been fired and can be used to craft the furnace. Platinum grade furnace, bricks X10, metal or X8, iron X30. Sukan glanced at the required materials, his expression unchanged. Perhaps after seeing the requirements for sails and planks, he no longer felt any distress over such quantities. The required materials were taken out. After selecting a suitable location, the crafting page was opened to start building the furnace. Once the bricks in front disappeared, the materials were consumed, and the furnace section on the crafting page indicated that the material requirements were met. Confirmed crafting. A large boiler appeared on the wooden platform, with an iron pot placed on the furnace and a dedicated area for melting hard objects, allowing for the separate refining of different items. Platinum grade furnace usage conditions requires 300 pieces of wood for ignition, with a maximum of 300 pieces of wood added each time. Only someone as wealthy as Sukan could afford to use such a thing. Other survivors simply couldn't afford it. It would be equivalent to burning away several days' worth of their meals. After adding the wood, Sukan took out the iron he had obtained. Building diamond grade planks required iron nails, which had to be refined first. The furnace can add 10 pieces of iron at a time, and it can be smelted successfully in a day. day. Anyway, just leave it there to smelt slowly. What he needs most now is to quickly gather the materials. To fully upgrade the ship, he still needs 9,425 pieces of wood, 398 pieces of iron, and 68 pieces of metal. Other survivors have not yet realized the usefulness of iron and metal. For them, these supplies are just relatively difficult to obtain, but they are still very willing to trade them, so Sukan is not in a hurry to collect them immediately. Give them another 10 days or half a month, and they still won't reach the point where they need to use them. At present, it is simply a relatively rare mineral resource. However, crafting many high-level items in the shop requires iron and metal. The materials needed for a furnace can be easily obtained as long as one lands on the island. At the very least, what is needed are a large amount of wood to sustain the furnace's burning and tools to exploit the island's mineral resources. Otherwise, gathering the materials to build a furnace would be nothing short of a pipe dream. Currently, for the survivors on the island, even trying to obtain a small piece of ore might exhaust them to death, as they are likely still using stones to smash metal mines. However, metal ore is extremely sturdy and cannot be broken by ordinary stones. Of course, it's not entirely impossible. At least within 10 days to half a month, they might manage to extract a piece. Fortunately, the requirements for metal in a basic furnace are not too demanding, so as long as the survivors gather enough wood, they will eventually be able to craft it. It's just a matter of time. However, thinking about it, the survivors who have landed on the island by now should have collected quite a lot of resources. It's likely that other survivors have also gradually found the island. Sukan took out the parchment book and opened the shop page. Sure enough, there was a noticeable fluctuation in resource prices. Wood and plastic currency had appreciated. Among the goods, the price of fish dropped to 100 pieces of wood. Apples also dropped to 50 pieces of wood, as those who landed on the island caught fish from the freshwater lake and found fruits to put up for sale. The price of fruits in the market plummeted, dropping by half, and fish and meat were also impacted by a third. Moreover, these survivors were competing with each other, saying things like, "The watermelon I found is worth several apples, and the price is the same, very affordable," and so on. Of course, the fruits displayed for sale in the store were all of ordinary grade at first glance. The best ones were only of silver grade, and the seller's introduction merely mentioned that these fruits had additional features, such as enhancing physical strength and allowing a person to go without eating for a period of time. To put it bluntly, it just temporarily makes people feel less hungry. However, this effect is merely deceiving one's body. It doesn't mean you're truly not hungry. After all, physical energy is being depleted, and the grade of this fruit isn't that high. Sukan had already anticipated the drop in material prices, which is why he made Aozai work overtime fishing last night. Otherwise, he would have lost 500 units of wood for no reason today. Sukan discovered an interesting phenomenon. These survivors surprisingly don't want other supplies, they only recognize wood or plastic as hard currency. It seems that a tsunami has taught them a lesson, making them realize the importance of wood. What surprised Sukan was that these survivors had actually discovered construction blueprints on the island, and they seemed to be of decent quality. One of the survivors complained that he had obtained a blueprint for an advanced ship plank which could make the ship more stable and less likely to be damaged or scattered by the waves. From his sharing on the global chat screen, it turned out to be a silver-grade ship plank. Sukan not only didn't feel that he was lucky, but instead silently prayed for him, hoping he could successfully build it. His plank requirement was that the boat must be at least 10 meters long and 7 meters wide to upgrade, and the plank's demand turned out to be 20 wooden planks and plastic to upgrade to a single bamboo plank. At least 1,400 planks are needed to successfully upgrade the boat. This survivor, both happy and speechless, said that it seems he'll have to live frugally for a while. It'll take at least 1 or 2 months to save enough for the upgrade. Sukan shook his head and smiled bitterly, thinking, "Luckily you don't know how much I need, or you'd be scared to death. It's more than 10 times what you need." Sukan learned through the global chat that many survivors had obtained construction blueprints, but most of them were at the bronze or silver level. Although the levels were low, the required materials were frighteningly expensive. This is also why wood has now become a crucially demanded resource. It's estimated that wood, as a hard currency, won't depreciate for quite some time. On the contrary, it will likely continue to appreciate, especially as more people discover blueprints. Sukan must quickly accumulate timber resources now, as upgrading the ship is very important. Otherwise, when the price of timber rises again in a while, he will find it quite troublesome. Looking at the excess water in his basin, Sukan did not take it out for trading but directly used it to water the fruit. It somewhat feels like pouring unsold milk into the river. The main reason is that recently many survivors have discovered islands, and water resources are already priced relatively low in the store, making it unnecessary to bother trading them. Still have to rely on fish. Fish are the easiest resource to trade for wood. Even for survivors who have found islands, they don't have so much fish that they can't finish eating it, so the price of fish is relatively stable. Anyway, he has Jung Taigon's fishing rod, which not only requires no cost but also no effort. Plus, with Aozai as the laborer, he doesn't worry about fish at all. Aozai, get to work. Sukan took out the fishing rod and handed it to Aozai, letting it start fishing. Ugh, Aozai grumbled a bit unhappily. It had only eaten a can of food early in the morning, and now its stomach was empty and very hungry. TCH, if you want to eat, you have to work first. Sukin took out 2 lamb legs and waved them in the air to tempt it. Although they were raw and needed to be roasted before eating, he couldn't let it idle during this time. Howl, howl, howl. The little cub immediately took the fishing rod and ran off to fish, wagging its tail excitedly. However, it kept glancing back at the fire rack, drooling uncontrollably. Sukin cleaned the lamb legs, trimmed the meat off to make roasted lamb, and as for the bones, they couldn't be wasted either. Naturally, he used them to make a big pot of lamb soup. This is very nourishing, but it requires slow simmering, and the lamb also needs to be roasted slowly. Sukin arrived at the watermelon, pear tree, and grape trellis. The watermelon had already grown small melons, the pear tree was almost as tall as him, and its main branches were as thick as 2 fingers. As for the grapes, since they were planted for a shorter time, they had only sprouted tender grape shoots. A thick tree branch was inserted into the flower pot, serving as a makeshift grape trellis. He glanced at the flowers he had planted. These grew the fastest, already covering the flower pot. The others could only be described as average in appearance, even somewhat ugly. But overall, in one corner of the boat, this is still a very beautiful scenery. To prevent these items from sliding into the sea, Sukin specifically spent dozens of bucks on wooden planks to create an edge for the boat, making it look more like a real boat. Previously, it looked more like a large wooden plank drifting on the sea, with water often splashing onto the plank, making him hesitant to place items that could be damaged by moisture on the boat. Aozai quickly caught a fish, tossed it onto the boat, then ran over to press it down and threw it into the fish basket, keeping it in the sea by the side of the boat. The aroma of roasted lamb leg on the fire rack had already wafted out. The little rascal, unable to resist, drooled again and, taking advantage of Sukan's distraction, sneaked over to tear off a small piece of meat. Chewing it in his mouth for a moment, his face instantly turned green, and he quickly spat it out. Sukan happened to turn his head and saw this scene, bursting into laughter. This little guy probably smelled the lamb and decided to sneak a bite. Roar, roar, roar. The little cub pawed at the bear's mouth, gesturing pitifully as it babbled on. The general meaning was that the meat was too ugly and stinky, resembling poop, and simply inedible. Perhaps it had been spoiled by the delicious grilled fish cooked over the fire, so it couldn't tolerate the strange taste of this mutton. Sukin had to explain to him that the grill rack hadn't yet shown its full potential. Lamb meat naturally has a strong gamey taste and is hard to enjoy raw. Only when it's fully cooked does it become delicious. The little cub, however, ran back to fishing with a look of utter despair. It was only half convinced by the explanation, mainly because the earlier taste had left too deep an impression. Sukin helplessly smiled as he leaned closer to the grill. He could smell the gamey odor gradually fading, and even a faint aroma of cumin wafting out. It seemed the grill rack was beginning to work its magic. The authentic aroma of lamb skewers was wafting out. Sukin smelled this familiar scent, feeling his appetite surge, but the little cub who had just endured the torment of the strong mutton smell was now as cautious as someone bitten by a snake, fearing ropes for 10 years. It even buried its head in the bear's fur, focusing intently on fishing. The little cub was now suspecting that Sukin was doing it on purpose. Sukin couldn't help but chuckle and chose not to explain further. Once it got a taste later, he was sure it would become addicted to the lamb leg meat. Unfortunately, he only had 6 lamb legs, so he had to eat sparingly. However, when he finds another island in the future, he can consider going ashore to capture a few wild goats. In fact, wild goats were also discovered on the first 2 islands. But Sukin was unwilling to waste time and was unfamiliar with the islands, so he didn't dare to wander around recklessly and take risks. Now, however, his physical condition has improved, and he has obtained combat gear. His chances of survival on the island this time will greatly increase, so naturally, there's nothing to worry about. If he goes ashore on the island again, he will surely be able to explore the jungle deeply, trying to obtain as much food as possible and capture some wild deer or wild goats. Sukin looked at the drifting iron barrel in the distance. Today's supplies had been refreshed, and it was almost time to open the treasure. He watched as Aozai was fully focused on fishing. The lamb on the barbecue grill would still take a long time to cook. Since he had nothing else to do during this time, he decided to dive into the sea himself to retrieve the iron barrel. After all, he couldn't leave everything to Aozai. It was, after all, just a little bear. He didn't want to exhaust it to the point of stunting its growth. Sukin jumped directly into the sea. With the underwater combat suit, he could easily avoid the sharks. However, as soon as he grabbed the iron barrel and started swimming back, the sharks immediately noticed him. The iron barrel caused significant disturbances in the water, and a shark immediately charged toward it, opening its massive jaws to bite. Increasing his swimming speed, he dragged the iron barrel with one hand and swam back toward the boat. Even while dragging an iron barrel in the sea, Sukin was faster than the sharks, swiftly returning to the side of the boat like a nimble white dragon in the waves. The shark saw that the sea had calmed down and finally floated motionlessly on the surface. Sukin stirred things up several times, leaving the shark thoroughly exhausted. All 10 iron barrels were retrieved onto the ship, neatly arranged, ready for Aozai to open them one by one later. Although Sukin still had a bit of anticipation in his heart, wanting to open a few himself, he thought it over and decided against it. Opening one would waste one, leaving Aozai with more chances to extract resources. This is probably the thought in a gambler's mind. I don't believe I lost. I don't believe I can't get something good. But after personally opening those 5 iron barrels yesterday and comparing them to the 5 iron barrels opened by Aozai, he decisively chose to let Aozai handle it. When it comes to luck, he has to admit he's not as good as Aozai. Earlier, I checked the small fish basket and there were already 4 fish inside. It seems that Aozai's luck is pretty good today, and the aroma of cumin lamb is now wafting through the air. Sukin came to the fire rack and flipped the leg of lamb over, slowly grilling the other side. Hey, Aozai, come on, let's open the barrel first. As soon as Sukin finished speaking, the fishing rod dipped again, and another fish was flung up, landing right in front of him. He promptly added the fish to the fishing net. The little cub bounced over, cautiously lifting its head to gently sniff the aroma of the lamb, its face full of suspicion. Then it sniffed more carefully and discovered that the flavor of the roasted lamb seemed acceptable this time. Only then did it relax, otherwise, with the shadow in its heart, it would have been even more intolerant of lamb legs in the future. This is probably the difference between marine creatures and land creatures because of unfamiliarity and lack of understanding. They tend to reject things strongly. Of course, once they get used to it, it gets better. The little cub came to the iron barrel, somewhat excited. After experiencing the opening of the barrel, it realized that if it could open something good, its owner would also be very happy. As long as Sukin is happy, it will be happy too. This is probably the nature of animals. The little cub also felt an inexplicable excitement about opening the iron barrels. It also hoped its owner could be a bit happier. Opened all the iron barrels in a row. Obtained 800 wood. Obtained 700 plastic. Obtained 100 iron. Obtained +1 paint. Obtained a blueprint for crafting a luxurious bed. Sukin was extremely surprised in his heart. Wow, this kid's luck is just too good this time. 800 pieces of wood? Is that even possible? This is definitely the most ever obtained in history, and he even got 2 special items. It seems that last time, there might have been a chance to get even more good stuff. Sukin looked up to the sky and sighed deeply. He was convinced, took out the paint and glanced at its description. Invisible paint, capable of perfectly concealing the items you apply it to, making it undetectable to nearby enemies or even animals. Can be used on anything aboard the ship, but not on people. Sukin thought about it and agreed if this paint could be used on people, it would be incredibly powerful. Let's give it a try. Picking up the brush and approaching the hull, Sukin was about to start working on the hull when a prompt appeared on the brush, asking whether to apply paint to the hull. After clicking yes, the entire boat was coated with paint, giving it a slightly reflective appearance under the sunlight, but the paint dried quickly. Looking at the boat from different angles, it seemed as though the boat had gained many colors, though this wasn't noticeable while on the boat. Sukin immediately jumped into the water, swam a short distance, and then turned his head to look at his boat. The hull had blended seamlessly with the sky and sea, making the boat's position appear as if there was nothing there. If it weren't for Aozai lying by the side of the boat, its fluffy white body being too conspicuous, even getting back onto the boat would have been a bit difficult. After swimming back, Sukin thought for a moment and explained to Aozai about the boat's disappearing issue. He then took one of his old clothes and hung the red top on the roof. This was to prevent Aozai from jumping into the sea at some point and being unable to find the boat again, which might make it cry in panic. After explaining the boat's characteristics to Aozai, the little cub hesitantly jumped into the sea, and the moment it entered the water, the little guy immediately panicked. It discovered the ship was gone. If it weren't for seeing Sukin with half his body exposed in mid-air and the brightly colored clothes he had prepared in advance, it really wouldn't have been able to find its way back. The little cub was so frightened that it hurriedly ran back onto the ship. Once back on the ship, it quickly lay down on the deck and carefully examined it, even studying the wooden boards on the deck and the edges of the ship, trying to figure out what had happened. Sukin also knew it was pointless to explain to it, so he simply let it study on its own. It will get used to it eventually. As long as the little cub doesn't get lost, it's fine. Sukin turned around and came to the fire rack. The lamb leg was almost roasted, and the lamb soup had been simmered to a crystal clear milky white. The little cub was still staring with wide eyes, trying to figure out why the ship had disappeared. It even jumped into the sea again, this time moving a little farther away from the ship, attempting to understand why the ship vanished. However, after studying for a long time, it still couldn't figure out what had happened. After Yan Yang returned to the ship, it found its owner gnawing on a large lamb leg, drinking lamb soup, and looking very content. It pinched its nose and approached the table, sat down, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva, but still didn't have the courage to try. Just thinking about the awful taste of the lamb earlier made its expression very strange. Give it a try, it's really good. Sukin smiled as he handed a roasted lamb leg to the little cub. After much hesitation, he still took it. He took a small bite, and the moment his teeth sank into the lamb leg, the little cub's expression instantly became vivid, and his two puzzled little eyes lit up with excitement. The little cub immediately began tearing into it with big bites. Although he couldn't understand why the taste of the lamb leg had such a drastic difference, he knew it was absolutely delicious. Sukan served him a big bowl of lamb soup to prevent him from choking. The little cub felt so refreshed after drinking a sip of the soup that its fur fluffed up all over, as if it were about to ascend to immortality. How could it taste so good? Sukan savored the fragrant lamb soup and marveled at the magic of the fire rack. If this were in the world he originally lived in, making lamb soup that wasn't gamey but still flavorful would require at least dozens of ingredients and several cooking methods. Yet with this fire rack, all you need to do is put the ingredients in the pot, add water, and wait for it to cook. Once it's done, the flavor not only retains the original taste of the ingredients but also offers a unique aroma. However, if it's not fully cooked, then it's a different story. For instance, when the little cub tasted the uncooked lamb earlier, it was undoubtedly awful, with a very gamey flavor. Watching the little cub devour the lamb leg in big bites, looking completely satisfied and content, Sukan finally smiled and shook his head. After finishing, the little cub had completely cleaned off the lamb leg, drained the lamb soup to the bottom, and was even gnawing on the bone. Sukan had planned to use the leftover lamb bones to make another pot of lamb soup, but he didn't get the chance. The cub had already gnawed the bones clean. Truly, an animal's stomach is impressively strong. If Sukan were to gnaw on a lamb bone and swallow it whole, there's no way he'd be able to sleep tonight. It would be strange if his stomach didn't hurt. After eating, Sukan lay down on the chair and habitually picked up the sheepskin book to rest. Aozai also habitually lay down beside him, picked up Jiang Taigong's small fishing rod, and started fishing. This had become a pastime habit for the man and the bear. Aozai was probably too full, as it almost fell asleep several times. If Sukan hadn't reminded it that it had caught a fish, the fish might have dragged it into the sea. The fish that were caught were directly hung up in the shop. Fortunately, the store's prices haven't continued to drop, otherwise, even Sukan would feel the pinch. 100 pieces of wood for one fish is at least acceptable. Unknowingly, it was already noon, so 2 fish were set aside for lunch. The remaining 10 fish were hung up. The morning was quite fruitful. Aozai's luck was great today, as almost every moment a sea fish would get hooked. 10 fish were all exchanged for wood, with 1,000 pieces of wood collected. At noon, the fish were cooked and shared between one person and one bear. Afterward, they enjoyed a comfortable nap, and upon waking, Sukan jumped into the sea to refresh himself. In order to quickly gather resources, Sukan decided not to idle this time. After his previous visit to the underwater world, Sukan discovered the stunning beauty of the sea. He grabbed an empty fish pouch and prepared to dive in again. Informed the little cub, telling it to continue fishing peacefully while he went into the sea to catch fish and see if he could bring up some delicious seafood. Although lamb leg tastes delicious, there are only 4 left, reserved for improving the quality of life. Eating fish all the time isn't ideal. While the fish meat grilled over the fire smells great, eating it every meal every day gets tiresome. It's necessary to switch to other ingredients. The main reason is that being on the boat is too boring, and he also wanted to dive into the sea to enjoy the scenery and try his luck. Ow! The little cub expressed that as long as the ship is here, the bear will absolutely not leave the ship. After rubbing its little head, Sukan jumped off the ship, holding a fish net as he dove toward the seabed. The sharkskin suit he wore made him incredibly fast. Once again, he arrived at the underwater world, gazing at the various colorful schools of fish, as well as the corals and beautiful seaweed, until he reached the seabed's beach. Looking at the giant clams breathing around him, Sukan had no interest in these things. He was fixated on a giant prawn in a reef. This prawn was as long as an arm. If he could catch 2 of them and bring them back, tonight's dinner would be settled. Sukan knew that this creature was very dangerous underwater. It could easily snap a person's finger and shoot out at a speed faster than a bullet, creating a small vacuum state. Even with Sukan's current speed, he couldn't reach such terrifying levels. Using the fish net, he slowly covered the shrimp and quickly caught 4 of them. It seems like there will be a feast tonight. Sukan looked at a school of fish swimming by and decisively chased after them with the fish net, trying to catch the fish. Unfortunately, human movements are still relatively clumsy in the sea. After a long while, he only managed to catch 3 fish, but the harvest was still quite good. Once he got on the boat, he could take these sea fish to the store to sell, and the construction of the ship would soon be within reach. This made him a little excited, and he continued catching fish. Just as Sukan was about to return to the boat, something at the bottom of the sea suddenly flashed with a glimmer of light, catching his attention. He quickly swam toward that spot. Arriving in front of a large reef, he discovered that there was a gold coin partially exposed in the sand. It was the source of the flash. Gold coin? Sukan suddenly remembered that people used to live in this area, so it seemed that this gold coin must have been buried by previous survivors. He quickly dug the gold coin out of the sand. The coin wasn't very round, its shape was somewhat irregular, and its surface lacked any engravings. Sukan thought for a moment and continued digging in the nearby sand. Just as he was about to return empty-handed, he suddenly noticed a wooden box in the sand, which made him somewhat excited. excited. It seemed his luck wasn't too bad after all, so he quickly went over to clear the sand around the box. He pulled the wooden box out of the sand. The wooden box was severely corroded by seawater. Sukin decided to take it back to the ship first and see what treasures might be inside. When Sukin returned to the boat with the small wooden box and the fish basket, Sukin discovered an unexpected surprise. He saw dozens of sea fish jumping on the deck. What was going on? Where did all these fish come from? Could it be that today was truly a day of extraordinary luck, destined to be a day of fortune? Aoziz, upon seeing Sukin return to the boat, immediately rushed toward him holding a small dried fish. Its big, adorable eyes blinked, and its face was filled with joy. Aoziz, what's going on here? Sukin stared in shock at the deck of the boat, where countless fish were jumping around. There was no way these were all caught by that little rascal in the short time he had been fishing, right? How could he possibly have gotten so many fish? No matter how lucky you are at fishing, it's impossible to catch this many so quickly. He had only been at sea for such a short while, and even if you were pulling up fish non-stop, there's no way there could be this many in such a short time. Roughly estimating, there seemed to be at least 30 or 40 fish on the deck. That number was absolutely astonishing. Roar, roar, roar. The little cub excitedly grabbed his hand with its tiny paw and led Sukin toward the other side of the room, where a tattered fishing net lay on the floor. The little cub gestured animatedly, trying to explain something. The general idea was that it had been fishing earlier and pulled out an old, worn fishing net. Inside the net were lots and lots of fish, and it had taken a great deal of effort to slowly haul it up. In this way, quite a few fish still managed to escape. After all, it was just one bear, and it couldn't pull such a heavy fishing net. Whenever the topic of the escaped fish came up, the little cub would unhappily put its hands on its hips and bounce around. Looking at the old fishing net with lively, jumping fish hanging on it, Sukin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. There seemed to be at least 100 fish here. What does 100 fish mean? If other survivors saw this, wouldn't they go crazy? Sukin hurriedly went over to check, but unfortunately, the fishing net was already too damaged to be used. Otherwise, he could have continued using it to catch fish, which was quite a pity. He was worried about how slow it was to acquire resources now, relying on catching fish one by one. Apart from what he ate himself, it would take many days to save up enough. Unexpectedly, the little rascal had such good luck today. Sukin immediately removed all the fish from the fishing net. These sea fish would die after being exposed to the sun on the deck for a while, so he had to quickly hang them up for sale in the shop. Ah Zai, you did an amazing job. Tonight, I'll make you a big feast. Sukin also showed off his little fish pouch to Azai. Azai happily took it, looking at the 4 bouncing prawns inside the pouch, and cheered joyfully, as if saying it loved eating these. Azai noticed there was still a wooden box on the floor, and curiously ran over to check it out. Sukin was busy taking all the fish to the shop. This time, his fish sale could be considered an enormous move, enough to shock all the survivors at sea. Especially those survivors on the islands, they would probably be scared half to death upon seeing this scene. Such a grand move could likely only be pulled off by Sukan, the guy who has been selling food since the beginning. Including the fish Sukan caught from the sea, there were now a total of 100 sea fish listed in the shop. A total of 100 fish, each requiring an exchange of 100 pieces of wood or palm leaves, or 30 pieces of iron. If there are special rare materials, they can also be used for exchange. If the exchange could be made the night before, it would definitely yield an additional 5,000 pieces of wood, but there's no helping it. After all, the prices of materials are dropping across the entire ocean now. There's no need to feel regretful now. This was an unexpected bonus to begin with. Sukin hummed all the fish in the shop and finally let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but feel a surge of joy as he looked at his small boat. He could finally gather all the materials he needed. Now the small boat has been upgraded to a diamond-level vessel, and it can also have a platinum-level sail. If not for this unexpected surprise, even Sukin would have felt distressed. After all, with the sudden drop in material prices, it now requires more effort. The most crucial point is that Sukin predicts it won't be long before the prices of materials are adjusted again, possibly in just a few days when the survivors on the islands have an abundance of resources. By then, a piece of sea fish might only exchange for 70 or 80 pieces of wood. That would be a real loss, with the price dropping by half, which he absolutely cannot tolerate. However, there are still a large number of survivors who are very concerned about food. Food hasn't become abundant enough to drop to such an absurdly low price. Now is the perfect time, and Sukin expects to gather all the supplies tonight without fail. After dealing with all the fish, he finally approached the wooden box. The little cub was fiddling with the gold coins that had fallen out of the box. Open it. Sukin smiled and told it to open the wooden box. Who knows, there might be a pleasant surprise inside. Although Sukin didn't hold out much hope, he guessed it was probably filled entirely with gold coins. Roar, roar, roar. The little bear cub smashed the wooden box with a paw, causing a large pile of gold coins to scatter out. The gleaming gold coins made Sukin sigh deeply. If this were his previous life, he would have gone crazy over this. But now, 100 fish were far more valuable than these useless gold coins. In this era of survivors, who would would care about something like gold. But still, it's hard not to glance at it a few more times. As someone who has crossed into this world, it's difficult to resist the dazzling allure of those round, shiny objects. Couldn't help but sigh. Materials that were extremely precious in the previous life have become so cheap in this one. If this chest of gold coins were taken out for trade, it might not even be enough to exchange for a single sea fish or even a piece of wood. That's the most frustrating part. Anyway, keep it. Who knows, the price of gold might go up in the future. Sukin was just about to tell Aozai to find a random corner to stash these gold coins somewhere. Suddenly, Aozai dug out something from among the gold coins, a pitch-black ring with a diamond the size of a pigeon egg on it. The ring was hexagonal in shape and seemed to be a men's ring. Sukin took it over in surprise, washed the ring with seawater, and looked at the original color of the ring, which seemed to be made of platinum. As for the pigeon egg diamond embedded on it, it was extremely dazzling and eye-catching. Sigh, another useless thing. Just as Sukan was about to throw the ring to Aozai to play with, suddenly, he discovered that this ring actually had a description. After taking a closer look, Sukin was instantly overjoyed. He couldn't believe he had stumbled upon such a lucky find. Special item, lucky ring, can enhance the wearer's luck, limited to humans. Sukan's expression turned a bit peculiar. Why did this description feel somewhat targeted at Aozai? After thinking it over, it made sense. Aozai is already a diamond-level treasure hunting pet. If its luck could be further enhanced, it would be simply outrageous. At least for now, external factors cannot improve its luck. Sukan saw Aozai looking like it wanted the item, so he smiled and explained to it that this thing only boosts him and would be of no use to it. The little bear cub spread its tiny paws, revealing its adorable pink palms, then pointed at the gold coins. It clearly preferred those shiny gold coins. Sukan was even more astonished now. Could it be that bears also like gold? The little bear cub picked up a gold coin, squeezed it forcefully into a lump, then bent it into a small ring and happily wore it on its paw. Sukan looked at the box of gold coins and his metal ores, hesitating. It seemed possible to craft a small suit of armor or something similar for Aozai, but after thinking about it, the thing might be a bit heavy, so he decided against it. Then he glanced at Aozai's small frame, which indeed lacked a bit of flair. He knew what to make for it now. Sukan immediately carried a box of gold coins and threw them into the furnace, then opened the construction blueprint on the parchment. Necklace crafting blueprint, gold 2. Ring crafting blueprint, gold 1. Crown crafting blueprint, gold 3. Golden glasses frame blueprint, gold 4. Sukan immediately chose to craft these 3 items, and moments later, the furnace produced 10 gold and 2 iron. Who would have thought that the most useless blueprint in the crafting shop could now come in handy? Although this item isn't practical, it's purely for decoration and looks nice. After it was crafted, Sukan looked at the large gold chain, the gold-rimmed glasses, and the bracelet made of round beads on the table. Hull Cub, do you like it? Hull Cub excitedly put on the bracelet, necklace, and gold-rimmed glasses. Sukan placed the shiny crown on its little head. The little cub ran to the edge of the boat, looking at its reflection to see its current appearance, and moments later, it ran back in ecstatic joy. Originally, the little cub was running while crouched, but to prevent the crown from falling off, it straightened its small body. It was clear that it really liked this outfit. Really has a bit of that noble bear vibe, just missing a fur coat. Sukan couldn't help but burst out laughing. If other survivors were encountered in the future and saw this bear in its royal attire, wouldn't they be utterly stunned? Aozai grinned widely and laughed foolishly, especially since Sukan deliberately told it that it was now a bear with class, no longer the uncultured rogue bear it used to be, and that it needed to pay attention to its demeanor. Aozai imitated perfectly, straightening its posture as it walked to the edge of the boat. Placing its 2 paws on the boat's edge, it wiped the smile off its face, lifted its head, and gazed into the distance with a proud and aloof expression. No kidding, this posture is simply too intimidating. Anyone who didn't know better might think it was a little bear king from some bear kingdom. Even Sukan couldn't help but praise, so charismatic. This could probably capture the hearts of countless young girls. The person and the bear stood by the side of the boat, gazing into the distance with eyes both hesitant and resolute. Almost done packing, it's time to get some delicious food and celebrate properly. Sukan took out 4 sea prawns, 2 lamb legs, and 2 sea fish he had specially saved. He also brought out 2 boxes of canned fruit and 2 coconuts. Aozai, who was originally standing by the sea holding a fishing rod like a bear king, instantly lost his composure when he caught a glimpse of the food Sukan had taken out. Drool immediately started streaming down. Those eyes were almost glowing. After all, it's still a silly bear. Sukan couldn't help but mock it, watching as it came closer, staring at the shrimp being prepared in all kinds of delicious food, with a silly smile on its face. Today, I have to reward you properly, make you a feast, and if you can't finish it, I'll twist your head off. Sukan teased it with great amusement. The little cub adorably nodded, completely forgetting about maintaining its image. Its small paw scratched at the lamb leg, then let out a couple of soft cries, meaning why does this thing smell so bad, yet taste so good when cooked? Regarding this issue, Sukan didn't know how to explain it to him. He could only tell him that it was the credit habit of the fire rack and that the food naturally tasted this way. If not prepared well, it would be hard to eat, like fish. The little cub had a somewhat confused look but still moved a bit farther away from the lamb leg. The stench was something it really couldn't tolerate. The lamb leg on the fire rack kept rolling, releasing the charred aroma of cumin lamb. Meanwhile, the lamb soup in the pot was steaming, with the broth gradually becoming thick, milky white, and glistening. The skin of the grilled fish gradually turned crispy, and the aroma of the fish meat greatly increased the appetite. The shells of the 4C prawns burst open, revealing tender white meat with a fresh flavor. Their shells turned an even brighter red, looking very appealing. Only after everything was ready did Aozai come over to help, carrying all the food to the table. A large table full of sumptuous dishes, paired with coconuts and fruits, was simply the epitome of abundance. Sukin couldn't help but eat heartily, as he and the bear devoured their food in big bites. Their appetites had grown so much that otherwise, just those large prawns would have been enough for an ordinary person to have a full meal. After eating, Sukin lay back in his chair, rubbing his bloated stomach. Aozai sprawled across his legs, looking like a completely useless bear. The dining table was left spotless. Aozai not only swallowed the prawn shells but also cleaned up the bones entirely once again. Using its own words to explain, "It's growing now and needs to eat more. Can't waste food." Sukin took out the parchment book and opened the Survivor public screen. At this moment, the Survivor public screen seemed to explode, with everyone shockingly discussing the fish Sukin had posted. Did this guy intercept a school of fish? Or did he find an incredibly rich river on some island? This is just too insane. He just bought a piece of shark meat, and now he's put up 100 fish. My goodness, that's 100 fish. This kind of wealth is just too outrageous. How on earth did he catch so many fish? I'm starting to suspect that the shark meat he sold really came from killing a shark. I think that's highly possible too. Although I have no idea how he managed it, this kind of feat is truly terrifying. It doesn't seem like pure luck at all. Just as Sukin had anticipated, the 100 fish he put up nearly scared those survivors who considered themselves lucky to death. After all, Sukin had almost never stopped stocking food from the store recently. From shark meat to sea fish, and now the quantity has suddenly increased to such an extent. How could it not be shocking? Other survivors are struggling desperately to gather just a few fish, but compared to Sukan, who is also a survivor, they are increasingly suspicious. Could he really not be an NPC in this world? Is this really something a survivor could accomplish? Sukin didn't bother to explain this matter, letting them speculate as they pleased. Even if he did explain, no one would believe him, and it wouldn't help them anyway. Surely, he couldn't ask those survivors to go around looking for fishing nets. That would truly be like searching for a needle in a haystack. He opened the shop, and many survivors had already started choosing to trade fish with him. However, Sukin has not yet chosen to confirm the transaction. Since this time involves a major trade, it's better to wait and trade everything at once. Waiting a little longer isn't a bad thing. Perhaps some rare resources can still be exchanged. Although Sukin felt that this possibility was unlikely. The survivors had indeed found quite a few valuable resources on the island, but food was not scarce enough for them to exchange valuable resources for it. Especially now, as resources were dwindling, they were unwilling to trade anything other than wood or plastic for food. The decline in resources was considered bad news for someone like Sukan, who was well off. However, for those survivors who have been tirelessly gathering supplies on the sea without finding an island, this is truly exciting news. They can exchange supplies for food at a low cost, so naturally, they won't feel as distressed. Therefore, exchanging 100 sea fish is an easy task. After resting, Sukin planned to take Aozai to digest some food, so he dove to the seabed to catch fish and shrimp, focusing mainly on shrimp. Shrimp can supplement calcium and are very beneficial to the human body. Especially after tasting it once, Sukin couldn't get enough of the delicious and plump shrimp. Aozai was also overjoyed, bouncing around happily, and had an even better time after reaching the seabed. Dinner definitely couldn't feature lamb leg again. Only 2 lamb legs are left, so the food must be cherished and not eaten all at once. This time, Sukin also found 2 plump abalones and brought up some seaweed to pair with them. Dinner was settled. Sukin originally wanted to see if he could find another treasure chest or something similar on the seabed, but unfortunately, even with his luck and the incredible luck of the little cub, they couldn't find anything else. Thinking about it, if treasures could be found every time he dived, it wouldn't be called luck anymore, it would practically be robbing luck. In the evening, Sukin asked Aozai to cook. A reward at noon would suffice. He couldn't always be the one cooking, and besides, Aozai seemed very interested in cooking. It thoroughly enjoyed watching the food gradually cook, especially when the aroma wafted out, making it drool uncontrollably with delight. However, its outfit and the way it looked before cooking appeared extremely comical. A dignified bear king was drooling while cooking, trying to maintain his aloof bear demeanor, yet unable to stop salivating over the food. Sukin kept observing the trends of supplies in the store. It wasn't until evening that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the supplies hadn't dropped in price today. It seemed that after a night of excitement, these survivors were somewhat tired and resting today. After all, they had already arrived on the island, so there was no rush to collect supplies supplies quickly. Instead, they enjoyed the island's food and water, followed by a good night's sleep. After the survivors had rested, it was almost dark, so they hurried to find ways to make fire and gather supplies for survival. Thus, on their first day on the island, although the supplies were greatly affected, it was only a few lucky individuals who discovered resources upon arrival, leading to significant price fluctuations. However, the supplies have not yet reached the point of complete fluctuation. In a few days, the prices of fruits and sea fish are bound to be severely impacted. It wasn't until the afternoon that Sukan finally confirmed the resource exchange. 80 sea fish were exchanged for a total of 8,000 pieces of wood, leaving the current amount of wood at 14,975 pieces. 10 fish were exchanged for 300 pieces of iron, bringing the remaining amount of iron to 482 pieces. The remaining 10 fish were exchanged for 300 pieces of metal, leaving the current amount of metal at 301 pieces. What does it mean to be a tycoon? Looking at the luxurious quantity of supplies in his warehouse, even Sukan felt a surge of shock and excitement. 5-digit amounts of timber across the vast ocean. Which survivor could possess so many resources? They probably couldn't even imagine it. Now, the materials to construct diamond-grade ship planks and platinum-grade sails are finally complete. This speed was faster than Sukan had anticipated. This was mainly thanks to other survivors, who currently did not have a significant understanding of iron and metal. In the past, a single fish could be exchanged for at most 20 pieces of iron and metal. However, after the survivors came ashore, many of them collected metal and iron, which instead caused the price of metal and iron to drop. In the past, survivors were willing to trade 30 pieces of iron or metal for a single fish, let alone now they are even more willing to exchange iron for food. After all, wood is the most important resource for them at the moment. Finally, it's time to upgrade the ship. Sukan took a deep breath in excitement, calmed his emotions, and then looked at the amount of materials required for the ship and sails. Platinum-grade sail crafting requirements: 200 pieces of wood, 400 palm leaves, 80 pieces of metal. The resources are absolutely more than sufficient. The main issue is just that the ship consumes a significant amount of materials. Diamond-grade ship, 16 meters by 30 meters, requires 480 pieces of iron and 14,400 pieces of wood. Sukan immediately chose to place 480 pieces of iron into the furnace. The furnace can only forge 10 iron nails at a time. Simply adding a large amount of wood can speed up the iron production process, which is one of the advantages of a platinum-grade furnace. 600 pieces of wood were taken out again and added to the furnace. It is estimated that all the iron can be forged into nails before nightfall, and then the shipbuilding can begin. Even if a tsunami comes at night, there will be no panic at all. Fortunately, the ship was large enough to take out 14,000 pieces of timber, piled up like a small mountain, completely filling the ship's space. The materials for the sails, including wood, palm leaves, and metal, were also taken out. Once the ship's upgrade is complete, the sails can be crafted immediately. The little cub was startled by the sudden appearance of so many supplies in front of it. But after Sukan briefly explained that their small boat was about to become more beautiful and sturdier, the little cub excitedly jumped around in anticipation. This time, creating it consumed a large amount of Sukan's resources. The investment was enormous. The total resource income of other survivors over several years might only amount to this much. If other survivors were to find out, they would surely feel that the gap between people is simply too vast. It must be completed before nightfall. Even though the sea is currently calm, it's still necessary to remain cautious and vigilant. If a tsunami were to strike again at night, his heart would truly bleed. Only after upgrading the ship could Sukan truly feel at ease. The sun was nearing the horizon, and at this moment, all the nails were finally forged. Without any hesitation, he immediately chose to start upgrading the ship. Ao Cub squatted nearby, observing. It's ready to begin. Confirm the construction of the ship's deck and upgrade it to diamond-level flooring. At the moment of confirmation, the wood and nails in front rapidly diminished, while at the same time, the flooring from the stern to the bow gradually underwent changes. Just like dominoes, every piece of the floor covering was changing its color. The ship's original floor was made of wood, but it was uneven and full of dents. However, now each piece of the floor covering that changed resembled black gemstones, radiating a dazzling golden black hue under the glow of the setting sun. All the wood disappeared, and in that instant, the ship's last wooden plank was also transformed. Compared to the previously swaying, dilapidated, and dim little boat on the sea, it now looked more like a work of art. The moment the transformation was complete, the dazzling brilliance gradually became simple and unadorned. Although the floor is not as dazzling as it was at the moment of its initial creation, it now exudes a richer texture, like a jade that has weathered countless years, restraining its brilliance. Sukan jumped into the sea at a slightly farther distance and discovered that the ship was still in its invisible state. Especially after the modifications to the hull, it seemed to blend even better with the sky and sea. Unfortunately, the idea of keeping some distance to continue observing the appearance of his small boat had to be abandoned. Upon closer closer inspection of his small boat, it appeared even more stable on the sea surface. Especially after returning to the boat, he could distinctly feel that it was almost indistinguishable from being on solid ground. Very stable and steady, without any sense of jolting, as if equipped with a gyroscope. Aozai excitedly exclaimed while lying on the ground, observing the floor. Sukin took out the golden cudgel, transformed it into a chisel, and tossed it to Aozai. "Come on, give it a try, add a bit of force little by little." The little cub took the chisel but hesitated, seemingly reluctant, afraid of damaging the boat and angering its owner. "It's okay," Sukin was secretly calculating in his mind. The little cub's strength was no joke. It could split or from a mountain barehanded, let alone with a chisel. But this was also to test the sturdiness of the boat's deck. If it couldn't withstand the little cub's strength, then the expensive wood he had spent so much money on wouldn't be worth it, nor could it guarantee safety during a tsunami. Roar! The little cub had no choice but to swing the chisel, using a bit of strength. The moment the chisel struck the ship's plank, the expected crisp shattering sound did not occur. Instead, it made a rather dull thud. The little cub got extremely nervous, quickly crouching down to observe carefully. Seeing that the ship's plank was completely unharmed, it even waited for a while, fearing it might suddenly break later. The worst-case scenario did not happen. The little cub excitedly swung the small chisel again, pounding forcefully on the ship's deck with a bang, bang, bang. This scene, however, left Sukin with a face full of black lines. Why did it feel like the little guy was having too much fun? Taking pleasure in smashing the ship is not a good habit. Although the ship's hull is indeed sturdy, precautions still need to be taken just in case. It turned out that the ship's deck was very sturdy and safe, which finally put Sukin at ease. Alright, little guy, that's enough fun for now." Sukin quickly stopped it, thinking that was enough and it shouldn't go on endlessly. The little cub still seemed a bit reluctant, having finally found a new source of amusement. However, it eventually returned the golden cudgel to Sukin, as it was a bit tired from playing. Looking at the ship he had just modified, Sukin was very satisfied. Next, it was time to start building the sail. With a good base, how could he proceed without a proper acceleration tool? Sukin immediately chose to craft the sail. After selecting a suitable location, he began confirming the construction of the sail. A massive mast instantly rose before him, and a black sail, about 7 to 8 meters tall, gradually took shape bit by bit. The canvas was pure black without any patterns. At the moment the sail was completed, the little cub was still looking up at the ship's sail, quite surprised, and the crown almost fell to the ground. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew fiercely, and Sukin and the little cub almost fell to the ground at the same time. Sukin supported himself on the deck with one hand, spun around, crouched slightly, and turned his head to look at the massive waves stirred up by the ship, utterly shocked. The little cub rolled several times on the deck, hurriedly put the crown back on, and stumbled to his feet. It took quite a while for the boat to finally stabilize. The speed was terrifyingly fast, almost identical to the thrusting sensation before an airplane takes off. Fortunately, Sukin and Aozai had good physiques, otherwise, they would have been thrown off the boat in that instant. A shark was startled, staring at the black boat that suddenly shot past it. Instinctively enraged, it lunged forward and bit the stern. As expected, the shark's teeth shattered, leaving its mouth full of blood. Reluctantly, it let go, watching as the boat disappeared into a tiny dot almost instantly. The little cub still wanted to howl and rush back for revenge. Sharks now posed no threat to Sukin, whether it was to the boat, the people, or the bear. He feared nothing, and from now on, sharks would only appear on his menu. The boat had been completely upgraded, allowing it to sail recklessly across the ocean. This speed was enough to escape a tsunami, and even if caught in one, there wouldn't be any significant danger. Finally, a major worry had been resolved. Back in the room, looking at his little grass bed, it was time to upgrade it. Looking at the crafting requirements for the luxurious bed, Sukin silently said nothing. It wasn't that he didn't want to craft it, but he simply couldn't afford to upgrade it right now. The luxurious bed required a staggering 200 pieces of wood. This amount would have been a drop in the bucket before building the boat, but now even the landlord's stockpile was empty. His current inventory: wood 175, plastic 735, rope 30, iron 2, palm leaves 380, clay 20, sand 20, quartz 25, metal or 121. There were only a little over 100 pieces of wood left, not nearly enough to craft this luxurious bed. Forget it, this thing can wait until later. Anyway, this bed is still usable for now. The requirements aren't that high. If you have it, enjoy it. If not, you can endure. After all, sleeping on chairs outside is nothing new. Out here on the vast ocean, it's all about survival. Who needs a bike anyway? Still, what needs to be done must be done. But today, he didn't have any extra fish to trade. He needed to save some for dinner. Meanwhile, the little rascal ran excitedly to the fire pit and started cooking. Dinner was ready in no time, and they headed to the deck to enjoy their meal. The next morning, waking up in the warm little cabin, life felt exceptionally comfortable. He didn't disturb the sleeping little rascal either. Carrying the sleeping AO cub with one hand, he directly walked out of the house to the edge of the ship. He. Sukin wore a mischievous grin and tossed the AO cub straight into the sea. AO! A voice of anger and dissatisfaction satisfaction came from the sea. The little cub splashed around in the seawater, angrily roaring at its owner. It seemed to be complaining, "You're simply not human." Sukan also jumped into the sea, played and frolicked with the little cub for a while, then lifted the wet little bear out and placed it by the fire rack to dry. As for the fact that the little cub was always soaking wet after coming ashore, Sukan had no good solution. The little cub looked at Sukan's dry clothes with extreme envy. Then, glancing at its own wet bare fur, it almost wished it could turn its fur into clothes. Sign in system notification. Sign in. Reward, Diamond Level Spiked Club X1, which can be used not only by the host but also by the pet. Wolf Fawn Club? And it can even be used by pets? Sukan didn't need a weapon himself. He had the Rui Jingu Bang, which could transform into various shapes and even take the form of a weapon. But this was the first time he had received a weapon through signing in. Thinking about it, it seemed fitting to get a weapon for Aozai. Previously, I had been considering whether to craft a weapon for Aozai, but unfortunately, the weapons available in the crafting shop were too low level. For example, things like machetes could easily be broken by Aozai's strength in no time. After claiming the Wolf Tooth Club, I handed it over to Aozai. This Wolf Tooth Club was about 2 meters long, entirely silver in color, with extremely sharp spikes. Under the sunlight, its sharpness was clearly visible. Aozai has grown quite a bit now, standing at about the same height as Sukan when upright. However, dragging around a Wolf Tooth Club still looked a bit odd, especially when it wears the crown and the big gold chain. Holding a spiked club in its hand, the aura of a nouveau riche thugbear becomes increasingly apparent, making the noble demeanor feel somewhat unbalanced. Of course, when it gets serious, the noble demeanor is more evident. It's just that on most days, it's too goofy. So, when the little cub received this weapon, it was extremely excited, almost as if it wanted to dive into the sea to test it out on a shark. Sukan told it to calm down and put away its excitement for now. Spiked club, its power is such that no ferocious beast in the sea would want to be struck by it. Moreover, when not in use, it can be shrunk down. Sukan told Aozai the method to shrink the Wolf Tooth Club. Aozai tried with the massive Wolf Tooth Club, and eventually, it turned into a delicate item as small as a toothpick, perfect for hanging on its gold bracelet, ready to be taken down for use anytime. After obtaining the weapon, Aozai, with Sukan's consent, decisively jumped into the sea, wielding the massive Wolf Tooth Club to hunt down a shark. That shark was probably dumbfounded it was actually being hunted. Feeling the crisis, the shark immediately fled, but how could it outrun Aozai? In the sea, Aozai is truly a little troublemaker bear. In the end, although the shark escaped and disappeared, Aozai still brought back 2 shark fins. The reason it didn't completely finish it off was simply because it thought the shark didn't taste good. This wasteful creature, if it doesn't taste good, you can sell it. Sukan was a bit speechless but still took the 2 shark fins and started cooking shark fin soup. No need to think twice, the sharks around here are probably going to have the worst luck for generations to come. It just so happened that he was running low on materials and needed fish meat to exchange for supplies at the store. So, after finishing his meal, he simply tossed the little cub into the sea, telling it to go kill a shark and bring it back. The little cub was quite displeased with its owner's treatment, so it could only swing its spiked club, venting all its frustration on the shark. Its fierce little demeanor even left the shark completely stunned. A bear chasing a group of sharks all over the place. If other survivors were to see this, they'd be left utterly speechless in shock. Is this something a bear could do? Gotta say, the setting of these sharks escaping is pretty good, as if their DNA is inherently programmed with the skill to flee. Their speed is almost on par with the little cub. The little cub still managed to catch up with one, riding on the shark's back and speeding through the ocean. It's got a bit of that Bear King vibe. The fierce little cub even bit down on the shark's back while continuously smashing the shark's head with the spiked club in its hand, actually knocking the shark unconscious. The little cub dragged the shark from the sea onto the boat, but its Wolf Tooth Club couldn't cut the meat, so this task had to rely on Sukan. Even Sukan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This little guy is a fierce bear, and it hasn't fully grown yet. Wouldn't it be even more ferocious by then? Sukan was very satisfied with this treasure-hunting little bear and shark hunting pet. After taking out the golden cudgel, it transformed into the shape of a knife, successfully cutting the shark meat. The shark fin was kept for personal consumption, while all the shark meat was listed for sale in the shop. A total of 20 pieces of fish meat are back in the online store. Since there was nothing else to do, he decided to swim a few laps in the sea to exercise, and in no time, he brought back all those iron barrels. 10 iron barrels were placed on the boat, and this time Sukan planned to open them himself to take a look. Gazing at the lucky ring on his finger, which sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight, he kissed the ring and then opened the 10 iron barrels. After activating the showdown, the iron barrel was immediately opened, and the sound of resources being released could be heard. A quick glance at the resources. Obtained 100 wood. Obtained 80 plastic. Obtained rope X10. Obtained palm leaf X5. Obtained glass X3. Obtained blueprint for luxury dining table and chair. Sukan revealed a smile. Although the other supplies could only be considered average, the fact that he managed to get a blueprint was quite exciting for him. It seems his luck has indeed improved significantly. Last time, he didn't get anything good and was thoroughly overshadowed by Aozai's luck. This luxurious dining table and chairs require 70 pieces of wood, 70 pieces of plastic and 100 palm leaves. This time, the barrel yielded 100 pieces of wood plus the 175 pieces of wood already on hand. Now, the luxurious bed and the set of dining table and chairs can both be built. The set of dining table and chairs was directly chosen to be crafted on the outer deck, as it could be moved into the house anyway. The main issue is that the small wooden house is too cramped. Fitting a luxurious bed and a fire rack inside would already be quite good. Eating is best done facing the sea and enjoying the sea breeze. It improves the appetite. First, return to your small cabin, determine the position for the luxurious bed, and take out the materials. Conditions for crafting a luxurious bed: 200 pieces of wood, 100 palm leaves. Immediately begin crafting. The materials disappear afterward. A 3-meter wide, 2-meter long large bed appeared inside the room. The bed was made of beautiful redwood, with a soft palm leaf cushion on top that was incredibly comfortable, reminiscent of the Simmons mattresses from a previous life. Lying on it, one couldn't help but exclaim how enjoyable it was. To make life more comfortable, the bed is crucial, as people spend more than half of their lives on it. The little cub also rushed in, excitedly pouncing onto the bed and rolling around on it non-stop. This time, the ship was built large enough so there was finally no need to squeeze together with the little cub. Otherwise, every morning upon waking up, there was always a feeling of being suffocated from the pressure on the chest. Recently, the little cub seemed to understand as well. Its weight and height had grown significantly. It only slept next to Sukan and no longer lay directly on him. At most, it would prop its little feet up on Sukan's body. The cub will soon become a mature polar bear, and its height and weight will reach an astonishing level. If it were still using that small bed from before, it definitely wouldn't be able to continue sleeping on it. Its physique would crush the bed in no time. It's time to build a proper dining table. The small table from before always felt like it lacked a bit of charm. Once life gets better, the most important thing is the atmosphere. The atmosphere and comfort of the room had already made Sukan very satisfied. A dining table was an essential item, so after heading outside and confirming the location, he prepared to start crafting the dining table. After taking out the materials, the crafting of the dining table began. As the materials disappeared, a 2-meter long dining table appeared in front, pure black with wood grain, accompanied by 4 chairs and 2 main chairs, which were relatively larger. The chairs were made by combining palm leaves and wood, making them very soft and comfortable to sit on. With these 2 items completed, the days ahead would be much easier. Sukan felt like a nouveau riche, shopping crazily, only to realize in the end that he was out of money. His savings had disappeared way too quickly. Looking painfully at his small warehouse, the wood had already dwindled to single digits, with only 5 pieces left. He really needed to make money quickly. He felt his spending had been increasing lately, and things couldn't go on like this. He wondered if anyone would buy the shark meat in the store. The survivors on the island were all doing quite well now, so the price of shark meat would definitely drop. Too lazy to bother for now, someone will need it eventually. Let's do some shark fin and enjoy it. The ship and sails have been upgraded, so I can take a day off for now. Today, I'll just fish and bask in the sun, enjoying the warm sunlight while eating shark fin soup. After eating and drinking to its heart's content, the little rascal ran back into the sea, wielding a wolf tooth club and charging into the water. Although catching sharks is quite challenging, with its skills, plucking off a couple of small fins is still pretty easy. The sharks in the surrounding sea were terribly tormented by Aozai. Looking at the fruits he had planted, a faint floral fragrance wafted over. The fruits had been growing for quite some time, and they would probably be ready for harvest by tomorrow. The watermelons had already grown into small ones, about the size of half a palm. It was estimated that they would ripen by tomorrow, with a total of 6 watermelons. The pear tree's flowers had also bloomed, and quite a few fruits could be seen growing on it. It was estimated that they would be ready for harvest by tomorrow as well. Although watermelons are relatively large, Sukan still prefers pears. Their fruit prices are the same, but watermelons yield too few fruits, which is really not enough to eat. Make sure to hang the pears in the store quickly tomorrow. Currently, fruit prices have dropped very low, heavily impacted by the survivors who landed on the island. After drinking the shark fin soup, Sukan fell asleep in the chair, not even noticing the fishing rod being pulled down. It was the little cub who crawled over, took the fishing rod, and brought the fish into the fishing net. When Sukan woke up, it was already dark. Aozai grinned at him with a big smile, then pointed to the fish basket, which now held a full 10 fish. Not bad at all. The smell of grilled fish on the fire rack wafted over. It seemed Aozai was starving and had started cooking on its own. If Sukan hadn't woken up soon, it would have gone to call him. Aozai has been getting more and more sensible lately. Howler Cub has already adapted to life with Sukan, and this life makes it very happy. When it first started living with Sukan, it was still small enough to be held. Back then, Howler Cub was just a little bear cub. Perhaps because the meals were too good every day, Howler Cub grew very quickly. Looking at its chubby body, Sukan helplessly advised it to lose some weight. Fortunately, its mobility hasn't declined. It it's simply a bit overweight. After all, the physical characteristics of polar bears are like this: no matter how much they exercise, they just can't slim down. With its crown and that fat, towering body, it increasingly exuded a noble aura. After getting up, it ate 2 fish, drank a bowl of shark fin soup, and hung the remaining 6 fish in the shop, planning to exchange them later. It opened the parchment to see how the other survivors were doing now. This ruthless guy killed another shark? Otherwise, how could he keep selling shark meat one after another? How on earth does he do it? Aren't you curious about how fat this ruthless person actually is? I'm even more shocked that his food seems endless. He just sold over 100 items, and today he's still selling. Looking at the fruit in my hand, I suddenly feel like it's not as appealing anymore. The gap between people is just too big. Sukin couldn't be bothered to keep watching. The people on the island didn't say much, probably busy gathering supplies and had no time for idle chatter. Sukin was even more curious about how those people were doing now. This also determined the trend of store supplies for the foreseeable future. He went to the sea, caught 2 shrimps to save for dinner, and enjoyed them. The day was spent almost entirely eating or sleeping, making life very comfortable, which was a rare treat. Previously, he had been constantly thinking about how to gather enough supplies. Now that life had become so comfortable, it was only natural to enjoy it. After dinner in the evening, he returned to his room to rest. The next day, sunlight poured into the room. Sukin got up and stretched, glancing at Aozai. Today, it was finally a bit more well-behaved, lying on the bed in a starfish position. It had almost taken up the entire bed, making Sukin suddenly feel that this luxurious bed was still a bit too small. Time to wake it up. Sukin was about to grab Aozai's leg and drag it out to toss it into the sea to wake it up. However, at this moment, the little cub suddenly woke up in fright, sat up abruptly, and shrank its feet back. Its small eyes darted around nervously, cautiously hugging itself while guarding against Sukan. Afraid that he might throw it into the sea again, it truly learned from experience. This little guy is indeed clever, though calling it little guy now seems somewhat inappropriate. With its current size, even a shark could be wrestled and thrown onto the boat by it. Wake up. Sukin got up with a wry smile, realizing his plan had failed. He could only give up. Ow. The little rascal rubbed his small eyes and, with a thud, lay back down again. Ha! Sukin was a bit confused. Aozai had always been obedient. What's going on? He walked over and took a closer look. Well, turns out he was just pretending. Aozai must have had a nightmare earlier, dreaming that he was thrown into the sea, which is why he instinctively got up. Since that's the case, Sukin grinned mischievously and slowly leaned closer to it, then scooped up the little cub in a princess carry and headed outside. Arriving at the edge of the ship, he took in the fresh air with a deep breath and shouted, "Time for a bath." The little cub suddenly opened its eyes, finally realizing what was happening. It hurriedly tried to break free from Sukan's arms, only to discover it seemed to be floating in mid-air. To be precise, it wasn't seemed like, it was actually floating in mid-air. Looking at the vast, boundless sea beneath him, Aozai glanced at the seagull flying by his side and couldn't help but feel like crying. This really had nothing to do with anything remotely human, because Sukin had already thrown him 7 or 8 meters into the air. Splash! A loud splash echoed as the giant white bear plunged into the sea, stirring up a large spray of waves. Sukin helplessly brought his hands together in front of his chest and muttered, "Amatba, the early bird catches the worm," then also leaped toward Aozai. Aozai had just popped his head out when Sukin once again smashed him back into the sea. After playing and laughing for a long time, Sukin went ashore, stretched lazily, and sat leisurely on a chair drinking coconut juice, enjoying the comfort of the morning. Ding! Sign-in system notification. Sign in. Reward, 1 diamond level golden eagle. Female eagle, capable of evolution. Golden eagle? Sukin was a bit dumbfounded. He was rewarded with another pet, and this time it could fly. Glancing at the silly little AO cub beside him, he couldn't help but think that if he got a golden eagle as well, wouldn't he end up with 2 ridiculous pets? He had always thought the AO cub was silly enough, but this time he actually got a truly ridiculous one. However, through the AO cub, Sukin had grown fond of pets. These creatures are incredibly loyal, never betraying their owners, and interacting with them is far more comfortable than dealing with people. Fine, let's claim it first. However, the moment the reward appeared in front of him, Sukin was stunned on the spot. In front of him was an enormous bird's nest, and inside it lay a gigantic bird egg. Well, it turned out the reward this time wasn't a living creature he'd have to hatch it himself. The golden eagle in its mature stage is incredibly majestic, considered a powerful raptor akin to a bear. With a wingspan of over 2 meters and razor-sharp talons, it can easily pierce through an animal's body. Sukin squatted on the ground, speechless, staring at the bird egg. This egg was as large as 50 to 60 centimeters. Could this really be a golden eagle's egg? Thinking of this, he glanced at Aozai's description. With just one look, Sukin was shocked and finally understood what was going on. Aozai's introduction in the system revealed that it was still in its juvenile stage. That is to say, his pet's juvenile stage is already comparable in size to the mature stage of its normal counterparts, which is why the golden eagle inside this egg is so large even before hatching. Just as Sukin was struggling with how to incubate this this thing. Aozai climbed up from the sea, looked at the huge bird egg in front of him, walked over, picked it up, shook it a bit, and then gestured at Sukin while pointing at the egg. Put it down right now. This is definitely not for eating. When it grows up and finds out you once wanted to eat it, it'll catch you and kill you. Sukin saw that Aozai seemed to want to roast the bird eggs and quickly stopped him. Aozai thought he had just gotten something delicious. Scratching his head in confusion, he listened to Sukin patiently explain, only then understanding what was going on. Sukin looked at the introduction of the golden eagle. Hatching under the butt for half an hour, and it will break out of its shell. Damn! Sukin slapped his forehead, utterly speechless. Was there really a need for such a hatching method? Just thinking about having to incubate an egg himself felt extremely bizarre. Forget it, just follow the instructions. Sukin sat on the egg and continued reading the introduction, which roughly explained that the diamond-grade golden eagle could assist in scouting for dangers in the air and help locate islands. However, those functions were already available in ordinary golden eagles. This diamond golden eagle had additional features, such as rapidly restoring its owner's physical stamina and mental energy, as well as extending the owner's lifespan. At the very bottom, there was another line of introduction stating that as a guardian golden eagle, once it hatched and recognized its owner, it would never betray them for the rest of its life until death. Just as Sukin thought he had finished reading, he discovered a special note stating that the golden eagle's most hated creature was the sea monster, which was somewhat related to its lineage and bloodline. Sukin was somewhat surprised. Could there really be sea monsters in the ocean? But thinking back to the last time he saw that massive shadow in the sea, he still got goosebumps all over. That kind of thing was definitely not to be trifled with. Human understanding of the ocean is less than 5%, so the appearance of sea monsters is indeed possible. However, Sukin wasn't too worried. With his current Diamond-class ship, even if he couldn't deal with a sea monster, escaping should at least be possible, right? The little cub is now very intelligent, and with Sukin teaching it to recognize words and communicate, its behavior has become more and more human-like. For example, when it saw Sukin seriously incubating an egg, the little cub couldn't help but cover its mouth with its tiny paw and burst into laughter, going ah-oh. Sukin was covered in black lines. If it weren't for the rule that only he could incubate the egg, he would have made the little cub experience the process too. A bear incubating a bird egg would be quite the sight. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and cook. The little cub quickly shut his mouth, not daring to laugh anymore. After all, it was indeed a bit embarrassing. Fortunately, there was no one else on the ship, otherwise, it would have been utterly humiliating. Gradually feeling the bird egg beneath him shaking, the movement grew increasingly intense. Although he was supposed to be hatching the egg, it felt more like he was using it as a chair. Thinking of it as sitting on a chair rather than hatching an egg made him feel much better. The temperature of the bird egg gradually rose, no longer resembling a cold stone. Just as half an hour was about to pass, Sukin finally got up and went to observe it nearby. Inside the bird egg, a heartbeat could seemingly be heard, very strong and powerful. This little creature's life had already fully emerged into this world, and now it was in the process of breaking out of its shell. This process likely wouldn't be short. Any creature inside a shell must go through the challenge of breaking it open. Only by breaking the shell can it be considered truly born. As for the possibility of failure, there was no concern. A dignified diamond-level golden eagle, if it couldn't even break a shell, it was guaranteed to end up on the roasting rack in the next second, becoming breakfast. This was just a fleeting thought. Cracks gradually appeared on the golden eagle's shell, accompanied by the sound of cracking. Aozai heard the sound, immediately put down the fish in his hand, and hurried over, squatting nearby to observe patiently. A pitch-black bird beak kept pecking at the shell, creating a small hole in the egg. The edge of the hole was shattered like a spider web, with faint chirping sounds of an eaglet constantly coming out. It was clear the little one was very anxious to get out. The cub scratched its bare head anxiously nearby, seemingly wanting to help the little one out. It extended its furry bare paw, as if trying to peel off the eggshell for it. Stop that! Sukin quickly interrupted it. If it is helped by someone during the hatching stage, its body will be weak, and its constitution will be very poor. This step can only rely on itself. The little cub simply plopped down on the ground, propping its chin and staring intently at the bird egg. The hatching process takes quite a long time. Sukin simply grabbed a fish as well, ready to take a bite, when the eggshell finally shattered. A chubby bird head popped out, and the moment it looked at Sukin, it immediately let out a cheerful eagle cry, seemingly indicating it wanted food. Sukin smiled and handed the fish to it. Two small wings flapped energetically as it struggled to free itself from the shell. Glancing at the eggshell that had trapped it for so long, it seemed somewhat displeased and kicked it with one foot. The eggshell instantly flew up and hit Aozai's head. Two feathers drifted down in the air, and eggshells stuck to the little one's face. The little one immediately, in annoyance, grabbed the eggshell off and smashed it onto the floor with a slap. How dare a broken bird provoke it? But upon seeing Sukin's delighted expression, it managed to suppress its fiery temper. Sukin examined the golden eagle. Its beak was jet black, resembling a gemstone, with extremely sharp hooks, and its body was entirely black and gold in color. Countless countless golden patterns covered the entire body, seemingly forming some kind of design. The two eagle eyes were bright blue, glistening and very beautiful. Is this really a golden eagle? Sukan opened his mouth wide in surprise. The golden eagle in his memory didn't look like this. Fluttering its little wings, it nestled into Sukan's arms, its beak gently pecking at his face and affectionately rubbing against him for quite a while, which made Aozai's jealousy surge. This little creature that suddenly appeared seemed to have stolen the love that belonged to it. Aozai simply came over as well, rubbing its massive bare head against Sukan, but it was met with disdain from the golden eagle, which glanced at it as if to say, "Who is this ugly thing?" He had no choice but to hold both of them, as he couldn't favor one over the other and risk making Aozai feel unbalanced. Even jealous of a child, this bear really lacks class. A wailing sound echoed in the ears, followed by a howling sound. It was as if they were competing to see who could shout louder. Sukan twitched the corner of his mouth and covered his forehead. This was going to be noisy. Watching the two of them refusing to back down, it was simply a contest of who had the louder voice. It took quite a while for these two guys to finally quiet down. "Let me give you a name. From now on, you'll be called Woa Monster." Sukan thought seriously for a long time and realized that naming was truly not an easy task, so he just came up with one randomly. The golden eagle was busy being cute when it suddenly froze, its obsidian-like eyes staring at Sukan, filled with an expression of disbelief. It seemed to be saying, "What kind of name is this?" The golden eagle, unlike Aozai, wasn't as naive. It quickly nuzzled against Sukan, as if pleading for a name change. Aozai stood to the side with hands on its hips, watching the show with a smug grin, as if saying, "Take it or leave it, that's the name." Ahem, it does seem a bit inappropriate. Sukan pondered again, looking at the golden eagle's appearance, but couldn't come up with a good name. Aozai Z, seeing that names could be changed, immediately came over, shaking Sukan's leg as if saying it wanted a name change too. "How about this, I'll call you Xiao Hei, and Aozai Z, since you also want a name change, I'll call you Xiao Bai from now on. It'll be easier for me to call you." Sukan, being particularly domineering, gave them no chance to object and directly turned toward the dining table. Little Black and Little White exchanged glances, feeling utterly defeated. It would have been better not to change at all. Anyone unaware might think Sukan had raised two dogs or even Black and White impermanence. "Ah!" Little White roared twice at Little Black, seemingly blaming him. Little Black flapped its tiny wings and argued back defiantly. The two little troublemakers stared each other down without blinking, as if competing for favor, and quickly rushed toward Sukan. With the addition of this little creature, the boat became much livelier. Having a pet means another mouth to feed. Now, figuring out how to sustain them is the priority. In the past, there were always a few fish left over, but now it seems keeping any extras will be much harder. Fortunately, Little Black is still young and only needs 2 fish a day to be satisfied. However, in a while, when they grow up, it will be necessary to find ways to earn more. Little Black directly jumped onto Little White's shoulder, and the bear and the eagle started to tussle, though fortunately, Little White didn't go too far. After all, Little Black was still young, barely able to stand steadily, flapping its little wings constantly on Little White's shoulder, while Little White could only protest and argue with it. If Little White were to take it seriously, wouldn't it just take one slap to turn its newly grown feathers into dust? He knew that if he did that, the master would definitely be unhappy. Little Black, taking advantage of its small size, kept chirping incessantly and even used its tiny beak to grab at Little White's bare fur. Finally, it's time to eat. This was also Little Black's first time tasting shark fin soup. It was so delighted that its 2 little wings held up the small bowl as it gulped down the delicious soup. The deliciousness excited it so much that it kept flapping its little wings, signaling that it wanted more. Little White, on the other hand, acted as if it had never seen such a scene before, rolling its eyes at Little Black. With an air of sophistication, it picked up the bowl and began savoring the soup slowly. But when Little White finished drinking the soup in the bowl, all the shark fin and meat in the pot were gone, completely cleaned out. Little Black was lying by the side of the pot, patting its little belly with a look of utter satisfaction. Little White was so angry that it started barking at it furiously. But Little White was no match for Little Black. Little Black could fly. Sukan was speechless. These two guys even had to argue while eating. For this breakfast, all the shark fins were taken out, barely managing to get through the meal. After eating, Sukan took out the fishing rod and gave it to Xiao Bai, letting it go fishing. Xiao Bai finally knew how to maintain its bear-like dignity. It adjusted the crown on its head, held the fishing rod seriously, and sat on the chair fishing, even crossing one leg over the other. It didn't want to lose its image in front of this new pet. After all, Little Black's appearance was too endearing, making it easy for him to fall out of favor. Little Black also quieted down, resting in Little White's soft bare fur. Its small eagle eyes drowsily opened and closed again. Being young, it still needed plenty of rest. Its little wings kept flapping chaotically in the sea breeze, gradually adapting to nature. Little White couldn't be bothered to argue with it anymore. What's the point of quarreling with a bird? It would only lower its status. It decided to be magnanimous, mainly because it had no way to deal with it. Seeing that the two finally got along peacefully, Sukan let out a sigh of relief. Feeling bored, he took out the parchment parchment book. He also wanted to know how the survivors who had landed on the island were doing now. He figured they were probably living quite well. Survivor public screen. Why haven't we seen any activity from you islanders these past couple of days? Are you all quietly making a fortune? I bet you have more than enough food and water by now. You're imagining things. This island isn't as rich as you think. These past few days, all I've managed to get are some ore and a bit of sand, but I'm so hungry I can't stand it. The fish on this island are even harder to catch than those in the sea. Or, what's the use of that? You can't eat it. It's just a waste of effort. That's where you're wrong. There's no point in explaining it to you anyway, since you wouldn't be able to use it. Clearly, this survivor has already realized the importance of ore, but for now, its usefulness is limited. At least they can't make use of it yet. There is no one selling ore on the market, and it's unclear what price would be appropriate. While no one understands the situation yet, if someone puts it up for sale, there will definitely be many people scrambling to buy it. This will also determine whether they can stay ahead of many others. I even suspect that someone has been to this island before. We can't even find a single coconut. Do you think it could be that guy who sold shark meat? Maybe he has been to this island. The public chat of the survivors fell silent for 2 seconds, because at that moment, many survivors had the same thought. Could the island they landed on have already been visited by someone else? I think it's entirely possible. This person might have a special way of finding islands, but if that's true, just imagine how terrifying his development must be by now. Don't forget how many resources he's gained just from selling fish, and that's definitely not all he has. But having a unique way to find islands is surely impossible. I guess it's more likely that after the tsunami, he found a beach, and the fish he's selling were all washed ashore, including those 2 sharks. But regardless of which possibility it is, it's clear that this guy's development must be incredibly terrifying by now. He's already far beyond what we struggling survivors, who lack food and water, can hope to achieve. Su-Ken was a bit surprised there were quite a few people discussing him. Originally, those who wanted to show off ended up discovering people living even better than themselves, which surely caused some inner imbalance. They comforted themselves with mutual speculation while conveniently showing off to those who were less fortunate. Couldn't help but give a thumbs up to their imagination. Although some survivors have found the island where Su-Ken landed, this possibility is quite high. But claiming he landed on countless islands? That's a bit far-fetched, isn't it? Surviving at sea for just a few days, he keeps encountering islands, but how many can he actually come across? Altogether, he has only stumbled upon 2 islands. Who knows which 2 unlucky souls also found them, probably excitedly thinking the islands were rich in resources. Little did they know, not even a single coconut was left for them, and the sheepskin was stripped clean. Just as Su-Ken was about to close the sheepskin book, suddenly discovered that the next page of the parchment book seemed no longer solid. This page could actually be rubbed with fingers, which meant the parchment book had finally unlocked the next page. Su-Ken excitedly turned to the 4th page. Each page of this parchment book had impressive functions, and he wondered what kind of function the 4th page would have. Just browse through the survivor's public screen, and it seems no one can open the 4th page. If only he can open it. No matter for now, let's first see what functions this 4th page has. The 4th page is quite strange, with no text recorded at all. There were no explanations, only a small boat-like figure in the center of the 4th page of the yellow parchment. This small boat, whether in appearance or color, was very similar to Su-Ken's diamond boat. The small boat kept floating up and down on the parchment. What does this mean? Su-Ken was completely baffled and couldn't understand. Was the 4th page just meant to show him his own ship? After quite a while, there was still no sign of any change. At that moment, Xiaobai suddenly started barking excitedly. Xiaohei, awakened by the noise, glanced into the distance in confusion, then also began barking at Su-Ken. Puzzled, he looked toward the horizon, where an island had appeared not far away. Phew! Finally, another island came into view. Su-Ken had thought that after encountering 2 in quick succession, it would be a while before he came across another one. Hoist the sails and set course for the island. Aozai ran to the sail, hoisted it up, and sped swiftly toward the island. When Su-Ken was about to put away the parchment book, he was suddenly astonished to discover that the 4th page not only showed his ship but also depicted an island. Little Black flapped its tiny wings and soared into the sky, flying toward the island to investigate. Su-Ken hurriedly wanted to stop it, worried that such a small creature might be blown away by the sea breeze. But at this moment, he noticed that the scenes on the map were rapidly changing. The boat's appearance grew smaller and smaller, while the island became increasingly clear. In other words, the scene depicted on the 4th page was very similar to what Little Black saw. Radar? Map? Su-Ken instinctively understood what was happening, and this discovery made him very excited. It turned out that Little Black's ability to explore the island could actually align with the newly emerged page of the parchment. Now, there's no need for Xiaohei to relay information, its discoveries can be seen directly on the map. Xiaohei, be careful. Su-Ken still reminded it not to overdo it, as it had just been born not long ago. Woo-wah woo-wah. Little Black even flew back to circle twice, seemingly to reassure Su-Ken and let him know not to worry. This time, after obtaining Su-Ken's consent, it immediately flapped its wings and flew toward the island. We can estimate the size of the island roughly based on the size of the ship. On the parchment, the proportion between the small ship and the island can be clearly seen. A rough calculation is sufficient, and from the map, this island appears larger than the two previously encountered. The larger the island, the richer the resources? Anyway, it's better than coming across a small island. At least you can enjoy searching for supplies for a while, and the anticipation can be fully satisfied. Little Black flew back and landed on Little White's shoulder, and the ship was about to dock. Let Ao tie the rope to a tree. They had been so busy building the ship and sails earlier that there weren't enough resources left to even construct an anchor. Just make do with it for now. After arriving on the island, Xiaobai followed Sukan closely, with Xiaohei perched on his shoulder, cautiously observing this unfamiliar island. Although their current physique made them fearless, it's always better to be a bit cautious. Even though there was no mention in the parchment about any survivor encountering danger. But on this island, once you encounter danger, you're basically done for, without even the chance to complain in the sheepskin book. Those survivors don't have a physique as strong as Sukan's. This island not only looks much larger than the previous two but is also incredibly rich in resources. The first two islands had only a few coconut trees visible at a glance. On this island, just by the naked eye, there are more than a dozen coconut trees. There are countless coconuts above, and just when they were worried about not having enough to eat recently, they were delivered right away. The palm trees are even denser. Sukan took out the golden hoop rod and asked Xiaobai to bring out his weapon as well, preparing to start harvesting the resources on this island. Xiaohei saw that Xiaobai had already started working and naturally didn't want to stay idle, eager to show off. Xiaohei hovered in the sky above the two, helping them scout and provide protection. It doesn't seem to know fatigue. It started working hard shortly after hatching. After flying for half a day, it hasn't felt any loss of energy. This is probably the ability of a diamond-grade golden eagle. Come to think of it, this is no ordinary golden eagle. As for whether it is mutated or has some connection to that sea monster, this will have to be investigated slowly in the future. By the seaside, Sukan also saw plenty of sea cucumbers and oysters, which are all highly nutritious. Before leaving, he must take them all back, no reason to leave them behind. Since the plan was to clear everything out, it naturally started with the palm trees on the outskirts of the island. Squatting down, it was clear that the soil here was very loose, almost turning into sand due to the lack of nutrients. The palm trees on the outskirts might be the last batch to grow on this island. The soil here can no longer support the growth of palm trees. When Sukan thought about others coming to this island in the future, they would surely be devastated to find yet another desolate island. But there was nothing to be done. It was simply a matter of first come, first served. Sukan transformed the golden cudgel into the shape of a machete and struck at a palm tree. Unlike before, when wood chips would fly everywhere, the tree fell with just one chop. This was partly due to the enhancement of his own physique and partly thanks to the protective blessing given by Xiaohei. So now harvesting palm trees has become much easier. This is just the power granted during Little Black's juvenile phase. When he reaches maturity or even evolves further, the strength he provides will be unimaginably terrifying. Little White also picked up a spiked club and started helping to chop down trees. Little White's tree chopping speed was also incredibly fast, almost felling a palm tree in just 2 strikes without feeling any effort at all. As for Little Black, it is still in its juvenile stage and cannot use tools, so it can only assist with reconnaissance from above. It even flew over to Little White's side, chirping incessantly, as if showing off its ability to fly and boasting about its skills, while mocking the clumsy bear for being only capable of hard labor and utterly useless. This infuriated Little White, who kept jumping around as if trying to knock it out of the sky. For the first time, Little White wished it could fly. Sukan had already grown accustomed to the noise of these two little ones. If they ever quieted down, it must be because they were too tired from playing. Soon, all the visible palm trees in the surrounding area were gathered up. Harvested wood x 1500. Harvested palm leaves x 1500. This haul was incredibly bountiful. Who would have thought that this island had so many palm trees, and yet no one had ever set foot here, nor were there any traces of indigenous inhabitants. Otherwise, it would be difficult to preserve so many palm trees. Carefully observing the surroundings, he made sure there were no oversights before feeling relieved. Just as Sukan was about to call Xiaobai to head deeper into the forest, suddenly, Xiaohei in the air began crying out woo-wah incessantly, as if it had discovered some treasure. "Let's go, kiddo, let's take a look." Little White protested unhappily with hands on its hips, as if saying, "What exactly are you calling me, you fickle man?" "Ahem, let's go, Little White." Sukan had no choice but to rub its bear-like head, and only then did it obediently follow him to find Little Black. Followed Xiaohei and ran a long way, almost reaching the end of the island. Xiaohei swooped back, circled twice in the air, and led them to a nearby seaside. There was a cliff there, looking extremely steep. Sukan came to the edge of the cliff, bent down, and looked below. This cliff was several hundred meters high and quite dangerous. Xiaohei flew to a spot on the cliff, and the sound of eagle cries kept echoing. Could it be that Xiaohei is saying there's something on the cliff wall? But it's so high and dangerous here, going down would be quite troublesome. Fortune favors the bold, we still have to go down. Looking at Xiaobai trembling and sneaking glances downward, Sukin was speechless. He had forgotten that bears are afraid of heights. Xiaobai, stay up there and hold on to this rope tightly. Sukin took a rope from the warehouse, tied one end around his waist, and let it lower him down. Xiaobai quickly nodded and gripped the rope tightly. As long as it didn't have to go down, everything was fine. I'll go down and take a look. After saying this, Sukin leaped toward the cliff. With his current physique, even if he fell from the cliff, it wouldn't pose much danger. However, if he made a mistake, the treasure on the cliff would be out of reach. Going back and forth was quite troublesome, so he simply set up a rope. Xiao Hei circled and chirped lowly above the cliff, as if reminding Sukan to be careful. Seems like cabbage? Sukan looked somewhat surprised at the cliff face, where several white and green vegetables resembling jade were growing. There were quite a few large cabbages standing on a steep cliff, their emerald green leaves swaying in the wind. Cabbage can actually grow in this place? But considering that many things in this world are inherently different, and many things cannot be explained, no need to think too much, just collect them first and deal with it later. A total of 9 large cabbages were harvested. Fortunately, there is a system warehouse to store them, otherwise, the cabbages would have to be carried up by Little Black. Harvested cabbage X9, harvested cabbage seeds X3. It seems Little Black's luck is quite good. Just when he was worried about eating meat all day on the ocean, which would lead to nutritional imbalance without vegetables, he found some vegetables. Now, in addition to meat, other foods have been harvested: watermelon, pear, grape, and cabbage. These 4 items are enough to ensure Sukan's body maintains a balanced nutrition. Little White, pull me up. Xiaobai hurriedly tightened the rope and pulled Sukan up. The reassuring thing about pets is that they will never betray you. If it were a person up there instead, whether they'd pull you up would be uncertain. There were many flowers and plants around the cliff wall. Although Sukan couldn't identify their species, their vibrant colors were very beautiful, so he tried his best to have Xiaobai help him collect them. Xiaobai carefully picked the flowers. Little Black flapped its tiny wings, unwilling to be outdone, landing on the ground and carefully plucking the flowers with its small beak, pulling them out completely with roots and soil. This was much more complete than what Little White collected. Every time Little White collected flowers, it would break off the roots, even when it was being very careful. Harvested 30 flowers, harvested fresh flower seeds X10. Xiao Hei kept circling, letting out an eagle's cry while pointing its small wing toward the distant cliff, as if saying there was something good over there. Sukan felt even more astonished. Was this Xiao Hei's scouting ability? It could discover many things they couldn't see. This ability was simply incredible. Let's go, let's check it out. Sukan quickly greeted Xiao Hei and Xiaobai, then dashed into the forest. One man, one bear, and one eagle quickly rushed into the deep mountain forest. Only Little Black's kind of vision could spot something so far away. In the past, he would still be struggling with Little White to search for resources everywhere. Little Black flew relatively fast and went ahead to observe the deep mountain forest. Sukan and Little White followed quickly behind, and before long, Little Black flew back to continue leading the way. With the little guy around, they truly didn't have to worry about getting lost in the deep mountains. It's simply a flying navigation system. The deeper one goes into the island, the more something feels off. It's not that there's danger, but the soil of the island is severely desertified, and the trees in the forest are sparse. It seems as though there is no water to irrigate the island, and the natural atmosphere typical of a forest is very faint. The land visible to the naked eye is composed entirely of sand. It appears that this island will soon be completely abandoned. At this moment, Sukan noticed something seemed amiss nearby and quickly called Xiaobai to check it out. Squatting down to look at the broken palm tree in front of him, he saw that a small patch of palm trees had all snapped at the roots, but only this small area. This is clearly evidence of someone having cut down trees. Sukan thought with some surprise. If someone had been to this island, they wouldn't have only cut down this small patch of forest, right? He carefully examined the marks on the broken tree roots. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the breakage wasn't recent, it must have been some time ago. Moreover, it wasn't caused by any weapon but seemed more like it had been violently snapped. To verify his hypothesis, Sukan looked at an unknown tree nearby and instructed Xiaobai to ram into it. By comparing the breakage marks, he would know for sure. Xiaobai backed up and crashed into the tree. The broken trunk instantly disappeared, making it impossible to collect. Looking at the remaining fracture, it was very similar to the marks found in this small patch of forest. Could it be that there are other living creatures on this island? The creature capable of breaking this small patch of forest, no matter how strong a grizzly bear is, it wouldn't have such power. A diamond-level polar bear could manage it, but Sukan really couldn't think of any other animal that could. Frowning, Sukan immediately instructed Xiaobai to be more more cautious. If there really were living creatures on this island, perhaps it was the mysterious sea monster. Little White sniffed carefully at a broken tree trunk, seeming somewhat displeased. Sukan was a bit surprised. Could it be that Little White recognized whatever broke the tree? He asked Little White, but Little White shook his head in confusion, his eyes filled with bewilderment. No matter what, soldiers will block the enemy, and earth will cover the water. Continuing to gaze into the depths of the forest, there were many signs of destruction along the way. These traces were neither caused by nature nor something humans could accomplish. Suddenly, on the road, Little White walked toward the nearby woods. Moments later, two furry paws held 3 large yellow pears, incredibly fresh and juicy. Not bad luck. Sukan immediately glanced at the pear in its hand. Unfortunately, it had no grade. He went with it to check the place where the pears were picked and found that the roots of the pear tree were all rotten. Moreover, there were only 3 pears left on the tree, all of which had been picked by the proud little rascal. Harvested pear fruit x3, harvested pear seeds x2, 1 for each person, and the remaining one is left for Xiao Hei to eat. They continued walking in the direction where Xiao Hei was circling. Recently, Sukan discovered a very fascinating phenomenon. He could increasingly understand the meaning of what Xiao Bai said. Perhaps it was due to the long time they had spent together, or maybe because it was his pet. This led to him not only being able to understand Xiao Bai's words but also being able to clearly grasp Xiao Hei's intentions now. Xiao Hei told himself it was almost there. He quickly rushed to the place it mentioned, until he saw a towering mountain ahead, roughly several hundred meters high. Xiao Bai and Sukan ran up the mountain one after the other at a rapid pace. Due to their physical abilities, climbing the mountain was as easy as walking on flat ground. Sukan pushed off a large boulder with both hands, his body flipping mid-air in an instant, continuing to sprint forward. Xiao Bai's actions were rather violent. Whenever it encountered trees or rocks blocking its way, it would simply swing the wolf sheep stick in its hand, leaving destruction in its wake. It forcibly carved out a mountain path. After discovering this creature's ability, Sukan simply let it lead the way while he followed behind, saving himself some effort. It wasn't until they faced an unbreakable obstacle ahead that Xiao Bai and Sukan finally stopped. In front of them appeared a sheer cliff, at least dozens of meters high. There was no path to climb up, so it seemed they would have to scale it directly. Little White raised its head to look at the cliff, clutching its bare head, trembling all over. Sukan glanced at it speechlessly. Whenever they encountered such a cliff, it immediately cowered like a scared dog, completely losing its imposing demeanor. Won't kill you even if you fall, at most it'll hurt for 2 days. Sukan rolled his eyes at it and said irritably, "Ow." Little White's 2 legs trembled, shaking its massive bare head in protest. "Then what should we do? Will you wait for me here?" Sukan had no choice but to compromise and let it wait here. However, Xiao Bai glanced around, seeming a bit uncomfortable, shook its head again, and followed closely behind Sukan, clutching his coat. Sukan thought to himself, it seems this island really has something strange about it. Otherwise, Xiao Bai wouldn't behave like this. But nothing was discovered along the way. Perhaps it has already left. However, he believed it could make Xiao Bai uncomfortable. But as for scaring him, forget it. This little troublemaker is the kind of guy who wrestles sharks in the sea. Little White, feeling a bit disrespected by Sukan, unhappily put its hands on its hips and shouted twice. "So you're saying you're still young, which is why you're scared? When you reach maturity and encounter that thing, you'll destroy it in minutes?" Not even knowing what it is, and already boasting such big words, Sukan naturally couldn't be bothered to believe it and even mocked coldly. "Even when you reach maturity, you'll still be afraid of heights. You really need to work on your courage." In order to help Xiao Bai overcome his fear of heights, Sukan took out a rope and called Xiao Hei down from the sky. Xiao Hei swooped down to the foot of the mountain. Upon learning of Xiao Bai's lack of courage, it certainly wouldn't miss the chance to mock him mercilessly. Xiao Hei circled in the air, taunting incessantly, while Xiao Bai jumped up and retorted back. His self-esteem was severely wounded, proving that reverse psychology works quite well on animals. Sukan handed one end of the rope to Xiao Hei, instructing it to tie the rope to a tree on the cliff. After throwing the rope down, he made a simple safety harness and secured it to Xiao Bai. It finally reached the edge of the cliff, its massive bare body trembling violently as it slowly climbed upward, letting out pitiful whimpering sounds. But Little Black deliberately flew to its side, flapping its small wings to mock it. For the first time, Little White didn't talk back but focused on climbing upward, its speed gradually increasing. However, when it glanced downward halfway up, it was so frightened that its whole body couldn't stop shaking. It almost fell off. Sukan sighed. How long would it take for this guy to climb up? After a powerful run up, he quickly dashed toward the cliff face, forcefully kicked off with his legs, and seemed to fly up the cliff, grabbing a protruding rock with one hand. With another powerful leap upward, he surpassed Xiao Bai, who had been climbing for 10 minutes, in just 2 seconds. Small stones kept falling from beneath Xiao Bai as it watched Sukan's agile movements and incredible speed, its admiration growing even faster. This is probably the kind of courage a master can inspire in their pet. Little Black stopped mocking Little White and instead followed Sukan, sprinting upward quickly while letting out eagle cries that were very melodious and resonant. Soon, Sukan reached the last few meters of the cliff, cliff where it was impossible to continue climbing. There was nothing to hold onto, and above was a massive rock protruding outward. One would have to leap over 10 meters in height to grab the tree branch on the edge of the rock. Sukan's eyes narrowed as he suddenly sprang forward, his whole body instantly flying outward. No, the distance isn't enough. Just half a meter short of reaching the tree branch. At the critical moment, Sukan immediately took out the golden cudgel, transformed it into a rake, hooked onto the tree branch, and used the rake's momentum to fling himself upward. Due to the incredible speed, the movement appeared seamless, as if completed in one fluid motion. Whoosh! Sukan crouched by the edge of the cliff, watching as Little White had already climbed halfway up the mountain. Without Little Black's taunts, Little White couldn't help but sneak a few glances downward, nearly falling several times. Sukan looked at its clumsy appearance, both amused and exasperated. In the sea and on land, Little White's speed was faster and more agile than a tiger, but cliffs were its insurmountable obstacle. In fact, if it could overcome its fear, its climbing speed wouldn't necessarily be slower than Sukan's. Even if it fell, it wouldn't be a big deal. With its thick skin and strong physique, it wouldn't suffer any harm. But it is precisely this fear that affects it. Originally, he wanted to wait for Xiaobai to slowly overcome it and cross this hurdle, but Sukan looked at the sky, which was already nearing noon, and realized they couldn't continue lingering on this island. This island gave him a very uncomfortable feeling, and Xiaobai also seemed somewhat uneasy. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Shohei, Xiaobai, and I both feel that there's something off about this island, as if something used to live here. Do you sense anything? Sukan thought that Xiaohei inherently had a keen sense for so-called sea monsters, and since it had circled above this island many times, if there was truly something unusual on the island, it should have detected it immediately. Woo-wah woo-wah. Xiaohei tilted its head and responded to him earnestly. Sukan had a general idea in his mind. Xiaohei told him that there were traces of people who had lived on this island before, as well as something unknown that it had sensed when it first discovered the island. So it deliberately flew to the upper air above the island to scout in advance, but after circling a few times, it found no threats. It could confirm that even if other creatures or humans had once lived on this island, they no longer existed. Upon learning this news, Sukan finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, to avoid encountering a tsunami at night, it would still be better to leave this island before nightfall. Thinking about the earthquake that occurred on the last island, it was undoubtedly a devastating blow to living beings. Through these two observations of going ashore, Sukan also gained some understanding of this natural disaster and earthquake. No matter how severe the earthquake on the island is, even if it involves catastrophic eruptions of magma, it only targets humans. As for any materials on the island, even a single leaf, they will return to their original state the next day. Sukan greeted Xiaobai, telling it to just hold onto the rope tightly. Pulling hard on the rope, I dragged this guy up. I have to say, this guy is really heavy. It's been eating more and more lately and getting fatter. It's probably a few hundred pounds heavy by now. After getting up, Xiaobai couldn't help but pant heavily, as if utterly exhausted, but in reality, it was just purely scared. After this trip to the island, you're going to practice building your courage with me every day. Sukan had already made up his mind. He must help Xiaobai overcome this fear in its heart. Xiaobai pitifully shook its bare head, as if begging for mercy, but upon seeing Xiaobai's disdainful look, its bare courage and fighting spirit were immediately reignited. At this moment, they finally saw what Xiaohei had mentioned. In front of them stood a thatched hut. The thatched hut covered a large area, surrounded by towering wooden fences, as if to guard against something. Arriving at the door, he pushed it open and stepped into the courtyard. The courtyard was piled with leaves and overgrown with messy weeds. It hadn't been inhabited for a long time. Be careful. Sukan still gave a warning to Xiaobai and Xiaohei. Little Black descended from the sky and landed on Little White's shoulder. On the ground, Little White seemed much safer, especially with the spiked club in its hand, which clearly looked quite powerful. Little White mocked it a bit, calling it a coward, saying, "Now you know how to back down?" Little Black ignored it, contentedly closed its eyes, and lay on its shoulder. Unlike Little White, it wasn't stubborn with words. If it had to back down, it would do so confidently and justifiably. In its own words, "How long have I been born? With my tiny arms and legs not even fully grown, do you really expect me to go fight?" In this regard, Xiaobai indeed has no grounds to refute, as Xiaohei is not a combat pet. Of course, once Xiaohei grows up, its combat power will be far beyond that of ordinary animals. Even sharks in the sea wouldn't intimidate it in the slightest. As for who is stronger between it and Xiaobai, that would have to be determined by a fight. Sukan believes they each have their strengths. If Xiaohei grows a bit more, Xiaobai might only be able to match it evenly. Arriving at the door of the house, Sukan cautiously transformed the golden cudgel in his hand into a spear, pushed the door open, and only relaxed after confirming nothing rushed out. Upon entering, the interior of the house was extremely dim. Signaling to Xiaobai, Xiaobai suddenly swung the wolf-tooth club in his hand, leapt up, and pierced through the thatched roof of the house. The room instantly brightened up. It turned out the person living here was truly peculiar. Building the room so dark, weren't they worried that excessive dampness might be harmful to their health? Looking around the room, there was a small wooden table and a chair, but it crumbled with a light light touch, clearly showing that a long time had passed and the wood had decayed. In the corner, there was a small bed and nothing else. Little Black let out a low whimper, signaling that there was something under the bed. Addicted to destruction, Little White directly smashed the bed to pieces, revealing a large wooden chest underneath. The surface of the wooden chest was painted blood red, as if stained with some kind of animal blood, and the coloring was very uneven. Little Black and Little White simultaneously grew serious, staring intently at the box, unable to resist the urge to smash it. "What's wrong?" Sukin noticed their strange behavior and quickly asked. Xiaobai told him it was an instinctive reaction, just like a cat seeing a mouse. Sukin breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't like a mouse seeing a cat. If that were the case, Sukin would turn around and leave immediately without hesitation. Sukin was very clear about Xiaobai's combat abilities. Although he was much stronger than it, if there were real danger, he wouldn't be able to take care of his pet. Sukin hesitated for a long time but finally decided to open the wooden box and take a look. Having come this far, he would regret it if he didn't open the box. This journey had been very strange, and perhaps the box contained the answers he was looking for. Step back. Sukin instructed Xiaobai to take a few steps back with Xiaobai. Using the spear to jab one side of the box and giving it a strong lift, the lid flew off to the side. Obtained, ship upgrade blueprint. Obtained, last words. Obtained, Madman's notebook. Unexpectedly, I managed to obtain a blueprint here. Not bad luck. As for that last will and notebook, they must have been left behind by the person who lived here. Let's open the last will and take a look first. The last will. I can hardly hold on any longer. My mind is on the verge of collapse, with only the eastern fireball rising and setting endlessly. The plants on the island have suddenly withered on a large scale, as if infected by some kind of virus, and the soil is becoming increasingly desertified. The situation on the island is getting worse and worse. Not only is the timber on the island dwindling, but even the schools of fish near the shore are decreasing. I've been surviving on rainwater for a week straight. This island is no longer habitable. I want to leave, but I'm afraid of getting lost at sea. I'd rather die on land than perish at sea. At least it's still settling down. I heard there will be vast lands in the east, where many people live. Food and water are abundant, and they call themselves saviors. That place can lead people to a better living environment. Should I go? Water and food are already prepared. I've made up my mind. Rather than dying here, I might as well take a chance out there. Sukin looked at this brief last message and began to ponder. It didn't mention anything terrifying here, nor did it explain how he ended up in this place. It seemed like the desperate complaints of survivors on parchment. However, Sukin roughly confirmed one thing: this survivor had lived here before the occurrence of natural disasters like earthquakes, otherwise, he would have already perished here. This last message really doesn't offer much worth referencing. I can only look at that notebook. Maybe there's some important information on it. Opening the diary. What nonsense about a savior! People have been deceived. There's only endless despair there. Oh my god, has humanity's apocalypse arrived? Humans are actually coexisting with monsters. There is no pure land left for humanity. The invisible ripples of water, like a purifier, seem ready to eliminate any useless living beings at any moment. Anything that resists water must die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I will never compromise like this. Rumor has it that as long as you flee toward the direction of the eastern sun, there is hope for survival. Only there is the pure land of humanity. Only there is where water is not feared. I have left. If anyone sees this message, please go to the place I mentioned. I am waiting for your arrival in that pure land. Sukin frowned, looking at the name left below. These words and the will actually came from the same person. How could these two statements be completely contradictory? Before going mad, they called the son of Fireball. After going mad, they could clearly distinguish it. And what exactly is that so-called ripple? There was only this passage in the notebook, and after Sukin read it, it turned to ashes and disappeared. Sukin stood in place, carefully pondering, savoring the differences in meanings between these two statements. Although these two statements left him feeling very puzzled and made him even more curious about certain things in this world, there was no way to explore them now. It was better to just remember these words for the time being. Relying on his current memory and the protective enhancement given by Xiaohei, the memories in Sukin's mind became increasingly vivid, as if these words were etched deeply into his brain. If it were an ordinary person, they would have surely forgotten by now. Every sentence in these words carries extraordinary significance and must not be overlooked. They might become the key to solving future mysteries. After searching the room once more, no additional valuable information was found. It's about time to leave this place. This place always gives Sukin an uneasy feeling, so it's better to leave as soon as possible. There are still plenty of resources on the island for now. Quickly gather all the resources on the island and then leave this small island. Sukin increasingly feels that the sea is safer. Islands always give him a sense of danger. He walked out while examining the blueprint for the ship's modification. A ship over 10 meters long is required, and the quality of the wooden planks must reach at least the gold level. The stronger the maximum modification, the materials needed for upgrading the ship will be dozens or even hundreds of times times more than the current ship. Think carefully before upgrading. Sukan hesitated for a moment. Although this modification plan was certainly beneficial, his current ship was not bad either, and it had already consumed an enormous amount of materials. If he were to upgrade again, following the instructions on this blueprint, requiring 10 times or even 100 times the materials, wouldn't that mean at least hundreds of thousands or even over 1,000,000 units of wood? Even Sukan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at this number. It was simply terrifying. This grade of wood, if other survivors were to find out, they would probably throw this useless blueprint away without hesitation. A lifetime's wealth is nothing more than this. For now, let's put the blueprint away and talk about upgrading the ship again later. Moreover, if the ship were to be upgraded again this time, what kind of terrifying quality would it reach? It might even be able to directly ram a shark to death. Sukan didn't examine it closely. The sun had already passed halfway across the sky and it was now afternoon. Sukan and Xiaobai quickly rushed down the mountain and arrived at the edge of the cliff. Xiaobai grabbed the rope, closed his bare eyes, took a deep breath, and before he was ready, Sukan kicked him down. Ah! Xiaobai's bare mouth opened wide in fear, his chubby bare face distorted in mid-air. Sukan leaped and grabbed the rope, swiftly descending toward the cliff wall. In mid-air, he grabbed Xiaobai's leg with one hand. Just before landing, Xiaobai was upside down, his face only a few centimeters away from the ground, but fortunately, Sukan held him up. Ow! Xiaobai's little heart was pounding wildly. Just as he was relieved that his bare life was spared, he still couldn't escape the fate of kissing the ground. His bare face ended up pressed tightly against the ground, like an upside-down carrot. Little Black hovered beside it, mocking and laughing, even using its small wings to slap its butt. Little Black, Little White, let's go to the beach and gather more seafood for a big feast tonight. At the mention of food, Little White instantly got up from the ground, grinning foolishly as it followed along. Sukan rubbed his wrist. Even with his current strength, he still felt how incredibly heavy Little White was, leaving his wrist slightly sore and aching. Just as Sukan was about to run toward the seaside, he suddenly stopped and turned his head, carefully looking at the cliff wall. He hadn't noticed earlier that there was a painting at the foot of the mountain. The painting seemed to be carved out of stone, depicting two round objects that resembled fireballs, or perhaps looked like suns. Around the two suns appeared to be a wall of rippling water, encompassing both suns. Two suns? Sukan began to ponder, recalling the last words and the words in the notebook. If analyzed this way, could the fireball and the sun both actually exist? As for the ripples, they seemed to resemble a kind of wall. Sukan felt that he was getting closer and closer to the truth, but he was just a step away. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure it out. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. The most important thing now is food. Wasting a whole day on the island today, I can't go hungry at night, can I? I must gather enough food on the island, otherwise, if we wait to fish slowly after returning, the three of them might end up starving. Thinking about how Little Black is still too young and has been following them around for so long, it needs to eat something first to replenish its strength. As for Little White, it said it wasn't hungry yet. Right now, all it can think about is how it finally mustered some courage for once and actually jumped off that steep cliff. Although it was kicked off, it still felt a small sense of pride. This is the first time facing fear. Sukan took out the remaining pears and canned fruit from before and handed them to Xiaohei. Xiaohei chirped happily, took them with its little wings, and perched on Xiaobai's shoulder to eat, even showing off. The master gave this to me. You don't have any, do you? Xiaobai let out two annoyed growls, telling it not to poop on its body. After all, it was a polar bear with a cleanliness obsession. After arriving at the seaside, Sukan picked up edible shellfish, scooped out sea cucumbers clinging to the rocks in the water, and even found some plump crabs. Xiaobai also helped catch them, collecting all the captured ones into a small puddle to prevent them from dying prematurely. Xiaohei wasn't idle either. After eating and drinking his fill, he flew over the sea, spotted the sunbathing fish on the water's surface, swiftly dove down, caught a fish, and placed it in front of Sukan. He rubbed against Sukan's leg, acting affectionately to curry favor. Well done. Of course, Aozai, you did a great job too. While praising Xiaohei, Sukan didn't forget to compliment Xiaobai as well, to prevent that guy from being mocked and then starting another argument with Xiaohei. It was almost dark, and if they started arguing again, there would be no dinner for them. They caught a total of 9 plump sea cucumbers, along with crabs and fish, and after storing them, they prepared to return to the boat. Turning his head to glance at the island, he confirmed that there were no visible resources left. As for other mineral resources and materials in the forest, they would have to wait until the next day to explore. Sukan now decisively wants to leave the island as soon as it gets dark. After returning to the boat, he took out the shellfish, fish, and crabs, casually tossed them onto the floor, and placed the grill on the fire rack. The crabs, upon gaining their freedom, were eager to escape immediately. Xiaohei and Xiaobai hurriedly scrambled to catch them back. Little Black flapped its small wings anxiously to stop them, while Little White simply knocked them all out and quickly took the fish to the seaside to clean them up. Little Black tried to imitate, but after glancing at its own flapping little wings, it decided to quietly wait to eat instead. Once everything was cleaned up, the fish were placed on the fire rack. 3 fish were set aside decide to make a big pot of seafood soup. With such a variety, the soup was sure to be highly nutritious. Soon, the aroma of fish soup wafted out, along with the scent of grilled fish. Little White stood by the grill, staring eagerly, while Little Black perched on its shoulder, equally fixated. Upon smelling the aroma, they almost simultaneously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Sukin smiled as he flipped the fish. These two little ones were rarely this quiet, obediently waiting to be fed. All right, you can start eating now. Sukin sorted the plates, bowls, knives, forks, and chopsticks, dividing the grilled fish so each person got one. If it wasn't enough, they could get more themselves, and they could serve themselves fish soup. The two guys immediately started grabbing and eating. Xiaobai skillfully used a knife and fork to cut the fish meat, showing off to Xiaohei, "No pause, let's see what you can do." Before Xiaohei came along, Xiaobai would sometimes get so greedy that he would grab food directly with his hands. But later, wanting to be a bear with class, he naturally had to master the art of elegance. The current Little White sits there with a serious demeanor, truly resembling a foreigner in a Western restaurant. To prevent oil from dripping onto its bare fur, it even specially hung a cloth around its neck, adding even more to its aura. Little Black glanced a few times and realized he couldn't learn it, so he simply gave up using the tool. Jumping down from Little White's shoulder, he perched on the stool and folded his wings, exuding the same proud demeanor of a golden eagle. As a diamond-level golden eagle, although he couldn't use human tools, he possessed an exceptionally agile beak capable of easily separating fish meat from fish bones. This was the most skilled and practical tool, and there was no need to abandon what he excelled at. Woo-wah woo-wah! Little Black stood on the stool, mocking it with arrogance and disdain, a true master of pretending. It must be said that Little Black's beak was impressively nimble, perfectly separating the fish meat from the bones and spines. The fish bones were placed neatly to the side, resembling a work of art. Then, it pushed the plate of neatly separated fish meat toward Sukin with its wings in a flattering manner. Just born not long ago, and already knows how to flatter. Sukin chuckled with interest and didn't refuse its goodwill. After enjoying the delicious meal, Xiaobai, feeling bored, ran to the seaside to go fishing. Xiaohei also went to the sea to catch fish. As long as these two aren't idle, let them do whatever they want, otherwise, whenever they're free, they inevitably start quarreling. After a day of commotion, Sukin discovered that Xiaohei had grown quite a bit. Its body, when fully stretched, was over 2 meters long, already reaching the maturity stage of a golden eagle. However, it still appeared to be in the juvenile stage of a golden eagle. After getting bored of fishing, Xiaobai encouraged Xiaohei to go trouble the sharks. Together, they wreaked havoc on the sea surface, practically like two little tyrants. With aerial support, the sharks on the sea surface were utterly miserable, their days growing increasingly difficult. Sukin opened the parchment shop and sold all the shark meat, earning 2,000 pieces of wood. The small warehouse finally started to fill up again, though it was still far from its former peak and even further from meeting the conditions needed for ship upgrades. Forget it, just thinking about it is heartbreaking. Sukin called over Xiaohei and asked if it wanted to stay indoors tonight. Xiaohei immediately agreed, using its two massive wings to carry the bird's nest it had since birth, moving it into the house and hanging it on the beam. Sukin looked up at the bird's nest with a speechless expression, remaining silent for a long time. This was definitely the largest bird's nest he had ever seen. Fortunately, Xiaohei didn't plan to squeeze in with them, otherwise, the bed really wouldn't have been able to fit. Little Black hopped around on the ground, rubbing against Sukin, and told him that the bird's nest was incredibly soft and comfortable, and even had a sleep-inducing effect. Little Black blinked its adorable big eyes, urging Sukin to try out the feeling of the bird's nest. Sukin felt a bit awkward living in a bird's nest. What kind of idea was that? But seeing Little Black's enthusiasm, he had no choice but to leap into the bird's nest. The moment he lay down, he indeed felt extremely comfortable, as if lying on a cloud, with his whole body completely relaxed. Little Black hopped and ran out to play with Little White. These two are full of energy. They actually don't need much sleep, just a short rest each day is enough. As diamond-level pets, they can go half a month without sleeping and still be fine. But Little White had gotten used to being with Sukin, which is why it developed a habit of sleeping. After all, it felt a bit bored outside on its own. However, with Little Black around, it now had a companion to go wild with. Sukin didn't bother with them. Since they didn't like sleeping, it was actually better this way. He could treat them as guards outside, allowing him to sleep more peacefully. Sleeping at night is ultimately more comfortable. Sukin lay in the nest and closed his eyes, his mind filled with the events of the day, the last words and the phrases in the diary repeatedly resurfacing in his thoughts. And then there was that peculiar stone carving. It always felt like those 3 hints were warning future generations, yet they also seemed to be suggesting something. As for the actual truth, it was impossible to guess for now. Might as well stop overthinking it. If there really is a crisis, then deal with it as it comes. If even Sukin can't withstand it, then no other survivor in this world will be able to live. The rules of this world would never destroy everyone, just like a natural disaster. It wouldn't bury all people within it. Suddenly, Sukin abruptly opened his eyes. That's right, could that so-called water wave wall be something similar to a tsunami? But the sun and the fireball are a bit strange. strange. No matter how you think about it, it doesn't make sense. Forget it, time to sleep. In the middle of the night, Sukin woke up, stretched lazily, and saw Xiaohei and Xiaobai happily playing on the sea. At this sight, Sukin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Good heavens! Xiaobai had tied a rope around a shark's neck, letting the shark flee wildly. Holding the rope and standing on a wooden board, he was actually surfing on the sea. Little Black even ran onto the shark's head, using its small wings to flap at the shark's head, making it move in its desired direction. These two are really playing around a bit too much, aren't they? After all, that's still a shark. Doesn't it care about its dignity? Sukin covered his face, not knowing what to say. Let them mess around as they please. The reason Sukin got up in the middle of the night was that the more he thought about the events of the day, the more uneasy he felt. After getting up, he stood on the deck, pondering that he should make more thorough preparations in advance. The blueprint for modifying his own ship could come in handy. He could reinforce his ship once again, so that even if he encountered a tsunami on the sea, he would not be afraid at all. Previously, even when the ship was upgraded to a diamond-level vessel, it still faced danger during a tsunami and could only rely on the speed of the sails to escape. But now, the threat might not just be a tsunami. Although he didn't know exactly what it was, making his ship sturdier would make it safer. The ship needs to be expanded before being remodeled. It has been a long time since the ship was last expanded, so it's time to expand it again. Now there's a new little companion on the ship, and occasionally bringing back a shark is no surprise. Besides, the ship will inevitably need to carry more and more items. The larger the ship, the safer it is on the ocean. The current ship measures 16 by 30, and Sukin wants to expand it to 30 by 50 meters. This would require an additional 280 wooden planks, which means 8,400 pieces of wood, along with 280 pieces of iron. The idea of quickly building the ship was immediately dismissed. Currently, there is still a significant shortage of wood, so the priority is to gather all the necessary materials first. After collecting the materials for expanding the ship, additional materials will be needed for modifying the ship, which will be the bigger challenge. The coming period is going to be quite busy. After thinking for a long time and getting more and more of a headache, it's better to go back to the room and sleep. Tomorrow, I still need to quickly gather supplies. Just as Sukin was about to return to the room, Xiaohei and Xiaobai rushed into the room, shouting awo 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 and woo-wah woo-wah at him. Sukin hurriedly ran out. Could something have happened on the sea again? Xiaobai ran in, anxiously pointing outside, howling incessantly. Xiaohei also flew in and landed on the ground, flapping its little wings, also indicating that something was happening outside. You two little guys were beaten up by a group of sharks? Sukin thought these two little guys had provoked the sharks' anger and were ganged up on by them. Given their attitude of not treating sharks as fish, this possibility was very high. Xiaobai seemed a bit anxious to explain, and it took Sukin quite a while to understand what he meant. Let's go, let's head out and take a look. After arriving on the deck and looking out at the sea, they saw the sudden storm brewing over the ocean. The waves were easily over 10 meters high, and the distant sky looked apocalyptic, with terrifyingly massive bolts of lightning visible to the naked eye. The sky seemed to be torn apart, accompanied by deafening thunderclaps. Fierce winds and towering waves surged violently toward the island. The situation on this stretch of ocean was even more terrifying than a tsunami. Wait, Sukin suddenly noticed that the waves at the edge of the boat were surprisingly calm. A mirage? Sukin became even more astonished. Could it be that everything happening in front of him was not real? Just as Sukin was puzzling over this, he saw another change arise on the sea surface. A wave resembling a wall appeared in mid-air. This sea wave seemed to be a connection between heaven and earth, surging from an extremely distant place. At that moment, it felt like the colors of heaven and earth. Everything vanished into nothingness, and all the scenes before the eyes disappeared. Sukin was startled as he recalled the carving on the stone wall. Wasn't the depiction exactly like the enclosing wall of this sea wave? And the message in the notebook inside the wooden cabin on the mountaintop had also described this very scene. Could it be that the words in that message were all true? He suddenly raised his head to look at the sky. Fortunately, there were not two suns appearing simultaneously in the sky. This did make Sukin breathe a sigh of relief. But as he looked at the ripples on the water gradually moving farther east, Sukin was astonished to discover that there was a reflection in the water. Astonishingly, it was the reflection of the sun. In other words, the words in the notebook had actually come true. What exactly did this signify? What was the message the notebook's notes were trying to convey to him? A disaster was certain to occur, but when, and what kind of disaster would it be? Sukin still had no idea. But now Sukin felt a heavier burden in his heart, increasingly sensing the signs of an impending crisis. He had to take precautions immediately. If the prophecy on the stone carvings was accurate, then all these mirage-like scenes would truly come to pass. This news was nothing short of a nightmare for Sukin. In fact, it would be a nightmare for any survivor. If such a situation were to truly occur, it would mean losing everything and starting over, with all resources sinking to the bottom of the sea. Sukin absolutely did not want all his efforts to end in submission to reality. He had to prepare before the natural disaster struck. The more preparations made made now, the less will be lost when resisting the natural disaster later. From the notes in that will, it can be seen that this disaster is quite terrifying. All traces of sleep vanished instantly. Now, Sukan's mind was entirely occupied with figuring out how to gather the materials needed for the next wave of equipment upgrades. The mirage was still ongoing, seemingly having no effect on the creatures in the ocean. On the surface of the sea, a large shark was drifting leisurely. A shark. Sukan's eyes lit up. This was a great find. The largest source of meat in the sea right now was sharks. They were not only substantial in size but could also be exchanged for more resources. Moreover, Xiaohei and Xiaobai were very interested in sharks. Xiaohei, Xiaobai. Woo-wah woo-wah. Little Black and Little White straightened their small bodies, like soldiers obeying orders. You two like playing with sharks, don't you? See that one over there? Go kill it and bring it back for me. Sukan glanced at the sea surface. The only shark left in sight was that one. The others had all been played to death by Little Black and Little White. This sea was originally shark territory, but because of these two troublemakers, sharks within a 100-mile radius had become scarce, practically turning into a rare species. Sure enough, there are no so-called ferocious animals, only whether their natural enemies are formidable enough. Even sharks now have to steer clear and flee far away. Regarding this, Sukan felt rather helpless. Come, let me get you some fish to eat. Clearly, Little Black and Little White were a bit tired from playing, so Sukan took out 3 unsold bluefin tuna. This type of fish could restore their strength and energy. They had been playing all afternoon and half the evening, and the 2 little ones had used up quite a bit of energy. If they were made to continue catching sharks, they probably wouldn't be able to handle it. So, first, give them something to eat, and then let them get back to work. Little Black and Little White happily followed behind Sukan, overjoyed. Even though they had eaten a lot in the afternoon, after all the activity, they were starting to feel a bit hungry again. That's how pets are whenever there's food. Their mood instantly improves. Sukan placed 3 bluefin tunas on the fire rack for grilling. Later, he planned to help the 2 of them anyway, since he had nothing else to do. The aroma of the meat quickly spread. After eating and drinking their fill, Sukan took out the golden cudgel in his hand and transformed it into a spear. After eating the tuna, Little Black and Little White regained their peak physical strength and energy. When Sukan asked them to go bother the sharks again, the 2 little ones were overjoyed. Initially, Little Black looked down on Little White's idea of fun, thinking that bothering a fish was nothing special. However, after spending an afternoon playing along with Little Black, it also discovered the joy in the activity. The only fun thing on this vast ocean might be causing trouble for sharks. Xiaobai immediately jumped into the sea and swam underwater toward the silly shark, while Xiaohei soared into the sky and dove down toward the shark from above. Sukan stood by the edge of the boat, gazing at the shark drifting on the surface of the sea. This silly shark must have just arrived in the area and doesn't yet know who the true troublemaker of this place is, otherwise, it would have fled far away by now. Xiaobai gazed at the shark not far away under the sea, trying to slow down its movements as much as possible, drifting leisurely like a jellyfish in the water, inching closer. This was all based on its frequent experience of teasing sharks, honing the skill of swimming silently in the water. Xiaobai watched as it was about to touch the shark, its bare mouth split open in excitement, grinning foolishly, but as it opened its mouth, a few giant bubbles emerged. Frightened, it instinctively covered its bare mouth, fearing that the bubbles might alarm the shark. Just as he finally reached the shark, he suddenly leaped onto its back. The shark, which was motionless on the water's surface, suddenly twisted its head. What had jumped onto its back? When it saw that it was actually a little white bear, it instinctively opened its massive, bloodthirsty mouth. It immediately began rolling its massive body, trying to throw the little bear off its back. This shark seemed much fiercer than usual. Not only was it incredibly strong, but during its frenzied resistance, its eyes turned blood red, and its teeth were also different from those of ordinary sharks. The shark's teeth actually have 2 rows, with a blood-red vivid color that seems as if it could seep blood, and even shows hints of turning dark black. The sea surface surged with towering waves as the shark and Little White wrestled together. Sukan wasn't worried about Little White, but he felt that there was something off about this shark. In the past, the sharks Little White encountered would merely struggle a bit before starting to flee in all directions, but this shark seemed determined to bite Little White to death. Xiaobai tightly gripped the shark's 2 fins, almost losing his hold several times, and ended up grabbing the shark with one hand, falling into the seawater. Its strength was quite formidable, stubbornly refusing to be thrown into the sea, resembling a kite being flung around. Xiaobai was also deeply shocked. This was probably the toughest opponent Xiaobai had ever encountered. Wow! Xiaohei also became serious, flapping its wings fiercely in the sky and charging swiftly toward the shark. Xiaohei and Xiaobai bravely fought the shark. The skin on the shark's head was slashed with deep, bloody gashes, yet its ferocity remained undiminished. The shark seemed to have lost all reason, retaliating madly against Xiaohei and Xiaobai, forcing them to temporarily retreat. Facing a crazed king of the sea required some caution, especially when Xiaobai was shocked to discover that this shark could actually harm it. Accidentally touching the shark's teeth, Little White's paw got a small cut, though it healed and recovered within just a few seconds. But this was also the first time Little White had suffered a loss against the shark. Its small bare eyes were filled with determination. It was time for it to get serious. Little White tightly gripped the shark's fin with one paw, while wielding a wolf tooth club with the other, striking forcefully at the shark's head. It wanted to knock the shark unconscious. In the past, Xiaobai could knock out a shark in just a few minutes, but this shark, despite being beaten until its head was bloody, only struggled and resisted even more fiercely. Su Kan stood by the edge of the boat, gripping his spear tightly. He did not make a move because he increasingly felt that there was something unusual about this shark. Upon closer inspection, the shark's appearance was bulkier than that of an ordinary shark, with red and black stripes on its skin, a ferocious temperament, and double rows of teeth. Its physical strength was also far beyond what an ordinary shark could compare to. Little Black, Little White, retreat immediately. Su Kan felt that this couldn't go on. He couldn't let them continue taking risks, even though the shark looked quite miserable. However, despite its bones being exposed, the shark still showed no signs of dying or losing energy. Roar! Xiaobai was feeling a bit frustrated now. His hands were starting to ache from all the swinging. This shark seemed impervious to pain. Pain wouldn't weaken its resolve, it only made it more frenzied. Speed! Su Kan saw the shark biting more and more ferociously. They couldn't afford to delay any longer. With the wolf tooth club in Xiaobai's hand, it was impossible to deliver a fatal blow to this shark. At most, it could inflict some superficial wounds. Little Black's eagle beak and talons could only tear through the shark's flesh, but this still couldn't inflict a fatal injury on the shark. The skin and flesh of this shark were extremely rough, with only the heart and skull being fatal points, so Little Black and Little White had to be called back for now. Little White stood up from the shark, leapt swiftly into the distance, and quickly returned to the boat. Little Black obediently flew back as well. The shark, with blood-red eyes, stared fiercely in the direction they had retreated, madly swimming toward the small boat, consumed by a single thought: revenge. This was also different from the usual temperament of sharks. In the past, if a shark suffered a loss, it would return to its original calm demeanor as long as the target disappeared from sight. However, the eyes of this shark were fixed solely on Xiao Hei and Xiaobai. Su Kan deliberately raised the sail high to test it, causing the boat to speed forward. The shark pursued relentlessly, its speed incredibly fast. Judging by its pace, it was almost comparable to Xiaobai, not quite as fast, but certainly not slow. Of course, the shark could never catch up to the boat. Su Kan intentionally controlled the boat's speed and, upon noticing the shark's persistent pursuit, continued onward. Su Kan once again raised the sail completely, pushing the speed to the limit. In just a few seconds, the shark was left far behind, disappearing without a trace. After stopping the boat, Su Kan stood by the edge, gazing into the distance. The horizon, once calm and tranquil, now revealed a small black dot gradually approaching. The shark's figure became increasingly clear, along with the bloodstains on its body and its pitiful appearance. Roar! Little White angrily stomped by the side of the boat, shouting about jumping in to fight it for 800 rounds. Little Black flapped its tiny wings eagerly, ready to take it on. Su Kan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the shark, his heart growing heavier. Although this shark wasn't some kind of sea monster, it did seem as if it had been infected by some sort of virus. It appeared that killing it was the only way to settle this. If you're so determined to die, then go list yourself for sale at the shop. Su Kan gripped the spear in his hand and took a few steps back. The shark quickly approached the boat. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. I'll go myself. Su Kan dashed swiftly toward the edge of the boat, leaping into the air, the spear in his hand gleaming with dazzling light. Roar! The shark burst out of the seawater, opening its gaping maw and lunging toward Su Kan. Howl! Awah! Xiaobai and Xiao Hei were shouting cheers of support on the boat. Just as the two pets were eager to see their master show off his skills, that tiny figure and the massive shark met in mid-air. Under the moonlight, the shark's gaping maw appeared several times larger than Su Kan. Su Kan was like a sugar cube leaping high, swallowed whole by the shark in mid-air. The shark burped after landing, then glanced at the ship. The sea returned to calm, as if nothing had happened, but it felt like something was missing. Xiao Hei and Xiaobai were stunned, speechless, and could hardly believe what they had just seen. Looking at the shark, which seemed not yet full, continuing to stare at them and slowly swimming over. The two of them stared fixedly at mid-air, searching for Su Kan's figure, but after a long while, they confirmed that their master had indeed fallen into the shark's mouth. Little White's bare mouth twitched as it exchanged glances with Little Black. Did their master just voluntarily feed himself to the shark? The shark charged swiftly toward the ship, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Xiao Hei and Xiaobai, enraged, were about to jump into the sea to fight it and avenge their master. Xiaobai suddenly leaped into the air, and mid-air, swung the massive spiked club in his hand toward the shark's head. Little Black spread its wings to over 2 meters wide, letting out an eagle's cry that seemed to shatter the heavens, as its two sharp claws reached for the shark. Just as the two adorable pets were about to fight desperately, the shark that leapt out of the seawater suddenly glimmered with a streak of white light on its back under the moonlight, and its massive body fell back into the sea within mere seconds. Ao Zai and Xiao Hei were a bit dumbfounded. Su Kan emerged from the shark's spine with a spear in hand, leaping back onto the boat. The shark's blood stained a large area of the sea, and it completely flipped over, over, dead. Roar! Wah! Little Black and Little White excitedly ran over and tightly hugged his leg. Tears filled their eyes as they had thought their master had already been digested. There, see? I'm fine. Sukin smiled as he pulled the two little ones into his arms, one on each side. These two little guys must have been terribly worried just now. When Sukin discovered that the shark's exterior couldn't be penetrated, he decided to break through its defenses directly from the inside. No matter how strong the shark was, its internal organs couldn't possibly be impenetrable. Sukin entered its body and found that the spear in his hand underwent a surprising transformation, emitting a faint white glow and slicing through the shark's body as effortlessly as cutting through vegetables. It seems that the Diamond Great Golden Cudgel, along with Aozai's Wolf Tooth Club, has remarkable effects against sea monsters. Thus, with hardly any effort, he emerged from inside its body. This poor shark, if it had taken a few bites of Sukin first, it might have caused him some trouble. However, the reason Sukin dared to take such a risk was because his current physique was already on par with this shark. Moreover, he was wearing a combat suit, so naturally, he wasn't afraid. Ow, ow, ow. The little rascal clung tightly to Sukin's thigh, refusing to let go. It took quite a while before these two finally decided to release their grip. Just moments ago, both of them had the mindset of fighting to the death. Now, seeing their master return safely, they were naturally overjoyed. Sukin smiled and comforted them for a moment. Then he instructed Aozai to use an ordinary stick to give the shark a few hits. Although Aozai didn't understand what his master meant, he obediently took the stick, went over to poke the dead shark, and struck it forcefully a few times. Sukin roughly understood in his heart. It seemed that the Wolf Fang Club of Aozai would indeed have a miraculous effect. Dragging the shark back onto the boat, Sukin took out the golden cudgel and transformed it into a machete, preparing to dissect the shark. This shark was much larger than usual. It occupied nearly half the area of the boat. Whoa! The little cub and Xiao Hei excitedly ran off to catch fish, wanting to share some of the burden for their master. After all, Sukin had just exerted so much effort and was surely hungry. This late-night ordeal had truly worn Sukin out, but it also made him increasingly aware of the benefits of strength. The weak are only qualified to be eliminated by nature or toyed with by wild beasts. Sukin forcefully split the shark meat, breaking it down into pieces. This shark was much larger than the one he had caught last time. Its body was significantly bigger and sturdier. Sukin had to enlist their help to drag it onto the boat. Finally disappeared from sight, the warehouse now contains 60 pieces of shark meat, 4 shark fins, and various other miscellaneous shark parts. Of course, most of it was useless. After discarding the unnecessary items, the rest could either be put up for sale in the shop or kept for personal consumption. For instance, shark fin soup is something no one would ever tire of eating. Especially out here on the vast ocean, shark fins are an exceptionally rare treasure. In the middle of the night, Little Black and Little White caught 3 fish from the sea and brought them up, noticing that the shark on the boat had already been completely dissected, leaving only a fish head. The 2 little ones handed the fish to Sukin and then ran over to the fish head, stomping on it hard a couple of times. If sharks weren't carnivorous, this guy's fish head soup would definitely last for days. However, Sukin couldn't stand the ugly appearance of the shark's fish head, and even if it were cooked, he couldn't bring himself to eat it. After preparing the 3 fish, he placed them on the fire rack for grilling. Sukin sat by the side of the boat and took out the parchment book, hanging 60 pieces of shark meat in the shop. The price of fish meat in the shop had stabilized quite a bit. After so many days, those survivors who could find good items had already found them, and those who couldn't wouldn't have much opportunity left. After all, the resources on the island were ultimately limited. After several rounds of price drops and fluctuations, fish meat finally stabilized at 100 pieces of wood. At the most unstable time, fish even reached a selling record of 50 pieces of wood. However, this was due to a foolish survivor who was desperately short of wood. Since he happened to have a few fish on hand, he thought he had become wealthy. Moreover, it was quite troublesome for other survivors to store supplies. For instance, resources like fish could easily escape on the ship. If a separate basin is built just for the fish, it might not be worth it, and if killed, it would have to be eaten quickly. 60 pieces of shark meat, each requiring 100 pieces of wood or 100 pieces of plastic. If there are rare materials, they can also be used for exchange. Sukin was not in a hurry to sell this batch. He is currently short of about 8,000 pieces of wood. First, he plans to gather this amount to complete the expansion of his ship, and then focus on collecting materials to upgrade the ship. At present, it seems that sharks are quite valuable. Their meat is indeed plentiful. Although killing a shark is extremely challenging, the benefits gained are substantial. Sukin thought about whether he could find another shark to hunt. He instructed Xiao Bai to raise the sail, taking advantage of the lanterns on the boat and the moonlight. The time for nighttime shark hunting had arrived, and both Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai were excited for quite a while upon hearing the news. Sukin told Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai to keep an eye on the shark's movements and inform him immediately if they spotted one. The fresh water on the ship is running low now. The fruit trees have already ripened, and it's estimated that the fruits can be harvested by tomorrow morning. There's just a little bit bit left to go. Another seawater purifier must be built. As for the materials it requires, they are hardly worth mentioning given Sukan's current wealth. In fact, even for those survivors who have landed on the islands, it wouldn't be too difficult to gather the materials. What's truly valuable are the blueprints, which not everyone has a copy of. So far, the other survivors only have enough water resources to drink for themselves. Even though they've built several purifiers, their ordinary purifiers can only provide 1 or 2 cups of water per day. Freshwater resources are not scarce for survivors who have landed on islands, but they remain very precious for those surviving on the sea. Fortunately, many island survivors are selling water in the shops, and the prices are relatively affordable, so there's no shortage of drinking water. However, growing fruits on the sea is still almost an impossible task for them. The aroma of grilled fish quickly spread, and both Aozai and Xiaohei couldn't wait to come over and have a taste, completely forgetting about their plan to search for sharks. The main issue was that after sailing on the sea for nearly half an hour, the two little guys stared so hard their eyes almost popped out, tears streaming down their faces, yet they couldn't spot a single shark. It seems that because these two guys went crazy during the day, they scared off all the sharks within a 100-mile radius from this area. To find sharks, they must travel farther. Eat first, we'll talk after you're full. Little Black and Little White quickly ran over to enjoy the delicious fish meat. Originally, their energy had mostly recovered, and after battling the shark for half a day, their stamina was only slightly depleted. Now, they've even replenished to peak levels, perhaps a bit excessively. Little Black and Little White excitedly came to the side of the ship, searching for traces of sharks. Little Black flew directly to the top of the ship's mast, his eagle eyes fixed on the surrounding sea, while Little White climbed up the mast pole, standing high to see farther. As midnight approached, their efforts finally paid off. Xiaobai quickly jumped down from the mast and hurriedly lowered the sail. Xiaohei also flew down from the top of the sail, circling around Sukan. They both spotted the shark's presence. When the boat stopped, they glanced at a shark lazily lying on the nearby sea surface. The shark, sensing the commotion on the water, instantly opened its gaping jaws and prepared to charge. But the moment the shark got a clear look at the boat in front of it, its wide-open jaws slowly closed. Taking a closer look at the two figures standing by the side of the boat, it turned out to be a white polar bear and a black and gold golden eagle. The shark fled into the distance without even looking back. Well, this must be a shark you two have tormented before. Sukan looked speechlessly at the panicked, fleeing shark. To think that it was once the overlord of the ocean, how did it end up in such a sorry state after being messed with by them? Its grudge seemed to have been etched deep into its very bones. Otherwise, why would it turn tail and run the moment it saw the two of them, without even the slightest thought of revenge? Wah! Little Black instantly spread its massive eagle wings and immediately chased after the shark on the sea surface, while Little White hurriedly jumped into the sea, swiftly pursuing the shark. Their speed was far beyond what the shark could match. The flustered shark was driven back again, and Little White leaped onto its back, pulling out its wolf tooth club and giving it a thorough beating. The shark was beaten until its skin was torn and it bled profusely. Little Black also rushed onto it, grabbing wildly, leaving the shark almost on the verge of collapse, desperately trying to break free and dive back into the sea to escape them. However, Little White held onto it tightly, following it as it plunged into the sea and then surfaced again. The surface of the sea instantly became lively. Sensing the shark's weakness, the two creatures became playful, like cats toying with a mouse, tormenting the shark to the point of nearly extinguishing its last thoughts of escape. This time, Sukan did not stop them, letting them play to their heart's content. Although he himself was quite energetic, he did not participate in the entertainment on the sea. As long as Xiaohei and Xiaobai were not harmed, that was enough. From this shark, it was clear that this was just an ordinary shark. Not only was its size similar to the sharks seen before, but it also knew how to avoid danger. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so focused on escaping, unlike the mutated shark from before, which chased after Sukan's boat even after it had traveled so far. Sukan tossed the golden cudgel to Xiaobai, telling it not to forget to drag the shark up after playing enough and then disassemble this shark. The fate of this shark has already been sealed, there's no chance of escape. Sukan lay back on the chair to rest, opening the parchment book and watching the casual chats among the survivors. How do we explain this? This ruthless guy has put up another shark for sale, and the amount of shark meat isn't from a small shark. I'm now convinced that he definitely killed this shark. This is simply terrifying. Selling shark meat one after another, how is he even doing this? In the ocean, he can openly confront sharks and even turn them into food. This person's development is already beyond what we can catch up with, at least several centuries ahead of ours. I'd better drink some water and go to sleep. The survivors were stunned by the shark meat he threw out again. If the first 2 times could be explained as good luck, then the third time made people feel something was off. Who could be lucky to such an extent? But none of this had anything to do with Sukan anymore. Everyone views the world differently. Sukan didn't care how others saw him, he only knew that a crisis was about to unfold. If he didn't make adequate preparations now, it was very likely that even he would be affected. As for the extent of this crisis, it was impossible to imagine without experiencing it firsthand. Closing the sheepskin book, he leaned back in in the chair and fell asleep comfortably, enjoying the sea breeze. Early the next morning, Sukin stretched, yawned after getting up, and jumped straight into the sea, using the cold morning water to wake himself up a bit. Back on the boat, he saw that the shark meat had already been processed. In the end, it still couldn't escape its fate. Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai had run off to play on the sea surface again. Meanwhile, 3 sea fish were still being grilled on the fire rack. These two little guys now knew to take on part of the responsibility for life, which made Sukin feel very gratified. The shark meat was stored in the warehouse, 20 pieces of shark meat. As expected, the difference between an ordinary shark and a mutated one is significant, especially in terms of the amount of meat harvested. The meat of a mutated shark is equivalent to that of 3 ordinary sharks. Sign-in system prompt. Sign in. Reward, 1 sacred soul orb, capable of carrying the soul of a dying creature. This soul can be attached to an object to enhance its power, used as a consumable to heal the owner of the soul orb, or even, at the cost of completely consuming the soul, revive the owner of the soul orb upon their death. Sukin was somewhat stunned. It could actually collect souls. What kind of quality was this thing? When Sukin carefully examined its quality, he was even more astonished. His mouth agape. Extraordinary level item. The highest grade materials Sukin had ever obtained were no more than diamond level, but this time he was rewarded with an extraordinary level item. Moreover, the effect of this item is simply too heaven-defying. To think that it already has such capabilities at the transcendent level, then. However, this is not what Sukin should be concerned about right now. The sacred soul orb automatically imprints the soul it contains, making it serve its master. Not only can it protect the master, but it can also act as a miraculous remedy for resurrection. The stronger the soul, the stronger the effect it imparts to the item, so the soul must not be chosen carelessly. At least a soul of a creature above the diamond level is useful to Sukin. As for pets or creatures stronger than Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai, Sukin is yet to encounter any. This bead is a consumable item. Once the soul it contains has been used, it will shatter and disappear. If it were just for the purpose of resurrection, any soul would suffice, but Sukin doesn't want to waste the bead's potential. He should try to find a high-quality soul, though such things are hard to come by. The most important thing is that it must be a living creature on the verge of death. Looking at the bead in his hand, it shimmered with a brilliant blue light, dazzling and beautiful. Inside, it seemed as if countless suns, moons, and stars were revolving, resembling a miniature universe. It truly lived up to being an extraordinary level item. Its appearance alone was remarkably exceptional and unique. Sukin put the bead away, planning to study it thoroughly when he had the chance. This sacred spirit bead brightened Sukin's mood for the entire day. With this life-saving resurrection armor, he could surely withstand even the greatest disasters. He summoned Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai back and headed once again to the small island. Spending the entire morning, he thoroughly searched the island, collecting 50 pieces of metal ore, 50 units of sand, and 50 units of clay. This time, the harvest on this island was quite abundant, leaving Sukin very satisfied. It's about time. This island no longer holds any value for further exploration. It's time to leave. Just as Sukin was about to leave the island, Xiao Bai suddenly emerged from underwater, pointed below the surface, and began gesturing. It means there's a cave underwater with a safe inside. It seems that luck is truly on our side today. Finding a treasure before leaving is an opportunity that can't be missed. Xiao Hei, you can't go into the water. Stay here and watch over the house until we return. After greeting Xiao Hei, Sukin followed Xiao Bai and dove into the water. Little Black flapped its small wings and flew back to the ship's sail, quietly folding its wings and closing its eyes to rest. The deep sea was extremely cool and comfortable. For the early morning, the temperature of the seawater was refreshing and invigorating. Sukin followed Little White straight into the underwater world, diving down to a depth of 100 meters and arriving beside a reef. Little White stopped and looked at the reef in front of it, pointing at it to Sukin, indicating that the treasure it had discovered was inside. Sukin looked at a natural rock cave in front of him and swam inside. Upon entering the cave, he discovered many colorful schools of fish. On the innermost large rock, there was a safe covered in green moss. This safe was identical to the one Sukin had found on the sunken ship, except it lacked the wooden packaging on the outside. Sukin pointed at the safe and then pointed upward, indicating that they should work together to move it up. Although there is buoyancy in the seawater, this thing is extremely heavy due to its well-preserved sealing. Xiao Bai immediately moved to the other side. With their previous experience in teamwork, the man and the bear quickly lifted the sealed box onto the surface of the sea. After seeing them come out, Xiao Hei let out a few wah sounds and flew down to offer assistance. Xiao Hei used its beak to lift one corner of the safe, helping to get the safe onto the boat. Why don't you drive? Sukin shook off the water on his body, and his clothes instantly became dry. Ow ow ow. Aozai excitedly rubbed his little paws, then squatted down and started turning the mechanism above. Bang! The sound of air entering the safe echoed. It seems this safe was well preserved and hadn't been waterlogged. When the safe was opened, inside was a blueprint. Obtained, a pair of research glasses. Wearing them allows you to uncover more functions of ordinary blueprints and independently develop blueprints. Independently develop out blueprints? Doesn't this mean that he can create blueprints in the future? This thing is simply a stroke of genius. Won't rapid growth in the future be just a matter of minutes? Just this one feature alone is enough to make Sukan excited. No rush to study it. After praising Xiaobai, let's prepare some food first. These two little ones have been playing wildly for so long. They must be hungry. The shark's fins were taken out and a large pot of shark fin soup was stewed. Lately, life had been getting better and better. Just the shark fin soup alone had been eaten quite often. After consuming this highly nourishing dish each time, Sukan would immediately feel his whole body filled with energy. While the shark fin soup was steaming and cooking, Sukan went to the recliner to enjoy the morning breeze and took out the parchment book to open the shop. All the shark meat was put up for sale in the shop. A full 100 pieces of shark meat were enough to drive many survivors crazy, all scrambling to trade for it. After Sukan hung up, he instinctively wanted to exchange all the shark meat for wood and metal. After all, these things were extremely important at the moment. Just as Sukan was about to confirm the trade, he inadvertently noticed an item someone wanted to exchange, along with a short message. Mysterious blueprint, looking to exchange for 5 pieces of fish meat. Message: I guarantee this blueprint is absolutely worth 5 pieces of fish. I went through countless hardships to search for it on the island. If I weren't on the verge of starving, I would never have taken it out for exchange. I'm really at my limit. I beg you, you won't regret it. Sukan almost missed this blueprint because it didn't describe any manufacturing functions. It was essentially a gamble. This was also the reason why this survivor hadn't been able to exchange it for food. But for Sukan, it was a completely different story. Sukan's hands were trembling slightly. No matter what this blueprint was for, he had to get it. Because when Sukan checked it, he found that this blueprint was of extraordinary level. Sukan knew very well what extraordinary level meant, that Sacred Soul Orb was also of extraordinary level. Today was truly a stroke of luck, encountering 2 extraordinary level items in a row. Exchange. Sukan immediately chose to redeem this blueprint. 5 portions of fish were missing from the shop, and a blueprint appeared in his hand. After the blueprint appeared, Sukan was shocked to discover that it wasn't a crafting blueprint at all. The blueprint's exterior was just a facade. Hidden inside was a real blueprint, and it was a nautical chart, a treasure map. It seems that the survivor put a lot of effort into obtaining this blueprint and even tried to study what kind of materials it was meant to create. Later, unable to figure it out, they decided to trade it for food. After all, there were no apparent flaws on the surface. This kind of nautical chart is the easiest to deceive people with, yet they unknowingly missed out on a true treasure. Obtained a transcendent level treasure map, a relic site of an ancient giant whale's whale fall. The blueprint also features some mysterious patterns, roughly resembling designs like the 5 elements or 8 trigrams, with a pointer at the very center. As Sukan moved, the pointer also shifted, firmly pointing toward the western direction. This means the direction of the ruins lies in the western sea. By following the map, it can be found. Whale Fall Ruins, extraordinary level. Sukan's heart couldn't help but tremble. Effortlessly obtained. Perhaps that place holds the sacred soul orb needed. Sukan tried his best to calm himself down. He couldn't let excitement cloud his judgment at this moment. Was this really his luck? 2 extraordinary items in a row had almost made Sukan overly excited. Now, he was far ahead of the other survivors by an unknown margin, especially with this crucial relic and some significant information about this world. This information gave Sukan a clear direction on what he should do, rather than continuing to waste time slowly on resources. This was also the critical beginning of widening the gap. Xiaohei and Xiaobai felt a bit puzzled on the side, noticing Sukan's strange expression, but they didn't disturb him. For them, as long as there was food and drink, that was enough. The aroma of shark fin soup had already wafted out, and they hurried off to enjoy the delicious breakfast. Sukan, meanwhile, lay back on the deck chair, took a few deep breaths, then moved the table over and placed the nautical chart on it. Sitting upright and staring at the nautical chart, he originally thought it was just a treasure map like a compass. At this moment, Sukan suddenly noticed an astonishing change in the nautical chart. Sukan realized that his mental energy seemed to be somewhat drawn into the chart, as if there was a strong attraction within it, making him subconsciously want to keep looking. He quickly shifted his attention away and wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. No wonder it's a blueprint of extraordinary level. It actually possesses such a peculiar effect. Could there be any danger hidden within? Sukan tightly gripped the nautical chart. After hesitating for a moment, he once again immersed his mental energy into the chart. To uncover the secrets within the nautical chart, one must have the courage to take risks. Sukan did not believe that an extraordinary level blueprint would be harmful to people. The moment his mental energy fully submerged into the nautical chart, Sukan's eyes sparkled with the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars, along with the starlight of the deep blue sea. After a moment, only the azure glow remained in his eyes. Buzz. In the boundless ocean, the mournful cry of a whale echoed across the entire world. On the surface of the sea floated a massive whale. The whale's body flipped over, lying on the surface of the water, casually swaying its body. As it struggled several times trying to turn its body over, Sukan was shocked to discover that the whale's skin actually had black and gold stripes, and there were 2 two huge horns on its head, resembling dragon horns. After struggling several times, the whale's strength gradually weakened, and it slowly sank into the seawater. Whale fall? Sukin instinctively thought this was the scene before the whale's death. A whale fall gives life to all things, and it was clearly at its end. Why does it have such horns? A strange thought suddenly emerged in Sukan's mind. A fish leaping into a dragon? Around the whale sinking deeper into the seabed, two whales several times larger than it appeared, affectionately approaching its side. Buzz. The two whales let out sorrowful whale calls, a sound so infectious it seemed like they were crying in grief. However, the sinking whale suddenly twisted its body, flapping its tail a few times, as if trying to drive the other two whales away from here. Not dead? Sukan was a bit surprised. If it wasn't a whale fall, then why was it sinking continuously? Could it be that it's about to fail? It seems the only way to find out the answer is to wait until arriving at the scene. Sukan pulled his attention away from the map. He let out a slow breath of relief. It seems this whale fall site is even more fascinating than he had imagined. Just as Sukan was about to close the map and put it away, he suddenly saw the map undergo a strange change, with countless star-like blue rays of light emanating from it. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were startled by the strange phenomenon on this side. They quickly put down their bowls and ran to Sukan's side, standing guard vigilantly. Sukan frowned and stared intently at the nautical chart. How could there be such a mutation? What was going on? Within the nautical chart, a miniature whale over a meter long slowly extended its head out of the chart, accompanied by a rising blue light resembling starlight. Finally, its entire body emerged in mid-air, surrounded by countless streams of starlight that fell upon it like a silver meteor shower. The little whale swayed its tail in mid-air, swimming a few circles, and the scene was simply breathtaking. Little Black and Little White stared unblinkingly at the little whale. After exchanging a glance, they were both astonished. Just as Sukan was also feeling surprised, the little whale seemed to notice him. Its big, watery, sapphire blue eyes glanced at him before swimming straight toward him. This little creature, harmless and incredibly beautiful, posed no threat at all. So, Little Black and Little White stood still, quietly watching. The little whale affectionately nuzzled its small head against Sukan's chest, as if acting spoiled. Sukan opened his mouth wide and tentatively touched the little whale's head with his hand. It was incredibly smooth and comfortable. The two dragon horns on its small head were soft and still in their early stages of growth. The black gold stripes on its body were different from those on Xiao He, resembling natural ripples on water. Was this an illusion or reality? The tactile sensation brought a real sense of touch, making Sukan feel very genuine. The little whale's eyes sparkled with curiosity and trust. After feeling the touch, it closed its eyes, wriggled its body, and emitted a buzzing sound of joy. When it opened its eyes, the trustful expression still shimmered in its gaze. As the little whale swam and rolled in mid-air, Sukan finally realized it was nearing its end, as there was a long wound on its side. Black blood turned into black mist, floating out from its wound. Black? Sukan quickly examined it, only to see that its wound seemed to be infected. The area around the wound continued to spread and expand, as if it were burning and growing larger. What kind of thing could injure a massive whale like this? Sukan's fingers couldn't help but tremble slightly. For some reason, an inexplicable sadness arose in his heart, especially when he thought of this whale on the surface of the sea, its helpless appearance, and the sorrowful cries of its companions. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The little whale suddenly nuzzled affectionately against Sukan's chest and made a few sounds. Sukan was shocked to find that he could understand. The voice was very gentle and mature, as if he were being warmly cared for and comforted by an older sister. It seemed as though it was not facing death, for there was not the slightest trace of fear in its eyes. Instead, there was a glimmer of hopeful anticipation directed at Sukan. Are you talking to me? It doesn't matter. You need me to find you quickly, is that it? The whale sister gently nodded and continued to hum, seemingly trying to convey something to Sukan. However, the starlight floating out of the nautical chart grew increasingly dim, and the wounds on its body spread more severely, with the black blood mist intensifying. Miss Whale was visibly anxious and flustered, speaking even faster. Don't worry, take your time. Sukan couldn't help but feel nervous, carefully memorizing every word the little whale said. Are you saying that you have something very important that needs to be handed over to someone trustworthy, and you've chosen me, so you want me to hurry over? Miss Whale nodded when she saw Sukan understood her meaning, a gentle smile appearing on her face. Don't worry, I will definitely get there as soon as possible. Hold on and wait for me. Sukan's eyes glimmered with a resolute and serious expression. Miss Whale buzzed with laughter and nodded, then circled around him a few more times, finally nuzzling against him in his arms. The light reflected in the nautical chart gradually dimmed. The last look Miss Whale gave Sukan was filled with trust and anticipation, before she turned into a faint glow and disappeared. Gazing at the worn and old nautical chart, Sukan took a deep breath. Unexpectedly, just after discovering a transcendent level creature, this world has gained such a heavy sense of anticipation, making it more complex and colorful. It seems this world is far more interesting than I had imagined. It's time to unveil the true veil of this mysterious world. After picking up the nautical chart, I noticed the description on it had changed, perhaps due to the recognition from Miss Whale. Ancient Ancient Giant Whale's Whale Fall Site. Whale Fall gives life to all things. The Whale Fall Site is a place countless creatures yearn to visit. Only creatures recognized by the Whale Fall whales can enter this sea region. Ancient giant whales are one of the many dominant families in this world. Countless? Could it be that there are countless beings in this world as powerful as whales? This world is indeed far more complex than I had imagined. It seems I underestimated this vast ocean. Sukan gazed into the distant horizon of the sea. At this moment, he had already decided on his next course of action. Unveiling a corner of this world would begin with the whale family. Alright, stop looking, let's go eat. Sukan was feeling a bit hungry too, so he came to the dining table and started gulping down the shark fin soup. The tasks ahead would be heavy, and the unknown challenges he would face in the future were far more than he had imagined. Sukan had originally thought he was living well in this world, with no natural enemies, but the successive discoveries made him realize otherwise. If one continues to live in comfort, they will be like those survivors who remain indifferent before a tsunami strikes, only to realize it's too late when the crisis arrives. The best way to prepare oneself before a crisis is to confront all challenges head-on. What is currently known as the so-called invisible water wave that destroys everything. If the guess is correct, this water wave should be a tsunami. A tsunami will eliminate underdeveloped survivors, and the previous tsunami was a vivid example of this. Only those who live well can survive a tsunami. This kind of disaster is utterly devastating for other survivors, making every survivor live in constant fear and caution. However, for Sukan, this might be a good opportunity to take advantage of, as the tsunami is bound to hinder the development of others. At that time, it will also be when he has more resources. He can take advantage of the tsunami to purchase large quantities of supplies and provide food, water, and other necessities to those in need. Now he had obtained the sacred soul pearl, and he must acquire a very powerful soul. Now, with incredible luck, he had also discovered the whale fall site. Whales are one of the most powerful species in this world. If he could seize this opportunity, he could make himself even stronger and upgrade his ship once again. The ship had already reached diamond level, and if its strength were enhanced further, Sukan couldn't even imagine what astonishing changes it would undergo. The whale fall site was a must visit. He believed that the whale lady hadn't lied to him, finding it would surely bring him a great opportunity. Animals are much simpler than humans, especially Miss Whale, who was facing a desperate situation. After eating and drinking their fill, they let Shabai set sail, heading toward the site of the western whale fall. Even if the ship's speed is pushed to the limit during this voyage, no one knows exactly when they will arrive. Sukan lay on the deck chair, pondering while gazing at the star-filled sky and listening to the endless sound of the waves. His heart was filled with even more anticipation. Little Black and Little White came to Sukan's side. Little White flattered him by massaging his shoulders, while Little Black ingratiated himself by using his small wings to prop up his legs. These two little fellows were getting better and better at flattering. Only then did Sukan realize that Little Black's size had grown significantly, not just a little. In such a short time, its body had already grown to over 3 meters long. Even when folding its wings and crouching down, it was still almost taller than Sukan. Xiaobai had grown a lot too. It was even taller than Xiaohei. If this guy ran into the deep mountains and forests and got itself covered in black fur, it would definitely be mistaken for a monster. Moreover, its fur had become increasingly soft and comfortable, while it still carried that goofy expression. The crown on its head made its demeanor appear more and more stylish. Little Black, have you been sneaking food lately? Otherwise, how did you grow so fast? Little Black immediately declared innocence, hastily speeding up the leg-tapping motion. The little cub started complaining, saying that Little Black had often caught fish on the sea surface and secretly eaten them, and it had even caught him twice. Woo-wah woo-wah. Little Black lowered its small head, indicating that it couldn't control its stomach either. It always felt hungry, and eating its fill would help it grow. There was nothing it could do about it. Alright, I didn't blame you. Speaking of Little Black, haven't you also been sneaking food? Sukan glanced at Little White's belly, which could practically be called a human beer belly. This bear's belly must have secretly eaten a lot of fish, otherwise, how could it be so fat? Ow ow ow. The little cub touched its small belly, quickly sucked it in, and revealed 2 rows of white teeth, grinning foolishly to indicate it had only eaten a tiny bit. A tiny bit, right? Sukan rolled his eyes at it in exasperation. These two guys, while playing on the sea during the day, would catch fish and swallow them directly. They explained that they were afraid he might think they ate too much and wouldn't want them anymore, so they had no choice but to secretly catch fish in the sea to eat. Moreover, they complained that uncooked fish tasted absolutely awful, and they wouldn't eat it unless they were starving. The nature of animals is just that simple. Sukan rubbed their heads and told them they no longer needed to steal food. The fish cooked on the fire rack was clearly tastier, so there was no need for them to fear his reproach and sneak off to eat something less delicious. Sukan also realized that the size of these two creatures was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. How big they could grow, even they probably didn't know. The only certainty was that as their size increased, their appetite was growing larger and larger as well. Little Black secretly glanced at Sukan, and after confirming he wasn't angry angry. It rubbed its little head against his chest in a fawning manner. Sukin smiled helplessly and told them to go rest. After a whole day of activity, they must be tired. Little White grinned widely, then dragged a palm mat out from the house and placed it on the ground, lying on it while gazing at the sea breeze. It's different now compared to when it was small. With its thick bare fur, it doesn't feel cold at night at all. Moreover, its weight really isn't suitable for continuing to live indoors. During the day, it returned to the house wanting to rest for a while, but as soon as it flopped onto the bed, it almost collapsed the bed. Little Black didn't have much attachment to the bird's nest anymore. Instead, it developed a strong interest in Little White's bare fur. Taking advantage of Little White sleeping soundly, Little Black began stealing its bare fur, though it didn't take it all at once. It was stealing bit by bit, planning to make a blanket out of Little White's fur. When Little White found out, it was so furious that it chased Little Black all over the ship, roaring and threatening to pluck all its feathers. In the end, Little Black chickened out and had to promise not to steal anymore. Little Black snuggled up to Little White, pressing close, and using Little White's massive body to shield itself from the wind. Xiaobai didn't mind it either, mainly because its two large pairs of wings could completely serve as a blanket. Just like that, the two creatures warmed each other and rested. Sukin watched the two settle down quietly and could only shake his head helplessly. He opened the shop in the parchment book and exchanged the remaining fish meat for 8,500 pieces of wood and 300 pieces of iron. Now the materials for expanding the ship were sufficient. Before this voyage, it was better to expand his ship once. The ship needs at least 8,400 pieces of wood and 280 pieces of iron to expand to 16 to 30 meters. Fortunately, all the materials have finally been gathered. He took out the small wooden hammer and retrieved all the materials. He glanced at his small warehouse, which still had more than 4,600 pieces of wood left. Upgrading the ship is definitely still a long way off. Take out the blueprint for the ship upgrade. Upgrading to a higher level requires double the materials used to build the original ship. Originally, more than 20,000 pieces of wood were spent, and now just the wood alone requires over 40,000, nearly 50,000 pieces. This material cost can probably only be sustained by relying on sharks. Otherwise, if you were to fish one by one, you'd probably exhaust yourself without knowing which year you'd finally gather enough. Start by expanding your small boat and building the planks one by one. As each plank is constructed, the boat is expanded into a large vessel measuring 16 meters by 30 meters. This time, it is much more stable on the sea, especially with the reduced sound of waves while sailing, and there is no sense of shaking at all. It's about time to take a good rest. Sukin looked at the two of them already sleeping soundly. He originally planned to go back to his room to sleep but decided to squeeze in with them instead. The fur on Aozai's body was indeed very comfortable. This was the true bear fur blanket. Then, using Xiao Hei's wings as a quilt to cover himself, it became a perfect eagle wing bedding. After snuggling in, Sukin felt the cozy warmth immediately. When Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai were startled awake, Xiao Bai grinned widely. Little Black tightened its wings around Sukin a bit more. They still preferred to stick close to Sukan, especially after today's sneaky eating incident, which had left them feeling a little uneasy. Now, seeing their master not only unbothered but actively staying close to them made them even happier. One person, one bear, and one eagle slept together, each drifting into their own dreams. The ship continued swiftly westward across the sea, with the crashing waves on the surface serving as a kind of lullaby. The next morning, after Sukin woke up, he found himself in the bird's nest inside the house, covered with a palm fiber blanket which was adorned with quite a few polar bear hairs. Needless to say, this blanket must be Little Black's handiwork. Since Little Black didn't steal enough bear fur to make a full blanket, it decided to place the bear fur on a palm mat. How did these two manage to get themselves inside? After jumping down from the bird's nest, Sukin discovered it was raining outside. The deck was wet, and the sky continued to drizzle with tiny raindrops. Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai ran to the stern of the boat, tied the boat with a rope, and played with a piece of wood, paddling in the water. Xiao Hei flew behind it, occasionally landing on the rope and flapping its wings, enjoying the speed and thrill. The relationship between these two little fellows has grown increasingly close, and they now consider each other the best of friends. Although they still can't help but enjoy arguing, it always seems like Xiao Bai ends up on the losing side. Every time, Little White would be so infuriated by Little Black that it would jump up and down in place, howling in protest. But Little Black would stand proudly on the ship's sail, casually mocking it, making Little White so angry that it was practically fuming. So Sukin summed it up in one sentence: the higher you stand, the louder you argue. Looking at Little White's goofy smile, Sukin realized that although this guy had grown quite a bit in size, its little brain seemed to have made no progress at all. This silly bear, no matter how big it grows, always gives off an innocent and harmless vibe. Of course, this isn't something you'd say to its face. Bears have their pride too. When it comes to intelligence, birds indeed have a certain advantage. Though their heads are small, their brains are big enough. Sukin took out his fishing rod, sat on the chair, and started fishing, while casually watching these two creatures fooling around and playing. Before long, a shark appeared in the field of vision, seemingly startled by these two little fellows and wanting to come over to cause trouble for them. Little Black circled once in the sky and gave Little Little White in the water a meaningful look. Then Little Black immediately soared into the sky. Little White grinned foolishly, holding onto the rope while flailing on the surface of the water, like a bear that had fallen in, attracting the shark's attention. Sure enough, that great white shark's intelligence was even lower than Little White's. It's hard to imagine whether its brain is even the size of an almond given its massive body. The great white shark rushed toward Little White at full speed, as if it had already spotted a plump, delicious breakfast. Little White continued pretending to be struggling in the water, flailing up and down on the surface. The great white shark suddenly burst out of the water, opening its gaping, blood-red mouth. Just as it thought it was about to swallow Little White in one bite, even imagining the taste of chewing its body, Little White suddenly surfaced halfway with a mischievous grin, holding a massive spiked club in its bare paw, aiming at the airborne shark as if playing baseball. Bang! With a direct hit, the great white shark's teeth instantly flew everywhere. Blood spread from the shark's mouth as it roared, its furious cries echoing across the nearby sea surface, causing the fish to scatter in panic. Even Sukan couldn't fish in peace because of it. Sukan lowered the sail to avoid losing the shark again, then went to the bow of the boat to continue fishing. Xiaobai saw the boat had stopped, finally letting go of the rope in its hand, and leapt onto the boat. Stepping back a few steps, he suddenly charged forward, the spiked club in his hand gleaming sharply under the sunlight, swinging fiercely at the dazed shark. Little Black also swooped down from the sky at an incredible speed, like a bullet. The shark snapped out of its daze, roaring as it opened its massive mouth. When it saw clearly that it was a bear and an eagle, its blood-red maw lunged toward Little White. At this moment, Little Black swiftly reached the shark, and the shark hurriedly shifted its attack, snapping toward Little Black. But Little Black suddenly made a sharp stop in mid-air, narrowly escaping the shark's jaws and playing a trick on it. Bang! At this moment, Little White's spiked club arrived just in time. The shark had no way to attack Little White and had to take the blow head-on. This time, it wasn't a hit to its mouth but a fierce smash right on its skull. The shark became even more miserable, its head cracked open, eyes bloodshot, and blood covering its entire body. The great white shark flipped over, exposing its white belly, and passed out directly. Xiaobai still refused to let go of the troublemaker, wielding a stick and delivering a fierce beating, even whipping the corpse. Xiao Hei rushed down and clawed and grabbed at it wildly. Sukan smiled as he watched their teamwork. These two were getting better and better at working together, toying with the shark as if it were at their mercy. Moments later, Xiaobai dragged the shark back onto the boat from the sea. They really didn't treat the shark like a fish at all. At this moment, Sukan also caught a plump sea fish. After tossing the fish onto the boat, he continued sunbathing and fishing. Xiao Hei and Xiaobai ran over excitedly, rubbing against his leg in a fawning manner, seeking praise. You guys are getting bolder and bolder, even starting to hunt sharks for fun. Sukan felt a bit speechless toward them but didn't blame them either. Resources were extremely scarce now, and shark meat was indeed a very good option for sale. Although he thought these two were overly daring, after some thought, it seemed quite normal. After all, before Xiao Hei arrived, Xiaobai had already been causing trouble for sharks in the sea all by itself. Now with a helper, it was even more reckless. Sukan smiled helplessly, took out the golden cudgel, turned it into a machete, and threw it to Xiaobai. Roar, roar, roar. Aoziz grabbed the machete and ran off to cut up the shark. Xiao Hei wasn't idle either, helping to catch fish nearby on the sea surface to prepare breakfast. Not long after, Sukan caught another sea fish, and Xiao Hei also brought back one. They placed the 3 fish on the fire rack for grilling. Now, they just had to wait for the grilled fish to be ready. They went to the sail and set sail again. That night, due to the wind direction, the ship deviated slightly from the compass direction on the sea chart. Adjusting the position of the sail, they corrected the course and continued heading toward the ruins. On the chart, the small boat was getting closer and closer to the ruins, although the speed still left Sukan somewhat dissatisfied. You have to know that this was a diamond-level boat, combined with platinum-level sails, yet it was still only moving slowly on the map. The aroma of grilled fish had already spread, and Xiaobai brought 3 portions of steaming hot grilled fish to the dining table. Sukan took out 3 coconuts, glanced at the 2 lamb legs still in the warehouse, and told Xiaobai to use them to make some lamb bone soup. Little White naturally was overjoyed, wagging its tail excitedly. But when it saw Little Black sitting next to Sukan, lounging on the chair like a bird lord, with its 2 wings drooping over the sides of the chair, its beak inserted into a coconut, slowly savoring it with great enjoyment, Little White suddenly felt a bit upset, as if it were just a tool bear. Unfair, seriously unfair. Little White directly dragged Little Black to the fire rack, making it assist with the work. Naturally, these two started arguing again. Sukan shook his head helplessly. He was already used to it. When these two got along, they were as close as real sisters, but when they competed, they were like sworn enemies. He took out the parchment book and opened the Survivor public screen to check their casual chat. I discovered that quartz can be refined into glass. With glass, a seawater purifier can be made more advanced, and the water purification speed is much faster. Then so what? To make glass, you need a furnace, and to create the material bricks for the furnace, you have to mix sand and clay. Now, both sand and clay are ridiculously expensive, almost as pricey as fish. Yesterday, that that ruthless guy put up 3 more pieces of shark meat for sale. It's absolutely terrifying. This guy can totally be called the Shark Slayer. If it weren't for the fact that his previous batch of shark meat hadn't sold out before he listed more, I would find it hard to believe that one person could pull this off. Recently, there have indeed been people who managed to kill sharks, but it's said they had to put in a tremendous amount of effort to do so. However, to take down so many sharks at once, it seems like only this one person could achieve it. These bits of news were still just idle gossip, after all. On this vast ocean, the development of survivors was more or less the same. Anything that slightly exceeds their understanding will be brought up and discussed endlessly with great enthusiasm. This news was shocking to them, but for Su Kan, the person involved, it was of no use. Moreover, regarding the seawater purifier and furnace, Su Kan had already created them when they couldn't even get water to drink. He had been ahead of them for an unknown amount of time, and for Su Kan, as long as the development wasn't too poor, it was sufficient. After all, tsunamis only clean out those who are underdeveloped, which has nothing to do with him at the moment. Just as Su Kan was about to close the sheepskin book, the topic of conversation among a few people caught his interest. The prices in the store changed too quickly. If we could gather a few people to form a partnership, we could exchange what we lack with each other and not worry about market price fluctuations. That's a good idea. A joint stock partnership would not only ensure the stability of everyone's supplies but also allow us to influence market prices. Stop joking around. The possibility you're talking about doesn't exist at all. Nobody knows who anyone is, so how can you cooperate? Exactly. Even if we talk about just knowing each other, no one can meet anyone else on this vast ocean. What kind of binding force can this joint stock cooperation have? Would you dare to entrust all the supplies to one person for safekeeping? So far, no survivors have been reported to meet each other on the sea. You should save this kind of talk for when there are more people gathered together in the future. This idea, in the past world, was nothing more than a standard business cooperation model. It's possible to meet no one at all, and wanting to collaborate is absolutely impossible. Even if they do meet, so what? There are no enforcers to impose rules now, everything relies on self-discipline? In the absence of any binding constraints, relying solely on trust between people is simply a joke. The most terrifying thing is the human heart. It's far simpler and more straightforward to deal with animals, without needing any vigilance. Although Su Kan is not very optimistic about alliances, it is a trend. When survivors later upgrade the small bamboo rafts into boats and create sails to control navigation, some small groups will gather, and alliances will inevitably emerge. Although there will inevitably be some scheming and mutual deception, for better survival, it will eventually mature over time. Among them, there will inevitably be some simple-minded people serving as stepping stones, and bloodshed is unavoidable. After all, humans are social creatures, and they will ultimately take the path of forming alliances, especially those who have crossed over, as they are more likely to ally with their compatriots. It is highly likely that, just like in the previous life, large and small companies or various organizations will emerge. In the future, there might even be door-to-door delivery services. Food delivery by sea? If it really develops to that extent, then thinking about it is quite exciting. Open the store page of the sheepskin book to check the current changes in the prices of market supplies. At present, the price of fish meat has completely stabilized at 100 units of wood. Fruits have also stabilized at 100 units of wood, similar to the price of fish meat. Although the quantity of fruits is relatively small, they do provide an essential vitamin for the human body, so it's not surprising that their price has reached 100 units of wood. The rise in the price of fruits is also related to the failure of many survivors in cultivating fruit. Their soil is obtained from the islands, but water resources have become a troublesome issue. Although the current price of water resources is only 1 unit of wood per liter. However, the price of water resources is also the most volatile, with the highest price within a few days reaching an astonishing 100 units of wood per liter. The fluctuation in water prices is truly enormous. Today you may spend it frivolously, but tomorrow you might not even be able to afford to drink. If water resource prices continue to rise, even wealthy survivors may face issues from fluctuating water prices or problems within their own resources, causing their fruit plantations to fail midway. After all, growing fruit is not something that matures in just 1 or 2 days. It requires a significant price to be paid. Previously, the overabundance of fruit leading to price drops was simply due to their disregard for fruit's long-term value. What surprised Su Kan the most was the price of sand and clay. 1 unit of sand or clay actually reached the price of 100 units of wood. This price is completely comparable to fish meat. It seems the price of sand and clay has already been discovered. With an advanced water purifier, water resources can be obtained in large quantities, providing more ways to earn money. Glanced at the extra radar detection page, only to see my small boat floating alone, with no islands found around. For now, it's full speed ahead, hoping the ruins will bring good luck. Putting away the parchment book, the sky began to drizzle again, and the rain gradually intensified. Rainwater continuously flowed down the shelter. The breeze over the sea growing ever cooler. Autumn was approaching. However, Su Kan didn't feel the slightest chill. His combat combat suit could adjust its temperature to adapt to the changing seasons. Even with rain outside, as long as he put on the hood of his outfit, not a single drop would touch him. The mere function of adjusting the temperature is enough to demonstrate its extraordinary nature, eliminating the need to worry about seasonal clothing changes like other survivors. Especially in winter, other survivors are bound to slow down their resource gathering due to the severe cold. The sea wind in winter is bone-chillingly cold. Sukan took out the extraordinary level sacred soul pearl, lay back on the chair, and began to examine it. The pearl was quite beautiful and highly ornamental. If this were in the original world, just its beautiful exterior alone would be enough to sell for an astronomical price, far more precious than any luminous pearl. But now, without a soul to inhabit it, it can only be taken out for admiration. Otherwise, it could still be used to crack a walnut or something. As long as the sacred soul pearl's soul doesn't disappear, it cannot be destroyed by external forces. It's tough enough. Of course, once it carries a soul, it can not only heal its own injuries but also upgrade an item, and even serve as a resurrection tool. Which of these functions would not shock all the survivors of the ocean world? If it were released, countless people would scramble to seize it. For survivors, healing and resurrection are akin to holy medicine. No one would remain indifferent. Even Sukan was tempted, otherwise, he wouldn't have traveled thousands of miles to the ancient whale relics to specifically find a powerful soul for it. It's just unknown how much longer it will take to reach the site of the relic. Sukan is already growing impatient. On the ocean, diamond-grade ships speed along as if flying, but on the nautical chart, they seem to be moving sluggishly forward. It truly makes one feel impatient. This kind of rainy, windy weather is most suited for fishing and sleeping. Sukan yawned and continued fishing. The aroma of lamb soup cooked by Xiaobai was wafting everywhere, paired with the scent of grilled fish. Indeed, good food pairs best with rainy days. Xiaobai brought up the lamb soup. On a cold and damp day like this, enjoying a big bowl of lamb soup, life couldn't get any better. Little Black and Little White started fighting over the food, and Sukan also put down his fishing rod, scooping a big bowl of lamb soup to savor slowly. Little Black had gotten quite comfortable and no longer cared about appearances, simply sticking its beak directly into the pot to drink. Sukan looked speechless and asked it to be more mindful. Although its eagle beak wasn't dirty, it still felt somewhat odd. Who drinks like that, sticking their mouth directly into the pot? Little White, even angrier, pressed its head straight into the soup. Then, another round of arguing began. This did add a bit of atmosphere to the boat. A lively bustle is always a bit more fun. After eating, Sukan lay on the chair as if utterly exhausted. Xiaobai lazily lay on the chair with all fours up, while Xiaohei sprawled directly on top of it, the three of them resembling salted fish. Life is fulfilled, and even a bear and an eagle feel a sense of idle decadence. At this moment, Sukan suddenly remembered that he seemingly forgot something important today, having been too engrossed in enjoying life and almost neglecting serious matters. Sign-in system reminder. Sign in. Reward, special item, platinum level fertilizer X1. Sukan's mouth twitched as he stared at the sack that had appeared in front of him. Fertilizer is all made from poop, right? Does this mean the reward is a sack of toilet rice? Well then, these days even poop has grades. Better take a look at the introduction first. After opening the bag, it was filled with a bag full of black soil, but there was no smell of feces. It still felt a bit odd. Platinum level fertilizer, used for fertilizing crops, can double the growth rate of any plant. However, attention must be paid to whether the soil quality meets the requirements, otherwise, it won't nourish the plants and may even cause them to die from excessive nutrients. This fertilizer is quite picky, even having requirements for the soil. This soil of mine is no ordinary soil. Meeting the standard is definitely not an issue. I refuse to believe that this gold-grade soil could possibly fail to meet the standard. While thinking about the upcoming harvest of my ripe fruits, having this fertilizer will surely speed up the process. Originally, both his soil and plants were already far from ordinary, and their growth rate was fast enough. Now with this fertilizer, wouldn't the growth rate become lightning fast? If other survivors knew about this growth rate, wouldn't they be so shocked that their eyes almost popped out? According to the warning in that will and notes, there's a high possibility of another tsunami occurring soon. After the tsunami, survivors will definitely face extreme shortages of supplies. Stocking up on fruits and food now could lead to huge profits later. The shark meat divided by Xiaobai was not immediately hung up in the shop by Sukan this time. Only by waiting until the tsunami arrives to sell it can the profits be maximized. Doing so now would just be wasteful. Anyway, for now, there's no urgent need to craft anything. Focusing entirely on gathering resources to prepare for upgrading the ship, which requires a massive expenditure over 40,000 units of wood. Looking at the watermelon plant, it's already produced 6 watermelons, while the pear tree is much more fruitful, yielding a full 20 pears. There are also 6 watermelon seeds and 10 pear seeds, which are the most valuable items. As long as there are seeds, there's no need to worry about running out of fruit. The grapevines have just started sprouting, and it will still take a few days before grapes can be harvested. As for the cabbage, it has only just started sprouting seedlings. Indeed, planting pear trees seems to be more worthwhile. Gather all the fruits and start fertilizing. The golden cudgel was turned into a small spade to loosen the soil, then fertilizer was added bit by bit, perfectly mixing the soil and fertilizer together. After burying all the fertilizer, the soil unexpectedly exuded a fragrant aroma. Luckily, there was no smell of manure, otherwise, Sukan would have been overwhelmed. Once all the fertilizer was applied, the cabbage seedlings grew rapidly. Of course, this was simply due to the recent fertilization, causing a sudden growth spurt. The grapevines also produced clusters of grapes. Though it would take another 2 or 3 days for them to ripen, the rate of growth was already remarkably fast. As for the pear trees and watermelon seedlings that were just harvested, they surprisingly began to slowly grow new fruits again. Fortunately, they eventually stopped growing, which also proved that the soil was capable of withstanding the power of the fertilizer. Otherwise, not only would the fertilizer have gone to waste, but his fruits and vegetables would have been ruined as well. Sukan once again set about crafting large wooden tubs, making 10 in succession and distributing the soil among them. Luckily, there was plenty of fertilizer, coupled with the original soil being sufficiently abundant for allocation. But this is probably the last time. It can't be allocated again. It seems that soil is still scarce. If there's an opportunity, I need to get more high-quality soil, otherwise, there will be seeds without soil for planting. Dig a hole, bury some soil, count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All the seeds were properly buried, watered, and the wooden pots were placed in various corners of the ship. Bury all the flower seeds completely. This time, every corner of the ship will be filled with the fragrance of flowers and fruits, and it will also look pleasing to the eye. Anyone unaware would definitely think this is a woman's ship. Otherwise, why would there be so many romantic flowers and plants on board? Sukan imagined it and felt it was strange, but then thought about it. Little Black and Little White are both female, and they also like these flowers and plants, so he stopped overthinking. Watching Xiaohei and Xiaobai jumping happily around the flowers and plants, they looked just like two mischievous little girls. Sukan sat on the chair, took out the research glasses from the storage, and realized he hadn't studied them since obtaining them. Looking at the information about the research glasses, they can be upgraded and crafted using certain special materials to enhance their functions. Upgrade and craft? Forget it, since there aren't any materials for upgrading right now, let's leave upgrading for later. First, figure out what this thing does before thinking about anything else. Sukan was more curious about the research functions of these glasses. After putting on the research glasses, some introductions automatically appeared. Research results can be obtained by studying items, and the outcomes are automatically displayed through the glasses. At this moment, a seagull suddenly flew past the table, leaving behind a pile of bird droppings. Bird droppings can be studied within 12 hours for bird manure fertilizer. Just this bit of bird droppings, is it worth studying for 12 hours? Then a handful of sand was placed on the table, hoping to research something better this time. Sand can study sand sculptures for 12 hours. Sukan was filled with questions, his mouth twitching slightly. Am I supposed to study this out at sea? Frustrated, he directly brushed the sand away. What is all this nonsense? Can't you come up with something useful? It's all just junk. Sukan thought for a moment. Since one kind of thing could be researched, what would happen if several things were combined for research? Sukan took out a handful of sand, some wood, metal ore, and a piece of iron. Sukan began his research with great anticipation. All kinds of question marks appeared in front of the glasses. This made Sukan's head full of question marks too. What the heck is this useless thing? It seems the research level of the glasses is not high enough. Upgrading might be necessary to study more complex things. But if it can only analyze this junk, wouldn't the glasses be useless? Let's try something else. Perhaps it's due to having taken out too many materials, causing the glasses system to malfunction. Sukan put away all the supplies, taking out only a piece of wood and a palm leaf this time. He began researching once again. Wood, palm leaf, can research and produce a torch within 12 hours. Although it was still something useless, at least this time it was something functional. However, Sukan roughly concluded that the current functionality of these glasses seems to only allow for the research of relatively simple things. More complex things still cannot be researched for the time being. Sukan seriously doubted that even if he stared so hard that the glasses broke, it probably wouldn't yield any high-level items. Moreover, the proportion of items that require self-exploration and research is quite high, as many combinations of items cannot be researched. Take a piece of fish and a mineral to study together, and a long string of question marks will appear, resembling system error gibberish. If you want to develop something useful, you must unleash your unique imagination. For example, after thinking for a long time, Sukan finally silently took out a piece of wood and began to study it. Even without any combinations, let's start researching from the simplest things. Wood. It takes 12 hours to research a refined wooden bottle. Forget it, a bottle is just a bottle. At least it can be considered something useful in daily life, right? As for the so-called refined wooden bottle, it's not really a grade at most, it just looks better than a bottle you carved yourself with a knife. Research researching a bottle for flower arrangement is still quite decent. Confirming the research, Sukan discovered that when researching something, he didn't need to keep wearing the glasses all the time. He only needed to put on the glasses to confirm the crafting, then place the glasses in a specific spot aligned with the crafting area in the room, and it would continuously proceed on its own. Sukan casually found a few broken tree branches, made a glasses stand, and let it research on its own. Otherwise, wasting 12 hours of your life for a broken vase, wouldn't that be crazy? Sukan ignored the research glasses and took out the chart to start studying it. He noticed that the position of the pointer on the chart showed a deviation from the course again. Sukan hurriedly examined the chart carefully and calculated the position of the route while observing the sun. Clearly, there was no deviation. It was indeed heading west all along. The chart shows that the course has deviated by about 30 degrees. If it's not an issue with the pointer on the chart, then Sukan's heart surged with excitement. Was he finally about to find the ruins? He had thought it would still take a long time, but now the sudden issue with the chart pointer was enough to prove that they were close. When the ruins were far away, it was only necessary to head west. Even if there was a slight deviation, the pointer was almost imperceptible. But the sail, which had just been adjusted this morning, is now showing a drift again, and such a significant one at that. That could only mean the ruins are very close, which is why the course needs to be readjusted again. Sukan hurriedly adjusted the sail once more, his heart filled with growing anticipation. Gazing into the depths of the boundless sea in the distance, the extraordinary level ruins would finally be found soon. The distance displayed on the nautical chart was getting closer and closer, but Sukan couldn't figure out the exact remaining distance. However, there was already good news, enough to make him feel exhilarated. Sukan sat back in his chair, unable to contain his excitement as he rubbed his hands together. Images of the whale lady filled his mind. Soon he would meet her. Just as Sukan was about to close his eyes for a brief rest, he unexpectedly spotted two sharks floating on the sea surface in the distance. Shark? This is a resource. Sukan's eyes lit up. He was probably the only person on this vast ocean who would get excited at the sight of a shark. Of course, there were two others even more excited than him. Xiaobai swung the wolf tooth club in his hand repeatedly, shouting with excitement and ready to charge at the shark immediately. Little Black also flapped its little wings excitedly, wanting to go over and finish them off. Let them handle this good thing, Ahmedba. However, this time Sukan didn't plan to waste too much time. Otherwise, with Little Black and Little White's personalities, they were bound to toy with the shark for half a day. He took out two ropes from the warehouse and handed them to Little Black and Little White, instructing them to tie the ropes to the shark later. Whoa whoa whoa, woo-wah woo-wah. Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai immediately expressed their agreement. Xiao Hei flapped its small wings and grabbed a rope, flying toward one of the sharks. Xiao Bai swung the rope, aimed at another shark, and leaped with great force. One rope looped around the neck of one shark, while the other rope looped around the tail of another shark. Xiao Bai pulled the rope and returned to the boat, and Xiao Wei flew back as well. The boat quickly continued moving forward, and the two sharks, leisurely and unsuspecting, were dragged by the boat, soaring on the water's surface. The two poor sharks were dragged by the ship for several hundred meters before they finally realized what was happening and started to resist. But their strength was nowhere near the level of the fully accelerating diamond ship. They had almost no ability to fight back. Ao Zizi excitedly hopped in front of Sukan, asking if it could play with the shark first. Xiao Hei also expressed that it wanted to play too. Looking at the excitement of these two, it was impossible to refuse. Since the two had nothing else to do, rather than watching them quarrel, it was better to let them play for a while. Little White cheered happily and quickly ran towards the foot of the bed, jumping directly onto one of the sharks. It hugged the neck of one of the sharks tightly, treating it like a skateboard, and began playing joyfully. Little Black similarly flew onto the back of another shark, imitating Little White by standing on top of it. Its hook-like talons locked firmly onto the shark's neck as its small wings fluttered in the wind, calling out loudly. The two poor sharks, dragged quickly along, swallowed a bellyful of seawater. Their heads wobbled and floated on the surface of the sea, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. Although they still wanted to open their bloody mouths to resist, the moment they opened them, seawater desperately rushed into their mouths. After biting for half a day and only swallowing a bellyful of water, the two sharks were on the verge of collapse. As the overlords of the ocean, when had they ever been tormented like this? Moreover, it wasn't just the seawater tormenting their bodies. Every time they tried to lift their heads to see what was bullying them so relentlessly, they only felt a strong foot fiercely kick their heads back into the seawater. Xiao Bai nearly kicked the shark beneath him into unconsciousness. This is because it still retained some strength. Its thought was that if it kicked and knocked it out or killed it outright, it wouldn't be as fun. Roar roar roar. Xiao Bai excitedly felt the comfort of sprinting through the ocean and excitedly shouted at the shark below. The more you resist, the more thrilled I get. If the shark quieted down, it would be boring. Compared to Little Black, Little White's approach was simply quite kind. Little Black's strength underfoot was no less than Little White's, though it lacked the experience Little White had. Due to failing to control its own strength, it directly kicked the already half-dead shark into a daze. However, Little Black still let out a few woo-wah sounds. Feeling that the shark under its feet was useless, how could one kick leave it stunned? It angrily scratched the shark a few times with its claws and even bit the shark, painfully waking the unconscious shark. Fortunately, the shark wasn't highly intelligent, or else it would surely be grief-stricken, thinking, "You knocked me out cold. Can you at least let me know if I'm going to live or die? If it's just death, so be it, but don't torture a fish." Sukin slapped his forehead, feeling a bit speechless himself. This was indeed a bit inappropriate. Still have to dismember the shark later, and now it's not even given a shred of dignity. Forget it, can't bear to keep watching. Sukin went back to his chair to rest. The sky gradually darkened, clouds thickened, and the rain grew heavier. It seems there will be a heavy storm tonight. Sukin stretched out his hand, feeling the raindrops. At this moment, he suddenly remembered, if a tsunami is about to occur soon, then food would definitely become extremely precious. Since that's the case, why not quickly stockpile more food now? The wood in hand is considered hard currency for now, but once a tsunami occurs, food will become the hard currency. At this moment, all the wood in hand should be exchanged for fish. After the tsunami, a huge profit can be made by taking advantage of the foreknowledge of the tsunami. On this vast ocean, there is no room for sympathy. After all, survival at sea is inherently cruel. Thinking from a different perspective, at least he could now provide enough wood to those who had plenty of food, allowing them to build sturdier ships. This could perhaps be considered another way of helping others, though it was more advantageous for himself. Any matter, when thought of from a different angle, might look entirely different. As for telling them about the coming tsunami, Sukin didn't consider himself a great benefactor. After experiencing so many hardships and tsunamis, he reckoned there weren't many great benefactors left on the sea either. Even if he told them, who would believe him? He couldn't exactly say he understood weather forecasts. Instead, he might be scolded by others as crazy or accused of deliberately spreading rumors, especially after experiencing a tsunami once. If these survivors believed that the previous tsunami was merely a coincidence, then even if you told them this time, they would absolutely not believe it. People like this believe they can still rely on luck to get through the next one. If someone falls once and still doesn't pay attention to the road ahead, who else can they blame? Sukin immediately took out the parchment book, opened the store section, selected the meat purchase section, and filtered out all the fish. He was preparing to make a large-scale purchase of meat supplies, stockpiling them in anticipation of future changes. Anyway, the fish and meat stored in his warehouse wouldn't spoil, so he planned to stockpile as much as possible. These were all resources reserved for upgrading his ship. Sukin pulled out the list of all fish meat, leaving only the classified sea fish available for sale. Currently, there are just over 4,600 pieces of wood left. According to the market price of one fish per 100 pieces of wood, it's possible to purchase 46 fish. Decisively opting to stockpile heavily, all the wood on hand was spent cleanly. Sukin's big spending this time also impacted the prices of goods in the store. When fish meat is so stable, someone suddenly buying such a large quantity of fish meat clearly indicates an attempt to stockpile goods. How other survivors choose to think has nothing to do with him. Right now, gathering as many resources as possible is the priority. The sky grew increasingly dark, and such harsh weather would certainly bring thunderstorms at night. Whether a tsunami would occur was unclear, but to be on the safe side, Sukin packed everything on the boat that could be stored into the warehouse. Anyway, the warehouse has plenty of capacity, and it's just a matter of some effort. Otherwise, if a natural disaster really strikes, even if the ship can withstand it, the items on the ship could still be swept away by seawater and sea winds. Only the fire rack and tables and chairs are left behind. Those can be tidied up later. As for the items inside the small hut, if the situation becomes extremely dire, all of them will have to be stored in the warehouse as well. After all, the small hut doesn't have anything sturdy. It's made of ordinary bamboo panels that can easily be blown away by the wind, not to mention the simple sheds made of palm leaves, which are barely able to withstand being blown away. Sukin looked at his warehouse, which now stored 20 pieces of shark meat, 46 sea fish, 6 large watermelons, and 20 pears. These supplies were far from the amount Sukin needed. While there was nothing else to do, fishing was the priority. Fishing was equivalent to earning money through hard labor, but fortunately, the rewards for the effort were relatively abundant. Wait until Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai have had enough fun, then disassemble those two sharks and store them away. Based on current prices, the materials on hand already include over 10,000 units of wood. If it can be held until after the disaster strikes, its value is sure to double. For other survivors, these materials would be an astronomical fortune. Sukin had already gotten used to this kind of bold move. Although there was still quite a gap to the target, he could only collect little by little. Sure enough, after this crazy spree, the fish meat left in the store was nearly depleted. The survivors at sea had initially thought that as long as they went to the store to buy fish meat, they would definitely be able to get some. Moreover, with the price of fish meat being particularly stable, they never expected it would become so hard to purchase. The weather suddenly turned bad today, making it difficult for many survivors to continue gathering supplies and leaving them without enough food. As a result, some people wanted to go to the store to exchange for 2 fish to ensure they'd have food during during the harsh weather phase. However, they only then realized it was too late to consider purchasing food. The survivors selling fish noticed that fish suddenly became highly sought after and hurriedly raised the prices. It quickly increased from the original rate of 100 pieces of wood for one sea fish to needing 120 pieces of wood to exchange for one. The price trend is still continuously rising, and Sukin predicted this wave very accurately. In this kind of weather, every survivor is worried about whether a tsunami might happen again. Some people who originally intended to sell their sea fish are now holding onto them tightly, only taking them in and not letting them out. From initially having ample supply, it quickly turned into a situation of high demand with no market supply. Sea fish prices ranged from 100 to 120, 130, 135, 140. Sukin closed the leather-bound book without continuing to read. No matter how high the trend rose now, he would not choose to act immediately. The best timing would be after this bout of adverse weather. By then, it would also be the moment when sea fish prices reach their peak. Keep fishing. They consume a fair amount just by themselves. While being frugal could earn more, there's no need for that. When it comes to food, Sukin is never stingy. Without eating enough, where would they get the energy to make money? At most, upgrading the ship might be slightly delayed. They absolutely have to ensure they're eating well and eating enough, especially since he also has 2 pets with him. Eating is their only source of excitement and joy. The fishing rod suddenly bent downward. The fish took the bait, and Sukin forcefully lifted the fishing rod, tossing the sea fish onto the deck. In the past, Little White would rush forward to knock the fish unconscious, but now the two of them were happily playing in the sea, so Sukin simply threw the fish onto the boat and ignored it. A bit of rainwater had accumulated on the deck, and the edges of the boat were relatively high, so there was no worry about the fish escaping. Once again, he cast the hook into the sea, resembling Zhang Taigong, waiting for willing fish to bite. Perhaps it was the effect of the lucky ring. The fish bit the hook much faster than before, and 20 sea fish were caught in one afternoon. The 20 sea fish on the deck flopped about randomly. Sukin moved the fire rack to his side and threw the freshly caught sea fish onto it to grill. Soon, another 3 sea fish bit the hook, and they were quickly cleaned and tossed onto the fire for grilling. Just 3 sea fish are definitely not enough, so 3 servings of canned fruit were also placed on the table. The leftover lamb leg from the morning was taken out to continue making soup. This time, Little White was deliberately not allowed to eat the bones, only to drink the soup. There are only these 2 lamb legs left, and if the bones are swallowed, who knows when there will be lamb soup again next time. The sky gradually darkened. Despite the worsening weather, Sukin continued fishing. Before the verification of those final words, try to catch as many fish as possible. Little Black and Little White spent an entire afternoon tormenting those 2 sharks and finally gave them a swift end. For the 2 sharks, this afternoon could truly be described as not being able to live nor die. Especially the shark beneath Little Black. Countless times it was tortured to the point of fainting. In those moments of unconsciousness, it felt like the happiest state, and death would have been a true release. After skillfully dissecting 2 sharks, the 2 began competing to stun the fish on the deck, until all the fish were peacefully knocked unconscious. Sukin gathered all the fish and stored them away, enriching his supplies once again. At that moment, the fishing rod suddenly bent down sharply, and he instinctively pulled it up with force, but this time, it almost swung to his arm. This fish was way too heavy. Sukin quickly got up and forcefully tossed the fish onto the boat. Xiaobai immediately ran over excitedly. Just as it was about to slap the fish unconscious with a paw, it hesitated, staring curiously at the ugly-looking fish in front of it. Roar, roar, roar. Puzzled, Xiaobai propped its paw against its mouth, muttering to itself that this fish was just too ugly, it simply couldn't bring itself to lay a paw on it. Little Black flapped its small wings and hopped over, looking at the sea fish on the ground with many tentacles and a body as soft as a pile of sludge, full of disdain. Sukin stood up and took a glance. Wow, what a huge octopus, man. The octopus was over a meter long, and its tentacles were exploring all over the boat as it tried to escape. The way its tentacles stretched out was hair-raising. What does long legs even mean? Is there anything with legs longer than this? The flavor of grilled octopus is quite good. This type of fish is the most suitable for barbecue. Octopus tentacles have strong regenerative abilities. When encountering enemies, sometimes unable to win, they give their tentacles to the enemy as food and quickly escape to save themselves. In winter, octopuses eat their own tentacles to sustain their body needs. After more than 10 days, the tentacles grow back. Looks like we'll be able to enjoy a hearty meal tonight. Hey, octopus, thanks for your legs. Sukin walked forward with a cheerful smile and chopped off 3 of its tentacles. The portions were large enough, one small segment of tentacle per person would be plenty. The tentacles were thrown onto the grill to barbecue on the iron plate. Little White rushed up and knocked the octopus unconscious, then dismantled it and stored it in the warehouse. This big guy turned out to be equivalent to the quantity of 10 sea fish, and its meat was quite delicious, making it very easy to sell. The aroma of grilled iron plate octopus quickly filled the air, mingling with the sense of lamb bone soup and roasted fish. Although this octopus looks quite ugly, its flavor is undeniably good. When grilled over the fire rack, its deliciousness reaches an exquisite level. Little Black and Little White swallowed their saliva and hurriedly ran to the fire rack, their little noses sniffing non-stop. Little White's head almost plunged into the pot. As long as there's something delicious, the IQ of these two drops instantly to a negative number. Little Black dipped its hooked beak into the mutton soup, took a small sip, smacked its lips, and its eyes lit up instantly. The feathers on its whole body fluffed up. It felt as if it had eaten some kind of magical elixir and was about to ascend to immortality. Just as Sukan was about to mock them, crackling, a sudden thunderclap exploded fiercely in the sky. The abrupt and deafening sound of the thunder startled Sukan. Little Black and Little White were so frightened that they hugged each other tightly, but after realizing it, they pushed each other away in mutual dislike. They tiptoed and looked toward the distant sky. The sea was still calm, showing no signs of change. After a while, the sound grew deeper and muffled. A rumbling noise echoed from afar, like rolling thunder. A storm was imminent. A massive white streak of light flashed across the sky. A lightning arc split the heavens, as if threatening to divide the sky into two. As the black thunderclouds intertwined, the sky seemed to be brewing an even larger wave of thunderstorms, the rumbling sound of distant thunder like holding back a fart. Bang! The second thunderclap suddenly exploded, lighting up the entire sky and coastline in an instant. Raindrops fell like beans spilled from the heavens, densely pounding the surface of the sea. A gust of fierce wind accompanied by falling rain disrupted the calm of the sea, instantly stirring up massive waves. Sukan hurriedly moved the fire rack into the house. Although the fire wouldn't be extinguished by the rain, food would lose its flavor once drenched by the rainwater. Xiaohei and Xiaobai also helped carry the tables, chairs, and stools back into the room. This rainstorm had arrived so suddenly, and its intensity was astonishing. Fortunately, their ship remained unscathed in the stormy weather. The ship's current description claims it can withstand even a tsunami with minimal damage. This would make life quite difficult for the other survivors. As the storm arrived, the temperature dropped sharply, forcing them to retreat into small shelters made of palm. However, most survivors had built simple huts, which were much more comfortable inside. Some survivors even hurried to take advantage of the storm by placing their water-collecting containers outside to gather rainwater. The fire rack in the room made the whole house warm and steamy. Combined with the aroma of various foods and the sound of the storm outside, it brought a different kind of feeling to the heart. However, Sukan glanced at Little White's massive body, which took up almost half of the room, while Little Black had to fold its wings tightly. Earlier, its fur was almost roasted by the fire rack, and the scent of bird feathers was already coming out. There was no choice. To avoid turning themselves into ingredients, the two of them had to retreat to the bed. The room is too small. It seems it's time to expand it after this storm passes. Sukan asked them to keep an eye on the food. He planned to go outside and observe the rain. He needed to see if there would be any changes in the storm. Little Black and Little White insisted on going out to enjoy the sea breeze. Otherwise, the two of them would most likely end up quarreling in the house again. Sukan moved a chair out under the shed, with Xiaohei and Xiaobai gathering beside him. Xiaobai used its huge body to block the wind on one side of Sukan, while Xiaohei extended its large wings to shield him from the wind. Looking at the surging winds, rolling clouds, flashes of lightning, and roaring seawater, he breathed a sigh of relief. This was undoubtedly the biggest storm he had experienced since coming to the sea. Fortunately, this storm did not bring a tsunami along with it, so it seems tsunamis don't occur that frequently. Taking a closer look at his diamond-grade ship, even with the huge waves surging on the sea, the vessel remained incredibly stable, barely showing any significant movement. It seems the storm indeed couldn't have much of an impact on his ship. However, the canopy overhead swayed as if it could be blown away by the wind at any moment. Sukan glanced at the canopy helplessly. Just as Sukan was wondering how long the shelter could hold, with a sudden swoosh, the shelter could no longer endure and was swept away into the distant sea, like a kite with its string cut. Let's go back inside. Sukan shook his head helplessly. He had originally wanted to stay outside for a bit, but he couldn't keep getting drenched in the rain. He was fine, though the rainwater didn't touch him. But Little Black and Little White might turn into drenched birds and a drenched bear. Despite the sea breeze outside being as wild as a howling gale, the aroma of food inside wafted into their noses. After returning to the room, they gazed at Squidward's tentacles, golden and crispy on the outside, the lamb soup glistening and thick with a rich fragrance, and the grilled fish, its skin charred and crunchy. Let's dig in. Ah, ooh. Sukan used chopsticks to pick up an octopus tentacle and took a small bite, the juices filling his mouth. The taste of this teppanyaki octopus was truly delightful. Little Black and Little White also began biting and tasting voraciously. The sound of the storm outside seemed like accompanying music, devoid of any sense of survival, instead resembling a unique vacation experience. After eating, Little White lay on the bed like a lazy bear, patted his small belly, and let out a satisfied burp. Little Black lazily spread his wings and leaned against Little White. When these two are quiet, they get along like close sisters, but when they fight, it's as if they'd sworn vengeance for a lifelong feud. The reason they're quiet now is because they don't have the energy to argue anymore. There was no way the bed could fit everyone, so Sukan lightly leapt onto Xiaohei's nest. Looking at the polar bear fur blanket spread inside, he couldn't help but twitch twitched the corner of his mouth. It's only because Xiaobai can't climb up here. Otherwise, upon seeing its own fur in the nest, it would definitely kick up a fuss and demand to pluck every feather off Xiaohei. Sukan deliberately glanced at the white bear fur on Xiaobai. It seemed to be completely intact, as if not a single strand was missing. Xiaohei's burnt fur near the fire stand had also returned to its original state. No wonder Xiaohei dared to act so recklessly. As long as it plucked some fur off Xiaobai while he was asleep, it would be restored by the next day, making it impossible to detect. Polar bear fur really is soft and comfortable. Coupled with the calming and sleep-enhancing effects of this nest, it's incredibly cozy. Sukan couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Why hadn't he realized this before? If he had, he would certainly have pulled out some of Xiaobai's fur for himself. Roar! At this moment, an angry bear roar suddenly came from below. Sukan quickly looked down and saw Little White lying on top of Little Black, roaring furiously while using its bare paws to randomly claw at the feathers on Little Black's body. Little Black, unable to resist, was pinned by the bear's paw at its neck, rolling its eyes helplessly. It simply lay there motionless, letting it happen. After all, on the ground, it was Xiaobai's domain, and Xiaohei really didn't have the strength to break free. It turned out that Xiaobai had discovered the palm mat on its body, which was full of its own fur. Without even thinking, it knew that this was all Xiaohei's doing. So now Xiaobai was determined to take revenge. It was going to pluck Xiaohei completely bald. In the midst of all its commotion, Xiaobai discovered a huge pile of its bare fur hidden under the bed. Wow, Xiaohei had really been stockpiling this bit by bit over time. Sukan's mouth twitched slightly. Xiaobai, this naive one, had really been bullied badly. After all, it was still a rash bear. Don't be fooled by Xiaohei's current look of not resisting or struggling. But in that small brain of his, all he's thinking is, go ahead for now, but sooner or later, this grudge will definitely be repaid. Sukan couldn't be bothered to deal with them anymore and let them mess around as they pleased. The storm was raging freely over the ocean, battering countless boats drifting on the surface and nearly shaking them apart. Many survivors were facing the crisis of their supplies being blown away by the wind, along with the threat of their small bamboo rafts being damaged. Perhaps only Sukan could remain so calm, as if on vacation. Being kept awake by the commotion of those two, he simply took out the parchment book and opened the page of the Survivor World's public screen. This has been so quick, and now there's another natural disaster. My goodness, how are we supposed to live like this? I worked so hard to save up all these supplies. What am I supposed to do now? I'm about to cry. A huge wave just came, and it took away dozens of planks from my boat. Even my water purifier was blown away. Are you out of your minds? Didn't someone mention after the last tsunami that all you need to do is tie your supplies to the boat with ropes? Well, this natural disaster came so suddenly. I forgot. Thanks for the reminder, big brother. I'm deeply grateful. If you can't tie the supplies to the boat, you can build a few wooden walls around the supplies to prevent scattered parts from being blown away. Got it. I'll do exactly as you said right away. Thank you so much, really. Sukan expressed admiration. It seemed that after a disaster, many survivors had enhanced their survival skills. Tying the supplies onto the boat and then using wood to build something like protective railings along the edges of the boat could save materials while effectively shielding against wind and rain. Even humans can hide inside the wood to shelter from the wind and rain. The people who have survived until now couldn't have been foolish all along. Their experiences have gradually grown richer. However, fences made of this kind of wood are not necessarily very sturdy. After all, it's just ordinary wood. The highest grade of wood these survivors likely possess is no more than silver grade. It's quite challenging to withstand this storm. If the fence is blown apart by the wind, the materials inside will naturally be carried into the sea along with the wind. So, for now, it seems there are both advantages and disadvantages. Although his physique is excellent, a storm will inevitably weaken the body. Sukan took out 3 pieces of pear. Fruits can quickly help his physique recover to a healthy state and also enhance the body's immunity. Casually prepared to toss a pear to Little Black and Little White so they could have one too, to prevent catching a cold after getting caught in the rain earlier. Sukan turned his head and looked down, instantly filled with exasperation, only to see that Little Black was already bare, with feathers scattered all over the bed and floor. Without its feathers, Little Black looked like a ball of meat, completely losing that majestic golden eagle aura. The whole bird appeared much smaller and frilier. Little Black looked mournfully at his own body, wrapping himself tightly in a blanket with a sense of grievance, feeling like his whole bird life was ruined. His entire body appeared extremely small and thin, but his belly was extraordinarily large, as if he had been pregnant for months. Little White, on the other hand, was finally getting some revenge satisfaction and lay on the bed panting, resting. Little White's once white feathers had been plucked in patches, leaving him downright hideous. Alright, stop messing around. It's still raining outside, and without fur, you'll catch a chill. Hurry up, eat this and wrap yourselves in the blanket. Sukan tossed the pear to them. Without fur, they were just like humans without clothes, easily susceptible to the cold. Xiaohei and Xiaobai, seeing food, immediately stopped their tussling. The two little guys finally settled down for a while for the sake of the food, clutching the pear and chomping down down on it. The two creatures started staring at each other again after eating. Xiaobai glanced at Xiaohei's bare patches and couldn't help but burst into uproarious laughter. Xiaohei looked at Xiaohei's patchy fur, with parts missing here and there, and couldn't resist laughing loudly as well. Su Kan, speechless, went straight to sleep, unwilling to bother with them any further. The next morning, Su Kan stretched lazily as he got up. The sound of the storm outside had quieted down, and Xiaohei and Xiaobai had run outside to play. Originally, I thought that after going outside, I would see a bald, featherless bird and a bumpy polar bear. However, when I stepped outside and took a closer look, Little White's white fur had already returned to its original state. Since Little Black had no feathers at all, its regrowth was slower. At the moment, it was draped in a fur coat. This was precisely the fur coat it had woven last night using the polar bear fur it had accumulated over time, along with its own plucked feathers. Fits perfectly, and I must say, it's pretty cool. The white bear fur coat mixed with black golden bird feathers. This is probably the coolest bear bird fur coat ever. If this were in the previous life, it would likely fetch a sky-high price. Wah. Little Black has no feathers on its wings now and can't fly, so it can only hop over like a little chick. Rubbed against Su Kan's leg coquettishly, showing off the coat on its body. Looks pretty good. Get me one too later. Woo-wah. Xiaohei indicated no problem and looked mischievously at the bear fur on Xiaobai's body. Su Kan chuckled as he rubbed its little head. The little white bear shivered as it walked over, hurriedly covering its fur, fearing it might lose another patch. The feathers on Little Black had grown back into soft, fluffy fur, likely to return to normal by evening. Look at the mess you've made. Su Kan grumbled at Xiaobai. Xiaobai shrank its neck as its plump body swayed in the breeze. It let out a light howl and muttered discontentedly, hadn't it been stripped of quite a bit of fur too? Especially the coat on Xiaohei that was all made from its own fur. Let's go fishing. Su Kan took out Zhang Taigong's fishing rod and tossed it to Xiaobai, telling it to figure out breakfast on its own. Since Little Black couldn't fly temporarily, he could only follow behind Little White, strutting with an air of arrogance and swagger. Check-in system notification. Check-in. Award, 1 box of deluxe gift packages. Su Kan looked at the huge box in front of him, which was more than 2 meters wide and more than 2 meters long. Not knowing what was inside the box, Su Kan quickly opened it to take a look. After opening the gift pack, it was found to be filled with strips of sea fish and many fruits. The rewards turned out to be all supplies, which was perfect since a large quantity of food was needed for trading resources right now. This gift pack came at the right time. All the fish in the gift pack were taken out, revealing a total of 30 sea fish and 30 apples. The gift package contains only these, which is not bad. Currently, you've accumulated quite a bit of survival stock, but now is not the right time to sell it. Survivors who have just endured the stormy weather may have lost a significant amount of supplies, but their immediate priority is to secure their remaining resources rather than rushing to find food. By noon, they'll be at their hungriest, and that's the best time to trade supplies. At this moment, fishing is naturally more important, aiming to expand one's supplies as much as possible. After the sun came out, Xiaohei put the fur coat it was wearing into the house. The fur on its body seemed to be slowly recovering at a visible pace. Especially as the sea breeze blew, the fur on its body gradually became fluffy and thick. Xiaohei tentatively flapped its wings in the sea breeze. Since its fur was still insufficient, it could only manage to fly a few meters high. This is also related to its current weight. Following Su Kan's good food and drinks, its weight has been increasing, becoming chubbier and chubbier. Watching Xiaohei flying back and forth on the boat, it's about time to let it exercise more. Otherwise, if it keeps gaining weight like this, it might end up becoming an ostrich. Zaizi quickly caught a plump sea fish. While they were all busy, Su Kan grabbed a fishing net and jumped into the sea, diving down toward the seabed. Su Kan kept diving toward the seabed, and when he reached the ocean floor beach, he saw many plump sea shrimps and crabs sprawled on the rocks. They immediately began capturing and soon caught 3 sea shrimp and 3 large crabs, placing them into the fishing net and preparing to head back. At this moment, Su Kan suddenly noticed something seeming to emerge from the sand at the bottom of the sea. He quickly swam toward that spot and cleared away all the surrounding sand, revealing a safe buried inside. This safe was different from the ones encountered before. It was smaller and could be carried onto the boat by one person. This was quite an unexpected surprise. Su Kan quickly carried the box upstream. When he reached the surface of the water, Xiaobai immediately jumped into the sea to help drag the box onto the boat. Xiaohei also jumped around excitedly, inspecting the big box to see what treasures might be inside. By this time, Xiaobai had already caught 3 ocean fish. Su Kan threw the shrimp and crabs he had caught to Xiaobai, letting him handle them. This meal will last until noon, so it's fine to wait and have something good in the evening. Xiaobai first threw the shrimp and crab into the pot to boil, placed the fish onto the grill to roast, and then hurriedly ran to the box nearby. Xiaobai rubbed its tiny claws, eager to open the box and take a look, but it first needed Su Kan's permission. It looked up at him excitedly. Go ahead and open it. Su Kan waved his hand. Its luck was better than his own. Maybe it could reveal something good. Zaizi forcefully turned the mechanism on top. With a familiar bang, the contents inside were definitely well preserved. Obtained opened, White Liquor X6. This box contains white liquor? This is great stuff. It can drive away the cold and also help relax the mind, making you forget all your worries. Sukin felt a little excited. Ever since he came to the sea, he hadn't had a drink in a long time. Being able to have some alcohol on the sea was practically a heavenly life. Xiaobai curiously opened a bottle of white liquor, sniffed the contents, and immediately showed a look of disdain. Little Black was upset about the lack of fur on its body. After obtaining Sukan's permission, it eagerly thrust its beak into the bottle and began to suck. Woo-wah woo-wah. However, after tasting just a tiny sip, it immediately ran off to the side, retching. It was simply too awful to drink. Sukan chuckled and shook his head helplessly, sitting on the chair as he asked Little White to bring the wine over. Only one bottle of wine was left on the table, with the rest stored in the warehouse. Sukan's drinking capacity wasn't very good either. 2 liang of wine was enough for him. These two pets had never drunk alcohol before, so one bottle was sufficient for the 3 of them. Go, bring over the fish, crabs, and shrimp. The aroma of seafood wafted in, indicating it was already cooked. This breakfast was more enjoyable than any they'd had before, all thanks to the wine. Sukan shared the alcohol equally with the 2 of them. After Sukan took the lead in drinking, Xiaohei and Xiaobai exchanged glances and had no choice but to start drinking as well. The seafood was quickly finished off, and the bottle of white liquor was also emptied. Xiaohei and Xiaobai patted their little heads and left the table, staggering as they walked around the boat. Looking like they're about to master the drunken fist, Xiaobai cracked a big, honest smile, holding Xiaohei's little wings and dancing away. These 2 little ones have already felt the numbing sensation of alcohol, along with that blissful, floating on air feeling. Sukan was doing fine. This amount of alcohol could at most help him relax a little. Even out here on the vast ocean, no matter how well things seem to be going, there's a lingering sense of restlessness deep inside, though he chose not to show it outright. Sukan had always wanted to relax properly, but unfortunately, there was no way to unwind in the middle of the ocean. It was destined to be lonely and solitary at sea, yet he had to restrain himself from seeking out his compatriots to avoid unnecessary trouble. Talking about his worries to the 2 animals would probably be pointless since they likely wouldn't understand. They were the only ones who were truly simple-hearted and carefree. This time, the baijiu he found helped Sukan completely loosen up, and all his worries vanished without a trace. Sukan approached the edge of the boat, jumped directly into the sea fueled by alcohol, swam back and forth, returned to the bed, and exclaimed how amazing it was. Then he patiently resumed fishing, calming his mind and nurturing his spirit. Little Black's feather recovery speed was faster than Sukan had anticipated, especially after drinking alcohol. As if it stimulated its development system by noon, its feathers were nearly fully restored. That fur coat naturally ended up with Sukan. These 2 guys caused a commotion all night, and in the end, he benefited. Little Black flew aimlessly in the sky. Sukan, with interest, took out the parchment book and opened it to the 4th page, the radar section. However, after flying for half a day, Little Black still didn't detect any islands nearby on the radar. The morning passed quickly. Sukan looked up, thinking that the other survivors were probably about to have lunch by now. The survivors who just went through the storm are probably starving now. They don't need to eat this time, as breakfast wasn't that long ago. Little Black and Little White, due to the alcohol, are now lying on the bed, hugging each other and sound asleep. These 2 are doing remarkably well right now, but once they wake up, it'll probably start all over again. Open the public screen for survivors after last night's storm. I wonder how they're doing now. Last night, I tried my best to gather the supplies, but I still lost quite a bit. This morning, when I looked at the food prices in the shop, how is it any different from robbery? Exactly. If only I had exchanged more supplies for food yesterday. Now I can hardly afford to eat even if I want to. Why bother with all the if-onlys? Even if you could go back to yesterday, would you dare to stock up? You couldn't bear to part with those supplies anyway. But that guy's method from yesterday didn't work either. I heard a lot of people tied their materials together on boats and built walls around with planks, but in the end, everything still got washed away by the waves. It seems this result is almost as Sukan anticipated. Ordinary wooden materials indeed cannot withstand the assault of the storm. He continued to read the chat on the sheepskin book. Speaking of which, don't you guys have someone who can upgrade wooden boards? How did you fare this time against the tsunami? Don't even bring it up. A piece of advanced wooden board requires 5 times the materials of an ordinary ship. I couldn't bear to use my previous materials for an upgrade. I heard others who upgraded their ships incurred very little damage. I'm regretting it to death. Alright, at least you have the means to survive the next storm, unlike us who can't even upgrade. Living like this is really nerve-wracking. Hey, I just said there's no way, but I saw an island not far from here. Maybe there are plans to upgrade with wooden planks on that island. Wow, your luck is incredible. I actually spotted an island too. This island is even bigger than the one where I found upgrade plans last time. This is amazing. I'm not wasting time talking to you anymore. I'm heading to the island. This isn't right. Why is this island so severely desertified? And the palm trees look like they've been cut down. Sukan burst into laughter, accidentally spraying coconut juice all over Little White's face beside him. So the island he had just plundered considered clean was discovered by someone so quickly. He couldn't decide whether to call this person lucky or unlucky. Sukan roughly understood from the chat logs that another large group of people had found islands. This made Sukan feel even more curious. Based on the information from the descriptions of the islands they reached, the resources on these islands seemed to be pretty much the same. The islands he had visited had also been visited by other survivors, and none of them mentioned discovering any particularly good items. As for the special resources within the islands, it was unclear whether anyone had discovered them yet. The resources on all the islands are more or less the same, giving the impression that all survivors are wandering back and forth on the starting island, yet never encountering each other. The more I think about it, the more likely the speculation about the starting island seems. The resources in the sea are refreshed almost daily at fixed intervals, and the abilities of the sharks as well as the materials on the islands are nearly identical. High-level items and the so-called sea monsters have yet to make an appearance. The hard mode seems to be predetermined, with the only fatal disaster being something like natural calamities. This feels like a system specifically designed to weed out survivors with poor development conditions on the starting island. The development potential on this starting island is entirely limited. All each survivor can do now is drift aimlessly along the ocean currents. That is why no survivors can come into contact with each other. The setting of the first island is independent survival, prohibiting team collaborations. Now, only Sukan is able to control his own navigation and head toward the place he wants to go. This world has become almost like a game. If all the survivors' current environments are on the first island, then Sukan is like someone with a bug system, able to escape ahead of time to move to higher level maps. What's more, some of the high-level items that serve as rewards are incredibly rare on the first island or even completely non-existent. Therefore, the testament and the natural disaster warning in the notebook will also be something like the taboo or the boss of the firstborn island. Only those who make it past this level are qualified to enter a more advanced world. This is a survival competition for the entire world, so it is impossible for those drifting at sea to rely solely on the parchment for communication. In the future, these survivors are bound to meet, as only by entering more advanced maps will they have the chance to encounter one another. This is because advanced maps will have sails that control navigation, and the world's rules will also undergo new changes. However, Sukan has now broken the rules of this world and become a bug. Now his journey to the ruins of transcendent level creatures is the best proof of this. It seems that thinking about so much now doesn't have much meaning. As long as he knows he's far ahead of the other survivors, that's enough. Sukan walked over to Little Black and Little White, sat down on the chair, and draped Little Black's fur coat over him. Little White was lazily fishing and glanced at the fur coat on Sukan, somehow feeling something was off. A chill ran through him uncontrollably, seemingly reminded of the scene when Little Black stole his fur. Little White's vigilance against Little Black is now at an SSS level. Even in his sleep, he would have nightmares. Groggily got up and gave Xiaohei a kick, shouting not to touch his fur, leaving Xiaohei bewildered after being startled awake. In retaliation, Xiaohei deliberately gave Xiaobai a friendly slap on the ear and kindly consoled him, asking if he'd had another nightmare. The scheming between these two was growing more intricate by the day. At this moment, Xiaohei, tired from playing, descended from the sky and landed back on the captain. After spending an entire morning along with a bout of flight polishing, its feathers finally completely returned to their original state, and they even looked denser and fluffier. After being stirred by the wind, those feathers resembled the fluff of reeds among a reed bed. It seems its size has grown again. Looking at Little Black, whose physique was now taller than oneself at over 2 meters, with its fluffy eagle feathers making it appear plump. After fully spreading its wings, along with the black and gold stripes on its body, it increasingly resembles a mysterious pattern. The aura underwent a stunning transformation. The current Xiaohei exudes an absolute regal air and possesses an unquestionable sense of intimidation. Xiaobai's transformation is also becoming more pronounced. The adorable vibe is fading, and instead, it appears increasingly clumsy. Its body stands at over 3 meters tall, with bare legs thicker than Sukan's waist, and those bare paws look strong and powerful. The fur was no longer pure white. Under the sunlight, a faint rainbow hue could be seen on its body. This creature was looking increasingly beautiful, and with the yellow crown on, it exuded an air of regal majesty. The changes in these two creatures were a good sign, indicating they were gradually evolving toward higher levels. Sukan mused with interest. If Xiaobai evolved to its final form, would it turn into a rainbow bear? Thinking of Little White's colorful bear fur, combined with its silly appearance, I can't help but laugh. You're supposed to be a mighty and imposing polar bear, so why does it feel like you've evolved in the wrong direction? Shouldn't it be Little Black turning vibrant and colorful, resembling a phoenix? Too lazy to bother with the changes in these two guys. As long as they get stronger, that's all that matters. Sukan continued flipping through the parchment book and opened the page of the trading store. Sure enough, the price of fish and meat in the store had risen, and the increase was truly astonishing. He had thought that a rise back to 150 would already be good enough. Now, a piece of fish and meat could actually be traded for 200 units of wood, and the price of fruit had similarly risen to 200 units of wood. Apart from these main food items, the price of water had also risen to 10 units of wood per liter. Other supply prices have hardly changed, as they are not emergency items needed after a disaster. The price of food has broken historical records, even higher than during the last tsunami. Although this storm does not pose as great a threat as the tsunami, it has destroyed everyone's supplies. If the price of fish and meat rises any further, no one may be able to afford them. Unlike this time, which is a minor disaster but still sees high food prices, it's mainly because many survivors have stored a good amount of supplies and are just planning to use them for emergencies. This price won't last long, it will only rise temporarily for a short period after the disaster. As long as those survivors return to their post-disaster state, the price will inevitably drop back down. So it can be a bit expensive now. Anyway, they're buying it to eat. Sukan's small warehouse is also ready to be sold. All the extensive storage earlier was for this moment, including 106 pieces of fish meat, 60 pieces of shark meat, 17 pears, 20 pieces of apple, and 6 pieces of watermelon. All were hung for sale in the store for trading. All these food items were planned by Sukan to be exchanged for timber. Timber is what he is particularly short of right now. Upgrading the ship still requires over 40,000 pieces of timber, and this sale is enough to cover the majority. The remaining small amounts of iron and timber are relatively easy to sort out. Only after upgrading the ship this time did Sukan completely stop worrying about the arrival of a tsunami. Although the ship is now considered very sturdy and could withstand a tsunami, at most losing a few planks. However, there is still a certain level of risk, and achieving a perfect clearance is Sukan's goal. If he considers himself a bug, yet a mere newborn island still causes him losses, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? This time, Sukan did not close the leather-bound book but sat in the chair silently reviewing the records of those who came to trade. This batch of fish meat must be sold as quickly as possible, and it can't be held back to wait for a better price like before. If these survivors weren't acting out of necessity, they would surely wait for the price of fish meat to drop. The price of food has been pushed so high this time, and it will certainly fall back quickly. The moment the fish meat was listed for sale, many survivors came forward to trade. The fish meat sold much faster than expected, and all 41,800 pieces of wood have been credited. The warehouse's wood stock has finally exceeded 10,000 again, getting very close to the goal of upgrading the ship. If it weren't for taking advantage of this disaster to seize a business opportunity, who knows when the resources could have been gathered. So, surviving on the ocean still requires a certain degree of business acumen. Sukan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Instead of putting away the parchment book immediately, he continued to silently observe the trends in store commodity prices. Sure enough, the large quantities of food and fruits Sukan brought into the mall immediately impacted the prices. Soon, the price of fish began to quickly fall. It made sense on reflection. Those who would now use large amounts of wood to buy fish must surely be wealthy customers. If these people weren't simply trying to avoid going hungry, they surely wouldn't be willing to take out so much of their resources. Especially considering that the storm has already plundered them once, wouldn't it be too unfair to themselves to skimp on food? This could be considered a kind of post-disaster revenge spending mentality. Most survivors, however, keep a tight grip on their wallets, unwilling to be taken advantage of. Do you want to be a 5-second tycoon, or spend your whole life as a coward? The endurance of these cowards has brought them significant benefits. Cautious and low-key development is the key to success. However, more survivors were eliminated by the tsunami along with their supplies because they were too stingy and focused only on hoarding resources. The saying money should be spent where it counts still holds true. But none of this mattered to him anymore. He would make his money and then run. He put the sheepskin book back into the warehouse and took out the relic map, spreading it out on the table. The pointer once again showed a deviation in the course, and this time, the deviation was far too severe. It was off by a full 70 degrees. The closer the distance, the higher the likelihood of deviation, and this deviation is an exciting piece of good news. This isn't a misstep, otherwise, wouldn't that imply there's an issue with the sails? This also means the ruins are close at hand. Based on the calculated distance, the ruins will likely be reached within 1 or 2 days. Aim at the sail, adjust the angle, and sail at full speed toward the ruins. Sukan couldn't suppress the anticipation in his heart. Now he increasingly felt that the importance of the ruins had far exceeded their value, and the significance they brought was also extremely crucial. This extraordinary level ruin will be Sukan's gateway to a new world. For this nascent island-like world, this relic signifies a complete step through the bug gap. And then there's that whale young lady, her dragon horns, and the mist-like wounds on her body, all possessing unparalleled allure. These can all overturn previous understandings of this world and redefine judgments about it. There is still so much unknown about this world now, such as the so-called sea monsters besides the whale species. Are there any other powerful races? The ruins, those two so-called places most suitable for human habitation. These all seem like enticing mysteries, and anyone aware of this mystery is inevitably drawn to uncover its enigmatic veil. Ah, what's the use of thinking too much? The bridge straightens naturally as the boat approaches. Taking this big step forward is already quite remarkable. Sukan comforted himself, advising not to hope for for too much, as focusing on the present was the most important thing. If you want to gather the remaining supplies, relying on shark meat seems to be the most reliable option for now. After all, a single shark provides so much meat when it's broken down. This way is both convenient and fast. However, along the way, Sukan realized that maybe he had killed too many sharks, reducing the likelihood of encountering one. Could it be that this world has defined the survival of new island inhabitants by planning a set amount of shark harassment for them? This can also be considered a test for the survivors and could serve as a mini-boss in the early stages. Once these small mobs are slaughtered indiscriminately, their respawn rates will decrease, as each survivor is allocated a limited number of shark attacks. This is also to prevent certain sharks from besieging survivors to the point where they have no chance of survival. These so-called small monsters are still considered big bosses to other survivors. After all, it's still rare to see shark meat for sale in the shop. Killing a shark is something only ruthless individuals can accomplish, and such ruthless individuals are still a minority. Looking at the desolate boat, apart from the little cabin, there were just tables, chairs, and benches. Many things were missing, and the ambience was much diminished. Sukan took out everything he had put away last night, arranged the flower pots and fruit bowls properly, hang lanterns at various corners of the boat, and take out items such as the water purifier. Now it doesn't look like a small boat drifting aimlessly with nowhere to dock, it feels more like home. Speaking of which, quite a few survivors have encountered islands again, and one of them has landed on the island Sukan just finished looting. I wonder how they are doing now. Took out the parchment book and opened the survivor public screen. Goodness, my mindset is already shattered. This broken island is way too big, but where are the supplies? Why is there nothing at all? Don't even mention it. The island I landed on feels like it's been dug 3 feet deep by someone. There are even huge pits everywhere. At least you guys have an island. I haven't even seen what an island looks like yet. I feel like the worse someone's development is, the slower they encounter islands. So, we unlucky ones probably find islands only after others have already beaten us to them. I feel the same way. When I encountered an island, I hadn't seen anyone mention finding one yet. By then, my bamboo raft was already 10 meters long. My boat was only 8 meters, so I encountered islands a bit slower than you. Does that make me part of the second batch? My boat is only 5 meters long, and I still haven't encountered any islands. Was it really because the ship expansion was too slow? My goodness, I'm so regretful I could kick myself. Sukan finally understood why he encountered islands earlier and more frequently than others. It turned out to be because his ships were built faster. No wonder so many people who developed poorly liked to complain all the time, saying they couldn't find islands. So this is the reason behind it all. Those who developed well had already landed on the islands, while the slower ones have also landed in the past 2 days. Sukan was also pondering, it might not be absolute. After all, this world could be considered almost gamified, with islands and resources possibly spawning randomly. Rather than worrying here, it's better to act and get the answers. Of course, Sukan would never experiment personally. He could simply offer some benefits to other survivors and have them gather information and work for him. There's quite a feeling of pulling strings behind the scenes and orchestrating the big picture. Try searching the deep water area on the western side of the island. It's easy for safes to appear in the deep water areas near islands, and the resources inside are the most valuable. On the island's mountain, caves or wooden huts may also spawn, and there could be safes there as well. Sukan cautiously tested the waters, dropping hints to see if other survivors could find anything good. Wow, a true expert here. Your experience is incredible. How many islands have you landed on, exactly? I'm heading there to check it out right now. Are there good things in the safe? Is it supplies or crafting blueprints? Could be both. Got it, going right away. The following pages of the parchment were filled with thanks, and upon immediate attempts, the screen was instantly filled with rapid messages. Sukan originally wanted to remind them that the deep sea area is not so easy to enter. Those who are not good swimmers should reconsider. The box is very heavy, and they can only open it underwater, which will waste a lot of their time beneath the sea. If someone clever could figure out how to make an oxygen pack, it might help, but the water pressure is not something an average person can withstand. Moreover, the island's mountains are not easy to climb either. With cliffs and sheer walls, one cannot ascend without taking risks. Whether in the water or on the mountain, nature is filled with dangers. However, Sukan still did not say anything. This is probably the rule of this world. If you want to obtain good things, you must put in the corresponding effort. When they truly have no other options, they will simply give up. There will definitely be people who fail to find it and become doubtful, and there will also be people who find it and come out to express their gratitude. Sukan didn't mind those who doubted him. Instead, he harbored a bit of anticipation, wondering what kind of treasures those who managed to find the box would uncover. Not everyone is meant to find the box. Otherwise, the value of the box wouldn't be as significant. This is also why Sukan is willing to inform other survivors. Even if he tells them where the resources are, they may not necessarily be able to retrieve them. Consider it a rare act of kindness, mainly for testing purposes. Time passed by second, and Xiaobai had already reeled in 10 sea fish. The public screen for survivors remained filled with casual chatter, with no one coming forward to announce they had found a box. Not sure whether these survivors faced mishaps or what, but there's not even a single person to complain. Bored with nothing to do, I grilled some fish while casually glancing at the price of fish meat in the store. The price of fish meat had already dropped to 110 pieces of wood. It's likely to continue falling, eventually stabilizing back at 100 pieces of wood. The aroma of grilled fish quickly spread, and if they weren't extremely bored, they wouldn't have bothered eating at noon. They had overeaten in the morning, but Xiao He, after running around all morning, was feeling a bit hungry. Xiao Bai, on the other hand, stared at the fish with drooling mouth, but his little belly was too full to eat anymore, all because he had eaten too much in the morning. Su Ken was munching on fish while chatting. It was almost dark, yet still, no one had come to report on the situation. If they were continuing the search, the danger would greatly increase after nightfall, especially for those climbing the mountain. It would take at least until the next day for them to descend. Just when Su Ken was losing hope and was about to close the sheepskin book, someone finally started talking about it. I went through hell and high water, almost broke my leg, and finally climbed this mountain. I opened the chest in the cave and got blueprints for a silver-grade machete. I dove underwater so deep my lungs nearly burst, but I finally found that box and got a blueprint for a gold-level water purifier. Ha ha, your luck is amazing. I only got a blueprint for a silver-level water purifier, but that's still pretty decent. The following few lines are all talking about the blueprints they acquired. Almost all of them are either gold or silver level, with no mention of anything higher. As for the wooden cabin on the mountain, someone discovered it and mentioned that it was quite terrifying inside. However, they found a safe inside and retrieved a blueprint from it. As for the will and the notebook, no one mentioned anything about a machete. It seems only I know about those two things, and no one seems to be discussing the map on the cliff. It is unclear whether it was not discovered or simply due to carelessness. It can now be confirmed that those boxes will refresh again, but the resources on the island are one time only and will disappear once harvested. Even if there really is a treasure map with gold or higher grade resources, it's no different from winning the lottery. No world is fair. Some are destined to thrive, while others are destined to be eliminated. If it followed the normal survival competition mode, the whale relics Su Ken obtained from other survivors would eventually be discovered by others. However, it's unclear how long that would take. At the very least, it would require survivors with charts to build sails before proceeding. The bombshell information Su Ken disclosed about the hidden location of the chart caused a sensation among all the survivors. Only then did they realize this wasn't a joke but that there was indeed treasure within. This test yielded many conclusions. There are only so many islands, and the resources are limited. This is the world of the initial island, simply a temporary place for survivors to adapt and transition. As long as one can endure the crises on the initial island, a new world map will be unlocked. By the way, you guys who went up the mountain, can you still come down tonight? The parchment suddenly popped out with such a sentence, while the survivors on the mountain were still immersed in excitement, suddenly looking utterly confused. The sky's already this dark, and you still want to leave? That's a sheer cliff. Descending in the dark when you can't see anything is no different from seeking death. The fear is not about finding the treasure alive, but not having the life to take it away. Forget it, then we won't leave tonight. We can look for another type of safe in the sea early tomorrow morning. Anyway, these survivors aren't planning to leave the island anytime soon. At the very least, they need to try to find both safes. Su Ken closed the parchment book without reading further. There was no need to guess what these people would talk about next. It was nothing more than boastful, envious, and useless flattery. His words provided many survivors with valuable resources. Although other survivors couldn't see the level of the materials, the crafting blueprints clearly displayed their levels, so anyone who could read understood their rarity. It can now be basically confirmed the rules of this so-called birth island, the rarity levels of resources in this world, and the difficulty of survival. You all stay here and enjoy playing on this birth island, while I go fight monsters. Su Ken abruptly pulled up the fishing rod, tossing a plump sea fish directly onto the boat. Another delicious feast awaited. After handing the perception over to Xiao Bai, he casually worked out on the boat and checked the growth progress of the fruits and cabbage. The growth speed was quite quick. Judging by the state of the cabbage and fruits, it seemed a new round of harvesting would soon be possible. Su Ken thought for a moment and decided to open the parchment book. He wanted to check if there were any seeds being sold in the marketplace. For other survivors, seeds are not precious. Even if they have seeds, they can't grow anything, so it's better to trade them for supplies. However, this kind of thing is quite rare. It's seldom sold, as most people prepare for long-term development in the future. After searching the store for a while and just about to give up, they actually found 2 cabbage seeds. The price of these seeds was indeed cheap, even cheaper than expected. Cabbage seeds X3 traded for 100 pieces of wood. Note, I can't even afford water. What's the point of having this stuff? Su Ken seemed to sense resentment, helplessness, and sadness from his words. So, with a burst of generosity, he immediately bought them all. Extract 100 pieces of wood and wait for the seller to confirm the transaction. Seeds, when in one's own hands, will never result in a loss. Currently, 60 to 70% of the ship is planted with pear trees, grapes, watermelons, cabbages, and each large pot also has flowers. There is still quite a bit of empty space in those wooden pots, which can be used to plant smaller vegetables and fruits. There's always room if you squeeze in. When these fruits ripen and the fruit trees bloom, the entire ship will be filled with the rich aroma of fruits and vegetables. Not only are they edible, but they're also beautiful. The colorful fruits and vegetables, adorned with fresh flowers, will give the ship a countryside vibe. Coupled with the small wooden cabin built by Sue Can, it will feel even more like a farming retreat. Farming and growing flowers at sea, probably only Sue Can could manage that. As long as it's seeds, Sue Can will definitely take them. Seeds grow into fruits, and fruits not only yield produce but also provide more seeds. It's a continuous cycle, and it's a source of income too. Right after buying seeds and unintentionally scrolling through the Survivor's public screen, he saw people discussing the issue of planting crops. This actually piqued Sue Can's interest, so he carefully checked it out. Wow, I grew 5 bunches of grapes, and in the end, I only harvested 1 seed. My mindset is shattered. This investment is an absolute loss. That's still better than last time when that buddy planted watermelons. 6 watermelons and not a single seed harvested. Investments require caution. Farming comes with risks. I just plant enough for self-sufficiency. If you want to get rich by farming crops, it's probably too difficult. Sue Can looked at the complaints of these somber-faced survivors and couldn't help feeling sympathy for them. At this moment, he remembered that when he picked fruits, seeds were bound to appear almost always 1 seed per fruit, sometimes even 2. So fruit seeds were truly not lacking at the moment, but what was missing were some vegetable seeds. Could it be that his luck was so strong that the seeds he obtained were comparatively abundant? At this moment, Sue Can glanced at the diamond good luck ring on his finger, then looked over at Xiaobai. The good luck bonus combined with the treasure hunting polar bear's added fortune made it unsurprising that he could produce more seeds than others. If this kind of luck were utilized properly, wouldn't it lead to wealth? For instance, the price of cabbage is 100 units of wood, but his seeds only cost 30 units each. Spending $30 on seeds not only yields fruit but also produces more seeds. This means selling them is almost at zero cost, purely generating a profit of $130 in lumber while using harvested seeds for further planting. Right now, the ship's base seems a bit too small, so the planting quantity is quite limited. For instance, pear trees require more soil, and the soil on the ship and the area allocated for them are too small. If more pear trees were planted, there wouldn't be any space left on the ship. The future development direction could consider expanding the ship, planting crops, becoming a farming tycoon, and getting rich through agriculture. If you want to plant a large amount of crops, the best way is still to expand your own ship, but next time Sue Can plans to expand upwards. It would be best to build a luxurious ship with 2 or even 3 levels. The first level for planting flowers and trees, the second level for growing fruits, and the third level for cultivating vegetables. If possible, a 4th level could be constructed to create a leisure and entertainment area. However, this idea will have to be put on hold for now, as building a ship like a cruise liner would require an astronomical amount of wood. For now, just figure out a way to get your own ship safely through the tsunami without damage that would already be good enough. The rest can be handled gradually. The fire rack is now emitting a fragrant aroma. When the daily eating time arrived, not a single fish was left over today. All the fish caught were prepared. Grilled fish is no longer enough to satisfy Xiaohei and Xiaobai. Today, special dishes like pan-fried fish fillets, steamed fish head, and fish stew were made. Occasionally, it's good to change things up. After a satisfying meal, Sue Can lazily reclined in the chair to rest. Xiaohei and Xiaobai habitually lay on the ground, as if they had completely given up. Xiaobai held a piece of seaweed in its mouth, basking comfortably in the sun, while Xiaohei imitated it perfectly, also holding a piece of seaweed in its mouth. A bear and a bird sat with crossed legs, their fur fluttering in the wind, looking incredibly beautiful, especially the rainbow-colored feathers on Little White, which added a striking touch to the already vibrant and colorful ship. He took out the nautical chart and placed it on the table, studying it carefully. The direction indicated by the pointer showed a deviation once again. This time, the deviation was relatively small, a discovery that stirred subtle excitement in Sue Can's heart. Each time the chart was checked in the past, the deviation was always significant. This time, the deviation is smaller, which indicates the distance to the ruins is getting closer. The distance is continuously narrowing. While Sue Can was eagerly anticipating, he was also thinking about the future. The moment of encountering a brand new world was finally approaching. No one knows exactly what it's like there, what treasures might be found, or what unknowns could be encountered. Taking advantage of this opportunity is essential to make oneself completely stronger. If you want to become stronger and develop better, you must cherish and seize every opportunity. In the face of a situation where you can take the lead over others, the most important thing now is to expand your own advantages. By the time others begin to cooperate, other survivors will also leverage the advantages of alliances to quickly develop their own situations. By then, friction will inevitably arise. If you don't want to be bullied by others, or even by other alliances, strengthening your power as much as as possible now is of utmost importance. Sukin had not yet decided whether to ally with others. However, once others formed alliances and integrated resources, the resources would be completely categorized, and prices would be discussed and determined by the major alliances. Which resources are precious and which are cheap will also be statistically analyzed through big data. Valuable resources will inevitably fall into the hands of a small group with the most authority, and once power is established, conflict and plunder will become unstoppable. If Sukan's wealth were discovered by other survivors, it would be like a pack of hungry wolves spotting a fat sheep, and the consequences would be terrifying. Sukan didn't want to become the fat sheep. He aimed to transform himself into a tiger, even if it meant being solitary, ruling the mountain as king. He stood up and looked at the resources on his boat: plants, fruits, and other supplies scattered together in disarray. Although it looked somewhat appealing, this also made the supplies on the boat appear rather chaotic. Still need to distinguish them all. Fruits and vegetables should have designated areas, fire racks, furnaces, and water purifiers should have dedicated production zones, and houses, tables, chairs, and stools should have a specific living area. It's about time to organize these supplies properly and sort them out. Everything should be allocated properly. The most important thing now is to hurry and get some soil. The soil for these plants on the ship is almost pieced together, and the roots of the pear tree are nearly exposed. There is plenty of soil on the island, and the stores sell quite a lot of it. However, most of that soil is almost turning into sand, with no nutritional value. The most crucial issue is that the quality of the soil is too low to provide sufficient nutrients for the fruits he cultivates. Moreover, having already become accustomed to quickly reaping the fruits, using ordinary soil for planting might mean waiting indefinitely to harvest fruits and vegetables. It must be the soil with levels found in the salvaged iron barrels. When there is a need, one must find a way to obtain it. The best approach, naturally, is to pay a hefty price. However, Sukan does not intend to exchange too many supplies for soil. If the price of soil becomes too high, people might start to notice and realize its extraordinary value. A price increase is still manageable. The real worry is if these people simply stop selling and keep the items for themselves. He took out the parchment book and opened to the shop page. Sukan immediately posted 500 units of wood, preparing to purchase the necessary soil. 500x wood seeking soil. Note: ordinary quality soil is not needed. Seek soil salvaged from iron barrels recovered from the ocean. If the quantity is large, you can also add wood. Post your own bounty announcement, and then comes the long wait. This time, directly offering 500 units of wood is considered a substantial move. This amount of wood is sufficient to acquire graded soil. It's just a matter of the quantity of soil. As long as someone is selling, you must buy it all. Sukan is currently using gold-level soil, which is not considered low on the initial island. It is known that aside from extremely rare materials, the highest level of resources survivors obtain is the gold level. Sukan casually pulls out platinum and diamond level materials, so gold level is not considered high and can even seem a bit low. This level of soil is more than sufficient for the plants on the ship. If one could stumble upon higher grade soil, it would be like winning the lottery. Thinking too much about it won't help. Luck has already been good enough, and if even this luck doesn't work out, then it's a matter of finding another solution. Looking up at the moon, which had already risen high into the sky, surrounded by stars. Moonlight scattered over the boats and the sea. Xiaobai was still patiently fishing, while Xiaohei's head had tilted onto Xiaobai's leg, the bird completely lacking any semblance of proper sleeping posture. Saying lying down isn't lying down, saying sitting isn't sitting. At this moment, Xiaobai was quite generous and didn't push away Xiaohei. At critical moments, the friendship between these two could be seen as very deep. The weather is so clear now, we can spend the night outside tonight. Sukan moved the bird's nest out and fell asleep in it. Xiaobai, however, didn't need to rest. Since it hadn't gone crazy in the sea today, it was full of energy. Xiaobai put down the fishing rod and rested Xiaohei's little head on the chair. It got up quietly and gently covered Sukan with the fur coat. Went back to the room to get a blanket, placed Little Black on their lap, and covered it with the blanket to prevent it from catching a cold again. Little White patiently continued fishing. The long night felt endless. Without Little Black playing around with it, it felt incredibly lonely and bored, so it wanted to find something to do. At that moment, it finally saw a shark on the surface of the sea. Sharks seem to have disappeared these past few days, but the appearance of this shark added some excitement to Little White's boring night. Little White grinned foolishly, opening its big mouth, and gently tried to move Little Black aside. This time, perhaps due to being too excited, the movement was a bit exaggerated, waking up Xiaohei from his slumber. Seeing Xiaobai tiptoeing towards the edge of the boat, Xiaohei got up as well, curious to know what this guy was up to in the middle of the night. Xiaobai casually picked up a rope and walked towards the edge of the boat. He aimed at the shark that was about to come near and forcefully swung the rope. Because the technique was so practiced, he effortlessly ensnared the sleeping shark. The boat continued to speed forward, dragging the shark through the sea at high speed with the rope. Xiaobai threw out a piece of wood, held onto the rope, stepped on the wood, and charged towards the shark. As he reached the shark suddenly opened its bloody maw wide. Little White thrust the spiked club directly directly into the shark's mouth. The shark instinctively closed its mouth and bit down hard, only to have its mouth instantly filled with blood from the pain. "Oh whoa!" Little White grinned mischievously at it and asked, "How does the spiked club taste?" Little Black soared into the air, landing quietly on the rope, watching Little White with curiosity, wondering what mischief he was plotting again. Could it be that he is tormenting the shark again? The shark was thrashing wildly in the water, while Xiaobai rode on its back. Surprisingly, this time, he did not beat the shark as usual. Howl. Xiaohei was a bit puzzled. Could it be that Xiaobai suddenly grew a kind heart today? Little White stroked and comforted the shark with one hand while going saying something to it. The shark grew even angrier after hearing its words and struggled more fiercely in the sea. A massive spiked mace was pulled out, held in one hand, while continuing to discuss life with it. Little Black, standing to the side, listened with a speechless expression but continued watching with interest. After listening for quite a while, they finally figured out what was going on. It turned out that Xiaobai wanted to tame the shark as a mount and was trying to persuade it with a mix of intimidation and charm. This shark, after all, is the overlord of the ocean. How could it tolerate such humiliation? Although its intelligence was practically non-existent, it could still vaguely grasp Xiaobai's intent to turn it into a seat to ride under his bottom? No way. The night quickly passed. In the early morning, sunlight spilled over the boat. Sukan woke up, stretched lazily, and glanced around. Little Black and Little White were nowhere to be seen on the boat. Had they gone off to play in the sea again? Sukan walked to the edge of the boat, and what he saw left him stunned. Little White was riding a great white shark, swimming alongside the boat. He even had a rope tied around the shark's neck. Howl, howl, howl. Little White was feeling the thrill of surfing while howling non-stop. The shark surprisingly didn't resist, but judging by its blood-stained appearance, it was easy to imagine that Xiaobai must have put in a lot of effort to convince the shark throughout the night. In the end, reality and the spiked club prevailed. Xiaohei followed them in the air, worried that something else might happen to Xiaobai. Su Kan's lips twitched. Xiaobai was even starting to tame a mount now? For the loyalty of this shark, Su Kan held no hope at all. This was, after all, a pet born under the force of a strong fist. If given the slightest chance to escape, it would undoubtedly flee without looking back. So the shark's ultimate fate was predictable. It would still end up as food. For now, it was merely enduring humiliation to survive. Stop fooling around, it's time to fish, or you'll have no choice but to eat your mount, Su Kan reminded Xiaobai. Xiaobai glanced at the shark underfoot with a disdainful look. The meat of this creature tasted so bad, there was no way it wanted to eat it. Better to keep it for fun. Xiaobai tossed the rope tied to the shark to the rear of the boat, just like tethering a dog back to its kennel after a walk, letting the shark experience the thrill of the waves. After everyone was back on the boat, Xiaobai eagerly grabbed the fishing rod and started fishing enthusiastically. It had played all night and was exhausted, mainly because it was extremely hungry. Su Kan took out a coconut and sat on a chair, drinking, gazing at the shark on the sea, endlessly slapping the waves, drifting with the current, and looking utterly dejected. Su Kan began to ponder. It had been so many days, yet this was the first shark he had seen. Could it be that something had changed in the ocean, leading to a decrease in the number of sharks? Su Kan sipped coconut juice while flipping through the parchment book to check the current status of other survivors, casually glancing at the store. In the shop, someone was seen selling shark meat, and survivors on the public chat were already complaining. So many sharks swarmed around early in the morning. Couldn't they come later? They've damaged quite a few of my planks. It's not too bad on my end. It feels like there are noticeably fewer sharks in my area, and only a few come to wreak havoc each day. Have you guys noticed that the bigger the ship you build, the fewer sharks appear around? I am a 10 by 8 meter boat. There are only 3 sharks around me, and just like clocking in for work, they come every noon to gnaw 3 planks off my boat. I am an 8 by 6 meter boat. There are 5 sharks nearby, and the number of times and the timing of their attacks on my planks are completely irregular. I see, no wonder there are so many sharks around me. At a glance, there are at least 7 or 8. I am a 6 by 4 meter small boat, so I guess I need to upgrade quickly. Sure enough, this aligns with Su Kan's speculation. The better developed you are, the lower the probability of encountering sharks. However, this is not the whole answer. From the chat of other survivors, although the sharks around them have decreased, the resources in their vicinity have not diminished. In other words, only those who have developed well can continue to develop with greater peace of mind. However, Su Kan glanced at the nearby sea surface and found that the resources were almost sparse. Over the past few days, as he searched for ruins, he began to notice that the farther he went, the fewer resources there were. Could it be that the setting of the ocean world's beginner island does not allow one to leave this range? After all, the boats of other survivors can only drift aimlessly. Only Su Kan could go to the places he wanted, which also indicated that all the supplies had been concentrated in one area. Similar to a circle, all survivors were within this circle, and the supplies only refreshed within it. Leaving this place meant being far from the supplies, almost like an invisible punishment specifically targeting those who wanted to escape. This could be considered good news. It further demonstrated that the distance between himself and other survivors had been completely slightly widened. Those beginner supplies can be left behind if unnecessary. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the sheep. Giving up the extraordinary level shark ruins for those supplies is absolutely impossible. Besides, even when there were supplies available in the ocean before, Sukin was too lazy to continue salvaging them. The time spent salvaging those supplies could be better used for fishing or searching for traces of sharks. Those big ones are truly valuable. Sukin thought that the map appearing on the newborn island might not be intended for survivors to explore right away but rather to obtain in advance. Only when entering the next world map would it prove useful. After all, no one can control their own voyage, so the secret of this nautical chart is of no use even if other survivors discover it. As for platinum level supplies, they are not entirely absent. At the beginning, a platinum level pear tree was purchased from other survivors. It was just that at that time, survivors barely had enough water to drink and wouldn't have valued such things. Even if there are platinum level supplies, they are likely to be extremely rare. In the newborn island where others are starting with only a knife, he already holds the Gatling gun of a bug. Perhaps only he could break the rules. Sukin took out the nautical chart and noticed that the deviation this time was very small, further confirming that he was about to reach the ancient giant whale's whale fall site. With a slight adjustment to the direction of the sails, Sukin gazed at the distant ocean and couldn't help but softly call out in his heart, "Miss Whale, hang in there, I'm almost there." He breathed a sigh of relief and put away the parchment. Sign in system prompt. Sign in. Reward, 1 bottle of concentrated soil improvement agent. Looking at the glass bottle that appeared on the floor in front of him, roughly the size of a thermos, it contained a green liquid. Soil conditioner? What's the use of this thing? Sukin picked up the soil conditioner, opened the lid, and a refreshing fragrance resembling mint emanated from it, invigorating the senses. He lightly weighted and found that the liquid in the bottle was surprisingly heavy, as if it wasn't liquid but rather a bottle full of iron pieces. Let's first see what this thing is actually useful for. Sukin carefully examined this thing's detailed introduction. Concentrated soil conditioner, grade, gold. Just a small amount poured into the soil can elevate the soil grade by 1 level, up to a maximum of gold grade. Based on the above ratio, there seems to be quite a lot of soil that can be improved. Sukin remembered that he had once obtained a pile of soil on an island. At the time, he noticed it was of silver grade, so he brought some back, but he hadn't paid much attention to it and had tossed it into the warehouse. Now it's the perfect time to take it out and upgrade it. When it comes to soil, the gold grade is more than sufficient. First, he placed his bucket of soil in front of him. Pour some of this green liquid over it. At this moment, the soil seemed to corrode, and a green mist wafted out. However, the scent wasn't unpleasant, rather, it mixed with the fresh aroma of the soil. This should be clearing away impurities that do not belong to the soil, and is also a process of improvement. Moments later, the mist completely disappeared. The soil in front has already turned into loose black soil, rich in nutrients at first glance. Golden grade soil. Sukin felt a bit excited. He had been worried that his soil was seriously inadequate and was resorting to using ordinary soil and fertilizer as substitutes. Now, although the soil was still far from enough, at least it could completely cover the roots of the pear tree. Whoosh, I wonder how the shopping at the store is going. Sukin first distributed the soil to each wooden basin, and only when he saw that each basin contained a little more than half of soil did he feel reassured. There are now a total of 3 pear trees, 6 cabbages, 10 watermelon seedlings, and 4 clusters of grapevines. The flower seeds can automatically shed and spread through pollen, causing the flowers in each wooden basin to be fully occupied. Sukin made a total of 11 large wooden tubs filled with these fruits and vegetables. The soil was already scarce before, and each tub got just a tiny portion. That pear tree, if not supported with wooden frames, would probably topple over with a light breeze. Now, the soil in each wooden tub has finally increased a bit. However, it's still far from enough. He took out the sheepskin book and opened the search section of the shop. Many people have already come forward to apply for the exchange. Boss, I put in a lot of effort to fish this bucket of soil out from an iron drum in the sea. That iron drum was unbelievably heavy, almost dragged me into the sea. Its quality is definitely top-notch. After retrieving it, I personally fertilized it multiple times. Personally fertilized it? Sukin felt a wave of internal disgust. You dare to say something like that? His story is quite well made, but his soil grade is obvious at first glance, ordinary to the extreme, even a bit sandy, with nutrients that probably couldn't sustain even common weeds. This is just some soil casually dug up on the island, exploiting the bug in the shop that prevents checking the soil grade, trying to make money through deception. But unfortunately, this trick won't fool Sukin. He can see the soil grade in the parchment. Continuing to read further, this person turns out to be rather honest next. Boss, I just dug this up on the island this morning. It doesn't have much quality and probably isn't worth much money. If you want it, just give me a little compensation for my effort. Sukin sighed, feeling quite moved by the honesty, but this soil was of no use to him. Ordinary grade soil couldn't sustain his plants. Better keep looking. The people coming to exchange were simply overwhelming, with the list showing 99 plus. So many, how long will it take to go through all of these? Thinking about it, it's understandable. He brought out 500 pieces of lumber just to buy a bucket of soil. The other survivors probably think he's some fool who has never seen an island before, right? Casually went through a few hundred trade offers, and all of them were just plain, ordinary soil. As for the comments below, they were even more interesting, people whining about being broke, exaggerating their hardships, or trying to pull tricks. They're just a bunch of people trying their luck, treating it like buying a lottery ticket. These people are all just trying it out. After all, digging up some soil isn't hard, and if they happen to get picked, wouldn't they get 500 units of lumber for free? Sukan didn't even bother to keep reading the comments, just a group of self-important clowns. Anything without a level designation is directly skipped over, not even worth a glance. In this way, it's relatively easy to find the soil you want. You just need to keep scrolling down. The feeling of flipping through supplies is like selecting concubines. It's dazzling, and you're afraid to miss anything, but it's a bit tiring for the eyes. Just when Sukan grew tired of flipping, gave it a forceful scroll, and prepared to close it for a break. Did I just miss something? It seems there was an item with a quality rating earlier, but it seems to have been skipped over. Quickly flipped back. Half a bucket of soil, exchanged for 700 wood. Note, big brother, I promise this soil definitely came from an iron bucket. As a soft girl, I put in a lot of effort to drag this iron bucket up. Oh, by the way, this soil is of golden grade. I don't really understand if this grade is considered good, but I'm really too poor. Brother, I assure you my asking price is absolutely not high. Sukan was a bit surprised. Did he just encounter a girl? And an expert at that? This girl sounds very delicate, but to have survived in this ocean until now, could she really be a fragile girl? Such a possibility almost doesn't exist. Judging by this girl's mastery of market prices, she has a very thorough understanding of the cost of high-grade materials. If it's a barrel of gold-grade soil, then 500 units of wood would be considered a steal. Even half a barrel is worth more than 500 units, but it's not as high as 700. Initially, he thought that obtaining silver-grade soil would already be lucky enough, especially since he had potions to upgrade it. Who would have thought that all those coming to sell soil turned out to be swindlers? The only sincere one surprisingly had gold-grade soil. Talk about striking it rich. Since we've come across it, we definitely can't miss it. Half a barrel of gold-grade soil costs about 650 pieces of timber. 700 would be a bit overpriced. This girl is probably testing the waters to see if the person buying the soil knows their stuff. Note, miss, I'll only offer 600 pieces of timber. If you think this price isn't suitable, let's consider it as not meant to be. Sukan adjusted the price and added a message. If this soil really can't be obtained, it's not too big of a pity. Although an extra 100 units of wood is hardly a drop in the bucket compared to the over 40,000 units of wood in Sukan's warehouse, for others, it's a different story. Moreover, this wood was painstakingly collected bit by bit. The important thing is not the 100 pieces of wood, but rather the refusal to be treated as a fool. They would rather give up this land than be taken advantage of. 600 pieces of wood aren't a small amount either, sufficient to upgrade a 10-meter ship to silver level with some wood left over. Sukan's expression was very calm. He rubbed his neck and stretched his body. This deal was as good as done. As long as the other party sincerely wanted to sell, she would certainly agree to it. On the vast ocean, perhaps only Sukan would be willing to spend such a huge sum to purchase a pile of soil. Other survivors, regardless of their level, simply regard soil as soil. After all, for them, surviving right now is the most important thing. Although most survivors are currently striving to improve their living conditions, they have not yet reached the stage of cultivating and enjoying life. Most survivors growing vegetables and fruits are still focused solely on self-sufficiency. Planting for sale is likely something no one would consider doing yet. Sukan did not flip through the parchment book but instead dived straight into the sea for a swim. After returning to the shore, he shook off the water from his body before looking at the parchment book again. Miscalculation. The girl didn't agree immediately. It seems her patience is just as commendable. The girl sent over a message. Message, 600 wood is a bit of a small loss for me, but I still have a barrel of silver-grade soil. If you can take it, I'll bundle it all together for a total of 1100 wood. If you can't take it, that's fine, we'll just trade the gold-grade soil alone, but that'll cost 650 wood. If you can't accept that, then I guess it's not meant to be. Think it through and let me know your reply. Goodness, Sukan was a bit astonished. Could it be that this girl was an earthworm in her past life? She actually had a whole barrel of silver-grade soil. However, the girl's attitude suddenly became serious, which made Sukan admire her a bit. He had initially thought she'd reject the trade and was ready to stop altogether. But now Sukan suddenly felt a hint of interest in this girl. Seeing that this girl indeed posted the soil in the shop and that it was indeed of silver grade, even Sukan couldn't help but praise her. Having such a large quantity and high-grade soil, it's hard to tell whether she is lucky or unlucky. After all, resources of this level would be more useful if converted into other commonly used items. However, the soil seems quite useless. Just looking at the seed drop rates of other survivors, farming is a dead end. Otherwise, this girl wouldn't have let go of these these supplies. She probably intended to sell them at a high price, but unfortunately, no one was buying. It was only after finally encountering someone like Su Kan, who recognizes their value, that she decided to sell everything. Her pricing is very precise, and she also has her own limits. She's the kind who would rather not do business than lose money and be played for a fool. Alright, I'll take it. Su Kan immediately adjusted his price, changing it to 1,100 units of wood in exchange for 2 barrels of soil. The girl swiftly agreed to the deal. Note, doing business with you has been a pleasure. Nice to meet you. My name is Yen Xiaoxi. Maybe we'll meet in real life someday, and I hope we can continue to collaborate then. Yen Xiaoxi. Su Kan quite admired this girl as well. She was straightforward and efficient in doing business, ensuring fair transactions where no one suffered a loss. This win-win approach made it acceptable to both parties. The level of rationality this girl displayed had already surpassed that of many survivors. Other survivors are either still resorting to deceit or randomly setting prices, resulting in the lack of clear pricing for graded supplies in the market. For the current market, graded supplies being openly priced are still rare, making it impossible to accurately analyze their value through the market. So, the fact that this girl is able to pinpoint the right price also indicates that her intelligence and rationality surpass the average person. No wonder she has managed to survive until now and still retain supplies of this grade. She must have unique survival techniques. However, it was just a brief chat. Neither party had seen the other, so it's still a bit early to draw conclusions. If there's a chance, I'd really like to meet this girl named Yin Xiaoxi. Her name sounds quite pleasant, though I wonder what she looks like. The sunlight radiating over the vast ocean is extremely intense. I imagine many survivors are now tanned to the point of resembling little coal balls. It's said that fair skin covers all flaws, while dark skin ruins everything. Such a capable girl's appearance is probably. Perhaps it was because he hadn't seen a girl, or even anyone else, for so long that his mind was filled with all sorts of random thoughts. However, Su Kan still silently remembered this name. Will there be a chance to meet in the future? Su Kan thought the possibility was very small and hoped this girl could live until then. The soil in hand must be put to good use. Su Kan took out 2 huge iron barrels from the store. These 2 iron barrels were indeed quite heavy. Su Kan even began to wonder how that girl managed to carry such heavy things onto the ship and keep them well preserved. As soon as the lid of the iron barrels was opened, the soil mixed with a peculiar fragrance immediately wafted out. Xiaobai eagerly ran over, plunging its head into the barrel, thinking that something delicious had been revealed again. But when it realized it was soil, it instantly showed a face full of disappointment, howling as if muttering that it was nothing at all. Little Black hopped over, tilted its head, and looked at the soil in the bucket, curiously studying it, wondering why this stuff smelled so good. Su Kan looked at the soil inside, which was quite orderly. The lid had never been opened before, so it seemed that the girl hadn't even bothered to check it after picking it up. For now, the first priority was to upgrade the barrel of soil with the silver grade. As for the half barrel of gold grade soil, it wasn't necessary. The soil he already has is of gold grade, so there's no need to upgrade it further, otherwise the nutrients might become unbalanced. Carefully examine the differences between these 2 types of soil. Gold grade soil is noticeably denser and has a deeper color. When grabbed by hand, one can clearly feel that silver grade soil is somewhat rough, seemingly containing many clumps of soil inside. Unlike the soil of gold grade, it feels really great, both delicate and. Take out the soil concentration modifier and pour it all into the silver grade iron barrel. This time, even more smoke emerged. The iron barrel on the ship was emitting thick green smoke, just like a smoke signal calling for help. Fortunately, the smoke wasn't unpleasant. It actually smelled quite nice. It seems the smoke will keep dispersing for a while. Little Black and Little White are lying beside the metal barrel, almost burying their heads in it. Just like they're addicted to smoking, these 2 are vigorously twitching their little noses, enjoying it to the point of rolling their eyes. Little White even blew out a smoke ring from its mouth. Little Black's feathers puffed up entirely. Why does it feel like 2 heavy smokers? Su Kan looked speechless and couldn't help muttering, what kind of image is this? If this were the previous world, they would have already been taken away for investigation by the law enforcement officers. Might as well ignore it for now. Catching fish and preparing breakfast is the real priority. Xiaobai had already caught 2 fish. With one more, they could start cooking. Soon, he pulled up a sea fish. He quickly prepared the sea fish and placed it on the fire rack, waiting for it to cook. As the aroma of the fish spread, Su Kan looked at Xiao Hei and Xiaobai, who seemed as if they were high, bouncing and jumping around. The fragrance of the food couldn't even drift over. A majestic polar bear of diamond rank and a golden eagle of diamond rank actually fancy this niche? At this moment, Su Kan noticed that the riding shark tied up at the stern by Xiaobai had already flipped over, revealing its belly and rolling its eyes. It was probably overwhelmed by the waves for too long and kicked the bucket. Xiaobai, go check on your mount. It's probably done for. Su Kan reminded this guy to quickly drag the shark ashore and cut it up for the store while it hadn't been dead for long. Currently, there's still a significant shortage of supplies, and relying solely on selling caught fish takes too much time. Shark meat is truly fragrant and valuable. A single shark is worth as as much as 20 sea fish, so Suken is still more interested in sharks. Roar roar roar. Xiaobai hurriedly left the iron barrel, dove into the sea, swam to the shark and patted its head. Seeing that the shark didn't respond at all, its body almost stiff, Xiaobai quickly dragged the shark onto the boat. Just as Xiaobai untied the rope around the shark's neck, the shark suddenly flipped over, opened its gaping jaws, and ferociously lunged at Xiaobai. Goodness, it's pretending to be dead. So it turns out it was conserving energy in the sea. As expected, after being tormented by Xiaobai for so long, this shark has grown somewhat smarter. This is probably what biological evolution looks like. Xiaobai decisively enlarged the spiked club and landed several blows, knocking the shark unconscious. This time, it wasn't pretending to be dead, it really kicked the bucket. Xiaobai quickly sliced up the shark, which Suken stored in the warehouse. Ah! Xiaobai grumbled discontentedly. After all the effort to tame a mount, it turned out to be so disobedient serves it right to become food. Suken was somewhat speechless, daring to use a shark as a mount. You might just be the first bear in the entire ocean. The green mist from the soil improvement process had gradually dissipated, and the aroma of the fish grew increasingly rich. Time to dig in. Little Black and Little White, seemingly triggered by the scent of the soil, suddenly developed a massive appetite and quickly devoured the fish. After the hearty meal, Suken went to the soil. It was time to reasonably allocate and plant it. Golden grade soil, it contains several times the nutrients of ordinary soil. Even dying plants have a chance of survival, and even regular seeds will yield crops with nutrition far beyond that of comparable agricultural produce upon maturity. The soil improvement and upgrade were successful, and the half bucket of soil was first evenly distributed into the wooden tubs used for planting crops. Anyway, having more soil won't harm the plants, so it was temporarily placed in those wooden tubs. If there isn't enough soil later, it can be redistributed. After allocation, a small half bucket of soil was still left and set aside for now. 3 large 2 by 2 meter wooden tubs were made, and the soil was suddenly allocated into 2 of these tubs. Next, it's time to consider what to plant. If only grapes and cabbages are planted, then a wooden tub can hold at most 6 cabbages. However, if pear trees are planted along with cabbages and grapes, the resources can also be maximized and utilized efficiently. The most important thing is to use up all the seeds on hand. Currently, there are still 7 pear tree seeds available. The other seeds will have to wait until the fruits ripen before they can be harvested. For now, only pear tree seeds are on hand. First, the pears need to be planted, and later, some seeds can be purchased from the store. After that, I'll think about how to distribute them into the wooden pots. A golden cudgel was taken out and transformed into a small shovel, then small holes were dug in the wooden pots. The seeds were buried in the holes and the soil was covered. Xiaobai was asked to bring over a big bucket of water, and the water was poured into the wooden pots. As the soil became moist and its color deepened, everything seemed pretty much fine. Currently, I already have 10 pear trees, and when they bear fruit, there will surely be a bountiful harvest. The planting area occupies almost the majority of the ship's space. It now resembles a garden, completely separated from the living and industrial areas. This also gives the feeling of seclusion in the countryside. The vibrant and colorful garden is extraordinarily beautiful, and its abundant vitality has brought the otherwise lifeless ship back to life. Walking in to admire the crops he had planted, the pear trees differed from the usual dark brown trunks he had seen before. These platinum-grade pear trees were entirely white like jade, with strands of green vitality etched within, feeling incredibly smooth and comfortable to the touch. It was as if they had undergone millions of years of petrification and polishing, with branches and leaves carrying golden streaks that made the pear trees appear even more extraordinary. Not only the pear trees, but the grapevines were also very beautiful. The grapevine is entirely purple gold, serving as both an embellishment and an indispensable beauty in this garden. Just as a dragon must have its eyes dotted to bring its spirit to life. The watermelon vines on the ground resemble jade, vividly green and spotlessly pure, perfectly complementing the dark wooden floor. Standing in this garden feels like returning to a rural mountain village, while also hearing the roaring waves of the sea and feeling the sea breeze blowing directly toward you. The scent of countryside and the sea blends perfectly together. Suken hurriedly noticed that his mood had become much more joyful, while Little Black and Little White were more restless and couldn't feel this tranquil comfort. At this moment, Little White had its mind full of thoughts about taming another shark as a mount, and this time it was determined to tame it obediently. Such a life is simply too pleasant and comfortable, if only it could continue like this forever. But unfortunately, this is ocean survival competition. To enjoy a comfortable life, one must endure crises and the torment of hardships. It's likely that those survivors who landed on the island have already gathered resources by now. It's about time to head to the shop for a round of purchases. Currently, there's a significant shortage of seeds. Took out 100 pieces of wood for a small trial to see if it's possible to buy some vegetable seeds. Take out the parchment book, post your request for purchasing vegetables, and wait patiently. Then, what should I do next? It seems there's nothing much to do. Fishing, perhaps. Seeing Little Black and Little White idling around nearby, simply let one go play in the sky and the other go play in the sea. me. Anyway, staying on the boat and watching them being bored makes him feel quite annoyed as well. The main problem is these two making a racket by his ears whenever they're idle. This greatly disrupts his fishing mood. Little Black was already restless. Watching Little White mumble incessantly beside it, it simply dashed into the sky, flying around nearby. Little White jumped up in frustration. It also wanted to fly up and play. Why didn't it have wings? Taking a quick glance at the sea, which seemed completely empty, Xiaobai crouched on the ground angrily, resting its chin in a sorrowful and sentimental manner. Why isn't there even a single shark? Where are the sharks? Where did they all go? Sukan couldn't be bothered to respond, holding a fishing rod while meditating with his eyes closed. On a sharkless day, Xiaobai could only lie flat on its back on the boat, staring at the sky as Xiaohei flew farther and farther away, leaving it in a daze. The fishing rod sank. Sukan opened his eyes and forcibly swung the fish onto the boat, landing squarely on Xiaobai's face. Xiaobai, furious, jumped up and knocked the fish unconscious, swiftly cleaned it up and carried it to the fire rack. Hey, didn't you just finish eating? Can't you let me save some? Sukan shot a disgruntled look. So whenever bored, it's all about eating, huh? This guy is really something. Ow ow. Little White grinned mischievously and made a funny face. It had suddenly found joy in life and decided to invent new delicacies, aiming to become a top-tier bear chef of the ocean. Sukan, feeling bored, took out the parchment book and opened the radar page. Sukan wasn't worried about it leaving him. The loyalty of pets was extremely reliable. The only concern was whether it would encounter danger. Looking at the radar, the small black dot was not far from him, circling around the ship. Seeing it staying close by, he felt relieved and prepared to close the parchment book. At that moment, a black patch suddenly appeared at the edge of the parchment book. As the black patch became clearer, it turned out to be an island. This completely caught Sukan off guard. He never expected to encounter an island in such a place. Wouldn't the resources become scarcer and almost non-existent when reaching the outskirts of the starting island? How could a valuable resource like an island appear in such a godforsaken place? After spotting the island, Little Black immediately flew toward it. It was scouting this island in advance, and judging by the size of the ship and the island, this island was larger than those encountered before. If Little Black wants to finish scouting the island and then fly back to the ship, it will at least have to wait until nightfall to get it done. The sails were adjusted, heading towards the island. Anyway, this is just passing by. The deviation is not too far, and resources on the island are absolutely not to be missed. Seeing that this will still take some time, it's better to continue fishing for now. Otherwise, we'll just watch Xiaobai acting crazy over there. Xiaobai, your sister has found an island. We'll be there soon, and you'll have something fun to do. Sukan thought it over and decided to let this guy know, so it wouldn't act like a lunatic, lying there and howling incoherently to itself. Howl howl howl. Xiaobai immediately got excited upon hearing there was an island and quickly stood up, looking into the distance. You can't see it yet, it's still very far. Sukan glanced at it helplessly and tossed the fish from the fishing rod onto the boat. Not bad, a bluefin tuna. Better conserve your energy before landing on the island. This is the last island before heading to the ruins. Who knows? There might be a major discovery or rare resources to collect. This will also allow Sukan to make more thorough preparations. First, eat to your fill, then leave a fish for Xiaohei. When bored, you can check out others chatting. He took out the parchment book and opened the survivor chat public screen. After the previous news surfaced, I wonder how those survivors are doing now. They must have gotten quite a lot of good stuff, right? By the way, did you guys find any treasures on the island? That treasure spot mentioned by the guy last time, a lot of people got good stuff there, but I tried several times, and the seabed is just too deep. I could barely make it halfway down before running out of breath. Don't even bring it up. In the deep sea area near the island I landed on, there were several sharks there. I wasted a lot of bait trying to lure them away. Not only did I not find any treasure, but I also burned through a ton of food supplies. In the end, I couldn't dive deep enough because of the water depth either. Hee. Although I wasted a bit of bait, I successfully dove down and retrieved a silver tier blueprint from the chest. All thanks to that big shot's selfless sharing of the intel. My luck was pretty good. I actually got a gold tier ship plank upgrade blueprint. But upgrading the ship plank requires materials worth 20 times more than ordinary planks. The price is seriously a bit terrifying. Whoa, your luck is off the charts. But can you even afford the upgrade? 20 times the wood? How long would you have to save up for that? I don't even dare to imagine. Ha, buddy, have you activated the blueprint yet? If not, you might as well sell it. I'd be happy to help take that headache off your hands. Go die. If I hadn't activated it, how would I know the requirements were so high? Keep it up, big shot. Such a great blueprint stuck in your hands. If it were me, I'd rather die. What a waste of such a treasure. Sukan couldn't help but laugh. Why did he feel that these survivors were so amusing? The survivors who didn't get the blueprint were extremely envious, while those who did were deeply troubled. Survivors who have never even seen an island are better off focusing only on how to survive tomorrow because they have no other choice. Hope often carries heavier burdens of pressure, a kind of pressure that ordinary people can't endure. Sukan couldn't help but smile without speaking. It's like those wealthy individuals who spend spend their days worrying about how to make their companies grow better. In the end, they focus solely on development, without ever getting a chance to enjoy life, and eventually pass away just like that. Even those living at the lowest level fare better. Though they only think about eating and drinking every day and earn a meager wage, they still ponder how to find joy in such a life. None of this has anything to do with Su-kan. Su-kan now thinks about how to enjoy life, how to achieve better development, things that are beyond the comprehension of people at their level. From observing the survivors' conversations, it seems no one has yet discovered that stone painting, nor has anyone understood the legacy and notes left behind by the disaster. It seems that this natural disaster matter really only left that one piece. Just as Su-kan was pondering, he saw Xiaohei flying back from afar. Woo-wah woo-wah! Xiaohei folded its wings and swooped down from the sky, quickly landing back on the ship. Coming up to Su-kan, it excitedly reported its discovery and affectionately rubbed against his leg. Xiaobai was so annoyed that he cried out, "It's just an island. Is there really a need to act like you've discovered treasure?" Xiaohei proudly raised its head, rolling its eyes at Xiaobai as if to say, "If you can do it, go ahead." These two immediately started bickering again. Su-kan speechlessly stopped them, urging them not to argue. The priority now is to quickly head to the island. "I say, you two, quiet down for a moment. Let's go check out the island first." It was already about to get dark, and the boat was soon approaching the island. The urgent task is to observe the appearance of the island before nightfall and ask Xiaohei to clarify whether the island is worth landing on. Woo-wah woo-wah! Xiaohei hurriedly began reporting to Su-kan. Little Black first informed Su-kan of the exact location. It didn't matter if the ship veered off course. In Little Black's mind, the precise route was etched clearly. As long as it flew a loop around, it would never forget the direction of the island. After hearing Little Black's report on the direction, Su-kan rubbed its little head, expressing that it had done a good job. Little White sulked jealously on the side, even opening its mouth to gently bite Su-kan's hand, trying to make him take his hand off Little Black's head, looking quite displeased. What was there to be proud of? Little White, stop making a fuss. If it weren't for Little Black guiding us with the route, we would have missed the island if we kept going like this. It made a huge contribution. Su-kan also stroked Little White's head to comfort it. Little Black, on the other hand, was much more magnanimous. It glanced smugly at Little White and let out a triumphant woo-ah, as if saying, "Loser." If it weren't for Su-kan pulling them apart, these two would probably have started fighting directly. All right, stop messing around, hurry up and eat. Feeling speechless, Su-kan quickly shifted the topic to food to prevent these two from actually fighting. The grilled fish was now ready, and the two were fighting over it to eat. Xiaobai even snatched food from others, not only eating his own but also trying to steal Xiaohei's. Xiaohei taught him a lesson, leaving his head covered in lumps. Now that Xiaohei's wings have grown, outside, Xiaohei can use his flying speed to circle around Xiaobai. Xiaobai is no match for him and can only grudgingly take the beating. Su-kan saw that these two were simply uncontrollable and decided not to bother stopping them anymore, letting them go as they pleased. According to Xiaohei's reminder, the island is still far from the ship, and even upon arrival, it would not be possible to land in the dark. Can only wait until tomorrow morning to go to the island again. Went straight to the lounge chair to rest, reading the parchment book while fishing. Slept a bit too much during the day, so might as well fish and chat to pass the time. At this moment, Su-kan remembered there was still something left undone. Looking at the research glasses on the table, the vase on the table had already been successfully studied. Walking over to take a closer look, the vase was quite beautiful, engraved with emerald green patterns and incredibly intricate. Though it was made of wood, it looked as elegant as a porcelain vase. It made the dining table almost complete with decoration. Su-kan picked some flowers and arranged them into a bouquet in the vase, filling it with vibrant, colorful blossoms and adding a lively touch to the table. It looks pretty good. Su-kan looked at his masterpiece, feeling quite satisfied. At least it still served some purpose, especially for those who enjoy life, as the atmosphere can make life more refined. Su-kan stared at the research mirror in front of him, pondering whether he could research something more practical. After all, this thing was just decoration sitting here. Why not put it to work? Even if the research wasn't groundbreaking, what if a great idea struck and something interesting could be developed? Just like these survivors in the ocean, what if they happened to stumble upon some good resources? This research glasses can be used to study a variety of directions. Su-kan sat at the desk, his fingers softly tapping it as he contemplated what he could possibly do. At that moment, inspiration struck Su-kan. Could 1 + 1 be greater than 2? Could he combine different items of the same material to create something even more durable? Took out a piece of hemp rope and palm leaves, placing them on the table. Putting on his glasses to check the data, this time it wasn't a question mark but indicated that these two items could be combined. Hemp rope, palm leaves. Research for 24 hours to produce a fireproof or resistant, ultra-durable rope. Su-kan's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed his thought direction was correct. The ropes made from palm leaves in the past were easily worn out, and the hemp rope that had been used until now was severely worn after a few encounters with sharks by Xiaobai. If the rope were to snap at a critical moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, ropes are generally used for either climbing rocks or tying up some relatively important supplies, so their sturdiness must be ensured. 24 hours isn't too long. Take your time to study it. Suken was also pondering if there might be something more practical to use. The vast ocean sank into darkness, with only a small boat moving swiftly under the glow of lanterns and the living rack. To ensure that every corner of the boat was illuminated, Suken specially made 6 more lanterns, so now each segment of the boat had a lantern. The whole boat was now bright, and since Suken still had over 100 portions of shark fat left, why not use it? Even if it runs out, he could simply hunt more sharks in the future. Looking at the island not far away, Suken instructed Xiaobai to drop the anchor and wait until morning to go ashore. The next day, the weather was extremely hot, with the autumn tiger's heat pushing temperatures to a stifling level. Luckily, Suken's clothes could regulate temperature, otherwise, he'd probably have to stay in the sea swimming all the time in this weather. Xiaohei and Xiaobai fared better. One ran off to the sea to cool down, the other soared through the sky. Suken stretched lazily after opening the door and got to work on completing all the tasks he needed to do. First, tidy up your garden properly, trim some excess branches and leaves, and then water each wooden pot. After watering all the plants, process the sea fish caught yesterday and throw them onto the cooking rack for grilling. Woo-wah, woo-wah. Xiaohei quickly descended from the distant sky, excitedly running back to Suken's side and affectionately rubbing against his leg. It had gone to observe the island early in the morning. According to its report, this island is relatively safe, and the resources are quite abundant. Looking at the massive island not far away, the jungle on it was very dense. From a distance, the entire island appeared lush and green, indicating that timber resources must be plentiful. Suken realized a problem. It seemed that the islands he encountered were getting larger each time. Could it really just be luck? I don't know which part of the starting island this place is located in, and I wonder if other survivors will come here again. It feels like the possibility is quite small now. There isn't a trace of supplies on the surrounding sea, and as for the sharks, they've completely vanished without a trace. This place is already in a completely different region from where the other survivors are located. Other survivors and their paths have already been completely divided. Could this be considered a groundbreaking exploration to pave the way? At least from this moment on, the gap between Suken and the other survivors is about to officially widen. He must take advantage of his current lead to completely push this gap further. The exploration paths of other survivors seem structured, providing them with certain island resources based on their survival success, while only he is truly exploring. So, it's absolutely impossible for any other survivors to come to this place. Let's eat something first. It's better to set off with a full stomach. Noticing that Xiaobai was not on the boat, I looked around the vessel. I saw a rope tied to the stern of the boat, with its other end attached to a piece of wood. Xiaobai was lying on the wood, enjoying the coolness of the seawater amidst the waves. That guy truly knows how to have fun. No wonder this fellow wanted a piece of wood yesterday. Turns out it was for this kind of play. Xiaobai's body was being wildly washed by the waves, its fur completely soaked and sticking to its body, making it look exactly like a large seal. Come up and eat. Suken waved at it. Roar, roar, roar. Little Bai excitedly climbed off the timber and quickly returned to the boat along the rope. It shook all the water off its body. Since its size was too large and it used quite a bit of force, the water from its body ended up splashing onto Little Hay. Little Black angrily screamed and ran with the help of its wings, aiming straight at Little White's bottom and kicking repeatedly. Xiaobai saw Xiaohei dripping wet and scratched his head awkwardly. Xiaobai lowered his head this time and let Xiaohei scold him for a while, only muttering softly, "I didn't do it on purpose, you're just too grumpy when you wake up." After a long commotion, the two guys finally trotted off to eat. Suken shook his head helplessly, picked up a fish and placed it on the plate, then began to eat. After enjoying a delicious breakfast, Suken instructed Xiaobai to pull up the anchor, allowing the boat to swiftly head toward the massive island. As they drew closer to the island, Suken noticed something unusual. First of all, putting aside the usual appearance of islands they had landed on before, common sense dictates that islands by the sea must have beaches. While this one also had a beach, it didn't quite look like sand. The closer they got, the more apparent it became that the dense green jungle was thinning out. Not only are the beaches covered with yellow soil and rocks, but the entire island seems to be made up of stones and soil, with many unevenly sized small hills. These small hills all bear obvious fracture marks, as if they had collapsed and separated from a larger mountain. Could it be that a natural disaster once occurred on this island, causing the mountains and soil to crack apart, and with the erosion of seawater, it eventually turned into this? However, Suken clearly remembered that the island affected by the earthquake during the last natural disaster returned to its original state the very next day. It seems that after leaving the newborn island, everything has become unusual. This is indeed a good thing, further confirming that Su Xie has completely left Chusheng Island. However, there is now a problem. The ship cannot continue forward. A large expanse of water ahead is filled with reefs of various sizes and huge rocks. Due to the ship being too large, it cannot navigate through the middle of the rocks. This place is hard to understand at a glance. Even though no one would come here, it's still not ideal to stop the ship in such a complex area. it just doesn't feel reassuring. Now already far from the origin island, this sea area cannot guarantee safety. Being near the shore would feel much more secure. However, if the sea area is unsafe, does that necessarily mean the island will be safe? Sukan felt conflicted and even had thoughts of giving up landing on this island. Nevertheless, this island's circumstances were completely unfamiliar. Sukan was very curious about this island far from origin island. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat, but there's also another saying, the bold are rewarded, while the timid starve. Walking around near this pirate, I discovered a steep cliff ahead. Stopping here seems like a good spot. Sukan thought for a moment, then pulled over Xiao Hei and told it that he would make a rope in a moment. He instructed it to take the other end of the rope, fly up to the top of the cliff, and tie the rope to a tree or a large rock up there. Woo-wah woo-wah. Little Black immediately expressed understanding. Sukan glanced at the palm leaves in the warehouse, and this glance left him startled. There were actually 1,685 palm leaves. He didn't expect there to be so many. Normally, no matter what is being crafted, palm leaves are rarely used, so unknowingly, quite a lot had been accumulated. Looking at this cliff, it's approximately 100 meters high. Since there are plenty of palm leaves, I simply exchanged for 300 meters of rope. After all, it can be used separately, so there's no fear of wasting it. Sukan cut the rope in half and tied it to the bow and stern of the boat respectively. 2 ropes would make things more secure. First, he adjusted the position of the sail, trying to get the boat as close to the edge of the cliff as possible. Then he dropped the anchor and securely tied the ropes to the bow and stern. He lowered the sail to prevent strong winds from increasing the force needed for his boat to break free, worrying that the ropes might snap under the strain. As the anchor dropped into the sea and the ship stabilized, Sukan cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei, with its iron hook-like claws, gripped 2 ropes tightly. It suddenly spread its wings wide and soared into the sky with immense force. Whether intentionally or not, the wind stirred by its wings during takeoff ruffled Xiao Bai's fur into utter chaos, a disheveled bear in the wind. Roar! Xiao Bai raised his head angrily and shouted, "You mangy bird, how dare you bully me, a bear? I'll break your wings someday." Sukan ignored it, focusing instead on carefully observing this island. The shape of the island was quite peculiar, featuring 2 tall mountains whose forms resembled 2 bulls. Come into the bull? Sukan's mouth twitched slightly, dismissing his chaotic thoughts. The coiled rope on the ship was quickly pulled, and as the 2 ropes became taut, it indicated that Xiao Hei was using its claws to tighten the ropes. Considering the possibility that the ropes might not be sturdy enough, using 2 ropes made it more secure. Coupled with the fixed anchor, it was now finally reassuring. "Xiao Bai, we should head up too." Sukan leapt up, his body instantly soaring several meters high. He grabbed the rope with one hand, swiftly ascending, and the combat suit fully showcased the muscular lines on his arms. The muscles on Sukan's body weren't bulky but appeared as though sculpted by ocean waves, with extraordinarily graceful contours. This sudden leap even startled Sukan himself. He felt his body light and effortless, almost without exerting much strength. He could even remain airborne, relying solely on his 2 hands to move up and down the rope. Stepping on the rope with both feet, the speed and movements were akin to bending over and sprinting on the rope. It seems Xiao Bai has augmented its strength again, which is also related to its significant evolution. This is still just its cub phase, so one can only imagine how terrifying the strength Xiao Bai could enhance in its mature phase. But then, who's ever seen a polar bear cub over 3 meters tall? Xiao Bai watched Sukan climb quickly with envy, but it was still a bit afraid of heights, cowering while touching the rope, repeatedly battling inner conflicts. "Xiao Bai, if you don't want me to kick you back later, you'd better climb up here obediently right now." Sukan paused in mid-air, turned around, and gave it a warning. If this one isn't given a bit of a lesson, it will never be able to overcome its inner fear. Ow! Little White seemed to recall the experience of being kicked off the cliff last time. In a flurry of panic, it quickly scrambled up the rope, looking like a wild boar gone berserk. It couldn't care less about its North Star demeanor. Who needs demeanor? Survival comes first. In less than a minute, they were already near the edge of the steep cliff. Sukan forcefully swung his body, leaping into the air and drawing a beautiful arc before landing lightly on the edge of the cliff. Xiao Bai was still huffing and puffing as it climbed up quickly. When it was almost up, Sukan grabbed its bare paw and gave it a strong pull, tossing it up as well. Xiao Bai lay on the ground, panting heavily, then mustered up some courage to crawl to the edge of the cliff to look down. Just one glance made it tremble uncontrollably all over. "Woo-wah woo-wah." Little Black rarely refrained from mocking it. Instead, it praised it. "Stupid bear, your courage has grown quite a bit." Little White raised its head proudly and strutted forward with an air of superiority, howling, "Of course, this bear is the elite of the bear world." Sukan surveyed the scene on the island. The 2 bowl-shaped mountains in front of him were covered with green vegetation, which, upon closer inspection, turned out to be mostly cacti and similar plants. So from a distance, this island appears to be covered in green vegetation and trees, but it turns out they are all plants that typically grow in deserts. These foods cannot be collected, as almost every part of the island is covered in brown rocks, making the island incredibly desolate. At a glance, no resources that can be gathered are visible, and in the open area ahead, there are only 2 or 3 palm trees. This island cannot sustain any valuable plants, and its resources are undoubtedly scarce. Xiao Hei, fly over this island. I want to carefully observe the full view of it. Su Can took out the parchment book, opened the radar page, and wanted to take a closer look to see if the rest of the island was like what he saw in front of him. Maybe there are resources in other places. Oh. Xiao Bai pointed at Xiao Hei, then pointed at the sky, placing its hands on its hips and commanding, "Fly for me." Xiao Hei completely ignored it, spread its wings, and soared straight into the sky, quickly reaching above the island. As it flew higher and higher, it continuously circled above the island. Su Can carefully observed the scene from the parchment. Just as expected, although the island was very large, most of the greenery was useless and could not be harvested. Now we can only count on the mysterious safe. Maybe there's still something good inside. Just afraid there might not even be a safe. Let's go, let's look for it. What if we get super lucky? Su Can immediately dashed down the mountain at an incredible speed, his figure swiftly leaping among the rocks. Xiao Bai, seeing its master's astonishing speed, showed an envious posture. It immediately dropped to all fours and quickly followed. After all, it was still a bear, and using all 4 paws allowed it to move even faster. Xiao Hei spread its wings and soared into the sky, swiftly darting above Su Can's head to keep up. However, it was also astonished as it observed its master's figure, which was not at all inferior to its own flying speed. 1 person, 1 bear, and 1 eagle dashed through the rocky terrain like lightning and thunder, their figures constantly vanishing amidst the various thickets. The sound of wind breaking roared past them, making it clear just how incredible their speed had become. Su Can sprinted quickly while observing everything around him. All around were brown soil and rocks, making everything on the island appear extremely desolate. He couldn't help but secretly wonder if he had strayed too far off course, causing this island to fall outside the resource refresh zone. Was that why the island was so barren? Not only was there no resource to be found on the sea, but now even the island itself had nothing. Couldn't they provide some special compensation for those who discover bugs? After searching for a long time without finding even a feather, Su Can, in frustration, aimed a kick at a palm tree, breaking it and immediately storing it in his inventory. Harvested wood, 20. Moving forward again, this desolate mountain has nothing at all. No, I feel somewhat unwilling to give up. Let's go check out another bowl-shaped desolate mountain. When luck is at its worst, never lose hope. Maybe taking a step forward, you'll be even more disappointed. Su Can refused to believe in such bad luck. On such a large island, there had to be some resources to discover. The palm trees were the best proof of that. Reaching another hilltop, Xiao Bai suddenly let out 2 sharp howls, came to an abrupt stop, and kicked up a cloud of dust flying everywhere. When the dust finally settled, Xiao Bai's figure had already vanished from the spot. In the nearby jungle, a path of withered trees and cacti had been trampled flat. Found something good? Su Can's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, it was a treasure hunting pet it could manage even in this desolate place. However, looking at the trail of scattered cacti, Su Can and Xiao Hei exchanged a silent glance, already able to imagine Xiao Bai looking like a porcupine. Let's go, let's follow. Su Can immediately turned around and quickly chased in the direction where Xiao Bai had disappeared. Xiao Hei also closely followed behind Su Can. Since Xiao Bai cleared the way along the route, leaving no grass or obstacles in its path, Su Can didn't need to dodge cacti or other things, allowing him to move forward quickly. Although the combat suit could effectively block the cacti, the fact that these things ended up all over Xiao Bai was still a bit annoying, especially the cacti that were flung into the air at high speed when those spines hit the face and hands. It was somewhat painful, mainly because there were just so many of them. Su Can was practically sprinting through a pile of cacti along the way, with Xiao Bai closely following behind him. This was the only reason Xiao Bai managed to avoid a large number of cacti hitting him. No matter how good one's physique is, it's hard to handle such a massive amount of these things. Not far ahead, the dust finally began to settle. Xiao Bai suddenly braked hard, but due to inertia, the entire bear slid forward a good 10 meters. Little White stopped and started bouncing excitedly, turning around to wave at Su Can, signaling that it had found something good. Su Can walked up to it and stopped, looking ahead to see a large patch of grass. The vegetation in this area was incredibly lush, and there seemed to be quite a few vegetables inside. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be rapeseed flowers. In such a desolate place, something like this could actually grow. Su Can's eyes lit up slightly. This is a treasure. Not only can this thing be used for cooking, but it can also be pressed for oil. You have to know that Su Can had been feeling frustrated lately. Although the dishes cooked with the life raft were fragrant, they were still made with fish as the main ingredient. If there were vegetable oil to cook with, it would definitely make the dishes even more flavorful. It could also be used to fry fish and stir-fry vegetables. Vegetable oil is truly the soul of cooking. These rapeseed plants and weeds have grown together, and since this plot of land is beneath a massive rock, Xiao Hei's aerial reconnaissance happens to fall into a blind spot. No wonder I couldn't find it. Su Can smiled and wanted to rub Xiao Bai's head, but this little guy stood up straight. Alright, can't reach. Thinking of patting it somewhere else, but upon glancing at this little guy, it was about to turn into a cactus, still still grinning foolishly with its mouth wide open. Xiaohei hopped around Xiaobai, teasing it for looking like a hedgehog. Ow! Little White disdainfully curled its lips, clumsily using its two bare paws to pluck the thorns off its body. But it was too chubby, unable to reach many places, especially its back. Watching it struggle to touch its own back but failing, it anxiously spun around in circles. This left Little White utterly frustrated, howling incessantly, almost on the verge of tears. Now you realize how fat you are. Su Ken was both amused and exasperated by Xiaobai, quickly stepping forward with Xiaohei to help. Truly, an interesting soul weighing over 300 pounds. Xiaobai's weight could be even more interesting than 4 or 5 interesting souls combined. Roar, roar, roar. Xiaobai roared angrily, turning its head to slap Xiaohei. The cactus thorns didn't hurt, but that bite from your lousy mouth was way too painful. Little Black apologized with a comforting sound, anthropomorphically scratching its head with its wing, and carefully used both claws and beak to help clean the thorns off its body. It took quite a while to remove all the thorns from Little White. Woo! Xiaobai plopped down on the ground, panting heavily as it watched Su Ken go pick vegetables. It was feeling utterly exhausted now. After running all the way without feeling tired, it was now completely frustrated by a bunch of thorns. Harvest Platinum Grade Rapeseed Flower. Platinum Grade Rapeseed Flower Seed X1. Platinum Grade Rapeseed Flower. Su Ken felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. It seemed that this trip to the island was definitely worth it, being able to obtain such high-grade vegetables. As the news of the harvest kept coming in, not a single one of these vegetables could be left behind. In such a desolate place, even if he didn't pick them, no other survivors would likely come here in the short term. By the time they arrived, these vegetables would probably have rotted away. Getting the vegetables certainly put Su Ken in a great mood, but more importantly, he could obtain rapeseeds. This was the key to providing him with an endless supply of cooking oil. Anyway, there's so much golden grade soil now that it's practically unused. These seeds perfectly fill the gap in the wooden tubs. If you were to buy seeds of this grade from the store, it would definitely cost a lot. Even if other survivors aren't interested in farming right now, a high grade alone makes it impossible to be cheap. A total of 6 rapeseed flowers were harvested, along with 6 seeds. That's about it. There's nothing else worth searching for on this island. Let's head to another place and take a look. Su Ken, feeling satisfied, prepared to leave this place. Xiaobai immediately got up from the ground and followed its master's steps. Xiaohei on the tree suddenly spread its wings and followed. Xiaohei hovered in mid-air, hesitating for a moment, its eagle eyes fixed intently on a spot in the distance, but it still followed its master's steps. Su Ken sprinted forward quickly, his body suddenly leaping as he grabbed a withered tree trunk in front of him with one hand. After spinning swiftly around the trunk, his entire body was flung forward. At the very moment he landed, Xiaobai suddenly darted out, positioning itself directly in front of him. Xiaohei immediately dove down from the sky, folding its wings as it landed in front of Su Ken. The two pets looked unusually serious for the first time. Su Ken looked at them with some confusion. What's going on? What are you doing? Xiaohei stared intently at a small hill in front of them, its gaze constantly scanning back and forth across the hillside. Xiaohei's wings instantly spread out to shield Su Ken, letting out an ear-piercing roar. Wah! This voice carried an extraordinary aura. It was the first time seeing Little Black with such a serious demeanor. The black and gold pattern on its wings became increasingly vivid and distinct. This form was clearly a combat state. Since the fiercest creatures encountered before were at most sharks, this form of Little Black had never been seen before. This also further illustrates that the ferocious creature encountered now far surpasses the ocean's apex predator, the shark. Not only has Xiaohei entered defense mode, Xiaobai's bear-like body instantly straightened. When it stood upright, its 2 feet stomped forcefully on the ground, letting out a long, resounding roar, roar. Awu. In that instant, the earth shook and the mountains trembled. A nearby rocky hill was directly shattered and split apart. The ground beneath Xiaobai's feet, in particular, had unexpectedly cracked into a web-like pattern. This was also the first time seeing Xiaobai's ferocity and the true power of his diamond-level polar bear form. Xiaobai's usual clumsy and adorable demeanor was completely gone, leaving only an awe-inspiring and majestic presence. Seeing these two acting so unusually, Su Ken also became cautious and immediately took out the golden cudgel, transforming it into the shape of a spear. What exactly is inside that small rocky hill ahead that has caused these two guys to end up in their current state? But since there is danger, they cannot be left to face it alone. It is only in times of danger that one can truly see how loyal pets are, something humans cannot even come close to. Moved by this, Su Ken also began to take the matter seriously. Xiaobai directly removed the wolf tooth club from the bracelet, enlarged it, and forcefully struck the ground with the club, letting out another loud roar. A massive rock on the ground was smashed into pieces. Su Ken discerned from their warning cries that there was something very dangerous hidden inside the stone mountain ahead. They were also issuing a threatening warning to whatever was inside. This stone mountain happened to block Su Ken's path, and he had to pass by its side to move forward. Therefore, the threats within this stone mountain must also be faced, otherwise, the exploration of this island would have to be abandoned. Although the resources on this island were not abundant, and Sukin did not hold much hope for the resources in other parts of the island, he was very interested in what might be inside this stone mountain. Could this be the key for Sukan to unveil the mysteries of this world? What exactly was this thing that made both Xiaohei and Xiaobai uneasy? Asked Little Black and Little White if they were confident in dealing with it. If the thing inside was truly too dangerous, Sukan would not hesitate to abandon his curiosity and immediately leave with Little Black and Little White. Whoa whoa whoa! Xiaobai shouted directly. Although it didn't know what was hidden inside, there was an aura that made it feel disgusted. Destroy it, destroy it, destroy it! Xiaobai was single-mindedly determined to rush over and fight with the guy inside. Xiaohei, on the other hand, told Sukan that the guy inside was very dangerous, but they were not afraid. The aura inside made it feel equally disgusted. Let's go take a look. Sukan also had a sense of confidence in his heart. Since Xiaohei and Xiaobai were confident, there was nothing to fear. This was also a way to gauge strength, even though his power and speed were faster than Xiaobai's. But if the things inside posed a threat to them, Sukan would never risk his companions. There were still so many unknowns in this world. Having just stepped out of the birth island, it was better to remain cautious. Just as Sukan was about to walk over, he saw small stones continuously falling from the nearby small rocky hill. The entrance to a cave gradually revealed itself. This cave was not small at all, appearing to be at least 4 or 5 meters high. One could only imagine what kind of massive creature was hidden inside and why it was hiding there. Stones kept scattering and flying everywhere, as if there was a very ferocious creature inside desperately trying to break out. It seems that the threats from Xiaohei and Xiaobai had no effect on it. Instead, they completely enraged the big creature inside. Sukan immediately held his spear cautiously and made Xiaohei and Xiaobai retreat a bit. Some flying rubble was casually kicked aside and shattered with the spear. What exactly is hiding in here? Sukan murmured to himself, not feeling the slightest fear, and even faintly sensing a trace of excitement in his heart. After all, this would be a type of animal he had never encountered before. Sukan also wanted to test just how formidable the creatures of the outside world could be. As Sukan's anticipation grew, the pile of rubble at the entrance of the small stone cave was completely shattered. A dark figure emerged, standing over 4 meters tall, with a physique that looked almost identical to Xiaobai's. That figure was different from Xiaobai. Xiaobai's body was all flab, while this guy was covered in bulging muscles. His body was also marked with countless scars and dried bloodstains. Xiaohei and Xiaobai immediately came to stand in front of Sukan, cautiously preparing to defend. What are you doing? I'm not some pushover. Do you have any confidence now? If there's even the slightest issue, we'll run immediately. Sukan believed that even if he couldn't beat this guy, escaping would definitely not be a problem. After all, his speed was undeniably solid. Even the slowest, Xiaobai, with its plump body at full speed, could almost leave a few afterimages behind. Wah! Seeing Xiaohei and Xiaobai's fighting spirit growing stronger, Sukan didn't continue asking. Xiaobai forcefully scraped the ground, roaring as he charged forward with his wolf tooth club. Xiaohei suddenly leaped into the air, swiftly flying toward the big guy. The moment he approached the cave, Sukan finally saw clearly what was inside. It turned out to be a gigantic black bear. Could this creature be considered the same species as Little White? However, the black bear in front of him looked quite different from the black bears he had known before. In his understanding, black bears were never this large. This one's size was absolutely terrifying. Standing nearly 5 meters tall, its massive figure was like a colossal beast. Coupled with the scars and bloodstains on its body, it appeared extremely frightening. Moreover, half of this black bear's face was exposed, entirely skeletal, with no flesh at all, and the bones were stained with blood. This made its appearance extremely eerie and terrifying, with its muscles even protruding through its skin. Strands of red muscular veins made it appear very massive and powerful. How could there be a black bear in this place, and what could have injured it like this? Sukan took a deep breath, not thinking too much. The priority was to deal with this thing first. Before seeing what it was, Sukan was still a bit worried, in case he couldn't handle it again. But upon seeing that it was just a black bear, could it possibly be stronger than a diamond-level polar bear? Although he wasn't very worried, he still maintained a certain level of vigilance. The black bear roared and charged out of the cave, standing upright and pounding its chest with its fists to display its strength. However, before it could finish showing off, Little White had already appeared in front of it, smashing a spiked club down hard on its head. The black bear's head tilted slightly, and a large chunk of flesh and blood was torn from its face by the spiked club. In a fight between similar creatures, Sukan naturally wasn't worried about Little White, who was armed. Its spiked club was of diamond grade, and no creature could remain unafraid of its power. However, this strike was still beyond Sukan's expectations. In his memory, even a thick-skinned shark would be dazed for quite a while after taking such a blow, but this creature merely tilted its head and suffered a minor flesh wound. This level of resilience seemed to match the defensive capabilities of that mutated shark from the ocean. It seemed that this time he had once again encountered a troublesome opponent. The black bear suddenly rose up in resistance, throwing a punch at Little White. Little White's other paw clutched its claw tightly, roaring roaring as it pushed the black bear several meters away. At this moment, Little Black dove down sharply, its two hooked talons gripping the black bear's arm tightly, forcibly tearing off a large chunk of flesh. The black bear's eyes turned blood red, growing even more furious. The pain did not cause it any panic but instead intensified its violent temper. The black bear's true form was already terrifying enough, and with those blood-red eyes, it became even more horrifying. The more the black bear fought, the more reckless it became. As its body sustained injuries in various places, it seemed to abandon all defense and fought desperately against Xiaohei and Xiaobai. "Be careful!" Su Can immediately shouted a warning to them. From their fight, it was clear that the black bear posed no threat to Xiaohei and Xiaobai. The black bear in its desperate rampage state would inevitably sustain some injuries, so Su Can instructed Xiaohei and Xiaobai to just keep it occupied. Su Can stood to the side without taking action immediately, instead observing patiently. Xiaobai's spiked club left the black bear covered in wounds, but it couldn't deliver a fatal blow. Su Can rested his chin on his hand, pondering. It seemed that only by severing its central nerve could it be completely killed. But looking at the head of this black bear, even though its head was beaten into a bloody mess by Xiaobai, it still didn't affect its logical thinking. Could it be that the force of the attack wasn't strong enough? Or is it in the heart area? Xiaohei and Xiaobai wouldn't fight this reckless bear head-on. They kept circling around the black bear, coordinating with each other. Looking at this black bear, Su Can couldn't stop pondering in his heart. This kind of godforsaken place without even resources actually has a black bear. Could it be a boss specifically designed to deal with bugs? Rather than explaining it this way, it would be better to say that this island already belongs to the outside world, and this creature is just an ordinary being from that world. Thinking of this, Su Can couldn't help but shudder. He would rather believe that this is the outside world, with boss-level creatures similar to sharks in the sea. If it's just of an ordinary level, then the outside world is simply too terrifying, isn't it? If other survivors encountered this thing, they might be scared to death before the black bear even had a chance to bite them. Apart from natural disasters, Su Can shook off the messy thoughts in his mind. Xiaohei, Xiaobai, step back. Su Can was worried that fighting with the black bear later might hurt them, so he urged them to retreat quickly. Howl, howl, howl. Wah! Xiaohei and Xiaobai were fiercely fighting with the black bear, all of them with bloodshot eyes. At this point, asking them to retreat, they were naturally unwilling. Listen! Su Can charged forward with the spear. Roar! Ah! Little Black and Little White reluctantly retreated immediately, pulling back a certain distance. They also understood that continuing like this would only deplete their own strength. They truly had no way to deal with this big oaf. This creature's resistance to attacks was simply too strong, as if it had no nerves to feel pain, and it only grew stronger the more it was hit. At this moment, the black bear roared, wanting to chase after them. After being injured like this, now they wanted to run? At this moment, it looked at a weak human in front of it charging forward, letting out a deafening roar of disdain. A fellow of the same size as it, and even a giant golden eagle daring to trouble it could be tolerated, but such a small creature also dared to bully it? The black bear extended its broad paw and swiped toward Su Can. Su Can temporarily put away his spear and met its paw with a punch. The black bear took 2 steps back, its eyes filled with disbelief. How could this weak human possess such strength? Su Can remained motionless but gently shook his slightly numb arm, astonished at how strong this big guy was. That slap just now clearly showed that the black bear hadn't used its full strength. The black bear suddenly charged forward and, upon reaching Su Can, stood upright, slamming its 2 powerful paws down toward him. This slap absolutely cannot be taken head-on. Testing its strength is enough, as directly confronting it is too risky. Su Can's eyes narrowed slightly as he extended his hand. The moment he touched the bear's paw, he immediately twisted his body, using its strength to fling it away. The massive body of the black bear slammed heavily onto the ground. The ground was smashed into a large pit, with dust flying everywhere. The black bear shook its dizzy head and got up from the ground. Although its movements seemed slow, it actually reacted in almost the blink of an eye. After getting up, the black bear charged straight at Su Can. Su Can stood still, watching its massive figure rushing toward him without moving. This big guy seemed to have very low intelligence, relying only on brute strength. Just as the black bear reached him, Su Can planted the spear on the ground and instantly leaped into the air. The black bear pounced into thin air, angrily searching all around for Su Can's figure. However, Su Can had unexpectedly disappeared from its sight. At this moment, Su Can was crouching on the black bear's shoulder, examining the wound on its body. He transformed the spear into a small knife and gently pricked the wound on the black bear's shoulder. Seeing that the black bear did not react, he forcefully pushed the knife in a few inches. The muscles on its shoulder instinctively twitched slightly. Sure enough, the black bear's pain nerves and sensory nerves were very weak. Otherwise, how could it not notice Su Can on its shoulder? The black bear continued rampaging in place, constantly jumping and pounding its chest. After its target disappeared, it could only unwillingly look again at Xiaobai and Xiaohei. Xiaohei was squatting on a withered tree, cheering for its master with ooh-wah, ooh-wah sounds. Xiaobai lay on a tree branch, both worried for its master and mocking the big black bear. The black bear came to the tree and frantically slapped it, causing the tree to sway back and forth. The already withered tree even showed signs of cracking. If the tree weren't large enough, with a diameter of over 2 meters, it probably wouldn't have withstood even a single slap. The black bear kept slapping the tree madly, and it looked like the tree was about to break. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were ready to leave the tree at any moment. If not for the master ordering them to retreat, they would have come down to battle this big black bear for 300 rounds. Stop playing with this black bear and quickly finish it off. Sukan suddenly pulled the knife out of its wound, causing the black bear to roar in pain twice. The black bear also noticed Sukan on its shoulder, abandoned its attack on the tree, and fiercely swiped its bare paw toward its own shoulder. Sukan's agile body immediately leaped up, landing on one foot atop its head. The knife in his hand fiercely stabbed toward the black bear's head, but it only penetrated 3/10 of an inch, failing to deliver a fatal blow. Seeing the bear's paw coming down, Sukan hurriedly dodged. The black bear's paw landed squarely on its own shoulder, striking the already exposed bone wound, accompanied by a cracking sound of bone breaking. The black bear roared and bellowed, twisting its body wildly in place, trying to shake off the human jumping around on it. Speed, strength, everything has increased. Sukan was astonished to discover that the more injured the black bear became, the stronger it grew. Judging by the force with which it slapped a large rock into pieces, even Sukan dared not confront it head-on now. If struck by this force, at best, bones would be shattered. At worst, all internal organs would be crushed, leading to death. Even someone with Sukan's physique would not fare well if hit. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, stay hidden and don't come over. Sukan's expression grew serious. He quickly leaped away from it, landing in a half-crouch and keeping a close eye on the black bear. Fighting like this isn't a solution. That thing doesn't feel pain, but I sure do. Adding to that, the black bear's current speed is outrageously fast. Even Sukan was finding it a bit strenuous and frustrating. No, I have to outsmart it. Sukan glanced at the tools around him that could be used. After some thought, he immediately ran toward the edge of the cliff, planning to use the cliff to take this guy down. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, go to the bottom of the cliff immediately and get some dead tree branches to place on the ground. Sukan dodged around with the black bear while giving them instructions. Little Black and Little White, understanding the instructions, quickly ran toward the cliff. Normally afraid of heights, Little White forgot his fear at this moment and slid down the rope. Little Black, on the other hand, grabbed a few dry tree branches and swiftly flew down the mountain, handing them to Little White. The situation on Sukan's side was not looking good. The black bear was incredibly fast, closely following behind him, with its claws narrowly missing him several times. Sukan forcefully kicked a nearby dead tree trunk, causing it to collapse with a loud crash, and his figure leapt forward once again. The black bear's paw nearly struck him. Missing the hit, it roared and bellowed even more furiously as it chased after him. One chasing, one fleeing, Sukan deliberately darted into some treacherous rocky forests. The black bear, now seeing red, didn't know to avoid these dangers and recklessly followed closely behind him. Soon, the wounds on the black bear's body increased and blood kept flowing down. The blood on its body was not the usual red but a dark crimson, resembling both decayed blood and a kind of shadowy red. Are you done? Sukan was under immense pressure from being chased. This creature was getting more and more injured, but at the same time, it was becoming increasingly frenzied. Several times, he could almost smell the stench emanating from its body, as if it was about to get right up close to him. The blood from the black bear even splattered onto him, and the foul stench made Sukan feel like vomiting. Fortunately, the combat suit wouldn't get dirty. It was just disgusting to have it on one's skin. Pushing his speed to the limit, he made a sharp turn and once again shook off the black bear. If it weren't for wanting to kill this black bear at the lowest cost, Sukan would have absolutely turned around without hesitation to fight it. It was too exhausting, and if there were any dangers later, that would be troublesome. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, Little White was loudly calling out, informing Sukan that everything was set up and they could lure it down. Sukan quickly rushed toward the cliff. Just as he reached the edge, he turned around, raised the spear in his hand, and stood still. The black bear charged forward on all fours, its blood-red eyes fixed solely on Sukan, determined to tear him apart. This time, Sukan did not continue to flee. The spear sliced through the air, charging straight at the black bear. One man, one bear, sparks flew in that instant, but Sukan had no intention of clashing head-on. Just as they were about to collide, roar! The black bear roared and bellowed with all its might, its claws striking toward Sukan's spear, willing to take a wound from the spear just to land a blow on him. Sukan immediately stored the spear in his inventory, leaping into the air and soaring high over the black bear's body. In mid-air, Sukan grabbed the black bear's shoulder with one hand, vaulting over its head. With both hands gripping its shoulders, he forcefully kicked its back with both legs. The black bear lost control of its strength and couldn't stop itself from lunging forward. The momentum, combined with the force of the kick, sent it tumbling toward the cliff. Sukin squatted halfway down and took a breath, then came to the edge of the cliff to look below. A height of 100 or 200 meters was not enough to kill a monster of this level by falling. He had no idea what it actually was. It was just like that strange shark he had encountered before, practically the same type, with incredibly tenacious vitality. That's why Sukin had Xiaohei and Xiaobai set up traps in advance. If the fall doesn't kill you, the spikes will. At the bottom of the cliff, the black bear lay motionless on the jagged rocks. Its body and head were pierced by the withered tree, just as Sukin had predicted. Its head and heart were the fatal points. A trap set at such a height was enough to pierce through its body. Howl, 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 woo-wah, woo-wah. Little Black flapped its tiny wings, informing Sukin that it had completely kicked the bucket. Little White wiped its nose, leaned over to the black bear, stretched out its little foot, and kicked the black bear's butt. Finally dead. Sukin quickly slid down along the rope on the other side, arriving in front of the black bear. At this moment, Sukin noticed that this creature had a description, something he hadn't paid attention to before. Mutated black male bear, level gold, mature stage. Sukin almost thought he was seeing things. Even though this black bear was in its mature stage, it was merely at the gold level. How could it possibly hold its own against his two diamond level pets? This is simply a joke. Although Little Black and Little White are still in their cub phase, their size is entirely comparable to that of a fully grown black bear. Could it be that creatures in their mature phase are this overwhelmingly powerful? Although Sukin is also looking forward to Little Black and Little White reaching full maturity, today's battle left him feeling somewhat stifled. Take a closer look at the introduction of this black bear. Sukin always felt that the reason this black bear was so fierce was more likely related to its mutation. Mutated male black bear. Due to long-term battles with sea monsters in both land and sea domains, it has devoured a large number of sea monsters, leading to the evolution and mutation of its physical strength and size. Extremely dangerous. So that's the reason. Starting from devouring weaker sea monsters, it gradually grew to its current state. It turns out this creature has evolved not only to survive on land but also to hunt for food in the sea. What exactly this sea monster is, Sukin still hasn't seen its true appearance. Even if it's just a gold-level black bear, it could actually contend with a diamond-level cub. It seems this black bear has endured quite a lot of hardships, only to ultimately die at his hands. What Sukin is more concerned about is whether this thing is edible. With such a large size, if it could be turned into meat, it might rival a shark in quantity. But as he continued to observe, Sukin's face was filled with disappointment. The mutated black bear, having devoured a large number of sea monsters, contains a significant amount of toxins in its body. Without the assistance of appropriate benign medicine, it cannot be used. What a pity, such a big creature can't even be eaten. It's practically a waste of all that meat. Let's go, it's about time we head back. Sukin didn't plan to continue exploring today. With the sky darkening, he decided to drag the black bear back first. Once it got dark, Sukin still felt it was safer to return to the boat. Who knows if there might be other things on this island. In any case, leaving the island felt more reassuring. As for this black bear, since it couldn't be eaten, why bother taking it? Sukin had other plans. For something capable of being so formidable, its body naturally held research value. There were many secrets on its body that Sukin wanted to uncover. However, this place is not safe, especially after landing on the island this time. It has become increasingly clear that the sea is relatively safer. Fortunately, there is only one of these things. If there were more, even Sukin would have a headache dealing with them. Roar, roar, roar. Ah! Little Black and Little White immediately returned to the ship. Sukin then single-handedly lifted the black bear and entered the water. Once in the sea, the black bear was no longer as heavy. With the buoyancy of the seawater, combined with Sukin's affinity for the sea and the combat state bonus of his clothing in the water, he easily dragged the black bear back to the ship. Reaching the side of the ship, Little White and Little Black quickly helped pull the black bear aboard. However, they were a bit puzzled as to why this thing was being brought back. Especially Little White, it appeared even more repulsed. Although this black bear was of the same species, compared to Little White's dazzling fur, this black bear looked like a complete bumpkin. Little White was extremely disdainful of this guy's appearance, howling that it was truly an ugly freak, a muscle bear. Sukin and Little Black couldn't help but laugh as well. They hadn't expected Little White to be such a looks-obsessed bear. I want to figure out what happened with those wounds on its body. You all saw it too. What kind of creature could injure such a powerful black bear like this? Sukin patiently explained it to Xiaobai. Roar! Xiaobai vented its frustration by stomping on the black bear again, but immediately regretted it, as its paw got smeared with the bear's dirty, black blood. This thing is absolutely disgusting. Sukin shook his head helplessly, took out the golden cudgel and transformed it into a small knife, examining the black bear's body like a coroner. The wounds on its body varied in size, but not by much. Most of the scars were around a dozen centimeters long. Judging by the density of the wounds on its body, it was enough to make one's scalp tingle, as even the soles of its feet bore similar injuries. So many wounds would have bled a normal creature to death. Some of the injuries had flesh rolled out, eventually forming new scars. It seems that whatever harmed it couldn't have been done by just one. At the very least, it must have been a large group acting simultaneously. For something in the sea to injure a black bear like this, it's not too surprising, but what exactly could it be? Sukan secretly speculated, could it be a large group of sharks? The mutated shark encountered last time might indeed be capable of fighting this black bear. Thinking about it, this possibility was almost non-existent. With the shark's gaping maw, one bite would tear off the black bear's arms or legs, let alone a whole group of sharks. If it were a school of fish with fangs, similar to a mutated piranha species, that might be possible. However, piranhas have always been carnivorous animals. Once a large group targets a living creature, they are bound to tear off all the flesh and blood. But judging from the wounds on the black bear, these injuries only caused harm without reducing the amount of flesh on its body. It can't possibly be that the mutated piranhas weren't hungry and just wanted to bite for fun, right? This seems more like damage caused by sharp weapons or tools, such as mutated crabs or the pincers of shrimp-like creatures. Never mind for now, let's put this bear away temporarily. It might come in handy later. Sukan had Xiaobai clean up the filthy bloodstains on the boat. In no time, the blood would start emitting a faint stench, which was truly disgusting. It seems that so-called sea monsters aren't necessarily clean either. That's about it. After all this, I'm starving. He took out the sea fish he had specially saved along the way and had Xiaobai prepare it. Xiaobai looked at the seawater at the stern of the boat, stained black and red by the black bear's blood, feeling quite disgusted. Even with the seawater washing it away, it would probably take a while to clean. It ran to the bow to clean the sea fish and quickly finished preparing them. Sukan took out the vegetables he had gathered during the day and had Xiaobai add them to the pot to cook together. What kind of culinary delight can vegetables and fish create? Sukan was quite looking forward to it. He even had a wild idea, asking Xiaobai to add some coconut milk to the pot, thinking it might produce a special effect. At first, they didn't have much of an appetite, but as the aroma grew stronger and stronger, it gradually overpowered the foul smell lingering in their taste buds, and their appetite finally returned. Soon, a delicious meal was prepared, and sure enough, Sukan's guess was spot on. Add fresh vegetables and delicious coconut milk to the fish soup, and the flavor of the fish becomes even more fragrant. After they devoured the meal, they all returned to their rooms to rest. Little Black and Little White, who usually don't like sleeping much, slept exceptionally soundly today. The intense battle during the day had drained all their energy. At night, moonlight scattered over the island and the ships. A bizarre event occurred as countless creatures with blood-red eyes suddenly emerged from the seawater. After briefly scanning above the sea surface, they surged toward the island. At the trap set by Xiao He and Xiao Bai on the island, an uncountable number of red-eyed creatures had already gathered, voraciously chewing and devouring the remaining flesh. Many of the red-eyed creatures even began greedily fighting over the scraps. After a long while, like scavengers, they cleaned up the flesh and quickly retreated back into the seawater. The sleeping Sukan had no idea that such changes had occurred on the island not far from the ship. The red-eyed creatures came and went as quickly as a tide. The night passed swiftly. The sun rose, and sunlight streamed into the bird's nest inside the room. Sukan rubbed his eyes, climbed out of the bird's nest, brushed off the bird feathers and bare fur on his body, and leapt down. Looking below, he saw Little Black and Little White sleeping in each other's arms. The sleeping posture of these two was really nothing to admire. Xiao He had both wings fully spread, wrapping around Xiao Bai's body. Xiao Bai's feet were propped up on Xiao He's neck. No wonder all night long there was only the sound of Xiao He snoring. With its slender neck being pressed by such a thick foot, it's a miracle it didn't suffocate. Sukan stretched lazily and gave Xiao Bai's but a hard slap. It's about time to get up. After so long, you should be well rested. Ow! Xiao Bai was immediately jolted awake by the pain. With a sudden burst of strength, Xiao He yelped and was sent flying. Sukan gave an awkward smile. If chickens flying and dogs jumping were used to describe them, it wouldn't be quite accurate. It should be eagles flying and bears jumping. Good. Did you have a nightmare? Sukan smiled kindly and rubbed Xiao Bai's head. Ah! The panic on Xiao Bai's face disappeared, and it adorably snuggled into Sukan's arms. Little Black landed and covered its small mouth with its tiny wings as it yawned. The two fellows waddled along with their plump bodies, swaying as they followed Sukan outside. Sukan couldn't help but glance at their figures. These two were really getting fatter and fatter, though fortunately, their weight didn't seem to affect their agility. Sukan even thought about putting them on a proper diet and cutting down their meals. Come on, let's eat well and then have a good workout. Sukan felt that the meals recently had been a bit too good, causing him to gain some weight. If it weren't for his physique being able to stay consistent, he would have already become a 300-pound interesting soul by now. Ow! Whoa! Little Black and Little White were clearly a bit displeased. A moment later, the grilled fish was ready. They each looked at their plates, only half a fish. The two creatures let out a resentful sigh. This was practically abuse. They weren't even given enough to eat. Eating too much can make you sleepy. Have a little something to fill your stomach first, and after we finish exercising, you can eat more. Sukan wasn't mistreating them but was reasonably distributing their food portions, ensuring that after eating, they could relax rely on exercise to digest it. Woo-wah. The two guys stuffed the fish directly into their mouths, eager to start training right away. Sure enough, having a reward is the best way to motivate them. After eating and drinking their fill, Sukan had Xiaobai climb up the rope, then made it jump straight off the cliff. Xiaobai looked at the several hundred-meter cliff with some trepidation, its paws tucked away, hidden in the bare fur on its belly. What are you afraid of? Weren't you very brave yesterday? Sukan thought about how, when setting up traps yesterday, Xiaobai had directly jumped off the cliff into the sea, its courage seemingly leaving no room for fear. Why is it acting timid again today? Xiaobai, you need to overcome this fear. You did very well yesterday. Later, I'll take you to the silkworm house. Sukan once again took out food to tempt Xiaobai, training its courage based on the principle of starving the timid and overfeeding the bold. Xiaobai immediately showed a silly grin, its bare mouth splitting wide open, and all its fur puffed up. That plump body slowly climbed along the thin rope. As the sea breeze blew, it looked like an oversized maggot wriggling on the rope. Little Black spread its wings and flew toward Little White, circling around it back and forth to offer encouragement. Ding! Sign-in system notification. Sign in. Reward for special item, 1 metal detecting compass. Metal detecting compass, specifically designed to locate metal treasures. It can avoid useless metal junk and will alert you whenever there are valuable metal resources nearby. Sukan looked at the metal compass that appeared on the ground, roughly the size of a palm, with a pointer to guide the direction. This thing is great, it can save him from blindly searching for safes in the sea. After all, Little White can't accurately locate treasure chests every time, it also relies on luck. So, luck is still no match for science. Sukan watched the compass needle remain motionless, then walked from the bow of the ship to the stern. Along the way, he didn't notice any movement from the compass. It seemed there were no supplies in the vicinity, leaving Sukan feeling a bit disappointed. Just as he was about to put it away, beep beep beep, a series of intense beeping sounds signaled, and the pointer spun wildly in circles before finally settling in the direction of the sea to the east of the bow. It actually found something. This thing is amazing. Sukan, his heart burning with excitement, prepared to dive into the sea to see if he could find something good this time. But at this moment, Xiaobai finally made it to the top of the cliff. Just as it was about to jump down, it suddenly pointed to a certain spot below and started shouting. Xiaohei immediately dove toward that spot, surveyed the area mid-air for a moment, and hurriedly flew back to Sukan's side. What's wrong? Sukan suppressed his urge to jump into the water and looked at Xiaohei in confusion. From their voices, Sukan sensed that something was off. Woo-wah woo-wah. What? Xiaohei anxiously pointed to the distant island, trying to explain, afraid he wouldn't make himself clear. You mean the trap we set was destroyed? And all the black bear's flesh and blood left on it have completely disappeared? Sukan was quite astonished. When the black bear was killed yesterday, it left a lot of blood on the trap's wooden stakes, along with some chunks of flesh and internal organs. Now it's all completely gone? Could it be a sea monster? The black bear had always been fighting sea monsters in the ocean. Judging from its injuries, only a sea monster would find its flesh and blood so enticing. It seems that he has taken another step closer to uncovering the truth behind the mutated black bear's injuries. Sukan was also glad he hadn't immediately gone into the sea. It seemed this area wasn't all that safe after all. He must first figure out what these sea monsters are and where they are located before venturing into the sea. At the thought of the injuries on the black bear, Sukan felt a chill run through his heart. He definitely didn't want to end up covered in wounds from being bitten by these sea monsters. The thick-skinned and tough black bear couldn't withstand it, and he wasn't sure how lethal this sea monster was or whether it could pose a threat to him. Although his physique was very strong, coupled with the enhancement of the combat suit, he still needed to be a bit cautious. Xiaohei, can you carry me? Sukan thought for a moment. Crossing through the seawater didn't seem very safe. Looking at Xiaohei's massive body, he wondered about its strength. Wah! Little Black lowered its tall body, indicating that there was no problem and it could carry the weight. Its massive body, standing at a full 3 to 4 meters tall, was still larger than Sukan even when crouched. Sukan leaped onto its back. It seemed he had underestimated Little Black's strength. It could now easily carry him without any effort. The moment Little Black spread its wings, an invisible gale was stirred up, leaving Sukan in disarray. Only on Little Black's body could one truly feel just how powerful it had become. So this is a diamond-level golden eagle in its juvenile stage? Love it, love it. Little Black carried Sukan to a nearby beach, its movements gentle as it landed slowly, afraid Sukan might get dizzy from the flight. Sukan looked at the chaotic traces on the beach after landing. On the remaining trap stakes, many marks from sharp weapons could still be seen. There were also bite marks from something gnawing on them, densely packed small pits that would surely be unbearable for someone with trypophobia. The blood left on the beach had been thoroughly cleaned, not to mention the stakes. From the size and shape of these bite marks, it was evident that they were very similar to the wounds on the black bear. This must have been caused by a large number of sea monsters arriving. Sukan also became cautious. At this moment, Xiaobai slowly climbed down along the cliff, leaping directly midway. After landing, Xiaobai fell with a loud loud yelp quickly stood up and hurriedly rubbed its big butt. After observing the beach, Xiaobai was so frightened that it shrank behind Sukan. It seems that last night, the black bear's blood and leftover flesh were all cleaned up by these sea monsters. It's possible those sea monsters are near this shallow area. Let's be careful. Sukan carefully observed the nearby seawater but did not see any trace of sea monsters. There were only countless marks leading away from the water, climbing toward deeper parts of the sea, where the traces were eventually washed away. These sea monsters must possess considerable strength and certainly have sharp claws or something similar. This beach was not purely sand but consisted of brown rocks and reef sand, so being able to leave marks on such hard stones made Sukan even more certain that the black bear was injured by these things. Sukan carefully observed the area near the beach but did not see any trace of the sea monster. You stay here. If I encounter danger later, run quickly, Sukan instructed them, just in case he attracted a large number of sea monsters. He was confident he could use his affinity with seawater to quickly escape back to the shore. Tentatively walking into the sea and entering the water, Sukan observed the nearby waters, ready to flee at any moment. However, he didn't notice any signs of anything unusual in the water. After returning to the shore, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed these sea monsters emerged from the deep waters. As long as there were no sea monsters nearby, he could quickly bring up the boxes from this diving area and set sail to leave this place. At this moment, Sukan hesitated for a moment, feeling somewhat uneasy if he didn't figure out the identity of these sea monsters. After thinking for a while, Sukan first took out the parchment and crafted a large wooden tub. Once it was made, he retrieved the massive corpse of the black bear from the warehouse and threw it onto the ground. He transformed the golden cudgel into a sharp knife, slicing open the black bear's body, and blood instantly spread out. Cut off some more flesh and blood from the black bear and casually threw it on the ground, then stored the black bear's body in the warehouse. The surrounding rocks and beach were all stained with large patches of blood. The flesh was cut into small pieces and casually scattered on the beach. If there are really sea monsters near this beach, they will surely come ashore later. Based on the observation of these sea monsters, their level of danger is definitely no less than that of a black bear. The main issue is their numbers. Judging from the traces left on the beach, there are probably several hundred or even thousands of them, perhaps even more. Therefore, certain precautions must be taken. If these sea monsters can be dealt with later, so be it. But if not, a suitable and safe hiding spot must be found now. Xiaobai, go to that rock over there. Sukan pointed to a huge rock protruding from the cliff nearby, over 10 meters high. This rock was enough for the three of them to hide. Howl, howl, howl. Xiaobai thought the sea monster was about to arrive and hurriedly climbed up the cliff in fright. At this moment, Little White did not hesitate in the slightest. After all, the dense traces made its bare body tremble, and even its bare gall was thumping wildly. Let's go, Xiaohei. Let's first observe the sea area. Sukan did not immediately hide on the reef but instead had Xiaohei take him to fly above the sea surface. This way, he could also find out from which waters the sea monster emerged. Whoo! Xiaohei folded its wings and lowered its body. Once Sukan was seated and steady, it immediately spread its massive wings and soared into the sky. The sound of the wind kept howling past his ears, and the speed made Sukan's vision blur. It took him quite a while to adapt to its pace. As expected of a diamond-level flying pet, if it flew at full speed, it would undoubtedly be much faster than diamond-level ships. Sukan opened his mouth wide and moved it a bit, and the wind immediately filled his mouth. He quickly closed his mouth. The speed at which Xiaohei ascended into the sky gave Sukan a genuine sense of thrust. The thrust felt on an airplane in his previous life was nothing compared to the feeling on Xiaohei's back. Grasping the feathers on Xiaohei's back, Sukan realized that Xiaohei's feathers were actually very sturdy. It was imaginable how much effort Xiaohei and Xiaobai must have exerted the last time they plucked each other's feathers. It's simply going all out. Dozens of meters, hundreds of meters, kilometers, several kilometers. Xiaohei kept ascending, and from this height, the vast ocean below could be clearly seen. After circling in the high sky for a long time, no signs of a large number of sea monsters appearing in the water were found. Could it be that these sea monsters are not in deep waters? Or is it that they don't appear during the day? Sukan frowned, staring intently at the seawater below. At this moment, Little White suddenly started howling, calling out to them. Little White kept hopping on the reef, waving and jumping toward the sky. Something's up? Sukan had Xiaohei descend and return. If something really was happening, why wasn't there any discovery from the sky? When they descended to a height of several dozen meters, Sukan finally understood that his line of thinking had been wrong. On the diving beach, countless bulging mounds of sand and gravel were constantly surging, densely packed and extremely terrifying. From these mounds emerged dark brown crabs, each as large as a dinner plate. Each of their two massive pincers was over half a meter long. Judging by the thickness of those pincers, the wounds on the black bear's body must have been caused by them. The mutated crab's eyes were blood red, and from a high vantage point, countless red glows could be seen covering the shallow water beach. They crawled quickly toward the spot where the black bear's blood was. Hiss! Sukan felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Goodness, so these so-called sea monsters had been this close to him all along. Perhaps just now, he had brushed past these sea monsters, and maybe even stepped on one of their heads. At this moment, Sukin felt both fear and an instinctive curiosity. Could this thing be edible? Such a large pair of crab claws must have quite a bit of meat, far more than that of sea fish. Xiaobai, terrified on the rock, let out a series of panicked cries, instinctively pulling back its chubby bare body. It cautiously lay down, not daring to breathe heavily, poking its little head out to peer downward. Xiao Hei, when these crabs leave later, let's rush over and see if we can catch a few to study. Whoa! Xiao Hei immediately indicated no problem and kept circling high in the sky. Through observing these crabs, they appear to be a type of extremely bloodthirsty creature. If they don't smell enough of an enticing scent of blood, they won't recklessly come out. This phenomenon is quite similar to sharks. Sharks are not interested in human flesh, but they are extremely sensitive to blood and can smell it from several kilometers away. Sharks are generally curious about humans, so they swim over and take a bite, then spit it out, ugh, not tasty, and turn away. Then another shark smells the blood on you, swims over, takes a bite, spits it out, ugh, disgusting, and leaves as well. Finally, Sukin suspected that the black bear was injured like that, probably because there was no food on the island, so it actively went to hunt these sea monsters. No wonder this black bear could survive on such a deserted island. It turned out it really lived by preying on sea monsters. Hunting these mutated crabs would inevitably lead to injuries and bleeding, which would then result in a vicious cycle. So in the end, it had so many wounds on its body, but it could rely on the scent of blood from its wounds to lure mutated crabs for the kill. This is practically surviving by self-mutilation. Such a fight for survival is too brutal. Otherwise, it wouldn't have resulted in that black bear being almost completely covered in wounds, all caused by these mutated crabs. Sukin thought about yesterday on the boat. Fortunately, there was very little blood left on the boat, and it was promptly washed into the sea by Xiaobai. Otherwise, just the thought of these sea monsters boarding the ship at night feels a bit creepy. Sure enough, what Mama said makes sense. You must lock the door properly before sleeping at night. From now on, the door must be bolted every night, and something must be found to block the windows as well. These crabs frantically swarmed toward the spot where the black bear's remains were, devouring every bit of flesh left on the beach until there wasn't a trace of blood left. The food was indeed thoroughly cleaned, and some crabs that hadn't found anything to eat even searched the area carefully. After hesitating for a moment, Sukin thought it over, took a live fish from the warehouse, and had Xiao Hei lower the altitude a bit before aiming at a giant crab and dropping it. The sea fish landed on the crab, then bounced onto the ground nearby, flopping around energetically. The crab was startled and immediately raised its large claws defensively. But when it saw the wriggling object in front of it and noticed there was no blood, it lost interest. The sea fish accidentally scraped its scales on a rock, causing blood to seep out through the scales. At that moment, several crabs nearby swiftly surrounded it and devoured the fish in an instant, leaving only the fish skeleton in just a few seconds. This seems to resemble the traits of leeches, with a hint of shark characteristics. It appears that as long as one doesn't get injured, there's no danger. Sukin analyzed the situation, realizing why they had been so close to these creatures earlier without any danger. It all made sense now. As long as you don't provoke them, there will be no danger. If you do provoke them, you will face an onslaught from a massive group. No one wants to encounter such a large swarm of mutant crabs. After cleaning up the remaining chunks of flesh on the land, the mutant crabs quickly retreated into the seawater, hiding among the rocks and gravel. Seizing the opportunity, Little Black dashed forward. Sukin transformed the golden cudgel in his hand into a slender steel fork. As he approached a crab about to enter the seawater, he suddenly thrust the steel fork into the crab's body. This massive mutated crab reacted extremely quickly, its two enormous pincers clamping tightly onto the steel fork with immense resistance. The steel fork kept shaking, and Sukin, holding onto it, could clearly feel the strength of the crab. Xiao Hei did not stop, swiftly flying back toward the ship. The mutated crab bled dark red blood, dripping onto the reef, but fortunately, its kind did not return. These mutated crabs showed no interest in the blood of their kind. Not a single one even came over to take a look. After the crabs moved away, Xiaobai still didn't dare to come down but instead quickly climbed up along the cliff face, then climbed back onto the boat using the rope. After returning to the boat, Sukin took out the newly made large wooden tub and tossed the crab into it. Inside the wooden tub, the crab that had been pierced through still displayed remarkable vitality, constantly struggling to escape. Xiaobai stood guard nearby with a wolf tooth club, knocking it back into the tub every time it tried to climb out. Sukin crouched down and carefully observed the mutated crab. The wounds on its body were regenerating, with new flesh wriggling and slowly healing at a visible pace. This also confirmed Sukin's suspicion. The black bear's tenacious vitality was precisely because the sea monster originally possessed this special constitution. So the black bear, as if infected and mutated, also acquired some of the sea monster's abilities. The dark red blood oozing from the crab was extremely foul-smelling, emitting a pungent stench. Check the information on the mutated crab. Mutated crab, its body has undergone some special infection, which after evolution has resulted in its claws being extremely powerful. Avoid avoid being injured by it. Due to the toxins in its blood, it is inedible. Sukan sighed regretfully. If only this thing were edible, how great would that be? Those claws are surely packed full of crab meat. Useless creature, sigh. Sukan shook his head helplessly, stabbed its head directly with a steel fork to kill it, and tossed it into the sea. It was quickly washed away by the waves and disappeared without a trace. Through capturing this mutated crab, Sukan had basically gathered quite a bit of information. For instance, the types of ordinary sea monsters seemed to differ. One type, like this crab, was a native mutated species, while the other was infected, similar to the black bear. The reason he referred to them as ordinary sea monsters was simply that Sukan thought these creatures were too weak and not very powerful. Sukan clearly remembered the introduction from that whale young lady, stating that the whale species was just one of the overlords of the vast ocean. So, there were countless beings far more formidable than these low-level crabs. However, from this mutated crab, he also learned that its vitality, strength, and other attributes were dozens or even hundreds of times greater than those of ordinary species. Sukan was also somewhat looking forward to encountering those high-level sea monster species. However, before his own strength becomes formidable, Sukan does not want to provoke such an existence. Sukan had Xiaohei take him to the beach, retrieved the black bear's corpse, disassembled it, and casually discarded it over there. The location of the metal treasure chest in the sea happened to be on the other side of the island. Luring these crabs away was also to ensure peace of mind when diving into the sea. Although knowing these things posed no threat, they still felt a bit disgusting, so it was safer to lure them away. Soon, the mutated crabs swarmed out again, quickly heading toward the beach. You all wait for me on the ship. The moment they entered the seawater, their clothes transformed into the state of a water combat suit, took out the metal detection compass and quickly swam in the direction indicated by it in the seawater. After swimming over 100 meters, Sukan found that the compass still hadn't triggered an alarm. This also indicated that the treasure location hadn't been reached yet. He had no choice but to continue searching for the treasure chest ahead. Gradually, the compass emitted a faint beeping sound. This also indicates that they are close to the treasure site, and soon the sound grew louder. The seawater here is not very deep. Sukan directly dived to the seabed, where there were brown reefs as well as some sand and mud. A strong beeping sound came through, suggesting that the location of the treasure chest had been found. Sukan searched among the pile of reefs, but there was no place among the surrounding reefs where anything could be hidden. At a glance, everything around was visible. Could it be a treasure chest? Sukan transformed the golden cudgel into a small shovel and even searched all the raised sand around, but still couldn't find a treasure chest. Sukan looked at the metal detection compass in his hand with some doubt, wondering if this thing might be malfunctioning. After thinking about it, that didn't seem possible. At that moment, a light bulb went off in Sukan's mind. Metal? Because Sukan was solely focused on searching for boxes, he instinctively overlooked other metal resources. Aren't minerals also considered resources? No wonder the compass kept beeping in this area. It might be indicating the presence of metal resources here. Sukan then carefully observed the reef beneath his feet. The reef contained yellow metallic particles, which meant this area was rich in chalcopyrite resources. He knocked off a piece of the reef and carefully examined its description. Sea copper, or the refined sea copper, is more ductile than ordinary copper, enabling any electrical device to perform with astonishing efficiency. Sukan felt a bit excited inside. The ores he had mined before were either iron or mixed metal ores. Unexpectedly, this time he encountered a single type of metal ore. Copper has a very significant role. It is indispensable in any electrical appliances or even technological products. With copper, it would be possible to quickly advance into a more advanced era. All the copper ore here must be collected. Sukan first carefully observed the area. There were no signs of mutated crabs living here, so he could mine without any worries. Sea copper ore 1. Sukan kept swinging the chisel in his hand. Due to the resistance of the water, mining at the bottom of the sea was still quite laborious. It was only with Sukan's enhanced physique that he could quickly gather these ores. If it were any other survivor, they would probably just stare helplessly, unable to hold their breath underwater for long. After collecting this piece of copper ore, it was obvious that the yellow particles on the surrounding reefs had significantly decreased. Sea copper ore 1. After another piece of copper ore was collected, this patch of copper ore was gone. Carefully searching the copper ore nearby underfoot, there wasn't a trace of yellow particles. It seems only 2 pieces of copper ore could be collected here. Taking out the metal compass, the beeping sound had disappeared. It seems there really is no copper ore left here. However, the pointer on the metal compass started spinning again and quickly pointed in another direction after a moment. There's more? Sukan had thought that this dive would only yield 2 pieces of metal ore. If that were the case, it would be somewhat disappointing. Although the ore was good, it was ultimately too little. Hurriedly followed the direction indicated by the compass needle and immediately stopped when the compass emitted a beeping sound. Looking at the golden yellow particles scattered all over the rocks here, it was clear that more brass ore could be collected in this area. Sukan immediately began mining the ore, deeply understanding now how tough it is to be a laborer. After mining for half a day, his hands felt slightly sore. Fortunately, his physique was strong, and he returned to normal after resting for a few seconds. Sea copper or one. Sea copper or one. Sea copper or one. The warehouse kept accumulating sea copper ore, with as many as 23 pieces already in hand. There were no more yellow particles on any of the rocks here. Watching the compass start guiding again, continue. A total of 30 pieces of brass ore were collected, and now the needle on the compass no longer moved. Everything that could be collected had been gathered. Suken was quite satisfied and was just about to leave when he noticed that the soil under his feet was actually clay. This is naturally not to be missed. Everything that can be collected has been collected. Since we've already gone into the sea, we must clean it out thoroughly. Absolutely nothing that can be taken will be left behind. Harvested clay X1. Harvested sand X1. Once again, all the clay and sand that could be collected from beneath the seawater were completely excavated. Originally, it was thought that this vast island, entirely made up of brown rocks, would yield no mineral resources this time. Unexpectedly, there was a hidden world beneath the seabed. In the past, Suken had also dived into the waters around other islands to search, but had never discovered any mineral resources. Thought mineral resources would only appear on land. Perhaps the resource refresh points on this island are different. Suken roughly reviewed the areas he had searched, having almost scoured this entire stretch of sea. He had even mined metal ores beneath his own boat. It seemed there was still one place left unexplored. Suken discovered the characteristics of this metal detection compass. It could only locate nearby minerals and wouldn't detect anything unless it was close. Although the range was only about 100 meters, it was still quite impressive. It was waterproof and highly accurate. Thinking back to the metal detector he had purchased in his previous life, it would go off even for useless junk, with accuracy that was worlds apart. From here to the island where the sea monster lives, it's just about 100 meters away. It's time to investigate this final location. Almost all the resources on the island have been scavenged. Once this last location is scavenged, it's time to quickly set off for the ancient whale ruins. After eating a little something in the morning, nothing else has been eaten until now. Fortunately, both Sukan and the two pets had extraordinary constitutions. Even if they went a day without eating, they wouldn't feel fatigued. At most, during idle moments, they might just feel a little hungry. First, they returned to the boat, letting Xiaohei take them to that beach. At this moment, the black bear's body on the beach had not a trace of flesh left, only a pile of gnawed, broken bones remaining. With a sigh at the cruelty of nature, it's either you eat me or I eat you, such a massive black bear ultimately became food for other creatures. It was merely a small sigh in his heart. After all, in this world, countless survivors are eliminated every day, and none of it has anything to do with him. He took out the metal detection compass in his hand and began to search. The anticipated spinning of the compass needle did not occur. Instead, the needle rotated slowly, as if searching for nearby resources. Walking around the beach, the pointer was still spinning leisurely. It seemed that there were no metal resources in this place. In the nearby sea area, apart from this spot, almost everywhere was scattered with some yellow metallic particles. Only in this area, not a single yellow particle was found on the reefs. This was beyond just being barren. Could it be that brass ore avoids growing near sea monsters? Or did the sea monsters swallow all the brass ore, or perhaps sneak it away? There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. Suken could only give up in disappointment. It seemed like it was time to leave this place. Almost all the resources on this island had been thoroughly scavenged. If he searched further, he would enter the sea monster's habitat. Suken had tentatively explored it, but still found nothing. No matter where these brass ores had gone, the most important thing right now was the ancient whale ruins. Time to set off. Suken tried to continue exploring the deeper waters, but the compass still showed no reaction. It seemed that this island was indeed completely cleared out. As for those mutated crabs hiding in the sand and gravel, Suken had no interest in them at all. These things couldn't even be eaten. They were practically a disgrace to the food world, a waste. Suken had no intention of wasting more time on such useless creatures. It was enough to understand what they were. As long as they didn't cause him trouble, everything would be fine. If they were as bad-tempered as that black bear, biting anyone they saw, Suken would have wiped out all the mutant crabs in this sea area. The fact that they could survive was purely thanks to their gentle temperament. Climbing quickly up the rope on the cliff, he reached a massive palm tree and swung the machete in his hand to chop it down. The palm tree fell with a creak and was stored in the warehouse. Harvested wood X30. Satisfied, even a mosquito is meat after all. Coming alone and leaving with a full warehouse, this is what a qualified island scavenger should do. Climb down the rock and return to the boat, then put away the rope. Set sail. Weigh anchor, set sail, and embark. The fierce sea breeze blew in, feeling a bit cool and very comfortable. Suken glanced at Xiaobai, who was lying lazily at the bow of the ship with its rear raised, sliding the wolf tooth club back and forth in the water. Xiaohei was at the highest point of the sail, resting with its eyes closed. Little Black. Suken thought for a moment and called it down. Little Black spread its wings, circled once in the sea breeze, and stopped in front of Sukan. By the way, it feels like you're quite strong. How heavy of an object can can you lift? Woof! Little Black tilted its head in thought, seemingly trying to find a reference point. After hesitating, it hopped toward the stern of the boat. The moment its claws gripped the stern, it spread its wings and flapped them vigorously. Goodness gracious! Sukin couldn't help but exclaim, as he saw his rapidly moving boat visibly slow down under Little Black's pull, indicating that it no longer needed to demonstrate. Its strength was beyond Sukan's imagination. After all, although it was 3 to 4 meters tall and had a wingspan of 5 to 6 meters, it still appeared somewhat small in front of his dozens of meters long ship. Unexpectedly, its strength was so immense that it could drag a ship dozens of meters long, even with platinum-grade sails. Xiao Hei, I have a task for you. Little Black immediately leaned its small head over. Sukin glanced at the lazy Little White and secretly whispered a few words to it. Whoa! Little Black's eyes lit up after hearing this. It let out 2 excited cries and flapped its small wings, quickly rushing toward Little White. Why does this look so strange? It kind of gives off the vibe of a village goose. Sukin looked strangely at the little white creature running with its head down and flapping its wings. Is this thing really a golden eagle? He took out Jiang Taigon's fishing rod and started fishing. There were only 3 sea fish left in the warehouse. After all, he hadn't eaten anything all day and needed to replenish his strength. He took out a coconut, sipping the coconut juice while fishing. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, Little White's panicked voice suddenly rang out. It tried to turn around abruptly, only to realize that something was off with its massive bare body. It could only feel a pair of sticky hands gripping its thigh tightly, lifting it upside down. Little Black's 2 massive eagle claws clamped onto its legs, flapping its wings as it soared into the sky. Sukin also planned to have Xiao Hei help it properly, to completely overcome its fear of heights. Xiao Bai was truly terrified this time, its face turning pale with fright, though it was already a pale-faced creature. Xiao Hei's eyes darted around mischievously, and who knows what it was thinking, as it kept letting out strange giggles. It's just a happy little golden eagle. What bad intentions could it possibly have? Xiao Bai kept struggling, wanting to get down, but as the height grew higher and higher, its whole body trembled. It hurriedly raised its upper body, trying to hold on to Xiao Hei. However, it found that its belly was too big to lean back. Xiao Hei let out a loud, sharp eagle cry while mischievously thinking, serves you right for plucking my feathers last time. Now it's your turn to have bad luck. Sukin watched as Xiao Hei flew higher and higher, shook his head helplessly, and muttered, I really hope Xiao Bai doesn't pass out. The more thrilling part is yet to come. 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters. Flying above the clouds, Sukin completely lost sight of Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai. At that moment, a small white dot suddenly descended from the sky, rapidly falling down. Sukin suddenly laughed in surprise. This is a pretty cool way to play. It's way more thrilling than bungee jumping. I'll give it a try sometime. Xiao Bai flailed wildly in the air, its forepaws flinging about incessantly, while its wide-open bare mouth was filled with rushing wind. Falling into the sea from such a height is no different from being thrown onto land. Even a diamond-level polar bear would probably end up as a pile of mush. Behind Xiao Bai, a shadow moved at an incredibly fast speed, circling around and following it closely. Little White looked angrily and furiously at Little Black's extremely smug expression. As it fell alongside, it suddenly folded its wings, tilted its head, and stuck out its tongue to make a funny face. Little Black kept making all sorts of comical gestures, mimicking Little White's current appearance, one wing covering its mouth as its body trembled with laughter. Both little wings flapped up and down, while its eagle claws flailed wildly in the air, looking utterly panicked. Little White waved its paws angrily, trying to catch it, but it forgot that it was still falling through the air. Little Black immediately spread its wings and retreated backward, leisurely and deliberately flaunting the advantages of having wings. Little White watched as it got closer and closer to the ocean, already plummeting from a height of 1,000 meters. It was so anxious it was about to cry, howling incessantly at Little Black. Little White despairingly covered its bare eyes, only hoping that if it died from the fall, its owner wouldn't share its meat with that stinky bird. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 2 meters. Little Black swiftly grabbed Little White's leg, dove close to the water's surface, sped forward, and then soared back into the sky. When Little White removed its paw from its face, it saw that it was happening again. Furious, it rolled its bare eyes and almost fainted on the spot. Sukin could hardly bear to watch. This was practically hell-level training for bear courage. He hadn't expected Little Black to be so ruthless. It was clearly deliberate revenge. Got a bite. Threw the fish onto the boat and continued fishing. Soon, 3 fish were caught. Sukin brought the fish to the side of the boat to clean them. At that moment, something pitifully fell down, landing just within arm's reach of him. Xiao Bai wailed at him, begging for mercy, but before it could finish speaking, a dark shadow swooshed past and carried it back into the sky. Unknowingly, Little White felt it wasn't so scary anymore, and its courage grew significantly because it knew Little Black wouldn't really let it fall into the sea, so it relaxed. However, it still underestimated Little Black's mischievousness. This time, Little Black caught it from dozens of meters in the air and then threw it into the sea again. Little White emerged from the sea with its wet head, looking utterly confused. Who am I? Where am I? What What happened to the promise of never abandoning or giving up? The trust between the bear and the bird gone just like that? Breaking up so suddenly, without any warning or hesitation, you just let go like that. The fish was placed on the grill, and Sukin took out the metal ores, throwing them all into the furnace for forging. Anyway, there was no rush to use them, so he decided to forge them slowly, otherwise, a large amount of wood would be wasted again. The first thing he needed to do now was to allocate the planting of rapeseed into the wooden basins. Then he would try using the research lens to study the sea copper, or perhaps there might be an unexpected surprise. And also need to prepare food for the next day. There are still quite a few things to do today. Due to a detour midway, arriving at this island caused the ship to deviate from its intended destination. Took out the extraordinary level C chart and adjusted the current angle deviation according to the coordinates on it. After a moment, seeing the coordinates corrected, put the C chart away. Looking at the two large wooden tubs, each with only one pear tree, it felt like such a waste of space. Each wooden tub was assigned 2 seeds. Without delay, holes were dug, seeds were buried, soil was covered, and then watered. Done. Next, it was just a matter of waiting patiently for the harvest time to arrive. The aroma of the fish began to waft out, and the enticing smell made one's appetite surge. Sukin quickly called Xiaohei and Xiaobai down to eat. Xiaohei, who was originally climbing and ascending, immediately brightened up at the mention of food, abandoning Xiaobai and flying straight toward the boat. Xiaobai was instantly filled with question marks. Goodness, am I not important enough to eat yet? After a few seconds of being stunned, "Oh whoa!" Xiaobai roared angrily, "I don't even have wings. Are you throwing me into the sky to die?" Sukan's mouth twitched slightly. It was clear that Xiaohei was truly hungry and had genuinely forgotten about Xiaobai up in the sky. Xiaohei was almost on the boat when it suddenly smacked its bird head, hurriedly circling back to catch Xiaobai. After landing on the boat, Xiaohei hopped around, eager to come over and eat. At that moment, Xiaohei felt a chilling, sinister gaze fixed on its back. It shivered, and all its feathers stood on end. Obviously, Little Black forgot that once on the ground, it was Little White's domain. With its vengeful nature, if it didn't retaliate properly, it wouldn't be itself. Little White pounced on Little Black like a bear, pinning it down and howling, determined to pluck all its feathers. Without feathers, let's see how you'll fly. Little Black wanted to cry but had no tears, trying to resist but to no avail. Sukan's forehead was full of black lines. Let them be, he quietly ate his grilled fish. Moments later, Xiaohei once again became completely bald, turning into a meatball. Xiaobai patted its bare paw smugly and headed to the dining table, as if to say, "Serves you right for showing off." Xiaohei drooped its head in utter despair. It seemed that, for the time being, it wouldn't be able to train Xiaobai's courage anymore. Without its fur, Little Black seemed to lose much of its imposing aura, and that majestic demeanor vanished completely. The two guys started arguing again at the dining table, fighting over each other's food. Sukin quietly carried his own fish to the side and began eating, to avoid getting fur all over his plate. After finishing, he tossed the plate onto the table, leaving it for them to clean up after they were done eating. Then he began to study the sea copper ore. Suken was still very excited in his heart, wondering what kind of treasure could be developed from this advanced material. At this moment, Suken noticed that the item from the previous research had already yielded results, just in time to reap the rewards. The research on the fireproof, wear-resistant, ultra-durable rope was successful. Checking its description, it is 100 times stronger than ordinary hemp rope. Even when towing high-level ships, there is no need to worry about damage. Its strength and toughness have reached the limit of ordinary levels. Not bad, not bad. Suken was very satisfied with this rope, as it could prove useful in many situations. Suken took out the sea copper ore and placed it on the table, ready to study it. Such a precious material must surely yield something remarkable through research. Let's give it a try and see. Suken put on his glasses and carefully observed the sea copper ore. Confirm research. Sea copper ore can be used to research copper wire, 24 hours. Copper bar. Any technological product requires metal copper wire. The copper wire researched using this method can serve as a core precious material. The metal created through this method far surpasses the quality of metal refined through ordinary forging techniques. Sukan's face was filled with a smile. Once this thing is developed, some relatively basic electrical appliances can be made. After all, this world is semi-gamified, and the materials required in many places do not have very high standards, allowing many steps to be skipped. Immediately choose to confirm the research. Remaining time, 24 hours. It seems coming to this island was absolutely the right decision. This unremarkable sea copper ore is equivalent to allowing Sukan to leap directly from the era of blood and raw meat to the electrical age. This also represents countless possibilities, completely surpassing all other survivors on this vast ocean. Even if a certain resource is obtained in abundance, at most, you would only be the richest person on this ocean. But once you surpass the current era, that is a qualitative leap. Late at night, Sukan once again took out the nautical chart to check the deviation in course. After sailing for so long this time, there was not the slightest error. This also meant that the destination, the extraordinary level ancient whale ruins, was getting closer and closer. After letting out a sigh of relief, he went to his garden to water all the plants, but he found that his water supply was a bit insufficient. Even with 2 seawater purifiers, it still couldn't meet the water resources he needed. Perhaps it was enough before, but recently he had planted a large number of plants, and both he, the bear, and the bird all needed water resources. This made his water resources extremely scarce, and in a few hours, he could only fill the holy water basin. At night, the water would still overflow, so a larger water container was also very important to him. In fact, it was no different from a furnace. After all, it still required a certain amount of time rather than providing unlimited access. Sukin yawned, leaving only a small amount of water for drinking, while using the rest to water the plants. He refilled the purifier with seawater, knowing it would be full again by the next morning, so there was no need to worry about water issues. Looking at the waves crashing into the boat, Sukin glanced at the research glasses on the table, wondering if this thing could be stored in the warehouse. It seems uncertain whether it can still be researched in the warehouse. After all, leaving it outside always feels unsafe, and even bringing it indoors still lacks a sense of security. This shabby wooden house is of the most basic level, not even upgraded planks. If it were up to Sukan, this thing was just a windbreaker, something to make people feel a bit more at ease while sleeping, and he would have dismantled it long ago. People still prefer sleeping indoors after all. This thing could be blown away by the sea breeze at any time, and the research glasses might end up being carried off. He stored the research glasses and the sea copper ore together in the warehouse. After checking the research glasses in the warehouse, he found that the progress had not been interrupted. In other words, in future research, he could take it out, confirm the crafting, and then store it back in the warehouse. At this moment, Sukin felt much more at ease. Unless he completely messed up, there was no way he could lose. Woo-wah, woo-wah. At this time, Little Black trotted over, lowering its head and complaining that it had no feathers again. How could it stop Little White from plucking its feathers in the future? Little White wobbled over to eavesdrop, not believing that on land, a bird could ever outmatch it. Sukin returned to the house while climbing into the bird's nest, lazily yawning as he tossed the fur coat made by Little Black for it to wear first, so it wouldn't look like an exhibitionist. In the future, when Little White plucks your feathers, if it plucks the feathers on your left wing, just offer your right wing to let it pluck as well. Sukin lazily enjoyed the comfort of the bird's nest, speaking casually. Woo-wah woo-wah woo-wah. Little Black immediately smartly indicated that it understood. This way, Little White wouldn't feel embarrassed to pull it out, using tolerance and magnanimity to influence Little White. Little White was also pondering, seemingly feeling a bit embarrassed indeed. You don't know anything. At least this way it looks more balanced. Since you can't struggle, instead of resisting, why not enjoy it? Sukin turned over and ignored them. Xiaohei stood there as if struck by lightning, completely stunned for a long time, as if what was said made so much sense. Xiaobai couldn't help but burst into laughter, starting to mock Xiaohei again. Little Black silently climbed onto the bed, draping its fur coat over itself. Why is it always the one getting hurt? Life was unbearable. The next morning, Sukin stretched lazily and yawned. Glancing at the bed, Little White actually turned out to be quite considerate. It had specially placed a blanket over Little Black during the night and even hugged it to sleep. Play is play, and mischief is mischief, but Sukin believes that if real danger arises, these two would do anything for each other. Basically, it's like, my bird, my bear, only I can bully them. After getting up, he went to the garden to water his plants. Looking at the colorful and lush vegetation in the garden, his mood brightened. However, after using up almost 2 basins of water, there were still some plants left unwatered. That won't do. At the very least, he needs to ensure his own drinking water before planting. Forget it, better go build another water purifier. Ding, sign-in system notification. Sign in. Reward, special item blueprint advanced water tank. This is truly a case of wishes coming true. He exclaimed how awesome the system was and then started reading the description of the water storage tank. Advanced water storage tank crafting requirements: wood X100, plastic X200, metal blocks X10. Sukin was speechless. The requirements for this thing are way too high. He was sure he could gather the wood and plastic, but the amount of metal ore needed was just too much. First, let's check whether this water tank is worth investing in. This kind of material is considered precious to Sukan and definitely won't be wasted on useless things. Xiaobai's Wolf Tooth Club is the best example. Although it's diamond grade, it seems to have no special functions other than being sturdy and sharp. During this period, metal has been thrown into the furnace every morning. Now, all the metal ores have melted into metal blocks. Although such materials are not easy to find, the stockpile is still sufficient. Currently, there are 171 metal blocks, which is more than enough to make over a dozen advanced water tanks. Since this is a special resource, it's better to store as much as possible when not absolutely necessary. Special material water storage tank capable of adding minerals to stored water, infusing the water with various flavors, allowing survivors to replenish their bodies with more minerals. Sukin was quite satisfied and liked this item a lot. Although his seawater purifier could quickly purify purify water resources, the lack of flavor made it less enjoyable to drink. These various flavors were like tasting different kinds of beverages, not only delicious but also capable of supplementing the body with essential minerals while storing a large amount of water. With this water storage tank, there was no need to worry about water overflowing from the basin at night, which would otherwise waste a significant amount of water resources. Let's just make it first. As long as it doesn't use his particularly precious materials, it's acceptable. For example, copper wire is a rare material. Although once researched, its blueprint will appear in the parchment crafting shop. Sea copper ore is the most important thing. Ordinary metal ores are something almost every island has. Even if you have to buy them, it's still acceptable. Advanced water tank crafting requirements: wood X100, plastic X200, metal block X10. Sukan arrived at the middle of the garden and living area, deciding to place the water tank and purifier here. This would not only make it more convenient to water the plants but also allow easy access to drinking water. Taking out the necessary materials, selecting the location, and confirming the construction. As the materials in front of him gradually disappeared, the water tank slowly took shape in its place. Construction successful. A 2-meter long, 2-meter wide water storage tank was successfully built. This water container has 2 pipes that can connect to a water purifier, and the lid on top effectively prevents dust from entering the tank. Sukan moved 2 seawater purifiers over and placed them on either side of the water storage tank. This way, the purified water could flow directly into the tank, and when water was needed, the lid could simply be opened to retrieve it. As long as one remembers to use the stored water before the tank is nearly full each day, this seawater is entirely sufficient for daily use and irrigation. If more is needed in the future, additional water purifiers and storage tanks can be built. For now, this setup is sufficient. Sukan glanced at the furnace. For now, there was nothing that needed forging inside, but since the wood had already been used, it would be a waste not to forge something. He originally planned to put sand and clay in to make bricks. At that moment, a sudden idea struck him: could seaweed be forged? Even sand and clay could be thrown in for refining, so maybe this stuff could be refined as well. There was still plenty of seaweed visible on the surface of the sea. It was quite a common material and relatively easy to collect. Without overthinking it, he decided to give it a try. Sukan began collecting seaweed by the side of the boat. Collect seaweed 1. Collect seaweed 1. Moments later, he had gathered 10 pieces of seaweed and casually tossed them into the furnace. Seaweed 10-hour extraction of vine adhesive. Goodness, can this kind of nonsense really work miracles? Sukan's face darkened with speechlessness. He glanced around at the surrounding items to see if there was anything else he could burn. Then, it seemed there was nothing left. At this moment, Sukan suddenly had a whimsical thought: could pets be thrown in for refining? Maybe something like a fire-eyed golden bear would jump out of his furnace? Just then, Xiaobai wobbled out of the house, looking at Sukan with a confused expression, as if sensing he was up to something. A shiver ran through its whole body. Unable to hold back laughter, he really wanted to give it a try, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. What if, after refining, all that was left was a pile of bear grease, waiting for some sticky substance to be extracted from the grapevine? Then using research glasses to study it, maybe something fun can be discovered. Go fishing quickly, or I'll throw you in to be refined. Sukan took out Jiang Taigong's fishing rod, casually tossed it to it, and then directly jumped into the sea for a refreshing swim. Not sure if it was because of Xiaobai's enhanced abilities, but Sukan clearly noticed that his strength and speed had significantly improved. Easily surpassing the speed of his own diamond-class ship, it was like a little white streak in the waves, almost leaping several meters forward with each stroke. Little White stared in astonishment at the sea surface, where Sukan was practically flying across the water, causing it to howl and cheer its owner on. After Sukan returned to the ship, Little Black came out of the room, tiptoeing cautiously, its eyes darting around as it slowly inched toward Little White. Ahem, Little White, hand me the fishing rod. Sukan took the fishing rod from its hand, and Xiaobai looked at him in confusion. Wasn't it supposed to be fishing? Just as it was puzzled, Xiaohei suddenly approached from behind Xiaobai, grabbed it with its talons, and soared into the sky. Ah! Xiaobai flailed its little claws in panic. How had Xiaohei's feathers recovered so quickly? It was taken to the sky with a bewildered look, wondering how it had been forgotten. Now it was in trouble up in the sky. It was Little Black's domain, and it could only obediently await its doom. What does it feel like to be targeted by an eagle? As long as it has time to recover, it will constantly be plotting how to take revenge on you. Little Black's feathers were plucked clean yesterday, and it must return this pain to Little White. Once its feathers grow back, it will make sure Little White experiences the same suffering. Now, the speed at which its feathers are regrowing is astonishing. In just one night, they have already returned to their original state, and the fluffy feathers seem even denser than before. Moreover, its body actually looks significantly larger than Little White. Little White is only about 4 or 5 meters tall, but Little Black is a full 5 or 6 meters tall, and with its wings spread out, it appears even bigger. This guy is growing a bit too fast. Sukan speechlessly continued fishing. With their current size, 1 or 2 fish definitely wouldn't wouldn't be enough for them to eat. It seems more effort will be needed to gather additional food. These past few days, ever since leaving the beginner's zone, I haven't paid attention to the situation of other survivors, nor do I know how far they've progressed. I pulled out the parchment book and opened the global chat of the survivor world. Finally managed to get the treasure chest out of the sea. This is the third island I've landed on. Damn, sharks were right where I needed to dive, and I almost threw away all the food I had just to get a golden grade ship plank blueprint. Damn, you're doing pretty well then. I haven't even dared to go down yet. Forget the shark issue. Just from what you guys said about the depth of the water, is that even something a human can dive into? At least you guys can give it a try. I can't even swim. Even knowing there's treasure down there, I wouldn't dare to go. But I did manage to get a treasure chest from the mountaintop, and I opened a golden grade ship plank upgrade blueprint. Sigh, I don't have the guts to go underwater. That cliff is ridiculously terrifying, and I wouldn't dare to climb it either. I can only try to buy it from the store, but the price is just way too high. A single golden ship plank blueprint costs a sky-high price of 3,000 pieces of wood. What the heck? Wow, you must be a big shot. You've probably already got all the silver grade blueprints and upgraded your ship, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't even be considering buying high grade blueprints. Unlike me, I haven't even finished upgrading my silver grade ship planks yet. Big shot, my foot. The people selling those blueprints have already upgraded their golden grade ship planks. We don't even know how far behind we are now. I really wonder how far ahead those living better than us have gotten. This damn parchment book is so basic it couldn't be more basic. You can't see other survivors' information, and even chatting requires concealing details. Can't they make it a bit more advanced? Don't panic. After all, this world has already been semi-gamified. Everyone has just started surviving not long ago. The parchment book's functions probably haven't reached that level yet. I bet it won't be long before they come up with a survivor leaderboard. Let's first think about how to upgrade the ship. We have to withstand the strong winds and waves somehow. Although the ship is a bit small, it's also sturdier. Once I have the money, I'll upgrade it bit by bit. I refuse to believe I can't build a high-level ship dozens of meters long in my lifetime. Sukan silently closed the parchment book. If their guesses were correct and it became possible to know others' information and rankings, it might not necessarily be a good thing for him. Let's see how the parchment book will unfold new features in the future. It would be best if it included functions like hiding resource information. A simple leaderboard and personal information are acceptable, and it could also expand with features like My Location. This way, one could know their position in the vast ocean, and perhaps even find suitable buyers or sellers through nearby people. As for what the survivors mentioned about upgrading high-level ship planks requiring a large amount of wood, no one understands its massive demand better than Sue can. For them, high-level large ships are considered to be of high grade if they reach the gold level. What they dreamed and longed for, Sukan not only had already accomplished, but had also reached a stage they couldn't even dare to imagine. Whether in terms of quality or the size of the ship, it was beyond their imagination. The blueprint for modified planks that Sukan obtained, diamond grade ship planks, could directly upgrade the level of his ship's planks. 30 times the wood was enough to upgrade one plank. Initially, he thought this was already terrifying, but it wasn't until he discovered the upgrade requirements for other survivors' ships that Sukan realized he was taking a shortcut, and compared to others, the amount of wood he needed really wasn't much. For other survivors, bronze grade ship planks generally required 10 times the materials of ordinary planks to upgrade, about 20 times for silver grade, and around 30 times for gold grade. In other words, the materials required for other survivors to upgrade to brass level ship planks are comparable to the diamond level upgrade requirements for Sukan. Therefore, higher level blueprints might actually require fewer resources. However, this is not certain, as Sukan discovered that some survivors upgrading to gold level ship planks needed about 40 times the resources, which is quite an outrageous demand. So, the resources required for each person's blueprints vary, and this is somewhat related to their respective circumstances. After all, they are all on the newborn island, so the differences shouldn't be too significant. For other survivors, upgrading their ships is not very difficult, but building a ship that is both large and high level is relatively challenging. This is because obtaining high-level blueprints does not mean they can upgrade directly. They need to upgrade step by step. In other words, they must first spend a large amount of resources to upgrade to the brass level before they can upgrade further. In this regard, Sukan would definitely find it unacceptable. Directly upgrading to the diamond level already cost him an astronomical amount of resources. If he had to upgrade step by step, even he would find it extremely troublesome. This is probably the benefit of Sukan being a BUG.